Huan finds himself reborn on the eve of the apocalypse, confronting a myriad of calamities including zombies, dense fog, deep pits, floods, ice storms, meteor showers, prehistoric beasts, and extraterrestrial beings, just as he anticipated his impending demise. To his astonishment, he awakens a system that allows him to choose between two options each day. On the first day, he selects the leader module, igniting a frenzy of troop recruitment. Do you think this is the end? No, this is merely the beginning. Shelters, spatial rings, gene-enhancing potions, and agricultural bases. While others struggle for survival amidst the floods, Huan has already constructed an ark for navigation. While others cower from the monstrous horrors of the fog, Huan has fortified an impenetrable base for the apocalypse. As everyone else grapples with survival, resorting to violence over a mere loaf of bread, Huan gazes at the enchanting figures aboard an aircraft carrier, his neighbor's wife, twin sisters, a stunning movie star, and a beautiful teacher, lost in contemplation. Chapter 1. The Godly Reward at the Outset? Ah, please don't come near. What are you doing, you rogue, in the dead of night? Can't you find somewhere deserted? I beg you, woo. My dear brother, what are you doing? Don't bite my brother. Ah, run, the zombies are coming. In Suhai City, at the happy community. At that moment, the usually amiable neighbors downstairs, who delight in playful schemes, are thrown into chaos as various zombies, clad in clothing, including the elderly and children, rampage and attack their fellow residents without restraint. The scene is utter pandemonium. It is evident that a zombie apocalypse has erupted. From a ninth-floor balcony of a towering building, Huan observes this shocking spectacle with an expressionless demeanor. Indeed, he has been reborn. He vividly recalls that on October 5th, 2024, a horrific zombie calamity swept across the globe, purportedly triggered by a scheme from Japan. In an attempt to target the Dragon Nation, they developed a zombie bioweapon, which inadvertently leaked. This led to their own downfall. But death was merely the beginning, as the zombie virus spread rapidly, soon engulfing the world. Within a week, over 80% of humanity had succumbed to infection. No one understood how this virus proliferated. Later research revealed that it spread through water sources, precipitating this disaster. However, do you believe this is the end? No, this is just the beginning. Following the zombies, even more terrifying calamities ensued. Tsunamis submerged entire cities, followed by ice storms, dense fog, monstrous beings from deep pits, meteor strikes, floods, earthquakes, and even prehistoric giants. The world descended into an unending, apocalyptic nightmare. It was during a resurgence of a prehistoric beast that he, embroiled in a bloody conflict with another apocalyptic faction, was crushed by a colossal creature towering over 500 meters. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself returned to the period before the apocalypse. Reflecting on this, Huan shook his head in resignation. Heaven, are you toying with me? What purpose does this rebirth serve amidst such calamities? Why not still meet my demise? It is essential to understand that the subsequent disasters are beyond any individual's capacity to withstand. Even the military forces of the world's superpowers appear impotent in the face of those towering prehistoric beasts. Even in his past life, he commanded thousands of mercenaries, but what use is that now? Furthermore, couldn't you have allowed me to be reborn a few days earlier so I could prepare? As it stands, he has no food, and stepping outside reveals a horde of zombies. Is this not merely awaiting death? Ding! Congratulations to the host on a successful rebirth. The system is now officially activated. Just as Huan was left speechless, a mysterious voice suddenly resonated. This piqued his interest. The system has arrived? It is well known that a system is a staple for any time traveler. Without a system, one could scarcely claim to be a time traveler. He never anticipated that after 2.5 years of survival in his previous life, he would encounter it upon his rebirth. Huan hastily inquired, "What are your capabilities?" At that moment, the system's voice responded. Danger detected for the host. Initiating the first sign-in. Please make a choice. In the face of the zombie catastrophe within the community, would you prefer a ton of food and water or a steadfast, loyal survival army for the apocalypse? What is this? A multiple-choice question? Upon hearing this, Huan was taken aback. In apocalyptic novels, protagonists typically receive various bountiful rewards, such as blessings of fertility or daily sign-ins for unique abilities. Why has it devolved into a choice for me? However, this is clearly not the time for such contemplation. The nauseating roars of zombies echoed from outside. Regaining his senses, Huan hastily asked, "Can I choose both?" However, to his dismay, the system calmly replied, "Apologies, the host must select only one." Upon hearing this, Huan realized his chances were slim. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. As a seasoned survivor, Huan understood well what was paramount in the apocalypse: food, water, shelter, and firearms. Food is self-evident, as it is the most fundamental necessity for survival. Many would undoubtedly choose the first option. However, herein lies the dilemma. What use is food alone? The outside world is teeming with zombies, and this is merely a standard residential community. Most critically, it must be acknowledged that the most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse is not the zombies, but the human heart. Zombies, mindless as they are, can be managed, but what of other survivors? A fiercely loyal army for the apocalypse, however, presents a different scenario. With soldiers armed and obedient, others' resources become his own, with an army at his disposal, who need fear starvation. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Huan declared, "I choose a steadfast, loyal army for the apocalypse." Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Commencing reward distribution. Congratulations. Host has successfully acquired the Supreme Leader module Ja. Indeed, as he made his choice, the system's prompt resounded once more. Moreover, a mysterious module resembling a matrix materialized in his hand, followed by another notification. Item name, Leader Module. This module can be activated on any mechanical intelligence, summoning a formidable legion of mechanical life forms. Daily limit. 1 reset at midnight the following day. Upon observing the mysterious metallic matrix in his hand, Huan was momentarily stunned, as he had initially anticipated this choice would yield something different. One would acquire a loyal retinue of several hundred to thousands of devoted followers. Not to mention confronting mere neighbors. Even the entire horde of zombies within the vicinity would pose no threat to one's safety. Yet now, one is presented with such a leader module. Moreover, it appears somewhat familiar. System, what is this? Before long, the system responded. In response to the host, this is a leader module. As long as the host places the module on any intelligent metallic product, it will activate a mechanical life form soldier. What? It can activate a mechanical life form soldier? Astonishing. Upon hearing this, Huan was taken aback. It feels reminiscent of the energy core from Transformers. Roar. However, as he observed, the cacophony of increasingly agitated zombies below grew louder. Huan understood that this was not the moment for contemplation. The immediate priority was to select an intelligent metallic product to activate, ensuring his own safety. Thus, his gaze swiftly scanned the furniture and appliances within his home. The refrigerator, the induction cooker, the rice cooker, and so forth. To be frank, Huan did not perceive how activating a rice cooker soldier would provide him with any substantial advantage. Fortunately, he ultimately discovered, lying quietly beneath the computer desk, the Player Kingdom's Sun God host. This was an electronic set he had purchased for over 20,000 coins. I wonder what will happen if I activate this. With this thought, Huan pondered briefly before decisively placing the module beside the Sun God host and gently setting it down. Buzz. In the next moment, following a violent oscillation of blue ripples, a miraculous event transpired. Buzz, clatter, clatter. Marvelous and extraordinary. Clatter, clatter. The once tranquil Sun God host underwent a transformation the instant it was contacted amidst a symphony of mysterious gear rotations. In the blink of an eye, it metamorphosed into a far larger mechanical bird, adorned in a resplendent silver metallic sheen, approximately 50 to 60 centimeters in size. When its silver metallic wings unfurled, they spanned an impressive length of 1.5 meters. Caw, caw, caw. Upon its emergence, it flapped its dazzling metallic wings, swiftly darting out from beneath the computer desk and soaring around the house, surveying its surroundings. Upon spotting Huan, it promptly retracted its wings, prostrating itself on the computer desk, and respectfully issued a hoarse mechanical voice. Esteemed master, the laser bird has arrived to serve. TSK, TSK, TSK. Upon witnessing this magnificent creature, Huan could hardly fathom that his computer host could transform into a mechanical bird reminiscent of those in Transformers. At that moment, a piece of data also materialized. Name, Laserbird. Description, a loyal mechanical soldier activated by the leader module. Soldier level 1. Troop type, Air Force. Function, reconnaissance, ambush, espionage. A hacking expert. Strength, 100. Agility, 120. Firepower, 200. Loyalty, 100 indeed. Upon seeing this information, Huan was even more astonished. My goodness, is this for real? This is essentially the laser bird from Transformers. Bang, bang, bang. Roar. Just then, while Huan was still reveling in astonishment, he heard the sound of banging on the door from outside. This prompted him to regain his focus and frown slightly towards the entrance. Zombies were approaching. These zombies are mindless, aimlessly wandering and colliding. But fortuitously, with the arrival of the laser bird, Huan was eager to ascertain whether this little fellow was as formidable as those depicted in the films. He thus commanded, "Go, eliminate that zombie outside." "Yes, my esteemed master." Upon receiving the command, the laser bird emitted a gravelly, somewhat obsequious mechanical tone. It then flapped its wings and swiftly flew out through the window. Simultaneously, Huan noticed a virtual display had appeared before him, evidently showcasing the laser bird's perspective. He observed it soaring outside, as they were on the 7th floor. Therefore, it circled around before entering through the glass door of the stairwell. Huan then beheld a zombie clad in overalls, sporting a bifurcated hairstyle, attempting to break down the door with a metal bar. Yet, the laser bird that swooped and utilized its transforming metal to swiftly conjure a miniature Gatling gun from its wing. Rat-a-tat-tat. It unleashed a relentless barrage upon the zombie in overalls. The creature was instantly riddled with bullets, falling silent. This, it must be said, left Huan utterly astonished. The reason? This little creature was extraordinarily powerful. It could even manifest a Gatling gun. Moreover, the walls of the stairwell were peppered with bullet holes. It became apparent that its impact was no less formidable than that of a typical submachine gun. Is this the prowess of a mechanical life form? Huan couldn't help but murmur to himself. If a mere computer host could yield such prowess, what would activating a battleship achieve? It would surely be unstoppable. Chapter 2. The beautiful wife Lin Xiao. Alas, only one activation is permitted each day, yet Huan remains unperturbed. With the acquisition of the leader module, as long as he survives, he will amass a formidable army of steel. At that point, not even the undead or the prehistoric behemoths will pose a threat. Thus, the immediate priority is to find a way to endure. Huan recalls vividly that a zombie frenzy is set to erupt here in 3 days, which will surely engulf the entire community. Hence, the urgent task is to devise an escape plan, seek a safe haven, and then quietly gather supplies while developing his capabilities. However, leaving in such a manner is not feasible. Despite possessing a laser bird, he is unarmed and risks being eliminated upon stepping outside. With this thought in mind, he commands the laser bird to first head to the police station, acquire a firearm. Indeed, in this apocalyptic scenario, 3 essentials reign supreme: food, a secure refuge, firearms, and women. Upon arrival at the police station, Huan finds it already overrun. Police cars are abandoned, and the officers have succumbed to the undead, staggering about and emitting guttural cries, clearly a result of tainted water. Yet Huan's objective is not these unfortunate souls, but rather the firearms. Securing a gun in this desolate world is vital for ensuring his safety. Whether confronting zombies or rival survivors, being armed is imperative. Soon, he deftly maneuvers the laser bird to the safe and utilizes its capabilities to emit a precise laser, effortlessly breaching the lock. Inside lie 2 HKP-7 handguns, relics from 1899. Alas, such antiquities are all that the modest police station can offer, being merely a precinct. Nevertheless, possessing 2 handguns provides him with a modicum of protection. The laser bird, utilizing its unique metallic properties, efficiently attaches the 2 firearms to its metallic wings and retrieves a box of ammunition before swiftly flapping back upstairs. Upon returning, the laser bird drops the guns onto the table and emits a hoarse, flattering voice, saying, "Master, I have returned with the goods." Well done. Huan is quite pleased with the little creature's speed. Although its combat prowess pales in comparison to larger beasts, its functionality is undeniably comprehensive. He promptly loads the ammunition into the magazines and chambers the guns. A brief familiarization ensues. In his previous life, during the apocalypse, he had not idly lingered for 2.5 years. At the very least, he had learned to operate tanks, let alone firearms. In this world where ammunition is scarce, everyone must hone their marksmanship to avoid unnecessary waste. Thus, Huan's aim is exceedingly precise. With these 2 guns, he can remain concealed here, ensuring his temporary safety. Yet, this is still insufficient. Laserbird, I require you to procure some food. Leaving this place without sustenance and water is not an option. Yes, my esteemed master. The laser bird responds promptly in a mechanical tone before swiftly flapping its wings and soaring out the window. As Huan watches it depart, he hastily gathers some furniture to barricade the door, preventing any zombies from breaching his sanctuary. Suddenly, while dragging a large chair, a series of knocks resounds from outside. Huan's vigilance heightens. Initially, he fears it may be zombies. However, peering through the peephole reveals none other than his upstairs neighbor, the enchanting Lin Xiao. He is quite familiar with this woman. In his past life, when he was trapped at home with no food, it was Lin Xiao's kindness that sheltered him for 3 days until military rescue arrived. Unfortunately, their transport had met with a horde of zombies, causing them to part ways. He never expected to encounter her again. Moreover, it is worth noting that Lin Xiao possesses striking beauty. An alluring figure standing at 170 centimeters and weighing 55 kilograms. With her curves accentuated, she currently dons pajamas, the delicate golden silk cascading down her snow-white legs, which are adorned with bunny slippers. Lin Xiao had been peacefully sleeping at home when strange noises outside startled her. Upon switching on the light, she was horrified to see a multitude of zombies outside. Living alone, with no friends nearby, the thought of a zombie assault terrified her. In a moment of desperation, She decided to seek refuge with Huan, as they had trained together frequently and shared a cordial rapport throughout the building. Upon her arrival, the sight of the corpses on the ground shocked her. Yet the more she observed, the more reassured she felt. For the zombies had been dispatched, surely the work of Huan. He was formidable and could protect her. Thus, she knocked urgently on the door, fearful of more zombies approaching. Her delicate face filled with entreaty. Huan, are you home? Can you open the door? I don't know any other neighbors, and I fear they may harbor ill intentions towards me. I only trust you. She was desperate not to perish here. Fortunately, after just 2 knocks, the door swung open, and a hand pulled her inside. Lin Xiao couldn't help but beam with relief. Once inside, she exhaled deeply, her stunning face filled with gratitude as she looked at Huan, her heart racing. Thank goodness, Huan. Thank you for opening the door and saving me. Just now, the male resident on the 2nd floor messaged me, inviting me to his apartment. I could tell he had ulterior motives. But you, Huan, what are you doing? Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xiao was taken aback to see Huan aiming a handgun at her. Huan, what are you doing? Strip. Chapter 3. The Gene Serum Against Zombie Infection. This chapter has been modified. My apologies for any inconvenience. Lin Xiao could never have anticipated that Huan would point a gun at her, especially demanding that she disrobe. Yet, in such extraordinary times, Huan showed no mercy. Strip. Fine. Hearing his resolute command, Lin Xiao realized she might be in a precarious situation. She sighed inwardly. To be frank, she harbored quite a fondness for Huan, largely due to his handsome visage, which was only slightly less appealing than that of the readers. Giving herself to him was certainly preferable to submitting to the bald man on the 2nd floor. All right, I primarily wish to ascertain whether you have been bitten by a zombie to prevent any mutations. What? Instantly, Lin Xiao's cheeks reddened, akin to an apple. If you're concerned about my potential mutation, you could have just told me. She gazed at him with wide, melancholic eyes. However, despite the knowledge from her past life that she was unharmed, caution in such dire circumstances is paramount. Moreover, have you consumed the tap water at home? No. Lin Xiao hurriedly shook her head. I slept from noon until evening and haven't had any water yet. That's good. Upon hearing this, Huan felt an immense sense of relief. As long as no water had been ingested, transformation would not occur within 2 hours. Given the elapsed time, she was certain that everything was fine. Nonetheless, Huan remained somewhat uneasy. She procured another rope and bound Lin Xiao to the chair, ensuring that if she were to transform into a zombie, her own safety would be assured. At this, Lin Xiao was utterly speechless. Her delicate face flushed as she gazed at Huan. This arrangement was quite uncomfortable for her. However, understanding Huan's concerns, she complied without protest. Before long, with a series of mechanical sounds, the laser bird returned, fluttering its wings as it landed on the balcony window, carrying a large cardboard box. Its sudden appearance startled Lin Xiao, but thankfully, Huan had preemptively reassured her, "Don't worry. This is a machine bird I developed." What? You developed this? Lin Xiao's expression shifted to one of incredulity as she observed the agile machine bird. Wait, you can actually create such things? A scientist? Of course. Huan was no scientist, but he did possess an extraordinary advantage. Without delving into explanations, he simply stated, "It won't harm us." That's good. Lin Xiao nodded gently, feeling somewhat reassured. The laser bird had brought back a substantial amount of food, a box of mineral water, a box of packaged bread, and even a few packets of spicy strips. Wow, that's truly generous. Thus, the trio, a man, a woman, and a bird, took refuge in the room. Outside, the number of zombies was increasing, accompanied by their growls. Gunfire and explosions echoed ominously, with several buildings engulfed in flames. The outbreak of the zombie disaster had evidently led to chaos in many areas, particularly in the downtown district where a building was visibly ablaze. Lin Xiao's anxiety deepened as she couldn't help but ask, "Huan, is this place safe?" To her surprise, Huan calmly replied, "Don't worry for now. It is relatively safe. After all, I have a laser bird. What do we have to fear from mere zombies?" However, to be cautious, Huan instructed the laser bird to remain on guard while he took a nap. Lin Xiao, still bound to the sofa, soon fell asleep as well. The laser bird, ever considerate, covered her with a blanket, ensuring that the lady of the house would not feel cold. Time passed, possibly due to the presence of the laser bird, allowing Huan to sleep more soundly. The next day, as Huan opened his eyes and had yet to rise from bed, he heard the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surviving the first day. You have now reached the second day. Would you like to proceed with today's check-in? Already time for check-in? Surprised by the prompt, Huan quickly got out of bed. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. With this thought, he promptly chose to check in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful check-in. Please make a choice. In the face of the impending zombie disaster and the potential for a zombie crisis at any moment, would you prefer a handgun with infinite bullets or a vial of gene-enhancing serum that resists zombie infection? As expected, upon successful check-in, a dialog box appeared before Huan once more. One option was a handgun with infinite bullets, while the other was a gene-enhancing serum to resist the zombie virus. Naturally, without a second thought, Huan chose the second option. I choose the anti-zombie infection serum. It was absurd to think that even with an endless supply of bullets, one could fell thousands of zombies. However, the gene-enhancing serum was fundamentally different. With it, he would no longer need to fear infection. Moreover, he already possessed 2 handguns and the laser bird, which effectively equated to infinite ammunition. Thus, Huan decisively selected the second option. As he made his choice, a vial of blue gene serum materialized before him. He caught it and examined the contents, noticing it was a mystical blue liquid. After a moment's hesitation, he uncapped the vial and took a small sip. Sweet and sour. With that, he drank the remainder in one go, leaving just a sip behind. He then inquired, "System, how many servings does this serum provide?" Soon, the system responded, "Host, this is sufficient for 2 servings." Huan was pleasantly surprised by this revelation. The system was rather considerate, having prepared 2 doses knowing there were 2 individuals in the room. Upon inspecting the vial, he noted that approximately half remained. It contained a total of 10 milliliters, and he had consumed 5. Considering that Lin Xiao had risked her life in the past to procure a bottle of mineral water for his sake, narrowly escaping a zombie bite, Huan decided to head to the living room. There, he found Lin Xiao still sound asleep, while the laser bird remained vigilant. Upon noticing Huan, it fluttered its wings and emitted a flattering tone. Master, you are awake. How is it?" Huan inquired of the laser bird. The machine replied in a mechanical voice, "Please rest assured, Master, with me here, it is very safe." Excellent. Huan felt reassured by this little companion. Although the Decepticons tended to be somewhat volatile and rebellious, with the leadership module in place, he had no concerns about betrayal. Huan approached Lin Xiao, who was still sleeping, and gently pinched her delicate face. Without hesitation, he administered the gene-enhancing serum into her mouth. Chapter 4. The Apocalypse. Your choice to forge ahead this left Lin Xiao utterly astonished. "Huan, what are you doing?" "Swallow it." Gulp. For reasons unknown. Upon hearing this command, Lin Xiao instinctively swallowed. However, once it was down, she became bewildered. What on earth was that? Regaining her senses, she quickly opened her eyes in indignation, glaring at Huan. "What did you just make me consume?" A good thing. Yet, faced with such a stunning beauty, flushed to the roots of her neck, Huan remained unfazed, simply asking, "How do you feel?" "What good thing?" Lin Xiao was momentarily confused. "What are you thinking?" Nothing, she stammered, realizing the awkwardness of the situation. How could he have taken such liberties without removing her clothing? But soon, she unexpectedly discovered. "How is it that I feel like my strength has significantly increased?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Xiao sensed a warm current surging within her, as if her entire being was brimming with boundless energy. It seemed to be working. Upon witnessing this, Huan recognized that the effects had indeed manifested, for he had experienced a similar sensation moments ago. Thus, he promptly untied her restraints and provided her with a bottle of water and a piece of bread. It was essential to satiate their hunger first. All right. Lin Xiao, ravenous, began to devour the food she had eaten since the previous night. To her surprise, the taste of the bread was absolutely delightful. However, upon hearing the continuous roars from outside, her anxiety resurfaced. "Huan, what should we do next?" "Do not worry." Huan reassured her, "I have a plan." Although Lin Xiao was uncertain of the source of his confidence, she chose to trust him. After all, she had feelings for him. Once she finished the bread, Huan instructed Lin Xiao to observe the surroundings from the balcony, while he released the laser bird to scout below for a suitable mechanical soldier. Given that it was past midnight, his leader module had refreshed, allowing him to activate a new mechanical guardian. Previously, he had no choice but to activate the laser bird, but now he was determined to find something more formidable. Before proceeding, he inquired about the system. "System, are there any distinctions in activating the leader module?" "Soon." The system responded. "To answer your inquiry, the mechanical soldiers activated by the leader module can be chosen based on the form of the carrier. For instance, if the host requires an army, automotive units such as cars, tanks, and armored vehicles can be activated. Conversely, for an air force, one could seek armed helicopters and fighter jets. The classification is based on the form of the carrier." Understanding dawned upon Huan. In essence, These Cybertronian mechanical soldiers were activated based on the shape of their carriers. For example, if it was a vehicle that traverses the ground, then an army unit would be activated, while an air force would necessitate aerial units. However, a new question arose. How does one ascertain the strength of a mechanical life form? This is quite simple as well. The host can compare based on size, tools, and price. Different materials used in construction will yield varying mechanical life forms. In simpler terms, it meant to seek out larger and more expensive options. Huan comprehended the capabilities of the leader module. He simply needed to activate intelligent mechanical products that corresponded to the desired mechanical life form, and their strength would be determined by their price and materials. The higher the cost, the more powerful the activation. With this in mind, Huan immediately activated the first-person mode of a laser bird to search for suitable carriers outside. The laser bird flapped its wings, moving swiftly, appearing almost like an ordinary large bird at first glance. However, upon reaching the outside, despite being prepared, Huan was taken aback by the scene before him. The center of Sahe City was swarming with zombies, a veritable sea of them. They congregated in an open area, swaying unsteadily. Numerous buildings were still billowing smoke, some reduced to mere skeletal frames. On the ground, severed electrical cables lay scattered, with malfunctioning transformers still sparking ominously. Some structures had already collapsed. This was the true essence of a zombie crisis. The portrayal of mindless zombies rampaging through intact buildings in movies and novels was nothing short of absurd. Yet, Huan's objective was not the zombies themselves, but rather the search for potent mechanical life forms. Given the current scenario, it was clear that helicopters and armed aircraft were out of the question, as those were under military control and irrelevant to ordinary civilians, at least for now. To acquire top-tier combat capabilities would likely require waiting several months until the safe zones were fully established and new post-apocalyptic rules emerged, perhaps with sufficient funds. One could even procure a few aircraft. Thus, Huan's primary goal was to find a robust mechanical life form on land. There were many options available, such as cars, trucks, off-road vehicles, or even larger machinery like excavators, tractors, and shield machines. Through the laser bird's perspective, he indeed spotted several large trucks parked by the roadside. However, upon closer inspection, Huan frowned slightly. These trucks were overly large and quite old. Activating them might result in unwieldy giants, making them more susceptible to attacks. Naturally, finding a model like the Pillar would be excellent, but alas, such vehicles were not available domestically. After half an hour of searching through the city with no suitable options, Huan shook his head in frustration, suffering from decision fatigue. Just as he was about to abandon his search and activate any random vehicle, the laser bird flitted towards an international auto show center in the eastern district of Sahe City. Upon seeing the auto show center, Huan's interest peaked. Let us take a look. Yes, my esteemed master. The laser bird complied instantly, breaking through the glass facade and soaring inside. Upon entering, he observed that the venue was indeed filled with luxury cars. BMWs, Mercedes, Audis, these were merely the basics. Models like the Nissan Silvia, the Yahoo Dadi, and the Luja Leopard were also common sights. Porsches and Maseratis were not absent either, let alone the prestigious Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Aston Martins, Bentleys, and Rolls-Royces on display. Because the zombie disaster had erupted during the night, the venue had already closed, leaving everything intact. An unexpected boon for Huan. He maneuvered the laser bird to inspect each vehicle individually and ultimately set his sights on a silver Corvette. He vividly remembered that in Transformers, the character Ironhide's original form had been a Corvette. Not only did it boast formidable firepower and agility, but its size was also reasonably manageable. With this thought, Huan instructed the laser bird, "Bring me that car?" "Yes, my esteemed master." The laser bird responded in a raspy, subservient tone. Flapping its wings, it transformed into a miniature mechanical life form approximately 1 meter tall. Utilizing its capabilities, it quickly unlocked the Corvette's door, entered, and linked with the vehicle system. Buzz roar. As the supercar roared to life, it emitted a deep, thunderous growl. Simultaneously, at the glass doors, the laser bird extended its mechanical arm, transforming it into a compact energy cannon. With a hum and a boom, a blast from the cannon shattered the entrance with ease. Amidst the cacophony, the Corvette surged forward like a silver streak, swiftly departing from the auto show center, as the streets were teeming with zombies. Fortunately, the laser bird had already analyzed the traffic conditions, allowing for a smooth return. Nevertheless, the resounding roar at the entrance captured the attention of several neighbors still trapped in their homes. When they emerged to see the striking silver Corvette, they were left utterly bewildered. After all, in such dire times, who would dare to flaunt a sports car outside? Did they not fear for their lives? They presumed it must be some reckless survivor wandering the zombie-infested streets. At that moment, The laser bird had already parked the vehicle in the underground garage below Huan's building, methodically dispatching a dozen zombies in the process before returning to report. Upon entering his home, the mechanical voice of the laser bird filled the air with flattery, proclaiming, "I have successfully brought it back for you. Excellent, well done." Huan nodded appreciatively, having witnessed the little one's performance from his vantage point. He then retrieved a firearm, instructing the laser bird to clear the path, open the door, and eliminate any remaining zombies, swiftly making their way to the underground parking lot. The sight of the car parked in its designated space elicited a smile from Huan. Even in the apocalypse, this little creature adhered to a sense of morality. However, that was not the crux of the matter. At that moment, the leader module had been entirely absorbed by Huan's right hand, transforming into a symbol resembling a matrix. As he placed his palm upon the supercar, a prompt materialized before him. Detection, Corvette. Activation, requires a spark. Would you like to activate it? Yes. Without hesitation, Huan confirmed the activation. In the next instant, upon his affirmation, the previously silent vehicle erupted into a symphony of mysterious mechanical sounds, gears clicking and whirring. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal mechanical life form towering 8 meters high. It remained kneeling, for the underground garage had a ceiling height of merely 5 meters, and it addressed Huan with reverence. "Esteemed master, the mechanical life form soldier pays homage." Huan was left astounded by the sight of this giant. The sheer size was astonishing. An 8-meter mechanical frame, equipped with formidable firepower, with its robust metallic skeleton symbolizing immense and terrifying combat prowess. He soon noticed a set of data displayed above its head. Name, Mechanical Life Form Soldier. Description, a loyal mechanical guardian activated by the leader module. Soldier level 1. Class, Ground Forces. Function, Mechanical Guardian Warrior, possessing absolute agility and formidable attack power. Strength, 2,000. Agility, 3,000. Firepower value, 3,500. Loyalty, 100. Gasp. The strength of 2,000 left Huan in awe. To put in perspective, the laser bird only boasted a strength value of 100 and was already a formidable foe against zombies. Yet this giant possessed a strength 20 times greater. Upon further reflection, it made sense. This was a supercar worth millions, hence its enhanced capabilities. The sheer size of 8 meters and the formidable 80-centimeter cannon it bore on its back were enough to intimidate anyone. Coupled with its reinforced silver metallic skeleton, it resembled a formidable piece of armor. Thus, Huan declared, "From this moment forth, your new name shall be Iron Skin." "Yes, my esteemed master," Iron Skin responded, its voice imbued with greater respect upon receiving its new name. With this powerful ally, Huan felt a slight sense of security. However, he knew it was not enough, as he was acutely aware of the terrifying disasters that lay ahead. Zombies were merely a prelude. The true apocalypse was yet to unfold. Therefore, he required more Cybertron soldiers to ensure his safety. In his mind, he communicated with the system, inquiring, "Is there any way to increase the number of activations per day?" Before long, the system responded, "To answer your query, host, you simply need to eliminate zombies and collect sufficient zombie crystals to elevate the leader module's level, thus enhancing activation capabilities." Zombie crystals? Huan was well acquainted with these mysterious energy crystals found within the brains of zombies, containing enigmatic energy liquid. Survivors who consumed them occasionally gained extraordinary powers, becoming capable beings in this apocalyptic world. However, the odds were slim. For every 100 survivors, only one might evolve after consuming a zombie crystal. Moreover, not every zombie's brain contained such crystals. Finding 1 or 2 among 100 was already considered fortunate. To think the leader module could utilize zombie crystals to level up. With this realization, Huan promptly instructed Iron Skin, venture outside and gather as much food as possible, particularly bottled water and provisions. Additionally, collect some zombie crystals, but be cautious not to attract attention. Given the current state of Suhai City, which had fallen and was under military scrutiny, it was crucial that this formidable combatant remained undetected. If discovered, Huan's only top-tier fighting force would be compromised. He needed to wait until the Cybertron Mechanical Lifeform Army was fully established before he could truly unleash his power. "Yes, understood, my esteemed master," Iron Skin affirmed without hesitation, transforming back into a Corvette and preparing to depart. However, upon spotting a Buick parked in the underground garage, it swiftly scanned the vehicle and morphed into a replica before speeding out of the parking lot. Chapter 6. Scavenging for Supplies. With Iron Skin out on its mission, Huan was not idle. After all, he now possessed the ability to resist the zombie virus. With only 2 days remaining until a zombie frenzy was expected to erupt, he needed to prepare adequately, stockpiling essential supplies. Thus, he and a laserbird returned to his building, armed and ready to scavenge for resources, as the initial disaster had already claimed half of the survivors in their community. After a day and a night of tumult, only about 10% remains, perhaps 1 or 200 survivors, a fortunate outcome indeed. Thus, when Huan employed the laserbird to scan the entire building, he discovered that apart from himself and Lin Xiao, there were no other survivors left. However, this was rather advantageous, as it allowed him to collect supplies without restraint. He promptly made his way to the second floor, where the door remained locked. Huan recalled that a retired official once resided here. Perhaps there were valuable items within. Laserbird, he commanded, instructing it to unlock the door. The mechanical creature whirred and, with a series of clicks, swiftly approached the entrance. Thanks to the smart lock, the task was simplified. The little fellow extended a metallic appendage, and upon contact, the numbers began to flicker back and forth. In the next moment, with a buzz and a click, the door swung open. As the door opened, a decrepit man, now transformed into a zombie, lunged forward with alarming speed. Fortunately, Huan had anticipated this. The laser bird immediately sprang into action. With a rapid succession of laser bullets, the zombie was dispatched. After neutralizing the threat, Huan instructed the laser bird to inspect the old man's head for any signs of infection. Regrettably, it was found to be empty. It seemed that even as the protagonist, luck was not entirely on his side. With a slight shake of his head, Huan felt a twinge of disappointment. This system should have bestowed upon him a perfect luck stat, enabling him to extract crystals from every zombie he defeated. Now, that would have been ideal. Yet, it was clear that now was not the time for such musings. With the zombie dealt with, Huan stepped into the room. It was a quintessential 4-bedroom, 2-living-room layout, spanning 140 square meters, adorned with an air of antiquity. He first ventured into the kitchen in search of food and discovered 2 unopened bags of uchang rice. He disregarded the open packages, for with the zombie virus rampant, who could say whether they were contaminated? Although he could resist the virus, he had no desire to consume anything unappetizing. Thus, he took the 2 unopened 5 kilograms bags of rice. In addition to this, Huan stumbled upon some packaged noodles and a case of mineral water, Beijui Mountain brand. In the apocalypse, water was a precious commodity. Consequently, he found a large box and began to pack the rice and water inside. Beyond these provisions, there was little else of value. It was evident that the old man did not cook much. However, as Huan prepared to leave, his attention was suddenly drawn to a box of tea, Westlake Longjing. In the apocalypse, tea would become a rare treasure, as an impending ice storm would soon devastate much of the flora, rendering tea trees a rarity. A year from now, tea would be a luxury enjoyed only by those of considerable means amidst the ruins of society. Moreover, besides the tea, he knew that tobacco and alcohol would also fetch a high price. As a retired official, it was likely that he possessed a considerable stash of these coveted items. Huan murmured to himself as he peeked into the storage room, and indeed, he discovered 2 unopened cases of Maotai. Alongside the Maotai were 2 cases of Wulianjai, 1 case of Fenju, and within the cabinet, he found 2 bottles of Jiu Wuji Zun, 1 Nanjing Yahua stone, 1 Yunyan, and 2 bottles of Daitai, among various other items, totaling a remarkable assortment. The old man had quite the stockpile. Huan was taken aback. With a smirk, he decided not to be shy and packed everything up. Although he himself did not smoke or drink, these supplies would undoubtedly prove useful once the full brunt of the apocalypse descended. Alas, despite his haul, Huan felt a pang of regret for lacking a storage ring like those found in other apocalyptic tales. If he had a space to store these items, it would be a simple task to carry them away. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that the leader module was far superior to those mere storage devices. If need be, he could procure a large truck and transport everything at once. Huan mused silently. After half an hour of labor, he finally moved everything to his doorstep, feeling quite exhausted. Fortunately, the genetic serum he had taken yesterday had bolstered his physique. Otherwise, he might have struggled to carry it all. Upon opening the door, he found Lin Xiao waiting impatiently in the living room, her concern palpable. After all, he had left without a word, and over an hour had passed without any news. What if he had encountered danger? Just as Lin Xiao was about to venture outside to search for him, the door swung open. Huan, upon seeing the familiar face, Lin Xiao rushed forward, her worry evident. Where have you been? Why did you leave without a word? I thought you had abandoned me. What a joke, this is my home. Upon hearing this, Huan couldn't help but smile faintly. However, he quickly urged, hurry, help me bring this stuff inside. At that moment, Lin Xiao noticed the heap of items at the door and gasped in surprise. Huan did not hide the truth. The old man on the second floor is a retired official, and he has passed. I gathered these supplies from his home. With the apocalypse upon us, our building has only us left, We must prepare as much food as possible. Oh, I see. Lin Xiao finally understood that Yi Huan had not abandoned her, but had been out gathering supplies. Thus, she promptly declared, "I'll help you." Without hesitation, she joined Yi Huan in moving the items inside. Soon, the two of them had transported everything into the room. Once inside, Lin Xiao looked at Yi Huan with a bemused expression. "Why did you bring back so much alcohol? Is it even useful in the apocalypse?" But Yi Huan, uninterested in explaining, merely replied, "You'll understand in due time." All right then. Lin Xiao accepted this without further inquiry. Yet it was not enough. Yi Huan needed to venture out once more. Lin Xiao, unwilling to let Yi Huan undertake the burden alone, insisted, "I'll go with you. More hands make for lighter work." Yi Huan paused, taken aback by her eagerness. However, upon further reflection, he realized that having another person would indeed hasten their efforts, especially since Lin Xiao also possessed the ability to resist zombie infection. "Very well, you can accompany me. But first, you must change into some proper clothes." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao realized she was still clad in the sheer golden silk nightgown from the previous night. Slightly embarrassed, she quickly changed into one of Yi Huan's shirts. Surprisingly, it suited her well. After she was dressed, they prepared to set out once more. Yi Huan, accompanied by Lin Xiao, set about gathering supplies within the building. He refrained from venturing outside, where the streets were teeming with zombies. This structure remained relatively secure, and one should not underestimate it, for it boasted a total of 18 floors, with 2 households per elevator, amounting to 36 residences. The task of collecting supplies was indeed time-consuming. Fortunately, with Lin Xiao's assistance, Yi Huan's efficiency increased significantly. Remarkably, within just one day, the two managed to gather provisions from half the floors. They amassed a considerable stockpile of food, including 3 boxes of instant noodles, 10 packages of sausages, over 20 cans of fruit, 6 boxes of beverages, 12 cartons of yogurt, and 10 cases of mineral water. Additionally, they collected around 5 pounds of packaged bread, along with a modest assortment of apples and bananas, totaling 5 to 6 pounds. This, however, was merely the food inventory. They also secured a substantial amount of tobacco and alcohol, comprising approximately 10 cases of liquor, 20 packs of cigarettes, and a dozen boxes of various tea brands. While these items paled in comparison to what the old man on the second floor possessed, they would nonetheless prove valuable in the future. That evening, gazing at the nearly overflowing living room, Lin Xiao expressed her excitement, exclaiming, "This will last us for several weeks." Yet, Yi Huan regarded these provisions with indifference. For in his past life, he had been the leader of a survival group, encountering far more supplies than this, warehouses brimming with at least 100 tons. Thus, he remained unfazed. As the night wore on, he shared a light meal with Lin Xiao before retiring early. Later, Lin Xiao unexpectedly crept into Yi Huan's room, snuggling under his covers. "What are you doing?" Yi Huan asked, momentarily taken aback by her exquisite presence. Lin Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she boldly wrapped her arms around his neck, whispering Yi Huan on. "I'm a bit scared." She couldn't fathom why he appeared so composed. Had she not always prided herself on her looks? She believed herself to be as stunning as any top celebrity. Why was he so unperturbed, even amidst the apocalypse? Determined to take the initiative, Lin Xiao resolved to act first. Little did she know that Yi Huan's apparent disinterest stemmed from the traumas of his previous existence. He felt the need to prepare thoroughly before entertaining any distractions, especially in the presence of someone as breathtaking as Lin Xiao, whose figure was flawless, curvaceous where it needed to be and devoid of any excess, complemented by her striking face and soft voice. The next morning, as Yi Huan lay in slumber, he was awakened by the system's notification, "Ding! Congratulations, host, for surviving to the 3rd day. Would you like to check in for today?" He had indeed enjoyed a restful night's sleep, a welcome reprieve from the stress of recent days. Thus, he responded without hesitation, "Check in." "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in." The mechanical voice of the system followed. "Please choose one of the following options. 1. A silenced future plasma technology gun, capable of inflicting significant damage on zombies. 2. A spatial ring, which can be used to store supplies." A spatial ring? Yi Huan's eyes lit up at the sight of the choices. Just yesterday, he had pondered how to transport all the gathered supplies. He never anticipated that today's selection would present him with a spatial ring. How considerate of the system. As for the plasma technology gun, he barely glanced at it. After all, he had transformed into a formidable being and had no need for such weaponry. Without a moment's thought, he declared, "I choose the spatial ring." "Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a spatial ring." As he made his choice, a silver-white spatial ring materialized before him, which he instinctively caught in his hand. He then observed a set of data. Item name, spatial ring. Level 1. Function description can be used for storing supplies within the spatial ring. The flow of time is suspended. Storage space, 10,000 cubic meters. The storage area can expand as the ring's level increases. 10,000 cubic meters. This was equivalent to 1,000 square meters of ground area with a height of 10 meters. If filled to capacity, the supplies could sustain 2 individuals for a lifetime. Most importantly, the suspended flow of time meant that store provisions would remain preserved. This item was truly remarkable. Huan felt increasingly satisfied with the spatial ring. Huan, what are you talking about? At that moment, Lin Xiao, roused from her slumber, rubbed her sleepy eyes and inquired curiously. Oh, nothing, Huan replied, glancing at the enchanting figure beside him, her tousled hair enhancing her ethereal beauty. He had no intention of divulging too many secrets and merely said, "You stay here to guard the supplies while I venture out to find more food. We need to stockpile as much as possible during this apocalypse." Okay. Lin Xiao nodded gently, understanding the necessity of someone watching over the home to prevent any intrusions. Unbeknownst to her, Huan simply wished to keep his secrets close. Nonetheless, to ensure safety, he decided to leave the laser bird behind. It could protect Lin Xiao and alert him to any issues. Having arranged everything, he proceeded to the underground parking garage, where Iron Skin awaited him. Upon seeing Huan approach, Iron Skin respectfully addressed him. "Esteemed master, you have arrived." "Yes." Huan nodded slightly, eyeing the mechanical being. "What did you manage to find yesterday?" In response, Iron Skin promptly presented a bounty of food, bread, yogurt, mineral water, and various other edibles. "I have verified them. There is no trace of the zombie virus. Additionally, I discovered 5 zombie crystals." As Iron Skin handed over the glimmering green crystals, Huan's interest in the food waned. He was pleasantly surprised to find 5 of them. However, they were still insufficient, as the leader module required 10 crystals to advance to the next level. Nevertheless, he stored them in the spatial ring along with the collected food. Then, he instructed Iron Skin, "Let us go. We need to recruit another member." "Yes, esteemed master," Iron Skin responded, swiftly transforming into a sleek BMW 3 Series with a flourish. Opening the car door for Huan, who took the driver's seat. With a roar of the engine, they sped out of the underground garage. Chapter 8, Goodness. Which survivor is so audacious? Huan's intentions were unmistakably clear, to first consolidate his own power. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, only those who possess sufficient strength can secure their own safety. It had already been 2 days, yet he had merely acquired a laser bird and a piece of scrap metal. With just these 2, he could hardly withstand the calamity of the current world. He needed more Cybertronian soldiers, especially formidable entities akin to Optimus Prime. Thus, he once again set out in his vehicle. Upon arriving in Suhai City, he was greeted by a murky atmosphere filled with acrid smoke, the aftermath of 2 days of relentless zombie onslaught. The city had been utterly transformed into a desolate wasteland, teeming with staggering, howling zombies. Occasionally, a survivor could be seen attempting to flee, only to be targeted by the ravenous undead, who would pursue them with frenzied speed until they were cornered. The anguished cries of the survivors soon echoed in the air. Huan felt little empathy for them, for he had witnessed such scenes countless times in his past life. Each day, innumerable survivors met their demise. Even the enigmatic presence lurking in the fog had not escaped the grim fate of becoming sustenance for the zombies. What would he possibly change? At this moment, all Huan desired was to survive. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the Universal Film Exhibition base in Suhai City. This site had once served as a prominent exhibition venue, and Huan distinctly recalled that a Bilter worth 6 million had been brought in for promotional purposes. He wondered if it still remained. As he approached the exhibition base, he was greeted by a 6-meter-tall bumblebee at the entrance, still welcoming guests, albeit surrounded by a horde of zombies. "Scrap them," Huan commanded Ironhide without hesitation. "Yes, my esteemed master." Upon receiving the order, Ironhide transformed into an imposing 8-meter-tall giant transformer amidst the cacophony of whirring mechanical gears. He drew forth a colossal energy cannon from his back. With a hum, as the terrifying energy began to coalesce, the zombies, now aware of Huan and Ironhide, roared and charged. Boom! In the next instant, a blue energy cannon erupted, annihilating a dozen zombies in a cataclysmic explosion. But that was just the beginning. Buzz boom! Buzz boom! Another series of energy blasts followed, effortlessly obliterating the undead in their path, some even evaporating into nothingness. In mere seconds, the entire horde was decimated. This firepower was astounding, even with prior preparation. Huan was left in a state of awe. This was indeed formidable, though he had anticipated it. Witnessing Ironhide's terrifying firepower firsthand made him realize that the films had understated the reality. Let's proceed inside, he commanded, not wishing to waste any time after the clear-out. Huan attempted to activate the bumblebee at the entrance, as having such a striking figure had been a dream of many youths. Alas, he soon discovered that this bumblebee was merely a non-sentient shell. With no other options, he abandoned the idea and entered the exhibition base. Upon entering, his eyes were instantly drawn to a striking builder-heavy truck, identical to Optimus Prime, showcased prominently on the display platform. The blue and red striped paint glimmered, adorned with the Autobot insignia. Measuring 9.4 meters in length and 4 meters in height, it exuded an awe-inspiring presence. To his astonishment, it was still there. Climbing onto the exhibition platform, he placed his hand upon the truck. Immediately, the system chimed with a notification. Ding, scan successful. Vehicle, builder heavy truck. Requires 1 spark for activation. Seeing this, Huan promptly utilized the leadership module to inject spark energy. In the next moment, a hum resonated, and the nearly 10-meter-long vehicle began to tremble violently. Gears clicked and whirred, and within seconds, it transformed into a towering 10-meter-tall transformer. A prompt appeared before him. Mechanical life form, leader level. Description, a loyal leader mechanical life form activated with the leader module. Leader level 1. Unit type, Army. Function, an exceptional Cybertronian leader warrior with formidable attack power and outstanding leadership capabilities. Strength, 8,000. Agility, 6,000. Firepower, 10,000. Loyalty, 100 what? A leader-level entity. Huan was taken aback. He had assumed all Cybertronian soldiers were the same. He never expected one to possess leader-level status. Moreover, given the vehicle's resemblance to Optimus Prime, the activation yielded a being almost identical to him. Most importantly, the statistics were staggering. With a strength of 8,000, this being was 4 times stronger than Ironhide, who possessed only 2,000. This indicated that the entity before him was indeed 4-fold mightier than Ironhide. At that moment, the newly activated entity recognized Huan and immediately knelt before him, emitting a voice reminiscent of a mysterious mechanical sound from the depths of the cosmos. I pledge my allegiance to you, esteemed master. Yes. Coming to his senses and glancing at the colossal figure nearly identical to Optimus Prime, he realized it lacked a name. Thus, he declared from this moment forth, your new name shall be Optimus. Yes, revered leader. The entity responded with a respectful, resonant voice upon receiving its new name. Excellent. Huan nodded slightly, satisfied with the entity's demeanor. However, just as he prepared to depart, 3 individuals rushed in from a distance. Leading the trio was a man who immediately aimed his gun at Huan, barking, hand over your food, kid. Oh, a robbery. Assessing the 3, he noted their youthfulness, with the woman among them possessing striking beauty. Clearly, they were survivors of the apocalypse. Yet, Huan felt no interest in them, and simply gestured, Optimus. With a hum, the builder-heavy truck transformed back into the colossal mechanical warrior amidst a cacophony of gears. As the energy cannon in its hand rapidly charged, Huan barely had time to react before the trio was reduced to ashes by a single blast. Such is the reality of the apocalypse. To harbor pity for others only hastens one's own demise. After dispatching the 3 survivors, Huan promptly departed with his 2 formidable companions. Amidst the whirring of mechanical gears, Optimus transformed once more into a colossal being nearly 10 meters in length. Meanwhile, Ironhide transformed into a Corvette. Huan ascended into the cockpit of the towering machine. Boom! Accompanied by the terrifying roar of the colossal entity, it charged forth, crashing through the exhibition center. After activation, the metallic body of the pillar had undergone modifications and enhancements, no longer mere metal, but a transfigured element. Thus, it was impervious to such collisions. Even if it were to accelerate and ram into a skyscraper, the only thing to crumble would be the building itself. Once it left, Huan drove onto the outer ring elevated highway. Ahead, another Corvette paved the way. The sight undoubtedly captured the attention of countless survivors still hiding in their homes. They mistook it for a military rescue and eagerly peered out from their windows. However, upon witnessing this magnificent vehicle, akin to Optimus Prime's display, they were left dumbfounded. Goodness, who is so audacious as to drive a heavy-duty truck in a doomsday escape? How outrageous! Chapter 9. Emptying a supermarket. Of course, had they known this behemoth had indeed transformed into the genuine Optimus Prime, their astonishment would have surely deepened. Yet, Huan had no time to concern himself with the fates of other survivors. For others, the apocalypse was a calamity, but for him, it was a paradise. Especially at this moment, with the entire city engulfed in a zombie catastrophe, he could collect supplies with reckless abandon. Thus, Huan did not hasten to return, but instead headed to a nearby shopping mall. This was the AG&C shopping center, sprawling across approximately 10,000 square meters. Although it was not particularly vast, it housed a large supermarket. Previously, due to insufficient safety assurances, Huan had refrained from venturing out. But now, with Optimus and Ironhide, there was little to worry about. Upon arriving, he first commanded Ironhide to conduct reconnaissance. Buzz. Following the command, a colossal reconnaissance device resembling a mechanical bee emerged from Ironhide's back, swiftly buzzing into action. Within moments, the internal situation was relayed to Huan. Numerous red dots appeared. Zombies. Approximately over 100. As there were no survivors inside, the zombies had congregated outside. The supermarket was currently safe. Clearly, the zombie outbreak had just begun, and no one dared to venture out. Consequently, Huan instructed Ironhide, eliminate all the zombies inside. Optimus, stand guard outside and report any anomalies immediately. Yes, understood, esteemed master. After quickly organizing the roles, Huan armed himself with a gun and entered with Ironhide, now a formidable giant. 100 zombies were hardly a challenge for Ironhide. Within 2 minutes, the area was cleared entirely. Moreover, he fortuitously discovered 2 zombie crystals. Ah, what a delightful surprise. Seeing the zombie crystals, Huan was pleasantly taken aback and unceremoniously stowed them in his storage ring. He then approached the supermarket entrance, where power had already been cut off. Yet an abundance of goods remained. Beef, lamb, pork, chicken legs, and more were plentiful. Aside from these, a myriad of fruits awaited. Oranges, watermelons, tangerines, cherries, as well as mangoes, apples, and pears. These were indeed treasures. Huan could not help but reflect on his past life. Having survived 2.5 years in the apocalypse, not to mention fruits, even dried fruits were a luxury to be grateful for. In the apocalypse, fruits were exceedingly precious, akin to gold in peacetime, and measured by grams. To put it simply, in the apocalypse, the worth of a beautiful woman equated to an apple. This illustrates their rarity. Yet here, there were easily over 1,000 pounds. Thus, Huan was unreserved, waving his hand as the storage ring activated, collecting everything in his path. Besides fruits, there were also substantial quantities of grains and oils. Huan did not overlook these either. Approximately over 200 bags of rice and flour, along with over 100 barrels of peanut oil, soybean oil, golden dragonfish, and fulmin. And let us not forget the snacks: bread, dried fruits, potato chips, sausages, instant noodles, milk, yogurt, nuts, and even hot pot-based honey, and surprisingly, vitamin C. This was undoubtedly a boon. In the apocalypse, many lacked essential nutrients, leading some to contract a virus known as necrosis disease, causing extensive skin decay. The ultimate result stemmed from vitamin deficiency. However, with vitamin C, one need not fear. Occasional consumption could effectively prevent such ailments. After all, medical facilities were severely lacking in the apocalypse. Who would care for the life of an ordinary survivor? Huan picked up a small tube containing 20 tablets, typically worth $10, but in the apocalypse, one could trade a single tablet for 10 grams of gold. And here, there were a staggering 50 to 60 tubes. Splendid. Splendid. Satisfied, Huan waved his hand, ensuring everything was thoroughly collected. Only after nearly emptying the entire supermarket did Huan contemplate departure. Roughly estimating, the supplies gathered this time weighed at least 10 tons, more than sufficient for an extended period. After all, the apocalypse would not conclude in a day or two. Even his demise would not signify its end. Preparation was paramount. Having collected everything, the sky was nearing dusk, prompting Huan and Ironhide to leave. As for Optimus, he was instructed to gather more zombie crystals. With 7 already acquired, only 3 more were needed to elevate the leader module S level, enabling the creation of more Cybertronian soldiers. Naturally, he aimed to procure as many as possible. Half an hour later, Huan drove back to the community. By now, the sky had darkened. The community was equally shrouded in darkness, evidently having lost power. Upon returning home, he found that the lights were still on. However, upon opening the door, he noticed the laser bird connected to the power supply at the entrance. Huan was momentarily speechless. So, it turned out there was electricity here because of it. Master, the laser bird, upon spotting Huan, emitted a mechanical, obsequious tone. You have returned. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, who had been waiting on the sofa, excitedly rose upon seeing him, her face flushed as she stammered an explanation. Without you here, it was dark, and I was a bit scared. It's all right. Huan was not bothered, as he noticed the woman had exhibited some cleverness by drawing all the curtains to prevent any outside attention. After all, the outside was pitch black, with only their place illuminated. While there was no real fear, it was best to avoid trouble. Oh, by the way, as if recalling something, Lin Xiao hurriedly made her way to the dining room. unveiling the meal she had prepared with a blush, saying, "I prepared dinner for you. Do take a look and see if it pleases you." There's dinner? Huan was taken aback. Yet, to be honest, he was quite hungry. It had been a while since he had savored a proper home-cooked meal. Approaching the table, he glanced at the offerings, a spicy stir-fry of ham and a sauté of celery with pork. "Well, I noticed we still have some leftover greens at home, and if I don't use them soon, they might spoil, so..." She trailed off, but Huan understood immediately. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's all right. I have plenty of supplies at the moment, so I'm not concerned about this." As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of pork. "How is it?" Lin Xiao inquired eagerly, her large eyes glimmering with anticipation as she watched him chew. "Delicious." Huan nodded, thrilled by the flavors. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such delectable cuisine. "That's wonderful." Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured that he liked it. She had worried he might not enjoy her cooking. Yet, a moment later, a hint of disappointment clouded her expression. "It's a pity that during these apocalyptic times, we have so few ingredients. Otherwise, I could prepare even more delightful dishes for you." Chapter 10. The Approaching Rescue Team. Indeed, during this apocalypse, food was scarce. In such dire times, merely having enough to eat felt like a blessing. Lin Xiao was cautious not to waste too many ingredients. Little did she know that Huan had an entire supermarket's worth of supplies in his storage ring. However, he chose not to elaborate, sensing that it was not the right moment to share this information. Instead, he simply smiled and said, "There will be opportunities in the future." After dinner, Huan did not forget about the neighbors. He checked his phone and found that some of them were still alive and lamenting their plight. "Damn it. What do I do? I've been trapped at home for 2 days with no food." "Me too. If this continues, I might starve." "What's going on?" "The authorities haven't made a move yet." "I don't know. It looks like we can only save ourselves." Clearly, many were aware that after 2 days of silence, their chances were slim. Even a beautiful streamer had begun pleading for help in the group. "Can someone spare me some food? I'll do anything." A male owner named Li Chong tagged Xiao Mei. "Really? Anything?" Xiao Mei, already famished, quickly replied, "Really, big brother, do you have food?" "Li Chong, of course. Come to my place. We're in the same building, and I have food." Xiao Mei, "Really? Thank you, Dove. You're so kind. Wait for me. I'll be right over." After that, there was no further communication. Lin Xiao naturally saw these WeChat messages, and her pretty face grew more concerned. It appeared that this disaster was no joking matter, but Huan reassured her, "Don't worry. We'll be perfectly safe." Lin Xiao nodded obediently, having placed her unwavering trust in Huan. After finishing dinner, around 10 o'clock, Optimus Prime returned. Huan made his way to the underground parking lot. Vroom, clank, clank. Optimus transformed back into his colossal form. However, due to the low ceiling, he could only kneel on one knee, respectfully addressing Huan. "Master, I have brought back 5 zombie crystals." 5? Huan was pleasantly surprised. He knew that he currently had 7 crystals. Just 3 more would allow him to upgrade the leader module. He hadn't expected that Optimus would return with 5 at once. Perfect. Huan took the zombie crystals, adding them to the ones he had retrieved earlier, and placed them in the palm of his hand. Indeed, within the next second, he observed the 10 crystals being absorbed by the leader module at a visibly rapid pace. Once the absorption was complete, a notification appeared in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading the leader module. Current leader module is level 2. Daily capacity to create 2 Cybertronian mechanical soldiers. Can accumulate." Huan was elated upon seeing the notification. Moreover, he discovered that his strength seemed to have multiplied several times over. This was somewhat unexpected, prompting Huan to inquire of the system in his mind. Soon, he heard the system respond. "Esteemed host, due to your body being modified by the genetic agent, the leader module has now fused with you, allowing you to gain genetic enhancement through the absorption of crystals." Now made sense? Huan's expression turned to one of realization. No wonder he felt his strength had increased several-fold. It was approximately 10 times. This was akin to those evolved abilities from his previous life. Each absorbed zombie crystal would double his strength. Of course, there was a 50 chance of failure. However, it seemed he enjoyed a 100 success rate. If he were to absorb thousands of zombie crystals, wouldn't that equate to thousands of times the strength of an ordinary person? Huan could hardly contain his astonishment. After all, thousands of times. Even in his past life, those who were hailed as martial gods, occupying the top ranks of global combat strength, had only achieved a little over 500 times. Yet, he could reach 1,000 times with just 1,000 crystals. With the Transformers Legion and 1,000-fold power, Huan felt he could stride through the world with confidence. But now, with this new spark of potential, he didn't want to waste any time. He instructed Ironhide, Ironhide, go find a suitable vessel for me. I want to continue expanding our ranks. Yes, esteemed master. Receiving the command, Ironhide transformed once more into a BMW 3 Series amidst a whir of mechanical gears, emitting a throaty roar as it sped away from the underground garage. After watching Ironhide depart, Huan turned to Optimus. Optimus, continue gathering zombie crystals. The more, the better. Yes, master. With that, Optimus revved up and drove out of the community garage. Once the two colossal beings had left, Huan returned to his home. At that moment, he noticed that the laser bird was still conducting reconnaissance. Through the bird's first-person perspective, Huan observed that although the outside world was shrouded in darkness, many places were ablaze. The number of zombies was clearly on the rise, indicating that the zombie crisis was escalating. Additionally, there were more gunshots and shouts. Clearly, either survivors were engaged in battle with the zombies, or some rescue teams from other regions were en route. However, this did not concern Huan. His sole purpose was to survive and to thrive continually. Chapter 11. A new member, Dark Moon. When dawn broke the next day, Huan, still asleep, had not yet received any news from Ironhide. Instead, he found numerous messages on WeChat from people inquiring whether he was still alive and if he had any food. Among them was an old classmate, the stunning class president Lu Jie from high school, along with a few surviving neighbors. However, Huan felt little interest in them. After all, at such a critical moment, how could he possibly afford to be benevolent? Not having them taken away was already a stroke of luck. Just then, Iron Skin returned via radio communication. Consequently, Huan cast aside his phone, rose from his seat, and donned his clothes before heading back to the underground garage. To his astonishment, Iron Skin had indeed returned, and even brought with him a black Lamborghini. What's this? You managed to bring back a bull. Huan exclaimed, surprised at the sight of the car. Iron Skin, however, responded respectfully, Master, I have brought this vehicle according to the strength of the carrier. This bull is entirely clad in carbon fiber and boasts a powerful engine, capable of providing formidable combat capabilities. Now made sense. Huan's expression shifted to one of realization. The prowess of the Transformers was not solely determined by the quality and price of their materials. The engine played a crucial role as well. It was akin to the heart of a combat-ready Transformer. Naturally, the stronger the engine, the greater the offensive power. Contemplating this, he placed his right hand on the sleek black bull. As energy surged, the Lamborghini rapidly transformed, its gears whirring as it morphed into an imposing black Transformer standing approximately 8 meters tall. Its body was encased in dark metallic skeletons, adorned with a green visor, reminiscent of the imposing figure from the films. Upon examining the data, Huan noted its firepower rating of 4,000, surpassing Iron Skin by 500. Not bad. He nodded slightly, satisfied with this behemoth, and declared, from now on, you shall be named Dark Moon. Yes, master, Dark Moon replied, his voice gravelly, yet imbued with an intimidating presence, akin to the deep, brooding growl of a slumbering beast when the bull roared to life. Receiving his new name, he responded with utmost respect. With a new member in their ranks, Huan continued to assign tasks. Optimus, you will remain here to handle any emergencies. Dark Moon, assist me in gathering zombie cores. Iron Skin, you shall observe the movements of the zombies. Given that a minor zombie outbreak was likely to occur that night, it was prudent to remain vigilant. However, he emphasized, remember, do not let anyone discover you. Despite their newfound strength, they numbered but 3 Transformers. Thus, Huan opted for discretion to avoid unnecessary troubles. Especially considering Optimus's massive size, he would undoubtedly attract attention if he ventured outside. Hence, it was prudent for him to stay behind. Understood, esteemed master. Upon receiving their orders, Dark Moon and Iron Skin immediately transformed back into sleek sports cars, scanning an Audi A4 and a BMW 3 Series before departing. After the two titans left, Huan returned upstairs, just as the system chimed with a notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, on surviving to the 4th day. Would you like a check-in? Another chance to check in? Huan's eyes sparkled at the notification. This system was quite efficient. System, do you allow check-ins once a day? In response to the host, the system permits check-ins after each disaster outbreak, continuing for 7 consecutive days. It is not yet 7 days. Now made sense. Huan realized why he could check in daily. It was part of 7-day streak. Truth be told, he felt more than capable of handling the initial wave of the zombie outbreak in his current state. However, one could never have too many good things. So he opted to proceed with the check-in, curious about the reward options. However, upon successfully checking in and viewing the reward options, Huan was taken aback. 1. Anti-zombie infection gene enhancement potion. 10 doses. 2. 1 ton of purified water. Another gene enhancement potion? No, system, you're being lazy. Didn't I already receive a gene potion? Why is the reward a repeat? Esteemed host, the system rewards are randomly selected, so duplicates are quite normal. Moreover, it's not entirely a duplicate. The previous one was for 2 doses, while this is for 10. Well, that was a fair point, Huan thought, unable to suppress a smirk. He strongly suspected the system was cutting corners. Nevertheless, 10 doses of the gene enhancement potion could significantly bolster their combat strength if suitable candidates were found. After all, 10 empowered individuals would greatly enhance their safety. At that moment, the system added, this gene enhancement potion carries a leadership gene. Should the host choose to administer it to anyone, that individual will be compelled to submit to you. Any betrayal will result in the loss of the enhanced physique, reverting them to an ordinary human. Oh, Huan's eyes lit up at this revelation. This was excellent. Should anyone betray him, they would revert to being an ordinary person. With this safeguard, he need not worry about the risk of betrayal. Yet, it seemed like another stipulation added by the system. Oh well, it didn't matter. Just give me the gene potion, he commanded. Yes, esteemed master. As soon as he spoke, a vial of the gene enhancement potion materialized in his hand. Huan examined it closely. It resembled the previous one, both green, but this time contained 100 milliliters, clearly enough for 10 doses. He promptly stored it in his storage ring. Just then, Lin Xiao emerged from her room in her pajamas. Upon seeing Huan, she inquired with concern, Huan, you're back? How is it outside? Shaking his head, Huan replied, it's no longer safe outside. A zombie outbreak is expected tonight. We need to leave immediately. A zombie outbreak. Lin Xiao gasped in shock. Where shall we go? Fear not. Huan reassured her with a smile, having already prepared. Just gather your things and follow me. Okay, I'll get ready right away. Lin Xiao nodded and hurried to her bedroom to pack clothes. As there was no need to bring food, Huan had plenty. It was mainly clothing and essentials. Once everything was packed, Huan led her to the underground parking lot, where Iron Skin and Optimus had been waiting. Upon Huan's return, Optimus promptly opened the truck door. Climbing aboard the massive truck, Huan revved the engine, producing a thunderous roar as they slowly exited the garage. Chapter 12. A new safe haven due to the sheer size of the truck, measuring a staggering 9.4 meters. It caught the attention of some surviving neighbors as they emerged from the garage. Curiously, they wondered who was departing the community in such a colossal vehicle. Where could they possibly be headed? Rumbling sounds filled the air, but before they could ponder further, the distinct whirring of helicopter blades echoed from outside. Many looked up in surprise to discover an armed helicopter overhead. At this moment, the armed helicopter broadcasted a message into the air. Attention, all survivors. We are the rescue troops from the Magic City Military District. Suhai City has fallen. We urge all survivors to stay home in isolation as much as possible. We will dispatch military forces to rescue you and escort you from Suhai City to safety in the Magic City. Please take note. This is an important announcement repeated 3 times. Attention, attention. Upon hearing this news, the survivors were filled with excitement. Wonderful. The military has arrived. We are saved. Ha! I told you. The nation would never abandon us. Indeed, this is our chance. Clearly, no one had anticipated that amidst the city's downfall, the government would send troops to provide aid. Even Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. She couldn't help but look up at Huan with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, Huan, it seems the military is here to rescue us. However, in stark contrast to her enthusiasm, Huan exhibited little reaction. Why? Because he had already known that the military would arrive today, poised to rescue numerous survivors. Yet, that assistance would only last for 3 days, and many transport vehicles had already fallen prey to zombie attacks. He himself had encountered a horde of zombies while en route to safety, resulting in a total loss for the rescue team. Thus, he felt that the military's arrival was of little consequence. Nonetheless, gazing at the advanced Z-20 armed helicopter of the Dragon Kingdom soaring above, Huan felt a twinge of envy. If only he could activate such a helicopter for himself. It would be unparalleled in Suhai City. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Let us go. Huan drove the heavy truck towards the nearby Oriental Mansion. Indeed, this was a safe haven he had previously set his sights on, an upscale residential complex in the city center. The smallest unit spanned 280 square meters, while the largest reached an impressive 950 square meters on the top floor. The choice was straightforward. First, the building stood at a height of 300 meters, providing a commanding view over the entire urban landscape, allowing for immediate awareness of any developments. Second, it was situated in the city center. Huan recalled vividly that after the outbreak of the zombie frenzy, this area remained untouched, even during subsequent flooding disasters. Thanks to its elevated position and robust construction, the building had withstood the floods remarkably. Therefore, it was assuredly safe for at least the next 2 months, making it the most suitable temporary base. Thus, Huan brought Lin Xiao here to take refuge for a while. Although he had previously scouted the area, he still employed the laser drone for another reconnaissance of the entire building to ensure there were no other survivors before leading Lin Xiao to the top floor. The 950 square meter duplex was magnificent. The lower level encompassed 600 square meters, while the upper level boasted 350 square meters, complete with a spacious terrace and a sunroom. My goodness! Upon entering the luxurious abode, Lin Xiao could hardly believe she was residing in such splendid quarters. The grand living room, spanning over 200 square meters, along with a bedroom featuring a reception area and enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, was breathtaking. Yet, Huan remained composed, for in his past life, such extravagant square meter prices of 100,000 or 200,000 were utterly worthless concrete and steel. Most survivors merely rested wherever they found shelter. Aside from properties in the safe zones, the outside world was nothing but a desolate wasteland. Thus, seated on the sofa, Huan informed Lin Xiao from now on, "This will be our temporary stronghold. It's certainly safer than our previous location." Yes, yes. Lin Xiao nodded obediently, her trust in Huan now unwavering. Indeed, this place was significantly superior to the happiness community, appearing far more secure. However, despite the new base's advantages, caution remained paramount. After a brief rest, Huan instructed the laser drone to conduct another sweep of the building to prevent any unforeseen incidents, particularly because this area was affluent. It was likely to contain valuable items. Once he confirmed there were no survivors, Huan spent a full 8 hours collecting supplies from the building. He amassed a considerable bounty, notably luxury items such as cigarettes, liquor, and fine wines. In total, he gathered over 1,000 bottles of various wines, including premium brands and limited editions. The cigarettes were exclusively high-end, with many costing over $1,000, alongside a substantial number of cigars. The tea leaves he found were of unknown brands, but their quality was assuredly high. In addition to these, he discovered numerous luxury watches from renowned brands, such as Vacheron Constantin, Patek Philippe, and Rolex. It was evident that affluent individuals resided in this multi-million-dollar complex. Their possessions were undoubtedly exquisite. Altogether, if valued at pre-apocalyptic prices, the total worth would amount to at least 500 to 600 million. However, in the current context, that was a different story. Furthermore, Huan stumbled upon a significant quantity of gold. In this post-apocalyptic world where paper currency had become worthless, the only circulating mediums were local currency or gold. Thus, in the future, gold would hold immense importance. Consequently, Huan meticulously packed all the gold he found, roughly estimating, including jewelry. He had about 200 kilograms, along with 50 pounds of gold bars discovered in an unoccupied residence. It was no wonder wealthy neighborhoods had gold bars weighed in pounds. However, this fortunate turn of events benefited Huan immensely. Chapter 13. New members, armed helicopter Z-20. As night fell, and as anticipated, the zombie frenzy erupted. Gunfire echoed from a distance. From the vantage point of 300 meters, the chaos of the conflict was vividly visible. The happiness community, where Huan had once resided, was now engulfed in a zombie onslaught. Countless zombies surged from the south, numbering at least in the tens of thousands, swarming forth en masse. The streets, parks, malls, and even the internal roads of the community were inundated with zombies, resembling a swarm of locusts. They attacked anyone in sight. Some individuals, hiding within their homes, were not spared from the carnage. Meanwhile, even more zombies pressed against the outer barricades, desperately attempting to breach the lines. The area below the Oriental Mansion was likewise teeming with innumerable zombies racing about. This sight made Huan somewhat anxious, prompting Tianzhu, Taipai, and the others to remain on high alert for battle. Fortunately, the zombies were drawn to the sounds of the rescue troops' artillery, thus sparing the Oriental Mansion from their presence. Observing the makeshift defense line established by the rescue troops nearby, tanks, armored vehicles, Gatling guns, heavy machine guns, and even armed helicopters circled overhead, unleashing a torrent of firepower. Countless zombies were obliterated into clouds of gore, exhibiting no resistance whatsoever. This exemplified the terror of modern weaponry. If not for the zombie virus being transmitted through water sources, these ordinary zombies would pose no threat at all. Yet, the sheer numbers of the undead were overwhelming. Suhai's permanent population has surged to a staggering 8 million. In this wave of infection, at least 90% have succumbed to becoming zombies, which translates to over 7 million undead. Although this cannot be classified as a genuine zombie apocalypse, it still involves a considerable number, exceeding 100,000. Consequently, both parties find themselves in a state of stalemate. Once safety was assured, Huan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he currently possessed only 3 transformers, a woefully insufficient number. Who knows if they can withstand the onslaught of over 100,000 zombies. At the very least, he hoped to acquire a dozen more to ensure a robust defense. Yet, observing Lin Xiao's concern, he reassured her, "Do not worry, everything will be fine." "Yes, all right." Lin Xiao obediently nodded, aware that she could not alter the circumstances and could only strive to survive amidst this catastrophe. Huan, however, was in a different position. As the sound of gunfire subsided, he promptly made his way downstairs, only to find Dark Moon waiting for him. Upon entering the vehicle, Huan inquired, "What have we gathered?" "Master," Dark Moon responded in a deep voice, "I have collected 6 zombie crystals." Oh, Huan was somewhat taken aback by the report of 6 zombie crystals being acquired. However, given his request for discretion, it was understandable. With the military also present in Suhai, Dark Moon could not afford to be too ostentatious. Bringing back 6 crystals was commendable. Adding these to the previous 5, he now had a total of 11. If consumed, this could potentially amplify his strength by 11-fold. Nevertheless, Huan was not in a rush. He decided to first regroup with Dark Moon and Iron Skin to assess the situation. Thus, shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at the location where the conflict had erupted the previous night. The streets of this apocalyptic wasteland were still permeated with the acrid scent of charred debris. The ground was strewn with the corpses of zombies, creating a truly spectacular scene. There were even numerous fallen soldiers among them. Huan commanded Iron Skin to dispose of all the bodies. After all, these individuals had fought valiantly for humanity's survival. They surely would not wish to become zombies and continue to assault their comrades and the lives they had sworn to protect. Understood, Iron Skin acknowledged, transforming not even slightly as he simply manifested 2 small laser cannons from the top of the vehicle. With a series of rapid laser blasts, he efficiently sent the bodies away. Having cleared the obstacles, just as Huan intended to proceed, he suddenly noticed a laser bird flapping its wings as it approached from a distance. "Master, over there we have discovered a downed, armed helicopter," it croaked, landing atop the car window. Oh, Huan's eyes sparkled at this news. This was indeed a delightful surprise. If they could reactivate the helicopter, they would have a formidable air force at their disposal. However, his expression soon clouded with concern. A crash? Can it still be used? After a moment of contemplation, Huan resolved to investigate. "Let's go." He, Dark Moon, and Iron Skin swiftly arrived at the location indicated by the laser bird. Indeed, they found themselves at a crossroads where a massive armed helicopter lay wrecked in the center of the road. To the south, a large gash marred the side of a building, clearly the result of a mishap while combating zombies that led to the helicopter's crash. Despite its damaged state, Huan approached to inspect it. The tail is broken in 2, the rotor is bent, and the cockpit is shattered. This is utterly wrecked. Upon seeing the dismal condition of the armed helicopter, Huan couldn't help but smirk. Yet the laser bird perched on his shoulder, offering a sycophantic remark. "It's better to try than not to try. Wouldn't you agree, master?" "Indeed," Huan replied, nodding slightly. After a moment's thought, he placed his hand upon the helicopter's fuselage to test it. To his astonishment, as the scan commenced, a success notification appeared. "Scan successful. Armed helicopter Z-20 can be activated. Requires 1 spark." Remarkably, Huan was taken aback by this revelation. Even in such a dilapidated state, it could still be activated? Yet since it was possible, he would not let the opportunity slip away. He promptly chose to activate it. With a hum and a series of clicking sounds, the damaged helicopter began to shed its burnt exterior, revealing a new metallic sheen, while the bent tail swiftly reconfigured itself. In a blink, it transformed into a massive dark gray transformer, standing a full 10 meters tall, with its rotor blades extending from its back. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the aircraft that had once devastated the Eagle Nation's base. Upon activation, the colossal figure immediately knelt, addressing him with a respectful tone. "Esteemed master, the Cybertron Mechanical Guardian has arrived." Really worked. Huan marveled at the astonishing sight before him, a mix of delight and disbelief washing over his face. He had merely intended to experiment, yet it had succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. This was an armed helicopter Z-20, one of the most advanced models globally. Possessing such a machine would undoubtedly grant him significant leverage in the future of Suhai. Moreover, as a mechanical life form, it could likely dominate the landscape. Chapter 14. Unexpected Gains. Thus, gazing at this remarkable entity reminiscent of a cinematic creation, Huan declared, "From now on, your name shall be Dizziness." "Yes, esteemed master." Dizziness responded in a deep, mechanical tone. However, Just as Huan prepared to depart, the unmistakable sound of an engine starting echoed nearby. He furrowed his brow, sensing the approach of others. Conceal yourself. Yes, master. Dizziness, having detected the anomaly, transformed back into an armed helicopter with a series of mechanical whirs, lying quietly aside. As expected, not long after, a vehicle emerged. It was a white Wuling Hongwang. Upon arrival, 7 or 8 individuals disembarked, dragging 2 women along with them. Li Chang had come to collect zombie crystals, having survived a bite from a zombie the previous day without succumbing to transformation. Instead, he felt his strength had increased, and he had discovered crystals within the zombies' brains that enhanced his power upon consumption. Quickly rallying a group, he aimed to thrive in this apocalyptic world, especially upon learning of the recent battle between rescue forces and the hordes of zombies. The prospect of scavenging was exhilarating. Yet upon arrival, they realized someone had beaten them to it. Without delay, Li Chang brandished a knife menacingly at Yi Huan, declaring, "Kid, this is my territory. Everything found here belongs to me. Hand over all the zombie crystals you've collected." Upon encountering these individuals, Yi Huan felt a surge of surprise. Initially, he had presumed they were military personnel and instructed Xiandun to conceal itself. To his astonishment, they turned out to be mere survivors, rendering any pretense unnecessary. Therefore, Yi Huan calmly uttered, "Xiandun, eliminate them." What are you talking about? Li Chang momentarily failed to comprehend. The other subordinates, witnessing this, erupted into laughter, believing their companion had been rendered speechless by fear. After all, just 3 days prior, the world had been a vibrant place, only to be plunged into chaos with the sudden emergence of a zombie crisis and the loss of countless lives. The entire city had succumbed to the apocalypse, and it was entirely normal to be paralyzed with fear while evading the relentless threat of the undead. Consequently, Li Chang, with a hint of mockery, chuckled, "Fool, you better come over quietly. If you call me daddy, I might let you off the hook." "Yes, my esteemed master." However, before the words had fully escaped his lips, a terrifying roar echoed, accompanied by the ominous whir of gears and a mysterious mechanical voice. In the horrified gaze of Li Chang, the armed helicopter that had been quietly stationed behind Yi Huan began to transform. Vroom, clank, clank, and a series of mechanical sounds filled the air. In the blink of an eye, it morphed into a towering 10-meter-high mechanical transformer. It then drew forth an energy hand cannon, aiming it directly at Li Chang's subordinates. What in the world is that? The unexpected spectacle left them momentarily stunned. Vroom, boom. The helicopter unleashed a shot from the energy hand cannon, sending Li Chang's subordinates flying through the air. As for Li Chang, despite his body being reinforced by zombie crystals, he was utterly paralyzed by fear, standing motionless and dumbfounded. It wasn't he until the helicopter aimed its energy cannon at him, emitting a mechanical warning, "Hey kid, you better not move, or I'll take your life," that he finally snapped back to reality. Gulp. This time, Li Chang reacted, instinctively swallowing hard. He raised his hands, trembling, and pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I'm from a Li Jinlong family in the East District. If you kill me, Li Jinlong will not let you go." Oh, Li Jinlong. Upon hearing that name, Yi Huan's interest was piqued. He recalled the power dynamics of the post-apocalyptic world in his previous life, where several major factions emerged: the Blood Base, Jianfeng Building, and the Last Dawn. Li Jinlong was the leader of Jianfeng Building. But so what? If you call me daddy, perhaps I might. Daddy. Before Yi Huan could finish, Li Chang had already dropped to his knees, exclaiming, "Daddy, I'm your good son. I've finally found you." Yi Huan was momentarily taken aback. This man was even more flexible than his former self. However, such individuals were far more dangerous. Thus, he simply gestured to the helicopter, commanding, "Take him away. Deal with him in the corner." "Yes, esteemed master." Obeying the command, the helicopter cackled as it lifted Li Chang effortlessly. Huh? This statement bewildered Li Chang. "Daddy, you're not following the rules. Didn't we agree to let me go? Daddy, please don't kill me. Don't kill." Boom. The next moment, silence enveloped the corner. Once Li Chang was dealt with, Yi Huan remembered that there was still a driver in the car. At this moment, the driver was on the verge of losing control, trembling uncontrollably. The 2 women in the back seat, who had been kidnapped, were equally terrified. They had never witnessed such a scene. My goodness, is this an alien? Just as the driver was about to hit the gas and escape, a laser bird silently flanked him from behind, unleashing a barrage of fire. The laser bullets pierced through his skull, splattering brain matter everywhere. This shocking scene caused the 2 masked women in the back to scream in terror. Yet, Yi Huan kindly made a shushing gesture. "Be careful, or you'll attract zombies. That would seal your fate." Upon hearing this, the 2 women immediately clamped their mouths shut, their wide eyes filled with fear as they stared at Yi Huan. Chapter 15. The Twin Sisters. As ordinary individuals, Encountering such an event was simply unfathomable. Who could imagine that an armed helicopter would transform into a terrifying extraterrestrial creature in the blink of an eye? Not to mention, it had just obliterated several people. Their worldviews had been utterly shattered. Even in this apocalyptic setting, their minds were left buzzing. However, Huan had little interest in them. He was too busy collecting supplies from the vehicle. To his surprise, there was quite a bounty: bread, instant noodles, bottled water. Most importantly, there were zombie crystals. A small box caught his eye. Upon opening it, he discovered several glowing green zombie crystals inside. What a delightful surprise. Huan hadn't anticipated that these individuals had managed to collect so many zombie crystals. 11 in total. This was no small number. It was evident they had stumbled upon the crystal's effects, scavenging after the military. Even ordinary survivors could expect to enhance their strength by 5 or 6 times. For Huan, however, the potential for an 11-fold increase was within reach. He wouldn't fail, considering that elevating the fire seed to level 3 required 100 crystals. And he currently had just over 20. It would be perilous if someone decided to ambush him. Thus, to ensure his safety, Huan wasted no time and swallowed them all in one go. He needed to bolster his strength. Almost immediately, a warm current surged through his body. After flexing his arms, Huan felt his base strength multiply by several times. He estimated his power to now be about 21 times greater. In his previous life, that would classify him as a Tier 2 ability user. Of course, in the later stages, Tier 2 ability users would be quite commonplace. But considering it had only been 3 days since the apocalypse began, possessing such strength at this juncture rendered him virtually invincible. He was in every sense ahead of the curve, yet this was still insufficient. Huan sought even greater power. He turned to the two women and inquired, "How do you know each other?" The question left Chun Minjao and Chun Mingyuan momentarily perplexed. They exchanged glances before Chun Minjao tentatively ventured, "Didn't you notice? We were kidnapped." Indeed, they were sisters. They had been attending Suhai University when the zombie crisis erupted. In a desperate bid for survival, they fled the campus and sought refuge in an apartment, only to be discovered by Li Chong and his gang, who intended to deliver them to Li Jinlong at Jianfeng Building. This move would ensure their protection, as Li Jinlong had foreseen the impending apocalypse and stockpiled resources and firearms in advance. Now, Jianfeng Building stood as the most formidable stronghold in Suhai, second only to the military, actively recruiting survivors. Moreover, the secrets of the zombie crystals were unveiled, leading to the cultivation of empowered individuals. How intriguing. Upon learning the details, Huan displayed an expression of realization. However, what did it have to do with him? In his past life, Huan would have certainly prepared himself. But come on. Transformers. Just moments ago, that Li Chong had consumed several zombie crystals, making him at least a level 4 or 5 empowered individual. 1 tier equates to 10 levels, and a doubled physique corresponds to a single tier. Yet, they could still be taken down with a single shot. To be frank, even an armed helicopter could easily obliterate the survivor base at Jianfeng Tower. Thus, Huan regarded them with utter disdain. At that moment, Chun Minjao, noticing Huan's silence, couldn't help but timidly pose a tentative question. "See, could you possibly save us?" "Save you?" Coming back to his senses, Huan glanced at the two women still wearing masks and countered, "Why should I save you? Just because of your beautiful eyes? Or do you think I'm inherently good-hearted?" This statement left the two women momentarily speechless. Indeed, with no ties or connections, what reason did he have to rescue them? Fortunately, Chun Mingyuan, the younger sister, hurriedly interjected, "Please don't kill us. We are sisters." Sisters? What of it? Huan remained unimpressed. In these times, how many sisters had met their demise? Yet unexpectedly, Chun Mingyuan added, "We are twins." This revelation finally piqued Huan's interest. "And then what?" "My name is Chun Mingyuan, and my sister is Chun Minjao. We are both students at Suhai University. We have had a telepathic connection since childhood." A minute later, as he removed his mask and gazed upon the unveiled faces of the twin sisters, Huan found himself convinced. They both wore loose hooded sweatshirts, one with red hair and the other with yellow. Perhaps this was to facilitate differentiation. Their faces were exceptional. If Lin Xiao was a perfect 99, these two were surely at least 96, as they lacked the allure of maturity. Overall, they were undoubtedly of school belle caliber. Moreover, the fact that they were indeed twins. Who could resist the charm of twin beauties in this day and age? Apologies, but that was impossible. Conveniently, he still had the gene enhancement potion he had obtained today, which he could test out. Thus, Huan produced 2 pre-prepared bottles and handed them to the twins. "Drink this." "What is this?" Upon seeing the green bottles, the sisters exchanged glances, hesitating slightly. "Huan, however, was not one for idle chatter. You have two options. Either wait for death or drink this and follow my instructions. Upon hearing this, the two women hesitated once more. Subsequently, they synchronously took the bottles and downed them in one gulp. Such an act, tut, truly a testament to their twin connection. Huan recalled from his previous life, when he clashed with Li Jinlong's crew, a pair of twins had been by that man's side. It was likely these two. He had simply intercepted them ahead of time. So how do you feel? However, observing the sisters after they had finished drinking, Huan inquired first. Naturally, the two had already begun to sense changes within their bodies. It felt as if a warm current surged through them, and their strength seemed to have significantly increased. I feel as if I may have mutated, Chen Minjiao exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. That's right. Hearing this, Huan confirmed their success. Furthermore, a prompt appeared before him. Gene Enhancement Squad. Chen Minjiao, Chen Mingyuan. Upon seeing this prompt, Huan was puzzled. System, what is this? Soon, the system's voice responded. In response to the host, this is the Gene Enhancement Leader module. Anyone who drinks the potion containing the leader gene will join your Gene Enhancement Squad. If anyone betrays you, they will be removed from the list and lose all abilities. All their powers will be transferred to you. Oh, how impressive. Hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Huan's eyes. He initially thought ensuring they wouldn't betray him was already remarkable. Yet now, should they betray him, all their powers would transfer to him. Toot. Wasn't this akin to having someone assist him in leveling up? Excellent. It seemed necessary to find a few more suitable subordinates. Of course, he did not shy away from addressing the two women. I must make it clear that if you betray me, this gene enhancement ability will vanish. And you can still choose to withdraw now. After all, he did not wish to be burdened with two disloyal individuals. Hearing this, the sisters were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated Huan would offer them a choice. Yet, Chen Minjiao managed a wry smile. In this apocalypse, even if we leave, where else could we possibly go? Indeed, had he not said this, they might have remained somewhat skeptical. But upon hearing Huan's words, they realized they had found the right person. Consequently, Chen Mingyuan earnestly stated, since you saved us, our lives are now yours. We will do whatever you ask. They had resolved to heed Huan's commands henceforth. Very well, seeing the sisters' understanding, Huan decided not to waste any more time and nodded. Let's South leave this place. Yes. The two women obediently nodded, then got into the vehicle and swiftly followed Huan away from the apocalyptic ruins. Of course, he did not forget to instruct the laser bird to remain behind to collect zombie crystals. As for the armed helicopter, no. It was now to be called Dazzling. It took off rapidly after Huan, Iron Skin, and Dark Moon departed, heading towards the helipad atop the Easter Mansion. Chapter 16. A 20-fold increase in power. Upon returning to the Easter Mansion, Huan led the twin sisters, Chen Minjiao and Chen Mingyuan, to the topmost floor. Lin Xiao was anxiously awaiting news at home. Upon seeing Huan return, she rushed forward with delight and concern. How is it outside? Huan did not conceal the truth, shaking his head. Happiness community has completely fallen. In fact, 2 buildings have collapsed. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but pat her little bunny, feeling a sense of dread. Thank goodness we left early. Otherwise, we would have surely perished in there. She felt a shiver at the thought that had they remained in Happiness Community today, they likely would have met a grim fate. About that, Huan nodded slightly in agreement. In his past life, he and Lin Xiao had left the community in the afternoon, so he was unaware of the specific circumstances. Now, seeing it, he realized they had been quite fortunate. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have perished inside. However, Lin Xiao soon revealed a charming smile. This place is quite nice. It seems far better than Happiness Community. Indeed, Huan nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying. After all, this place was quite sturdy. At the very least, residing here for 2 months would pose no issue. Oh, what is this? At that moment, Lin Xiao also noticed the pair of twin sisters following closely behind. Oh, let me introduce you. Lost in thought, Huan nearly forgot about the 2 girls, and thus remarked. Chen Minjiao and Chen Mingyuan, twin sisters, picked up on the road. What nonsense, picked up. However, as soon as these words left his mouth, Lin Xiao couldn't help but tug at the corners of her exquisitely shaped lips. Who would believe that such 2 beautiful young ladies could be found just outside? Nevertheless, she recognized that in this apocalyptic world, merely surviving was a formidable challenge, particularly for 2 sisters who appear to be around 20 years old. Therefore, she warmly greeted them. Hello, I am Lin Xiao, also rescued by Huan. Hello, sister. The twin sisters were charmed by Lin Xiao's gentleness and obediently responded. Good girls. With the addition of new members, Lin Xiao felt the place had become much livelier, and then inquired, "By the way, are you hungry? How about I prepare something for you to eat?" Upon hearing this, the two girls paused for a moment and then smiled shyly. Clearly, they were indeed hungry. Having not eaten for 2 days since escaping from school, Lin Xiao noticed this and quickly donned her slippers to make a simple bowl of egg noodles for them. Seeing the steaming noodles, the Qin sisters could no longer hold back their appetites and eagerly dug in, savoring every bite. In such dire times, to enjoy a warm meal was indeed a rarity. Oh my, this is simply too precious. In less than 3 minutes, the 2 bowls of noodles were devoured entirely. Lin Xiao stared in astonishment. "You must be truly hungry. Should I make you more?" "No, thank you, sister." Upon hearing this, Chen Minjiao felt a bit embarrassed and quickly waved her hand, saying, "We're full now. Food is so precious at this time. We should save some." Yes. Chen Mingyuan promptly nodded in agreement. After all, they understood that with scarce water resources and limited food supply, having a bowl of noodles was already a luxury, and they dared not ask for more. This, however, elicited a chuckle from Huan, who reassured the two girls. "Don't worry, we have plenty of supplies here. There's enough for you." "Really?" The moment those words were spoken, the two girls couldn't help but blink their beautiful eyes in curiosity. Then they quickly realized, oh, Huan even has those strange, gigantic mechanical monsters. Surely, food is not an issue. Thus Chen Minjiao shyly added, "Then I'll have a bit more, please. But rest assured, we will work hard to help you find supplies afterward." No problem." Lin Xiao was amused by the innocence of the two girls. She then returned to the kitchen to prepare more food. Meanwhile, Huan gazed at the adorably naive twins, pondering the absurdity of their transformation in a past life into ruthless twin assassins with extraordinary abilities. Li Jinlong, you must have committed numerous misdeeds. However, now it seems I have benefited from it. After their meal, noticing that it was still early, Huan suggested the 3 girls take some rest, considering it was barely past 4 in the morning. To be fair, Chen Minjiao and her sister had not had a good rest for several days. They immediately nodded obediently and ran off to sleep. As for Huan, he joined Lin Xiao for a short nap as well. When the sun fully rose, Huan opened his eyes to find it was already past 8 in the morning. The radiant sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping him in warmth. For a moment, he nearly forgot this was a time of apocalypse. It made him reflect on how comfortable life would be if there were no apocalypse, but alas, that was evidently not possible now. Soon, he got out of bed and noticed the twin sisters were still sound asleep, clearly exhausted from the past few days. He chose not to disturb them. Upon entering the living room, he was greeted by the sight of the laser bird fluttering in, shaking off its wings as over 50 zombie crystals tumbled to the ground with a pleasing sound. "Esteemed master, these are the zombie crystals I collected yesterday. Please accept them." Wow, quite a haul. Seeing so many zombie crystals surprised even Huan. If consumed entirely, it could enhance his strength by over 50 times, surpassing his previous self after 2.5 years of training. Well done. Coming back to himself, Huan couldn't help but compliment the laser bird. Hearing this, the laser bird croaked back with a raspy, flattering tone. "Thank you, master. This is merely what the laser bird ought to do." However, it soon expressed some regret. "Alas, it's the fault of those accursed rescue troops. I found that many zombie crystals were taken away." Master, Huan was not surprised by this, knowing how long the outbreak had persisted. If the military were still unaware of the capabilities of the zombie crystals, that would indeed be embarrassing. He distinctly recalled that in his past life, towards the end, the military even publicly collected zombie crystals and formed an army. Therefore, it was only natural that some had been taken away now. "Not to worry," Huan said to the laser bird. "You've done well to collect these." Perhaps due to the fear instilled from his previous life, Huan now felt an urgent need to strengthen himself first. Matters regarding the leadership module could wait. He promptly consumed 20 crystals. In the blink of an eye, warmth surged through his body. Huan moved his arms, feeling that his strength had increased to at least 40 times. With a single punch, he could easily fell a wild bull. Chapter 17, New Members, 918. This feeling is quite satisfactory. Huan nodded slightly, pleased with this surge in power. Moreover, the enhancement from the zombie crystals was not limited to his own strength. It encompassed an overall improvement, including defense and speed, raising them all by 40 times. In practical terms, under full speed running, he could cover at least 40 meters in a second. 40 meters, what a concept! It was akin to superhuman capabilities. However, this was merely the beginning. As in his past life, Huan had even witnessed individuals who were faster than fighter jets. Fighter jets, known for their speed of over 340 meters per second. Just imagine how formidable that would be. Yet now, only 4 days into the apocalypse, such power was already commendable. Of course, while he focused on his own growth. Yuan did not forget Lin Xiao, Chun Minjiao, and Chun Minyuan. They were still akin to ordinary people and rather burdensome. Hence, he provided each of them with 10 crystals, enhancing their strength tenfold. Experiencing the change in their power left the 3 girls pleasantly surprised. With this newfound strength, they no longer needed to fear zombies. However, having received such benefits, Chun Mingyuan couldn't help but ask, "Yi Huan, what do you need us to do next?" She assumed there would be tasks at hand. Unexpectedly, Yi Huan waved his hand dismissively. "No need to rush. Let us wait a bit." "Wait?" The 2 girls exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding. "What are we waiting for?" Yi Huan did not conceal his thoughts, saying, "We're waiting for the rescue troops to leave. Although there are many zombies in Sahe City, there are also quite a few rescue troops. After all, his Transformers Legion had taken initial shape, and there was no necessity for concealment. However, once the rescue forces departed, the entire city of Sahe would become his paradise. At that point, emptying Sahe would pose no problem. Calculating the days, it seemed that in about 2 days, the rescue troops would withdraw, allowing them to gather as many supplies as possible. Thus, upon hearing this, the 3 women finally comprehended why Yi Huan insisted on waiting. It was to allow time for the military to leave. Nevertheless, they were not concerned. After all, the current situation was quite pleasant, granting them a few additional days of rest. Hence, they bore no objections. Of course, while they were at ease, Yi Huan was far from idle. Although the presence of military forces made certain activities cumbersome, gathering supplies was still feasible. Therefore, he instructed the 3 women to remain there while he set out once again in his metal transformer. Unlike the previous days, upon arriving on the street, he noticed that the number of zombies in the city center had significantly diminished. Not only did he spot some survivors scavenging for food, but he also occasionally observed military vehicles passing by. When encountering zombies in alleys, he swiftly opened fire, clearing them out before pursuing new targets. Logically, if the catastrophe had only involved zombies, it would have been only a matter of time before global military forces eradicated them. Unfortunately, the situation was more complex than that. Yi Huan first drove to the Enforcement Bureau in the city center. Upon entering, he enlisted the help of Laserbird to locate the firearm storage. Inside, he discovered 2 sniper rifles equipped with silencers, along with several handguns and an assortment of ammunition, including sniper rounds and 9mm bullets specifically for handguns. Although he now commanded a formidable Transformers Legion, the utility of firearms was undeniable. It was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Thus, he stowed the weapons in his vehicle. Additionally, he stumbled upon a dozen grenades, which he also collected without hesitation. Once he had secured these items, he proceeded to the Porsche dealership. He vividly recalled that prior to the apocalypse, the dealership had hosted an event featuring a 918 to draw attention. The 918, revered as the Frog King, boasted a price tag exceeding 20 million, complemented by a 12-cylinder engine. If he could activate it, it would surely prove advantageous. Upon arriving at the dealership, he was pleased to find the eye-catching Frog King still on display. Without hesitation, he activated it. With a whir and a series of mechanical clicks, a black and white striped transformer materialized before him. Upon its appearance, it respectfully knelt, proclaiming, "Cybertron Mechanical Guardian, at your service, Master." "Excellent." Yi Huan nodded slightly, feeling satisfied with the imposing figure, particularly after reviewing its attributes. Name, Cybertron Mechanical Guardian. Level 1. Type Army. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 6,000. Firepower, 8,000. Loyalty, 100. Clearly, this entity surpassed both Ironhide and Darkmoon in strength. However, Yi Huan noted with some disappointment that it seemed less formidable than Optimus Prime, suggesting a significant markup in its pricing. Despite this, he welcomed the new member, declaring, "Your new name shall be Frog King." "Yes, Master," the Frog King affirmed, acknowledging its new designation respectfully. After finalizing this matter, Yi Huan drove the Ironhide Transformer, accompanied by the disguised Frog King resembling a Mercedes C-Class, to a nearby fruit store. Indeed, a fruit store, given the abundance of supplies in Sahe. Even with countless storage spaces, emptying the entire city would be an unattainable task within a year. Thus, he opted to prioritize perishable goods, such as fruits and vegetables, true luxuries in the apocalypse. Consequently, Yi Huan decided to scour several fruit stores. He instructed Laserbird to open the store's door. Once inside, he discovered that the fruit store had remained largely untouched. This was typical for the early days of the apocalypse. In another couple of days, even the spoiled fruits would likely vanish. However, at present, the store was brimming with apples, pears, peaches, cherries, strawberries, cantaloupes, jackfruits, oranges, and even sugar canes, most of which were still fresh. Seizing the opportunity, Huan utilized his spatial ring to collect all the fruits, amassing over 5 tons. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He directed Laserbird to locate additional unscathed fruit stores, systematically gathering supplies. In just half a day, he successfully collected a staggering 40 tons of fruit. Thanks to the spatial ring, without it, clearing these stores alone would have taken several days. Unbeknownst to him, Huan found himself near the city center hospital. Upon seeing the large sign for Sahe People's Hospital, he paused, suddenly recalling that he had yet to gather medical supplies. In the apocalypse, alongside food and water, medicines were of utmost importance, especially cold medications, antipyretics, antibiotics, and anti-inflammatory drugs. Such items would become priceless in the new world. For a simple cold could prove fatal in these dire circumstances. Even those who had evolved were not immune, as viral cells could adapt as well. With this thought in mind, Huan drove to the hospital, where he encountered a considerable number of zombies, most clad in white coats or hospital gowns. Evidently, these individuals had succumbed to the infection during the onset of the disaster. Even elderly zombies, who had been undergoing surgery, staggered about. This sight elicited a smirk from Huan. It seemed that becoming a zombie was rather benevolent to those on the brink of death, at least in terms of mobility. However, returning to the present, Huan swiftly exited his vehicle, retrieving a steel knife from the trunk. Upon stepping out, an elderly man lunged at him with surprising enthusiasm, emitting guttural sounds. Yet, Huan's response was instantaneous. His enhanced strength allowed him to swiftly dispatch the old man with a single stroke. But just then, another figure, a female nurse, charged at him, still clad in her uniform, her figure striking yet somewhat terrifying in her current state, reminiscent of the nurse ghost from video game. Huan wasted no time. With a decisive thrust, he severed the nurse zombie's head, which rolled away with a dull thud, leaving behind a silence that quickly enveloped the scene. This is indeed a zombie. While one could use a blade to slay them, it is imperative to sever their heads. Otherwise, their mobility remains unimpeded. Of course, cleaving them in half will suffice as well. However, the number of zombies here is rather overwhelming. As a horde of a dozen more charged forward, brimming with an enthusiasm akin to that of encountering the living, Huan had no choice but to summon the Frog King to deal with them. Frog King, eliminate them. Yes, master. Upon receiving the command, the Frog King, with its white and black striped chassis, promptly manifested a laser Gatling gun. Bayu. The lasers erupted incessantly, and within mere seconds, it dispatched the entire swarm of zombies. Once the threat was neutralized, Huan issued further orders. Iron Skin, Laserbird, accompany me inside. Frog King, keep an eye on the situation outside. Alert me immediately if anyone approaches, but remember, refrain from engaging unless necessary. After all, this area belongs to the city center, and the rescue teams are merely a few kilometers away. I do not wish to alarm them. Yes, master. With this command, the Frog King swiftly transformed amidst the whir of mechanical gears into a formidable transformer. A hook appeared in its grasp, and it swiftly ascended the 8 stories of the People's Hospital. For its towering height of 8 meters, this ascent was a trivial task. Upon reaching the top, it camouflaged itself as a Porsche 918, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. Meanwhile, Iron Skin transformed into a 6-meter-tall transformer and approached the outpatient building, unleashing a barrage from its energy cannon at the zombies within, booming with explosive force. After firing off a dozen energy blasts, the entire outpatient building was left in ruins. Laserbird, not to be outdone, flapped its wings and emitted a cacophony of sounds. Utilizing its thermal imaging, it swiftly located all the zombie positions. Tate-a-tate-it. The small machine gun turned the zombies into a sieve. Once the threat was thoroughly eradicated, Huan proceeded to the Western Medicine Pharmacy. As he entered, he found the shelves brimming with medications that had yet to be removed. With a swift slice, he shattered the glass and leaped inside with agile grace. He discovered an abundance of pharmaceuticals, including cephalosporins, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicines, fever reducers, ibuprofen, acetaminophen, as well as a variety of antihypertensives, antidiabetics, and cough suppressants. The shelves were overflowing with a substantial quantity. In addition to these, there was also a large supply of glucose. This sight caused Huan's eyes to gleam with excitement. In the apocalypse, glucose holds immense value as it serves to replenish energy. During such dire times when food is scarce, many would seek out glucose as a nutritional liquid to sustain their bodily functions and preserve their lives. However, acquiring it is no easy feat. Typically, only the military or mercenaries with deep pockets can procure it. In peacetime, it is worth little, around $12 per canister. Yet in the apocalypse, a single can fetch hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Huan quickly assessed the stock, estimating approximately 2 large boxes. Each box contained 800 units, totaling 1,600. A single unit could likely sustain a normal person for a day. An absolute treasure. Thus, Huan aimed his ring at the pharmaceuticals and initiated a scan. Whether it was glucose, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicines, or fever reducers, he collected them all into his spatial ring in one fell swoop. After tidying up, he proceeded to the adjacent traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy, where he discovered an array of herbal ingredients, including angelica, goji berries, and ginseng. Typically, these items are quite costly, and during the apocalypse, obtaining them becomes even more challenging. There were roughly 2 tons, all of which Huan collected as well. Having completed his collection of medicines, he turned to leave with Laserbird and Iron Skin. However, upon stepping outside, he was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of a medical supply truck. Roaring, he observed the driver's seat, where a zombie was howling, evidently the driver, trapped inside and having forgotten how to open the door. With a kind heart, Huan decided to assist. After freeing the driver, he opened the truck's cargo area and was astonished to find it filled to the brim with medications and medical supplies. Bandages, disinfectants, and various pharmaceuticals such as amoxicillin, cephalosporins, antibiotics, and ambroxol were all present. These were essential medications during the apocalypse, often sought after by the affluent. In such dire times, a single cephalosporin could be exchanged for a gram of gold. Although Huan had no use for them himself, taking them was certainly prudent. Consequently, he made a sweeping gesture and took everything. With the last of the medical supplies secured and confirming that nothing else remained, Huan entered his vehicle and drove away from the hospital. Meanwhile, the Frog King, witnessing Huan's departure, revved its engine on the 8th floor and plummeted downwards. In midair, it transformed into a colossal transformer, landing with a thud before reverting back to its sleek sports car form. It even took the opportunity to scan a nearby wrecked Volkswagen. In a blink of an eye, it completed its disguise and followed closely behind Huan's BMW 3 Series, swiftly exiting the hospital. Chapter 19. Do you two truly share a telepathic connection? Unbeknownst to them, shortly after Huan departed, a fully armed squad arrived in tactical vehicles. However, upon witnessing the devastation, they were left in a state of bewilderment. A figure resembling a squad leader furrowed his brow and remarked, "It seems someone has been here. You all, go investigate, but proceed with caution." "Yes, Commander." The soldiers, upon receiving their orders, armed themselves and ventured inside. They had come to collect medications, as their value had soared since the onset of the apocalypse. Unfortunately, they discovered that someone had beaten them to it. Indeed, it wasn't long before a soldier rushed back out in a panic, informing the squad leader, "Commander, someone has arrived before us, and there are signs of heavy weapon bombardment inside." "What? Someone has arrived before us, and there are indications of heavy weaponry?" Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression darkened. It wasn't merely that others had taken medications. The critical point was the mention of heavy weaponry. Even in this apocalypse, such firepower was only possessed by the military. Could there be others in Suhai City with such armaments? "Commander, what should we do?" As Chen Feng pondered, a soldier beside him eagerly inquired. Coming back to his senses, Chen Feng realized there was likely nothing left here, so he replied, "Let us withdraw and seek out other locations for collection. After all, we are about to retreat." "Yes, Commander." Upon receiving their orders, the investigating soldiers quickly returned to their vehicle. Then he swiftly departed from the hospital. Naturally, Huan paid no heed to these matters. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. Soon enough, these individuals would vacate Suhai, and at that point, the entirety of Suhai City would be irrevocably transformed into a realm of survivors and zombies. Even later, the armies of some medium and large nations would be unable to escape the peril of annihilation. Who would still possess the inclination to care about such trivialities? At this moment, after Huan had completed his collection at the hospital, the sky was already darkening. Thus, he returned to the Dongfang mansion. At this juncture, Lin Xiao, Chen Minjiao, and Chen Mingyuan were still at home, awaiting his return. Observing that Huan had not yet returned, Chen Minjiao even contemplated venturing out to search for him. "Could something have happened to Huan?" she remarked, a hint of concern in her voice. In response, Chen Mingyuan pursed her lips and said, "Sister, you underestimate Huan too much. I believe that even if the rescue troops were entirely wiped out, he would likely remain unharmed." Her words momentarily stunned Chen Minjiao. Suddenly, she recognized the truth in them. After all, Huan possessed those peculiar mechanical beings. Rather than being in danger, it would be remarkable if he did not cause trouble for others. However, despite this reassurance, Lin Xiao still harbored some worry. Why hasn't he returned yet? Just as they were conversing, a sudden click announced the opening of the front door. The 3 women looked up to see Huan returning, and they all rejoiced. eagerly rushing to greet him. Yi Huan, you're back. Are you all right? Surrounded by three beautiful women, Yi Huan felt a bit overwhelmed. While he could manage the previous welcome from Lin Xiao, being greeted by three was quite another matter. Fortunately, with his physique enhanced over 40-fold, he maintained his composure and replied, I'm fine. I went out to gather some supplies. As he spoke, he waved the spatial ring on his hand. Since the women had already joined his team, including Lin Xiao, he felt no need for excessive secrecy and added, I brought back a significant amount of fruit and some medical supplies. As he spoke, he began to produce cherries and strawberries, which left the three women wide-eyed with astonishment. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world that had erupted 5 days ago, the mere thought of fruit was a luxury. They had scarcely had a sip of juice. And now here were these fresh fruits. Good heavens, Yi Huan, this is far too lavish, they exclaimed, their excitement palpable as they beheld the 2 kilograms of cherries and a basket of strawberries. Rest assured, Yi Huan responded to their enthusiasm. This is merely the beginning. The future apocalypse is lengthy, and if we do not gather fresh fruits now, we may miss the opportunity later. Indeed, upon hearing this, the three women nodded in unison. They understood that if they did not collect fruit now, they would later find it spoiled and impossible to gather. Furthermore, this apocalypse was merely in its infancy. Who could say how long it would last? Perhaps a year, 2, or even 3. Therefore, Chun Minjao pondered for a moment and suggested, how about we join you in gathering tomorrow? Yes, Chun Mingyuan chimed in. With more hands, we can collect even more supplies. After all, these are the golden days. Agreed. This time, Yi Huan did not refuse, although there were still rescue troops, and it was not time to engage in violence. Having additional people to gather supplies would indeed expedite the process. Moreover, the strength of the three women was not to be underestimated. Each possessed a physique over 10 times that of an ordinary person. With the assistance of the Cybertronian mechanical life forms, they would not fear encountering any danger. However, for the moment, Yi Huan stated, first, please prepare me something to eat. I am quite hungry. Of course. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao hurriedly rushed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, Chun Minjao playfully held up the strawberries, exclaiming, I'll help you wash the strawberries. Chun Mingyuan, embracing the cherries, enthusiastically declared, I'll wash the cherries to reward our great benefactor. Observing the three women bustling about, Yi Huan suddenly felt that having a few more members in the household was not such a bad thing after all. Before long, after finishing dinner, Yi Huan went to rest. However, this time, Lin Xiao did not join him in bed. Instead, it was Chun Minjao who came over. With her flowing red hair paired with a pink nightgown and an exquisitely beautiful face, she left Yi Huan somewhat breathless. Yet, noticing the shy demeanor of the young girl, Yi Huan curiously inquired, do you and your sister truly share a psychic connection? Well, the question caught Chun Minjao off guard, and her prepared response faltered. Her lovely face quickly flushed crimson. Is this really the time to ask such things? Nevertheless, she could not help but gently nod, her voice barely above a whisper. A bit, yes. Chapter 20. New members Crimson and Meteor. After their exchange, at 10 o'clock in the evening, Yi Huan felt considerably more relaxed. Unlike Lin Xiao, she was clearly just a simple girl. Master. At that moment, the voice of Iron Skin from the radio communication system echoed in Yi Huan's ear. And you and the others had returned. They're back. Hearing this, Yi Huan's heart stirred, and he promptly replied, I will come down immediately. With that, he got out of bed and left. At this time, Chun Minjao had already fallen asleep. Yi Huan, having dressed, did not wake her and proceeded to the underground garage. As expected, several large figures had returned. And you, Frog King, Iron Skin, Optimus Prime, and Stun had all arrived in the basement. This place was indeed luxurious. A wealthy person-esque garage was unlike any other, with a ceiling height exceeding 10 meters, just enough for the larger figures to transform successfully. Upon entering, Yi Huan saw the group kneeling before him, led by Optimus Prime, as they respectfully declared in mechanized voices, Master. Rise, Yi Huan commanded. Observing his creations, he felt a sense of satisfaction and nodded slightly, allowing them to stand. He then turned his gaze to Yu and inquired, what were the results of your expedition? As anticipated, Yu retrieved over 50 zombie crystals from her storage compartment, placing them in her palm, encased in a mysterious energy, and reverently presented them to Yi Huan. Such a bounty! Yi Huan was pleasantly surprised to see the multitude of floating green crystalline energy forms. He had instructed Yu to collect crystals from the suburbs to avoid detection, and he did not expect to acquire so many. This was equivalent to defeating 5,000 or 6,000 zombies. However, Yu, upon hearing Yi Huan's praise, felt a twinge of embarrassment and regret as she explained. In the suburbs, we encountered a rescue troop, so to prevent exposure, We were only able to secure these. Not to worry. Huan waved his hand dismissively, not taking it to heart. You did well. We currently do not need to expose our strength. It is wise to remain low-key. After all, although the Transformers were formidable, his own strength was still lacking, and exercising caution was certainly prudent. Yes, Master. Hearing that the Master bore no blame, Darkmoon finally let out a sigh of relief. However, nearby, the imposing voice of Optimus resonated with mechanical authority as he respectfully addressed Huan. Master, we have also brought back 2 new companions. Oh, new companions? Intrigued by this revelation, Huan turned to behold a striking red Ferrari and a sleek blue Bugatti. The sight of these magnificent vehicles left him momentarily speechless. Master, I discovered these at the Olympic Sports Center in Suhai, which have been overrun by zombies. Optimus continued with reverent tones. Oh, Huan responded. His curiosity piqued as he cast a glance at one of the cars. Optimus paused briefly before elaborating. By the time I arrived, many structures had been destroyed by zombies, and numerous vehicles lay in ruin. Yet these 2 cars possess significant value and exceptional performance. Understood. I comprehend your thoughts. Huan interjected, instantly grasping the sentiment behind Optimus's words. It was evident that these vehicles, crafted for automotive excellence, stirred a sense of empathy within him. Yet, one could not deny the allure of the Ferrari 488, a supercar valued at $6 million, comparable to the illustrious Lamborghini, boasting a powerful V8 engine. Activating it seemed only reasonable. However, it was the Bugatti that truly captivated him. This was none other than the Bugatti Chiron, renowned as the fastest model in the Bugatti lineup, engineered for the racetrack. To his astonishment, such a divine machine had been found at the Olympic Sports Center. With this thought in mind, Huan hesitated no longer. With 3 sparks remaining, he promptly placed them upon the Ferrari 488 and the Bugatti Chiron. In the next instant, a resonating hum filled the air as energy surged forth. Before his eyes, the entire carbon fiber exterior of the vehicles transformed into an even more resilient and mysterious metallic element. With a series of mechanical clicks and whirs, the cars swiftly morphed into 2 formidable transformers. Huan glanced at their data. Name, Cybertronian Mechanical Lifeform Warrior. Vehicle, Ferrari 488. Level 1. Type Army. Function, an exemplary Cybertronian Army warrior endowed with formidable attack power and agile movement capabilities. Classified as a swift warrior. Strength, 3,000. Agility, 3,500. Firepower, 4,000. Loyalty, 100. Name, Cybertronian Mechanical Lifeform Warrior. Vehicle, Bugatti Chiron. Level 1. Type Army. Function, a distinguished Cybertronian Army Vanguard warrior, equipped with rapid-fire capabilities and agile speed, serving as the spearhead in both assault and close combat. Strength, 5,500. Agility, 7,000. Firepower, 9,000. Loyalty, 100. Good heavens. Initially, Huan had regarded the Ferrari 488 with indifference, considering it merely on par with Darkmoon. However, upon witnessing the Bugatti Chiron, his perspective shifted dramatically. With a strength of 5,500, it surpassed even that of the Frog King, and astonishingly, its firepower reached an impressive 9,000, just shy of Optimus's capabilities. Moreover, the description indicated it was a Vanguard. In cinematic portrayals, Vanguard warriors were often depicted as exceptionally powerful, typically assigned to aerial units. The revelation of such a vehicle left Huan thoroughly impressed. This was indeed a top-tier supercar, limited to just 40 units globally. As the 2 Titans were activated, they respectfully knelt before Huan, exclaiming with utmost reverence, Master, we, the Bugatti Chiron and Ferrari 488, greet you. Excellent, Huan replied, admiring the striking red hue of the Ferrari, reminiscent of Dino's vehicle from the film, while the Bugatti, in a stunning sky blue adorned with black metallic accents and silver skeletal features, exuded an aura of cold elegance, complete with a retractable sword formed from its rear wing. Thus, Huan waved his hand and declared, from this moment forth, you shall be named Crimson, and you, Bugatti, shall be known as Shooting Star. The chosen names resonated well. Yes, esteemed master. The newly named Titans responded in unison with reverence. Chapter 21. A new check-in reward? Observing the addition of these 2 formidable allies, Huan noted that he now possessed 9 Transformers, including Optimus, Darkmoon, Stun, Laserbird, Ironhide, Frog King, Crimson, and Shooting Star. Without wasting time, he continued to assign tasks, stating, Darkmoon, take the 2 new companions and resume the collection of zombie crystals. We require more of them. He had realized that both his spatial ring and leader module, as well as enhancements to his strength, necessitated the acquisition of zombie crystals. Especially in the early stages of development, it was imperative to devise strategies to procure additional crystals. Understood, esteemed master. The three warriors acknowledged this logic, promptly responding with respect. Then, under Darkmoon's lead, the trio swiftly transformed into a black Lamborghini and, accompanied by the Ferrari 488 and Bugatti Chiron, departed the underground garage, setting off towards the outskirts to gather more zombie energy. Once they were gone, Huan redirected his focus to the remaining members. Stun, remain on standby atop the building, prepared for any eventualities. Optimus and Ironhide, you two will stay put, ready to accompany Lin Xiao and Chunmin Jiao in resource collection tomorrow. Frog King, monitor the movements of the rescue forces, but be cautious not to be detected. Yes, esteemed master. The Transformers responded in unison, their voices brimming with respect. Having assigned the tasks, Huan noted that it was getting late and decided to retire for the night. However, just as he returned upstairs and had yet to enter his room, a sudden notification startled him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully surviving to the 5th day. Please proceed to select your check-in reward. The unexpected prompt took Huan by surprise. Regaining his composure, he responded with a hint of exasperation. Well, system, you are quite late. Today marked the 5th day, and logically, he should have received the notification earlier in the morning. Yet it was now nearly midnight. To his surprise, the system replied earnestly, today has not yet concluded. The system is not tardy. Huan chuckled at the system's clever timing. Nevertheless, he remained unbothered and inquired, what rewards are available for selection this time? Indeed, it wasn't long before the system presented the options. Ding! Today's selection question. The host is currently reliant on bottled water for survival. To prevent you from inadvertently consuming contaminated water and suffering dire consequences, would you prefer 100 tons of non-perishable bottled water or a water source converter? Upon hearing this system choice, Huan was momentarily taken aback. Surely, this was not a genuine dilemma. The decision between bottled water and a water source converter was rather straightforward. Any rational individual would undoubtedly opt for the water source converter, which presumably possesses the ability to purify water resources. Such an apparatus would be far more advantageous than a mere 100 tons of water. After a brief moment of contemplation, Huan prudently inquired, System, what is the function of the water source converter? The system promptly replied, in response to the hostess query. The water source converter can transform contaminated water and even polluted air into clean water for the host's use. Indeed, it aligned closely with Huan's expectations. Nodding slightly, he declared, I choose the water source converter. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one water source converter. Almost instantaneously, following the announcement, a metallic cube, approximately the size of a palm, materialized in the air and landed in Huan's hands. He examined it closely and noted the displayed information. Item name, water source converter. Function description, capable of converting air or contaminated water into clean water resources. Conversion rate, 1,000 liters per hour. Maximum water storage, 100 cubic meters. Huan initially felt little astonishment upon seeing this item, believing it to be merely a machine for purifying water. However, upon discovering the conversion rate and maximum storage capacity, he was left in a state of disbelief. 1 cubic meter of clean water per hour and a maximum storage capacity of 100 cubic meters. That equates to 100 tons of water. While his safety concerns had been largely addressed, the primary issue of water resources remained unsolved. Although there was an abundance of bottled water, its usage proved rather inconvenient, especially considering it had been 5 days since the apocalypse began and he had yet to take a shower. Water had become a precious commodity in this new world. However, the situation had dramatically changed. With a conversion rate of 1 cubic meter per hour, not only could he take a shower, but he could also fill his swimming pool. Moreover, the best part was that this device was only at level 1. With this in mind, Huan could not help but ask System, how is this device upgraded? The system quickly responded. In response to the host, it could be upgraded using zombie energy. Huan nodded, satisfied with this information. Just as he had surmised, if the leader module could be upgraded with zombie crystals, then this device could likely be upgraded in the same manner. However, there was no need to rush into upgrades, as the current conversion capacity was more than sufficient for not just 4 people, but even 40. He proceeded to install the water source converter at the water supply line and activated it. The device operated in near silence. When he turned on the tap, he was greeted by a robust flow of water. Observing this scene, Huan could not help but marvel at the miraculous nature of this device in the apocalypse. It could undoubtedly be deemed a godsend, likely coveted by entire cities. However, Huan had no intention of parting with it. To prevent any potential loss, he activated it directly using the leader module. This device certainly qualified as a product of advanced technology. As Huan pressed the activation button, a blue wave flickered, and the device sprang to life, displaying a system prompt. Cybertron Auxiliary Micro-Mechanical Life Form. Level 1 Strength 10, Agility 10, Firepower 30. Function: Auxiliary Mechanical Life Form capable of providing a continuous water source conversion. Upon a cursory examination, he noted that there was scarcely any difference from before. However, Huan only required this little creature to follow his commands, ensuring it would not be stolen. Yet, as he prepared to leave, something seemed amiss. To his astonishment, he discovered that his leader module, which had previously contained only one ember, now displayed a count of 910. This revelation left Huan speechless. System, what is the meaning of this? How is it that this little creature seemingly utilized only 1/10 of an ember's energy? The system swiftly clarified, in response to the host. The water source converter is merely a micro-mechanical life form, thus requiring minimal ember energy, only 1/10. With this explanation, Huan felt a wave of understanding wash over him. No wonder it had only consumed 1/10. Micro-life forms do not require much energy. This insight sparked an idea in Huan's mind. Could he not create a batch of micro-mechanical life forms, perhaps in the form of watches, phones, or drones for reconnaissance, communication, and surveillance? Feeling inspired by this newfound strategy for generating resources, Huan retrieved 9 watches from his storage space, activating them all as micro-mechanical life forms for communication purposes. Once completed, he realized it was getting late, so he decided to return to his bedroom for rest. The following morning, Huan was roused from slumber by Lin Xiao's excited voice. Huan, wake up. I think we have water at home." It turned out that Lin Xiao had risen early to prepare breakfast and accidentally bumped the faucet, only to discover an abundant flow of water, which left her believing she was hallucinating. In her excitement, she hurried over to find Huan. "I know, I did it," he replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. However, seeing the delightful figure in her pajamas filled with joy, he could not help but respond nonchalantly. "What do you mean? You did it?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. "How did you manage that? And this water, it doesn't have any zombie virus, does it?" She expressed concern about the potential for contamination, fearing that drinking it might lead to dire consequences. Yet Huan reassured her, "Rest assured, it is completely safe. We will no longer lack for water resources." "Really?" Lin Xiao's excitement surged, her face radiating an unprecedented joy. In a world ravaged by a zombie apocalypse, merely finding a bottle of water was considered a stroke of luck. Now, however, their home possessed an endless supply of water. Daily showers would no longer be a problem. Yet at this moment, such matters were not the priority. After a quick freshening up and enjoying breakfast, Huan gathered the 3 women, preparing to venture out to collect supplies, as it was now the 6th day since the outbreak of the zombie disaster. The number of zombies continues to rise. Moreover, in just a few days, it is anticipated that more survivors will emerge from their shelters in search of sustenance. Naturally, it is imperative to seize the opportunity over these couple of days, while other survivors have not yet ventured out, to gather additional resources. Indeed, we comprehend this. Chun Minjiao and Chun Mingyuan are also aware that it is prudent to collect more supplies during this period. Otherwise, once the other survivors catch on, it is likely that the resources within the urban area will be insufficient for distribution. After all, this is merely the inception of the catastrophe. Who knows how long it will persist? However, for safety's sake, Huan decided to assign the twin sisters to team up with Lin Xiao, while also allowing Tai Pai to accompany them. In this manner, even if they encounter a large group of survivors, there would be no cause for concern. As for himself, he deemed it sufficient to have the laser bird by his side. After all, with his current strength exceeding 40 times that of an ordinary person, he is not intimidated by conventional firearms. What is there to worry about? Thus, once the arrangements were made, both parties set out. Huan, accompanied by the laser bird, casually sought out a vehicle and departed. His objective was clear: to collect medicines and some luxury items, as he was already well stocked with food. With just a few individuals, they could sustain themselves for a lifetime. Moreover, even if they were to run short, they could always exchange for supplies in the safe zones in the future. Therefore, comparatively speaking, luxury items and medicines held greater significance. Of course, the so-called luxury items are not the likes of LV or Chanel, but rather cigarettes, fine wines, and the like. In the apocalypse, women are mere accessories, and their luxury goods are truly worthless. Even diamonds are reduced to mere shards of glass. Oh, they do have their uses, like as makeshift weapons. Thus, the true beneficiaries are the powerful abilities and the men. Medicines, cigarettes, fine wines, and beautiful women. These are the 4 coveted treasures of the apocalypse. Consequently, Huan first arrived at a large pharmacy. In Suhai City, there are plenty of pharmacies. However, upon arriving at the first one, he discovered that it had already been raided. The glass was shattered, and the interior was a chaotic mess. After a brief moment of astonishment, Huan was not particularly surprised. After all, in the apocalypse, it is evident that some individuals recognize the importance of medicines. However, when he noticed that a corner was stacked with cans of glucose that had been overlooked, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. The survivor, who hastily looted the pharmacy, was clearly an amateur. It is well known that while other medicines are certainly important, glucose is the most invaluable, especially in canned form. With each can weighing nearly a pound, yet costing only a few bucks. There are over 30 cans here, enough to sustain the energy needs of a 1,000-person army for a day. And yet, it remained untouched. Nevertheless, Huan was not one to be polite. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the medicines into his spatial ring and proceeded to the next pharmacy. Thus, after a busy morning, Huan had gathered supplies from 3 pharmacies, 2 fruit stores, and a convenience store. Yet, to his dismay, he found that many fruits had already rotted and were inedible, such as cherries and strawberries, which had become mushy. Fortunately, apples, oranges, and sugarcane were still in decent condition, so he gathered them all. He also packed a variety of packaged foods from the convenience store. Instant noodles, ham sausages, bread, tiramisu, spicy strips, biscuits, nuts, beef jerky, pork products, canned goods, carbonated beverages, and juices, among others. Naturally, he included bottled water. Even though he currently possessed an ample supply of water, it might prove useful later on. In the apocalypse, even if he doesn't consume it, trading it for goods is a viable option. Thus, after a busy morning, Huan had thoroughly cleaned out an entire street. During this time, he encountered approximately 30 zombies, all of which he dispatched with a single strike, thanks to his strength as a 4th-tier ability user. These ordinary zombies posed no threat whatsoever. Roughly estimating, he had collected at least 200 to 300 tons of supplies that morning. However, soon enough, a new issue arose. Huan discovered that his storage ring was nearing its capacity. Chapter 23. First-tier zombie? Indeed, with a storage space of 10,000 cubic meters. It was akin to a supersized warehouse. However, in the past few days, from the happy community to the collections at the Dongfang Mansion, Aegean Shopping Center, and the numerous fruit shops and pharmacies gathered over the last few days, it was evident that he was nearing full capacity. The apocalypse is indeed an era dictated by resources. As long as one possesses food and water, there are plenty of people willing to heed your commands. Even if one wishes to indulge in the whims of the celebrity idols revered by their fanatical admirers. Therefore, after some contemplation, Huan decided to use 10 zombie crystals to upgrade his spatial ring. However, upon reaching the 2nd tier, Huan was momentarily stunned. The storage capacity had expanded tenfold, reaching a staggering 100,000 cubic meters. Good heavens! 100,000 cubic meters is an immense space, if fully utilized. It could hold at least 10,000 tons of supplies. Even Huan was astonished that such a significant increase in capacity could result from merely a single tier upgrade. However, correspondingly, he discovered that advancing to the 3rd tier would require 100 zombie crystals. The system upgrades are indeed ruthless. 100 crystals could elevate him to a 1st-tier martial god. Gazing at the 50 crystals remaining in his possession, Huan immediately rescinded his earlier intention. After all, this amount would suffice for a considerable duration. Once the upgrade was complete, Huan continued his quest for supplies, persisting until nightfall. After successfully acquiring 2 large shopping centers, he resolved to return. However, on his way back, he noticed a group of individuals beneath an overpass, engaged in combat with a significantly larger green zombie. One that dwarfed ordinary zombies by several times. That is a 1st-tier zombie. Upon seeing this oversized zombie, Huan was somewhat taken aback. This creature was indeed enormous. Approximately 3 times the size of a regular zombie. Its arms were nearly a meter long, and due to its bloated physique, it resembled a large, meaty ball. Additionally, it was entirely green, hence commonly referred to as the green giant. Just like survivors, some individuals who consumed zombie crystals can evolve into abilities, while certain zombies also grow and evolve over time, gaining increased strength. Moreover, if they reach above the 5th tier, there is even a possibility of regaining intelligence. Yet, it was unexpected to encounter a 1st-tier zombie merely 6 days into the apocalypse. Quite swift indeed. However, it was evident that this formidable zombie had already attracted attention, as a group of over a dozen individuals had parked 2 vehicles nearby, refraining from opening fire. Instead, they were engaged in close combat with the zombie, wielding knives. There was no other choice. The sheer number of zombies in the city center rendered any loud noise a catalyst for a horde attack. Even firearms would be futile. The first-tier zombies had yet to develop any semblance of intelligence, acting solely as solitary fighters, incapable of summoning their fellow undead. Thus, this group dared to recklessly attempt to vanquish the formidable zombie with their melee weapons. However, they clearly underestimated the terror posed by a first-tier zombie. Though the hulking creature appeared unwieldy, its speed was astonishing, capable of covering 5 to 6 meters in a mere second. With a single, massive slap, it struck one of the survivors, sending him flying without a chance to scream, resulting in his demise. The remaining individuals were gripped by fear, realizing that this entity was far beyond the ordinary zombies they had encountered. A middle-aged man, unable to contain his anxiety, addressed a strikingly beautiful woman clad in black leather and armed with a steel knife. Miss Jiang, we have already lost several brothers. If this continues, we may all perish here. Perhaps we should resort to gunfire. Absolutely not. Miss Jiang vehemently shook her head. She understood all too well that they had now drawn the attention of this behemoth. Firing a weapon might not only prove ineffective, but could also attract more zombies. Yet, the middle-aged man, anxious due to the recent losses, insisted, if we persist in this manner, we may lose even more lives. Jiang Lai, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, furrowed her brows in contemplation and commanded, Old Li, divert its attention with a few of the brothers. I will strike from behind. Understood. Old Li promptly picked up a sizable stone from the ground and hurled it at the gelatinous zombie, shouting, Come here, focus on me. The creature, enraged by the impact, turned its attention towards Old Li and charged at him. Steeling himself, Old Li raised his steel knife defensively. With a resounding crash, he absorbed the blow, nearly spitting blood. Good heavens, had I not consumed 2 zombie crystals, that would have surely been the end of me. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Lai, knife in hand, leaped forward and aimed for the zombie's neck. With a sickening squelch, her blade embedded itself in the creature's flesh. Success. However, before she could rejoice, she witnessed the zombie roar in pain, yet remained standing. Her expression shifted to one of alarm. Miss Jiang, be careful. Initially, Jiang Lai had believed she had succeeded. The prospect of obtaining a first-tier zombie crystal was tantalizing, promising a significant enhancement of her strength. However, she was abruptly aware of a powerful hand hurtling towards her. She was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. Dazed, she struggled to comprehend the situation as the furious zombie lunged at her once more. Miss! Oldie shouted in distress. Jiang Lai, caught off guard by her misfortune, feared that her hard-won opportunity was slipping away. Fortunately, at that moment, Huan intervened. With the might of a 4th-tier fighter, Huan's speed outstripped that of the hulking green giant by 4 or 5 times. In the moonlight, a glint of cold steel flashed as he swiftly severed the head of the gelatinous zombie. A sickening thud echoed as the creature fell, its head rolling to the ground, coming to rest beneath Huan's foot. Quickly, it was all too swift. From the instant the green giant was stabbed to the moment its head was severed, scarcely a few seconds had passed. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their gasps betraying their shock at the sight of the once mighty first-tier zombie now lifeless on the ground. Who was this formidable individual? They murmured in awe, filled with astonishment at Huan's overwhelming power. Jiang Lai, having been saved, was momentarily speechless. Upon regaining her senses and seeing Huan, she sighed in relief and struggled to rise, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. No need for thanks. Yet Huan showed little interest in them, for his focus remained on the fallen first-tier zombie. The crystal within its brain was equivalent to 10 ordinary ones, a rare prize indeed. He swiftly extracted it, revealing a crystal of the same size as a fingernail, but of pure essence. Chapter 24. Thundersword's Bitter Wheel? Are you joking with me? Huan wasted no time. Swiftly pocketing the crystal, the onlookers watched in wide-eyed amazement, yet they wisely refrained from making a move. After all, anyone capable of dispatching a first-tier zombie with a single stroke was not someone they could confront. However, as Huan prepared to depart, Jiang Lai called out, Wait, I still don't know your name. Huan, uninterested, simply climbed into his vehicle and sped away, leaving a young man nearby, feeling indignant. What with the arrogance? Just because he is a bit stronger. Exactly, another echoed, equally disgruntled at how their leader was treated. Yet, Jiang Lai did not share their sentiments. As she gazed at Huan's retreating figure, she couldn't help but admire him. So handsome. Meanwhile, Old Li, relieved to see Jiang Lai safe, approached her with concern. Miss Jiang, the zombie crystal has been taken. What shall we do? What do we do? Jiang Lai replied with a resigned glance at Old Li. He saved us. Do you expect us to ask for it back? His words momentarily silenced Old Li, who realized the truth in her statement. However, he soon grew troubled again. But without that crystal, how can you become a first-tier ability user? How will we stand against Li Jinlong and his men? At this, Jiang Lai paused, her brows knitting in thought. Indeed, in recent days, Li Jinlong had been intent on using the influence of Jianfeng Tower to engulf them. She had hoped to secure a powerful zombie crystal to bolster her strength for the impending confrontation, but now forget it. She sighed softly, her beautiful eyes narrowing in determination. Let us return for now. Understood. With that, the group reluctantly boarded their vehicle and departed. As for Huan, he paid little mind to their thoughts. In his estimation, the complete downfall of Su Hai was merely a matter of time, at most 2 months. The deluge following the torrential rains, followed by the subsequent freeze and fog, would likely leave Su Hai devoid of survivors. Thus, he saw no point in conversing with those he deemed already lost. 20 minutes later, Huan arrived back at the Dongfang mansion, where Lin Xiao and the others had returned, bringing with them a substantial haul of supplies, enough to fill a large truck to the brim, weighing in at an impressive 5 tons. Ah, quite a haul you have there. Upon witnessing the laden vehicle filled with supplies, canned goods, bread, and even compressed biscuits, Huan was taken aback. Where have you been? With a hint of pride, Chun Mengyuan chimed in. We ventured out to the suburbs. Lin Xiao knew of an industrial park in the northern outskirts of the city, where there's a bread processing factory and a canned goods factory. We went there and brought back the cans. To our surprise, it was untouched. So we took it all. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lin Xiao explained. I had passed by there before and thought there might be something available. But I didn't expect to find so much. After all, these cans, compressed biscuits, and bread were all fresh, with the cans and biscuits boasting a shelf life of 3 years. They were indeed treasures. Huan finally understood, realizing that they had stumbled upon an industrial park. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder, you 3 girls managed to carry all this? 15 tons? I doubt that's feasible for just the 3 of you. Of course not. Chun Minjeo waved her hand dismissively, rolling her eyes beautifully. We don't have space rings to carry this much. Exactly. Chun Mengyuan giggled, adding, we encountered a group of survivors on the way. We persuaded them to help us move the supplies from the industrial park. Huan was once again enlightened. No wonder they had managed to gather such a load. They had coerced other survivors into assisting with the transportation. It reminded him of his past life, where he had rallied a group to gather supplies and subsequently expanded his own influence. However, to reassure Huan that they were not recklessly flaunting their power, Chun Minjeo hastened to clarify, I had Tai Pai and Frog King keeping an eye on things. We're safe. Besides, there is still plenty of supplies left in the industrial park. They listened to us. I was worried that without them, we would have been too slow. That's fine, Huan replied nonchalantly. But keep in mind that in this apocalypse, while the zombie menace is terrifying, human nature can be even more perilous. Sometimes, human greed can be 100 times more dangerous than zombies. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Chun Minjeo replied obediently, nodding her head. In truth, she trusted no one but Huan. The others were of little concern to her. Once they had stored all the supplies in the space ring, Huan led the 3 girls back to rest. The next morning, as Huan awoke, he was greeted once more by the system's notification. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully signing in for the 7th day. The sudden notification piqued his interest, prompting him to communicate with the system internally. System, what rewards do I have to choose from today? Soon, the system responded. For today, a selection reward, based on the host's current situation. You may choose either an additional space ring for storing more supplies or a thundersword with paralysis attributes. Huh, what is that? Initially, he found no issue with the first option. After all, having another space ring was quite reasonable. However, the second reward, the thundersword, sounded eerily familiar, reminiscent of equipment from dungeon games he played in his previous life. Indeed, the system quickly clarified. Thundersword, a lightning attribute light sword from a mysterious otherworld. It enhances the user's power while bestowing a formidable paralysis effect. Wow! Huan could not help but exclaim, his eyes widening in astonishment, feeling a surge of excitement. This was the Thundersword, a top-tier artifact from a game, complete with lightning effects. A truly remarkable weapon. Having this sword would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess significantly. Really, system, you can procure this? Yet the system replied with a hint of pride. Please make your choice. Faced with the prospect of the Thundersword versus the space ring, Huan hesitated. With less than a month before the impending floods, he needed to gather as many supplies as possible in that time. An additional space ring would effectively double his collection speed. Yet, the Thundersword was also an enticing option. After a moment's pause, just as the system seemed ready to urge him for a decision, Huan suddenly recalled something. System, It seems you didn't provide my reward yesterday, did you? System. Chapter 25. A choice between two? I want them both. Indeed. The system had yet to dispense the reward from the previous day, as it had been issued late the night before, just before midnight. Now, it was already the 7th day. The system fell silent. But Huan chuckled. Since you owe me one, I believe it's reasonable for me to claim both rewards this time. After a brief moment of contemplation, the system finally responded. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving the system reward. Space ring. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving the system reward. Thundersword. As the notifications faded, 2 items appeared in the air before him. Incredible! Huan exclaimed with delight. Upon contact, he recognized the space ring, but the thundersword was something entirely different. It was a magnificent blade, measuring a full 100 centimeters in length, radiating a soft blue glow, its sharpness evident and formidable. This sword was undeniably impressive. Unable to resist, he gently caressed the blade, feeling no harm in doing so. Yet, he understood that while the world was still dominated by firearms, the rise of empowered beings was prompting many to revert to more primal forms of combat, close quarters with melee weapons. Many monsters could not be dealt with effectively using firearms, necessitating the need for an exceptionally sharp and durable weapon. Ordinary steel knives would struggle to pierce the defenses of higher-tier zombies. However, the Thundersword was different. Huan examined the sword's details. Item name, Thundersword. Level 1. Quality, SSS grade. Power 1000. Agility, 800. Attribute, attack. Summon lightning. Hiss. One can even summon lightning? Upon reading this description, Huan couldn't help but chuckle. This has surely transcended the realm of apocalyptic norms. Moreover, the moment he grasped the weapon, Huan discovered that his strength seemed to have multiplied several times. Holding this weapon, he felt a familiar surge of heat coursing through him, leaving him somewhat astonished. Fortunately, the system soon clarified. The Thundersword of Suffering can significantly augment the host's strength and agility, thereby enhancing your capabilities. According to the standard calculation for abilities, every 10 points of attributes equate to a doubling of strength. Thus your power has effectively increased by 100-fold. Understanding this revelation, Huan's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder he felt that his strength had escalated by 2 or 3 times from its current state. To think that this lightsaber could boost his power by 100-fold. This was remarkable. With his original 40-fold strength combined with this sword, he now possessed an astonishing 140-fold strength. This was comparable to a 1-star martial deity. In this apocalyptic world, 1-fold strength signifies the first level, with 10 levels constituting a tier. Beyond the 10th tier lies the realm of martial deities, the elite of this world. Furthermore, each subsequent 100-fold increase would elevate him to a new star. In his previous life, Huan had witnessed the strongest individuals who barely reached 1,000-fold strength, and that was 2 years hence. It appears that my current power is indeed unparalleled. Clutching the thunder sword of suffering, Huan murmured to himself. Just as he reveled in the exhilaration of newfound strength, a melodious voice abruptly disrupted his thoughts. Coming back to reality, he saw Chun Mingyuan running toward him, already attired in her gear. Perfect timing. Noticing the young girl, Huan tossed her the extra spatial ring, saying, "Take this ring. It can be used for gathering supplies." As it was a system gift, he had no fear of losing it. "Ah, you have another." Upon receiving the spatial ring, Chun Mingyuan's exquisite face displayed a moment of bewilderment, initially believing there was only one, only to be pleasantly surprised to find another. Her stunning visage soon brightened with joy. "Wonderful. I never expected we would also have a spatial ring. Now we need not worry about collecting supplies." It was worth noting that just yesterday, the 3 of them, along with Tai Pai and the others, had spent an entire day collecting only 15 tons. Yet, Huan managed to gather over 1,000 tons single-handedly. This revelation had been quite disheartening for them. However, with the spatial ring, their collection speed would now rival Huan's. "Let us go, no time to waste," Huan declared, leading the way downstairs. "All right," Chun Mingyuan exclaimed, eagerly slipping the ring onto her finger and hastily following him. Once they reached the underground garage, they found their companions already prepared and waiting. Tianzhu and Yu, Fei Hua Lu Xing, and Qi Hong were present, as well as Lin Xiao and Chen Minjiao. Huan, upon seeing him approach, Lin Xiao and Chen Minjiao exclaimed in unison, "You're here." Nodding slightly, Huan glanced at the 2 women's attire. Clad in simple yet effective combat gear, complemented by their steel blades and handguns, along with the AKs slung on their backs, they exuded an aura reminiscent of post-apocalyptic goddesses. However, then Yu stepped forward, kneeling on one knee and presenting the zombie crystals they had gathered. Master, here are 120 zombie crystals collected by me, Fei Hua Lu Xing, and Qi Hong. Surprised by the quantity of crystals, Yi Huan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the three of them would gather so many. Upon reflection, it made sense. With 3 transformers, exterminating zombies was akin to play. Thus, he unhesitatingly took 100 crystals to upgrade the leadership module. As a wave of blue energy enveloped him, Yi Huan felt countless warm currents surge within, continuously fortifying his body. This sensation was exquisite, far more pleasurable than the ordinary gene evolution experienced by ability users in his previous life. Moments later, when he regained his composure, he discovered that the leadership module had ascended to the 3rd level. Moreover, the daily refresh sparks had increased from 2 to 3. Stretching his arms, he realized that his strength had indeed multiplied 100-fold. This sensation was delightful. Nodding in satisfaction with his current power, Yi Huan did not forget the 3 women. He retrieved 10 crystals from the spatial ring, exactly 30 in total, and handed them to Lin Xiao, stating, "Each of you take 10 to enhance your physical abilities." All right. The 3 women, understanding the paramount importance of increasing their strength for survival, accepted without hesitation as Lin Xiao distributed 10 crystals each. Soon after consuming them, they went slightly from the mild discomfort, their soft sounds punctuating the air. Fortunately, they quickly succeeded in advancing to second-tier ability users. Done. With the task accomplished, Yi Huan wasted no time and commanded the 3 women, "Let us set off." Understood. Feeling the surge of enhanced power, the 3 women brimmed with confidence. Thus, under Tianju's lead, and Yu, Fei Hua Lu Xing, and Qi Hong followed closely behind in their sports cars. The entire group set forth with great momentum towards the suburban industrial park. Chapter 26, Establishing a New Military Base. In no time, after 20 minutes, they arrived at the industrial park. A cursory glance revealed an expansive area of over 1,000 acres, a fully developed industrial zone equipped with various facilities, buildings, and even a large apartment complex. Surrounded by tall walls, it was indeed a fitting location for a base. Upon disembarking, Virum, clank, clank. The transformers swiftly transformed into their respective forms, led by Tianju. And Yu, Fei Hua Lu Xing quickly found suitable positions to establish a perimeter. Naturally, there were plenty of zombies in the vicinity. Upon spotting Yi Huan and his crew, they emitted a chorus of roars and charged recklessly towards them. "Eliminate them," Tianju declared, drawing an energy hand cannon from his back and aiming it at a zombie. Virum, boom. In the next moment, with a terrifying surge of energy, the zombie was obliterated into dust. The others did not remain idle either, and Yu, Fei Hua Lu Xing, and Qi Hong swiftly drew their energy hand cannons as well. Virum boom, Virum boom. A few well-placed shots from their energy hand cannons eradicated all the surrounding zombies. This spectacle left Lin Xiao, Chun Minjiao, and Qin Mingyuan utterly astonished. They couldn't help but cover their mouths in disbelief, exclaiming, "My goodness, this is incredibly powerful." They had hardly witnessed the Transformers in action before. However, this was merely a fraction of their true strength. Otherwise, the entire industrial park would face annihilation. The commotion here was far too significant. Not far off, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a resounding boom. It was then that Ironhide and Frog King reverted to their forms as a Chevrolet Corvette and a Porsche 918, emitting a deep, guttural engine growl as they slowly cruised along an internal road of the park. Their demeanor was undeniably striking. It is often said that a man's ideal companion could be a woman. Yet if I were compelled to choose between a woman and a supercar, I must regrettably say I would select the latter. No man can resist the allure of a supercar. However, upon the return of these 2 magnificent machines, a beautiful girl, around 15 or 16 years of age, emerged from within. The moment she appeared, Yi Huan was taken aback. What on earth was happening? At that moment, Frog King and Ironhide transformed into colossal transformers with a whir of gears, announcing reverently, "Esteemed master, you have returned." Yi Huan nodded slightly, but turned his gaze toward the young girl, asking, "Who is this?" Just then, before Frog King could respond, Lin Xiao hurriedly interjected. "This is one of the survivors we rescued yesterday. Her name is Qin Yifei." Indeed, as the timid girl caught sight of Lin Xiao, her eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope, and she rushed forward, exclaiming, "Sister Lin Xiao, how are you?" Lin Xiao, embracing Qin Yifei in her arms, gently inquired, "Was everything all right here after we left? Hey, do you need to ask?" Before Qin Yifei could reply, Frog King boasted, "With me around, what could possibly go wrong? Shut your mouth." However, Ironhide, unable to contain himself, delivered a punch to Frog King, scolding, "You slacked off yesterday, hiding out in the back mountain. If it weren't for me, this group would have been torn to shreds by zombies. It turned out that, after Lin Xiao's departure the previous day, a horde of zombies had reappeared. Without Ironhide's presence, they likely would not have survived until today. Yet Frog King remained unfazed, whistling nonchalantly. Their survival is of no concern to me. I only heed the orders of the boss. Besides, hey, if you can't even protect these few survivors, you don't deserve to be a soldier of the boss. Enough. Hearing the incessant bickering between these two behemoths, Huan felt a headache coming on and waved his hand to silence them. He then turned to Ironhide and inquired, "Are there any other survivors here?" Upon discussing the matter at hand, Ironhide respectfully replied, "Aside from the group rescued by Lin Xiao yesterday, there are no others." Excellent. Hearing this, Huan's face brightened with satisfaction. This meant that all the resources here would belong to them. Wasting no time, he commanded Optimus, "You take Dark Moon and Flash to guard this area. Do not allow anyone to approach. Ironhide, Frog King, you two are to clear out all the zombies here." The industrial park was quite expansive, covering a full 1,000 acres. Given the number of workers here previously, there were bound to be numerous zombies. Thus, it was imperative to clear the area before collecting resources. "Yes, understood, my esteemed master." The colossal figures immediately sprang into action. Dark Moon transformed into a sleek black Lamborghini Aventador and swiftly positioned itself at the entrance of the park to stand guard. Optimus climbed atop a 5-story building, while Flash made its way to another entrance. Meanwhile, Huan was not idle. He retrieved the Thunder Sword from his spatial ring. This sword was exceptionally cool, and with his strength previously amplified to a staggering 140 times, coupled with an additional 100-fold, Huan felt an unprecedented surge of terrifying power. Just then, however, as he prepared to enter and gather resources, Lin Xiao suddenly called out to him. At the sound of her voice, Huan turned in surprise to glance at the striking beauty. "What is it?" Lin Xiao appeared somewhat awkward, but ultimately said, "What should we do about the group of survivors from yesterday?" Oh, Huan suddenly recalled that there was indeed another batch of survivors. However, he had little interest in them. In this apocalypse, aside from zombies, survivors were the most common sight. After a brief pause, he replied, "We'll deal with that later. Let us focus on collecting resources first." "All right." The three women quickly set about assisting him. Well, mainly Qin Mingyuan was sufficient, considering Huan currently possessed only 2 spatial rings. Nevertheless, even with that, the abundance of resources was overwhelming. When Huan opened the door to a bread processing factory and beheld the warehouse brimming with boxes upon boxes of bread, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The sheer quantity was astounding. The warehouse, spanning at least 2,000 square meters, was densely packed with bread, with thousands of boxes stacked high. Just this bread alone would sustain the 4 of them for decades. My goodness, the twin sisters were utterly flabbergasted upon seeing such a wealth of resources, especially Qin Mingyuan, who exclaimed with boundless excitement, "So much bread. We're going to strike it rich." "Strike it rich?" Huan chuckled in response. "This is merely the beginning. There will be even more treasures to come." Indeed, the twins quickly realized how delightful it was to follow Huan. This was hardly an apocalypse. It was akin to paradise. "All right, let us pack it all up." "Yes, let's." Heeding Huan's words, Qin Mingyuan wasted no time, activating her spatial ring to scan the vast warehouse. In less than 10 minutes, she had efficiently stored a staggering 10 tons of bread, leaving nothing behind. Besides these, she also collected various essential ingredients for bread making, such as sugar, flour, and oil, sparing none. Of course, beyond the bread factory, the industrial park housed numerous other facilities, including canned food processing plants, compressed biscuit factories, granaries, and a medium-sized storage logistics center, essentially a temporary transfer hub for goods. Do not underestimate its size. The abundance of items was astounding, ranging from small necessities for daily living to household appliances and furniture, everything one could need. Mineral water, yogurt, beverages, liquor, and beer were in no short supply, at least over 200,000 bottles. Thus, Huan did not overlook any opportunity, raiding the place with the 2 girls. In this manner, they busied themselves until noon, collecting at least 100,000 tons of supplies. During this time, Chan Minjayuan's spatial ring even leveled up. Otherwise, it would have been insufficient. Nevertheless, it was nearing capacity. To upgrade it further would require at least 100 zombie crystals. 100 crystals, what a daunting task. This is not an insignificant sum. Therefore, Huan directly instructed the Frog King and Iron Shell, who had already dealt with the zombies, "You two, go to the back mountain and procure some zombie crystals." For upon their arrival, Huan had observed the back mountain teeming with numerous zombies, making it an ideal opportunity to gather some. "Yes, master." Upon receiving the command, the 2 formidable beings wasted no time. with an impressively swift transformation. They morphed into sleek supercars and departed the industrial park to eliminate the zombies. Chapter 27. Zombie Gathering Place? Not long after, Huan heard a series of thunderous explosions from the back mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sounds of detonation and flames soaring high into the sky prompted even Lin Xiao and her companions to gasp in astonishment. Seriously, do these two have to make such a commotion? However, upon reflection, it made sense. With the military having retreated and no one monitoring the area, they certainly felt emboldened to unleash chaos. As night fell, the two returned, bringing back a considerable haul of zombie crystals. Upon a cursory glance, Huan was astonished to find a total of 120. Among them, 6 were even first-tier zombie crystals. An impressive quantity indeed. Gazing at the numerous crystals within the iron box, Huan could not help but marvel at the formidable firepower of these transformers. The Frog King chimed in, "Boss, this is just the tip of the iceberg. We discovered that there are tens of thousands of zombies in the back mountain. Enough to keep us busy for quite some time." What? Tens of thousands? Huan was momentarily taken aback by this staggering figure. He had not anticipated that so many zombies were concealed in this vicinity. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. This must be a zombie gathering place. Huan murmured to himself. What are you saying, Huan? Lin Xiao, unable to catch his words, inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. Coming back to his senses, Huan dismissed the need for further explanation, stating, I believe this is a zombie gathering place. These zombies have a tendency to cluster together. Hence the term zombie gathering place. When a riot occurs, they can mobilize in the thousands, even tens of thousands. He recalled the first zombie frenzy vividly. Yes, I remember. Lin Xiao readily acknowledged, her memory sharp. From the vantage point of the Easter Mansion, looking down from 300 meters high, it was nothing short of shocking and spectacular. With tens of thousands of zombies densely packed together like a tidal wave. Are you suggesting? Lin Xiao's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. This must be the origin point of those zombie riots, right? Indeed. Huan did not refute her, but rather praised her insight. Very astute. You see right through it. Wow. The three women, upon hearing this, were far from as composed as Huan. They could not stifle their gasps of disbelief. No way. This is the stronghold of the zombie frenzy? That essentially means there's a ticking time bomb right next to us. Chun Minjayuan's beautiful eyes widened in alarm. If they were to suddenly riot, the industrial park would be the first to bear the brunt. Tens of thousands of zombies surging forth could flatten this place in an instant. Yet, Huan remained unfazed. What is there to fear? With Optimus Prime and the others here, what is there to worry about? Upon hearing this, the three women quickly realized the truth of his words. Indeed, with Optimus Prime, the Frog King, and Meteor Fire on their side, there was little cause for concern. Hadn't they just witnessed the Frog King and Iron Shell charge into the back mountain and eliminate over 10,000 zombies unscathed? This indicated that these zombies posed little threat. However, Iron Shell, after pondering, voiced gravely, Master, should we not eliminate them all? After all, their presence remains a potential threat. Not yet. To their surprise, Huan waved his hand dismissively. Let them live for now. Many of them aren't even first tier. We can address that later. Understood, Master. Of course, Huan, in a precautionary measure, instructed Chihong to keep an eye on the situation. If a riot were to occur, he would at least be forewarned. Oh, and what about the survivors? As darkness enveloped the sky, Huan turned to Lin Xiao, saying, Tomorrow, provide them with some food and send them on their way. With the current supplies at his disposal, Huan felt no need to retain them. He merely needed to find a safe place to hide until the next wave of disaster struck. Send them away? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was taken aback. She had no objections, yet hesitated momentarily, glancing at the sleeping young girl, Qin Fei, not far away. What about her? Indeed, Chun Minjao chimed in. This young girl is only 16, and her parents perished in yesterday's zombie horde. If we hand her over to those survivors, I fear she could not continue. However, Huan understood. Indeed, this young girl was quite beautiful, and although only 16, she had blossomed into a graceful figure, possessing all the right curves. Of course, the author is a respectable individual. Being 16 is still underage. Yet, the intentions of those survivors could not be guaranteed. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Huan waved his hand and said, keeping her is fine. However, she must consume the gene enhancement agent. Otherwise, she would merely be a burden. Of course. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. They had feared Huan would oppose the idea. However, if they were to bring her along, it was only logical for her to become an empowered individual. Chapter 28. return to the city. Thus, by the following day, Lin Xiao conveyed this news to Qin Yifei. Naturally, upon learning that she could stay, Qin Yifei was overjoyed. She had not expected Yi Huan to take her in. Of course, there were conditions. Lin Xiao produced the gene enhancement agent and gently said, "You must drink this." "What is this?" Upon seeing the gene agent, a look of confusion crossed Qin Yifei's lovely face. Lin Xiao smiled and explained, "It's a gene enhancement agent. However, should you betray your brother Yi Huan, you will lose the abilities you gain. Such a thing exists?" Qin Yifei was taken aback by this revelation. Yet, with her parents gone and no relatives left, she found comfort in following sister Lin Xiao. Thus, she chose without hesitation to raise the vial to her lips and drink deeply. Excellent. Observing Qin Yifei drink the potion, Lin Xiao's face softened with warmth as she said, "Rest assured, as long as you are with us, you will undoubtedly live a safer life." Qin Yifei nodded obediently. "Now, go call out to brother Yi Huan." Noticing Yi Huan not far away, who was busy upgrading the spatial ring, Lin Xiao signaled to the young girl. Although she was only 16, the young beauty was quite perceptive. Thus, she hurriedly rose, stepping in her now black and white sneakers, and bashfully addressed Yi Huan. "Brother Yi Huan." Upon glancing at the young beauty, Yi Huan nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied. Oh, of course, he was not referring to her character. After all, there were still numerous vacancies on the list of the 10 team members. Moreover, having this little girl around posed no issue. Well then, with everything arranged, Yi Huan decided not to waste any more time and stated, "Today's mission remains quite simple. We shall continue to gather supplies and aim to secure the entire industrial park." He had just upgraded his spatial ring to level 3, utilizing a total of 100 zombie crystals. That had been quite painful. However, now looking at the upgraded spatial ring with a capacity of 10 million cubic units, accommodating the entire industrial park suddenly seemed quite acceptable. Understood. The 4 women promptly nodded and stood up, ready to embark. Thus, the next steps were rather straightforward, continuing to collect supplies. Furthermore, as they had gathered half the supplies yesterday, the remaining half took Yi Huan most of the day to finally complete. Gazing into the spatial ring, filled to the brim with various living essentials, food, and drink, Yi Huan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. With these supplies, even if they were to hide in the shelter for 10 lifetimes, they would never run out. Of course, there were some regrets. Yi Huan discovered that meat and vegetables were scarce. It wasn't that they were entirely absent. Rather, the meat required refrigeration, and the entire industrial park had long since lost power. Consequently, most of the meat had spoiled beyond salvage. Thus it had gone to waste. As for the vegetables, they too had withered away due to the passage of time, rendering them inedible. Such a pity. Even Chun Minjeo expressed her disappointment, gazing at the spoiled vegetables. If only these were still fresh, we would truly have no worries about food. Enough. However, Yi Huan did not dwell on it, merely waving his hand and stating, "There will be opportunities in the future. Let us depart." Yes. The 4 women obediently nodded and followed Yi Huan into the vehicle. They each boarded the ironclad Chevrolet and the blazing Bugatti. As for Tianju, Yi Huan commanded him to stay within Yu, Qihong, and Tai Pai, continuing to gather some zombie crystals here. Yes, understood. With Tianju and the others respectfully acknowledging, they headed towards the back mountains. Yi Huan then drove the 4 women back to the city. However, upon arriving in the city, they quickly realized that the times had changed. Although only 2 days had passed, before they could even enter the actual urban area, they encountered numerous places engaged in gunfire. Of course, some individuals were battling zombies, but others were clashing over resources. "Damn it, I found that first. You're stealing from me. Are you looking for death? Do you even know who we are?" "Who?" "I'm from Jianfeng Building," a brash blonde declared with arrogance. Oof. But the opposing side was not to be underestimated either. A girl who had mutated into a power user scoffed. "I'm from the Blood Rose base. Do you think I fear you? Then no more talk. Let us fight." "Fine, let's do it." With that, gunfire erupted once more. This scene left Lin Xiao and the others, who were merely passing by, utterly astonished. "Wow, Yi Huan, this is brutal." Witnessing the brawl erupting right at the city corner, it honestly made the girls question their existence. What was this? Yet for Yi Huan, it felt rather ordinary. After all, in Suhai City, the military had already withdrawn. This place had entirely become a domain for survivors and zombies. Without order, wasn't this quite normal? Indeed, once these words were spoken, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, finding it reasonable. After all, during the initial outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, although there had been some chaos, the presence of rescue troops had prevented such blatant conflicts in public. But now, with the rescue troops gone, this area had completely transformed into a lawless zone. In summary, it was a matter of the survival of the fittest. It appeared that the most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse wasn't the zombies at all. Reflecting on this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shake her head, her delicate face revealing a touch of sentiment. Enough. Yet Yi Huan, uninterested in her musings, urged, "Let us head back." All right. Soon, the ironclad Chevrolet, now transformed into a BMW 3 Series, swiftly departed the battlefield alongside the Bugatti, which had morphed into a Volkswagen, racing back to the Dongfang mansion. However, on the return journey, Yi Huan unexpectedly stumbled upon a discarded tank. Abandoned in the center of the road, its tracks were broken. Chapter 29. Where the hell is my tank? Oh, what a delightful surprise. Spotting this infantry tank caught Yi Huan off guard, as it was one of the most advanced tanks currently available domestically. Although the tracks were broken, Yi Huan did not let this opportunity slip away. He promptly exited the vehicle and activated the tank. With a hum, clanking noises echoed as the tank's tracks were repaired, and a deep voice announced, "Honorable Master, the cyber tank warrior is here to serve." Nodding slightly, Yi Huan replied, "Your new name shall be infantry tank." After all, he currently had no tank units at his disposal. This one was just perfect. Yes, esteemed master. With its new name, the infantry tank responded respectfully. "Let us go." Grabbing a tank for free was a stroke of luck, and Yi Huan felt quite pleased as he reboarded the vehicle, taking the 4 women back to the Dongfang mansion. The infantry tank followed suit, rumbling along behind them. Unbeknownst to them, about an hour later, a frantic group arrived, accompanied by a repairman, hurrying to the scene. They were from Jianfeng building. After clashing with the Blood Rose base, although they had successfully repelled the enemy, they had lost an infantry tank in the process. This was no ordinary tank. Their leader, Li Jinlong, had gone through great lengths to acquire it from the military. How could they allow it to be lost here? Thus, they hurried back to find it. Upon their return, the leader, Chun Fan, was flabbergasted. "Where's my tank? Where the hell is my tank?" Looking around, he realized that nothing remained. This led him to doubt his memory of the location. "Where's the tank?" The repairman, panting heavily, who had just managed to catch up, found nothing as well, leaving him equally bewildered. "This doesn't make sense." Chun Fan scratched his head in confusion. It was definitely here. Damn it. The weapons repairman holds a significant position in Jianfeng building. Initially, he thought this fellow was deliberately toying with him, brandishing a wrench as if to strike him on the head. "Chun Fan, let me make myself clear if you dare to mess with me. Don't blame me for making your life miserable. Stop." Chun Fan was startled by the situation, but soon a sinister expression crept onto his face as he spat on the ground, cursing, "Damn it, it must be that group from Blood Rose returning, stealing the tanks. These bastards, if I ever catch them, I will ensure their annihilation." He still believed it was the Blood Rose's doing. After all, no one else would dare to tamper with the resources of Jianfeng building. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Huan couldn't care less about ownership and had simply activated the items to take home. Upon returning to the Dongfang mansion, he found it as serene as ever. Tai Pai and Fei Hua Luxing accompanied the marine soldiers back to the underground garage, while Yi Huan led the 4 women to the penthouse at the top. Phew! Finally back. Upon arrival, Chun Mingyuan immediately perched on the sofa, her pretty face glowing with satisfaction. "It's so comfortable here." Indeed, even Lin Xiao felt somewhat exhausted from gathering supplies these past few days. Not to mention, upon returning, a wave of comfort washed over them. Only the newcomer, Qin Yifei, stood there in astonishment at the opulent penthouse. She surveyed her surroundings, taking in the extravagant furniture and spacious living area. "This place is too luxurious." Oh, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that Qin Yifei was new and enthusiastically urged her to sit down, saying, "Yes, this is our secret sanctuary. What do you think? Impressive, right?" "Uh-huh." Returning to reality, Qin Yifei couldn't help but nod repeatedly, for it was indeed breathtaking. "All right. However," Yi Huan interjected, "relaxation comes after a shower. Let us change into fresh clothes first, right?" At the mention of this, the 3 girls immediately reacted. They had been outside for nearly 3 days and had slain numerous zombies without a proper wash. Lin Xiao quickly stood up, joking, "I'll run the water for a shower." But upon noticing the bewildered Qin Yifei beside her, she grabbed the girl and asked, "Would you like to shower with your sister?" Little did they know, Qin Yifei was utterly flabbergasted. "Shower? Can we actually shower here? Sister, ISNT at the apocalypse? ISNT water supposed to be conserved? There's a lot of zombie virus around." "Yes, that is true. But beside them." Lin Xiao remained silent as Chun Minjiao chimed in with a giggle. "But the water here is safe and unlimited. Just come along." "Really? Now?" Qin Yifei felt a bit tempted. After all, she hadn't even splurged on washing her face these past few days. However, the idea of enjoying a hot shower here was quite enticing. "Oh dear." Lin Xiao, perceptive as ever, noticed the 16-year-old beauty's thoughts and pulled her along, saying, "All right, if you want to shower, we have plenty of water resources. Come, follow me." With that, the stunning lady led the younger beauty into the bathing area. Of course, Lin Xiao quickly dashed out again to fetch some clothes for Qin Yifei, not forgetting to inquire of Chun Minjao and her sister. "Hey, do you two have any clothes? Get a set for Yifei." Upon hearing the request for clothes, the two sisters exchanged shy glances at Huan. "You can't be serious, sister. Huan is still here." "Hey." The little glances left Huan baffled. "What are you looking at me for? It's just a piece of clothing. And no worries." Once discovered, the sisters stuck out their tongues, and Chen Mingyuan hurried to her room, retrieving a set of clothes. "I have a brand new one from my previous collection. Still in good condition." "Oh, perfect. Do you have pajamas too?" I do." "Then bring me one." "All right." Chen Mingyuan promptly handed it over. Chapter 30. Preparing for the second wave of catastrophe. "However, after delivering the clothes, oh dear, I might as well shower too." 3? Is that all right?" Lin Xiao's doubtful voice came from inside. "Oh, come on." Chen Mingyuan insisted as she squeezed in. Thus, only Huan and Chen Minjao remained in the living room. Hearing the splashing sound from inside, Chen Minjao felt a tad awkward but couldn't resist asking Huan, "Would you like to shower?" "What? Are you suggesting we shower together?" Upon hearing this, Chen Minjao's cheeks flushed crimson. However, unexpectedly, after a moment's pause, she raised her beautiful eyes and, blushing, said, "Should I go get some clothes?" What?" Huan was amused by her response. "I was joking. You go ahead and shower. I'm in no rush." This remark left Chen Minjao, who had just gathered her courage, bewildered, and she shot him a glare. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? So embarrassing." "No shower then." With that, Chen Minjao huffed and rushed back inside. Soon after, sounds of Lin Xiao and Chen Mingyuan's bewilderment echoed from the bathroom. Sister. Why are you here too?" "Oh, can't we shower together?" "Hey, don't crowd." Hearing the girls giggling and splashing in the bathroom, it was hard for any man to remain composed. They were all breathtaking beauties with a pair of twins, every man's ultimate fantasy. Yet, Huan maintained his composure, as he needed to check on the dizziness situation on the rooftop first. Indeed, upon arriving at the rooftop, he found Dizziness had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Huan approach, Dizziness immediately spoke respectfully, "Esteemed master." Nodding slightly, Huan wasted no time and inquired, "How has the city fared in the past 2 days since we left?" "Chaotic." To his surprise, Dizziness paused momentarily before replying in a somber tone, "Very chaotic." As it turned out, since the rescue forces had retreated from the city 2 days prior, it had become a haven for apocalypse survivors and zombies alike. Numerous survivor bases had sprung up, both large and small. Among them, the most notorious were undoubtedly the Blood Rose at the city entrance and Jianfeng building. Both factions boasted over 1,000 survivors each, along with hundreds of ability users, and heavy firepower was deployed. Every day, large-scale skirmishes erupted. Huan, however, was unfazed, as he had grown accustomed to such a reality. After all, in his previous life, he had survived in a similar manner. Of course, he hadn't always developed in Sahe City. He merely knew of the existence of 3 major bases. The specifics, however, hadn't piqued his interest. Yet, Blood Rose was noteworthy. Even 2 years later, this survivor base had burgeoned to over 10,000 people. Nevertheless, Huan remained indifferent. With a mere wave of his hand, he commanded, "Continue the reconnaissance. There are fewer than 20 days remaining until the next calamity descends. I require you to remain vigilant regarding meteorological changes and the status of the survivors." "Yes, esteemed master." The mechanical voice of Xian Yun responded in a tone of reverent awe. Before long, Huan returned to the mansion, where he found the 4 women had already emerged from their baths. Each adorned in distinct sleepwear, complemented by their adorable slippers, they displayed their long, fair legs and cascading tresses, all harmonizing with their exquisite visages. The twins, alongside the alluring Lin Xiao, were indeed a sight to behold, and though they were still minors, their beauty rivaled even that of Lin Xiao, albeit in a wholly different style. "How about that?" Chen Minjao remarked with a hint of pride, observing Huan's astonished expression. "Do you feel as though you brought home several stunning beauties?" Indeed, regaining his composure, Huan nodded slightly, not denying her statement. Yet he added, "Beauty alone is insufficient. One must possess strength. Otherwise, in the face of the apocalypse, they are merely playthings." This remark momentarily deflated Chen Minjao. While it was true that Huan spoke facts, she retorted, "But our strength is no longer lacking." She waved her delicate little fist in emphasis. Indeed, Chen Mingyuan chimed in, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking a grain. They had now acquired the powers of second-tier ability users, positioning them among the elite fighters in Sahe City. However, They recognized that this was far from sufficient. Although food was no longer a concern, their strength still fell short. Huan was acutely aware that the future would not only be dominated by resources, but, more importantly, by personal enhancement. He could not forget the mysterious and formidable monsters lurking in the fog. Those terrifying creatures, boasting 7th and 8th tier abilities, could easily claim lives within their midst, not to mention those of 2nd tier users who were merely fodder. Thus, Huan insisted, you must strive to become stronger, not just in terms of raw power, but also through rich combat experience. Having strength without experience is akin to being a novice, unless one's power is extraordinarily excessive, say, 1,000 or 2,000 times stronger. Those monsters would easily breach any defenses. Otherwise, you must accumulate experience. Well, speaking of combat experience, the 4 women exchanged awkward glances, a hint of embarrassment coloring their cheeks. Truth be told, they had no combat experience whatsoever. During their previous excursions to gather supplies, they had relied on Tai Pai and the Frog King to eliminate the zombies, having contributed nothing themselves. However, they understood that Huan was right. Mere strength without experience rendered one a mere novice. With this in mind, Chen Mingyuan eagerly proposed, Huan, you could train us? Yes. The suggestion sparked excitement among the remaining 3 beauties, their eyes lighting up. We have Huan, whose combat experience is extensive. Me? To their surprise, Huan shook his head dismissively and gestured towards himself. You cannot rely on me. I have numerous matters to attend to. It is impossible for me to spend the entirety of my time training you. After all, with merely 20 days until the second wave of disaster, he needed to prepare further. While food was no longer lacking, he still required more zombie crystals and even more formidable transformers. Additionally, there were still many luxuries such as cigarettes and alcohol left untouched in Sahe City. He simply had no time to guide them in accumulating experience. However, he continued, there's no need for undue concern. You have Tai Pai and the others. To put it plainly, in the current Sahe City, a single Tai Pai could dominate. This is merely a basic novice pool. A maxed-out powerhouse could clear the area without a worry. Seeing Huan's reluctance, the 4 women felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet they understood the validity of his words. If they possessed such formidable power, yet still required Huan's constant guidance, it would be rather humiliating. Thus Lin Xiao, the eldest among them, flashed an enchanting and gentle smile, assuring, fear not, I will take them out tomorrow. Good. Huan nodded appreciatively, feeling reassured by Lin Xiao's capabilities. Noticing the hour was late, he added, let us all retire early. All right. The 4 women nodded obediently, each grabbing a bite to eat before heading to bed. As for Lin Xiao, she stayed up to rest alongside Huan. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Jianfeng building was starkly different. What? You say the tank was taken by the Bloodrose faction? A man in his 30s revealed a grave expression upon receiving this news. It was known that he had invested heavily in acquiring that amphibious assault tank. Renowned for its formidable armor and dual autocannons, an invaluable asset against both zombies and the defensive fortifications of other survivors. And now, he was being told that it had been taken? Li Jinlong's countenance darkened as he fixed a murderous glare upon Chun Fan. It's all the fault of those damned blood rose scoundrels. Sensing Li Jinlong's ire, Chun Fan felt a twinge of guilt, but quickly deflected blame, indignantly exclaiming, damn it. They disregard martial ethics. They had already been driven off, yet they seized the opportunity while I was calling for help to take our tank. Don't let me catch them. Otherwise, I will have their bodies torn asunder. Oh no, for the women, I shall kill them first. However, Li Jinlong merely smiled coldly, a hint of malice gracing his features. If not for the fact that Chun Fan was also an ability user of high tier, he would have thought nothing of eliminating him for such a loss. Yet he was not foolish enough to act carelessly, simply asking, did you see it was the Bloodrose faction? At this inquiry, Chun Fan hesitated, blinking before resolutely shaking his head. No. This response left Li Jinlong momentarily perplexed. Wait, are you saying it was the Bloodrose faction that did it? Yet Chun Fan declared with conviction, boss, think about it. In the current Sahe City, who doesn't know about our amphibious assault tank at Jianfeng building? Who would dare to take it, except for Bloodrose? This reasoning caused Li Jinlong to ponder, recognizing the validity of Chun Fan's argument. After all, Jianfeng building was nearing 2,000 residents, with over 100 ability users among them. It was improbable that anyone would dare to tamper with Jianfeng building's assets, save for Bloodrose. Regardless, Li Jinlong's cold gaze bore into Chun Fan's. I do not care who took it. You must find a way to retrieve it. This is vital for our assault. Without it, we cannot breach Bloodrose's fortified defenses. Understood, boss. Chun Fan hastily assured. Rest assured, I will definitely retrieve it within 7 days. 7 days? However, to his astonishment, Li Jinlong chuckled at this remark. His gaze icy as he replied, I will only grant you 3 days. If you fail to return it in that time, I shall take your life. No problem, boss. 3 days it is. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan immediately sighed in relief. Ah, an additional 3 days to live. He promptly set off with his team in search of the tank. Meanwhile, Yi Huan remained blissfully unaware that the Jianfeng building was in a state of chaos due to the loss of the tank. Yet, even if he had known, it would not have concerned him. He was preoccupied with addressing the impending second wave of torrential floods. Thus, early in the morning, after dispatching the 4 women to hone their combat skills, he drove his Bugatti, the Meteor, to the largest coastal port in Sahe. As a coastal city, Sahe had been severely afflicted by consecutive storms and tsunamis, resulting in nearly half of the city being submerged. This was indeed the downside of coastal cities, as they bore the brunt of disasters. However, the advantages were equally evident, including lucrative coastal trade and substantial port profits. Yet, such gains were not Yi Huan's objective. His true aim lay with the cargo ships docked here. Indeed, being the largest coastal port in Sahe, a multitude of ships were anchored year-round. Especially after the outbreak of the zombie catastrophe, numerous cargo and passenger vessels, including large luxury liners, sought refuge here. If he could activate a large cargo ship, he would no longer fear the floods, sailing directly into the vast ocean. Moreover, the cybernetic life forms were far more stable than aircraft carriers, boasting even more formidable firepower. Thus, Yi Huan arrived at the port. With a thunderous roar, the Meteor unleashed a terrifying shockwave as he drove onto the coastal line. However, upon disembarking, a cacophony of growls erupted as countless zombies, drawn by the commotion, surged towards him. Their numbers were overwhelming, thousands, nearly blanketing the entire port, including a few larger, evidently evolved zombies. Meteor, eliminate them. Yet, Yi Huan remained unfazed by the approaching horde, calmly commanding. The Meteor, responding to its master, began its transformation amidst the cacophony of grinding gears. In an instant, it morphed into an impressive 8-meter-tall, stylish blue and black transformer. Yes, a steam master. With a deep, mechanical voice, it drew forth a colossal energy cannon from its back. With a surge of blue energy, a terrifying laser cannon erupted, annihilating over 20 zombies in a single blast. But that was not the end. As the relentless zombies charged forth, the Meteor unleashed its true potential, firing with abandon and taunting. Come on, my little fragiles. Watch as I obliterate you all. Everything in its path, zombies, grass, trees, and containers, was reduced to mere rubble. Chapter 32, Amphibious Landing Craft. Indeed, with the Meteor exhibiting such ferocity, Yi Huan did not lag behind. He slowly withdrew the Thunder Sword from his spatial ring. A radiant blue blade materialized before him. In the blink of an eye, he was in motion. A zombie charging at him was cleaved in two before it could react. In a swift counter, another zombie attempting a sneak attack lost its head, rolling to the ground. Yet, this was merely the beginning. More and more fearless zombies surged from all directions. Just in time, Yi Huan muttered to himself as his speed surged to its peak, combining 140 times his strength with the 100-fold power of the Thunder Sword for an explosive total of 240 times. He left behind only a blur, accompanied by a flash of blue light, like a bolt of lightning. As he passed, all zombies were dispatched, and before he even touched down, a crackling sound heralded the rise of numerous bolts of electricity, striking the remaining zombies with deadly precision. The horrifying currents reduced them to ash, leaving no chance for a single moan of agony. This was the passive ability of the Thunder Sword, lightning. With each swing, it had a chance to unleash chain lightning, vaporizing nearby foes. If one were to witness this, they would be utterly astonished. Was this still a mere human? Yet in this place, only zombies remained, with none to witness the transformation of their kind into dust. From the ashes, zombie crystal caught Yi Huan's eye. Ah, an unexpected reward. Without wasting time, he picked it up and, wielding the Thunder Sword, turned to the Meteor. Meteor, resolve this battle quickly. After all, the commotion was too loud. Continuing like this would not only attract more zombies, but might also draw the attention of other survivors. Yes, esteemed master. Responding to his command, the Meteor wasted no time. It drew forth a massive laser blade, nearly 4 meters long, from its back. With a swift swing, it effortlessly cleaved through the zombies that barely reached its shins. Coupled with the energy cannon, each shot eliminated dozens. Soon, the entire horde of thousands was vanquished, with even the first-tier zombies unable to withstand a single exchange. After the battle, the Meteor, still cautious, released a mechanical dog approximately 2 meters in length, which promptly dashed forward to scour the battlefield until every last foe was eliminated. Only then did the meteor clasp its hands together, respectfully stating, "Master, all threats have been neutralized. Well done." Observing the aftermath of the port, resembling a war zone with smoldering debris and scorched earth, Huan nodded slightly and sheathed the thunder sword, leading the meteor towards the docks. Upon arrival, it became evident that a myriad of grand vessels were docked in close proximity, predominantly fishing boats, as this locale frequently saw seafarers embarking on their journeys. The remainder consisted of several enormous cargo ships, each extending over 100 meters in length. Nonetheless, it was apparent that no one was aboard at present, and a considerable number of zombies lingered atop the vessels. Such a pity. Yet, despite this, the sight of these majestic ships caused Huan to shake his head slightly, a hint of regret flickering across his visage. For this was not a military port. If only there were 1 or 2 naval ships present. Huan was not overly greedy. A single 055 destroyer would suffice. If that were activated, it could reign supreme upon the seas. Just then, Huan's gaze sharpened as he perceived something amiss. Not far from the dock, there appeared to be an unusual vessel. At first, he thought he might be mistaken. Could it be an amphibious landing craft? The quick scan from Fei Hua Lu Xing confirmed this, revealing it to be an American ship. What? An amphibious landing craft? Upon hearing this, Huan was momentarily dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had mused about the desirability of a 055 destroyer, and yet here stood an actual warship. Though it may not have been as extravagant, it was nonetheless a formidable warship. However, confusion soon crept in. How had an American naval vessel come to be in this region? This was the territory of Longhua. Despite the outbreak of an apocalyptic crisis that had obliterated numerous nations, the presence of an American warship here was unexpected. He resolved to investigate further. After a brief contemplation, Huan decided to approach the vessel. "Yes, master." Upon receiving the command, Fei Hua Lu Xing promptly followed Huan aboard the impressive 120-meter-long amphibious landing craft. Upon stepping onto the deck, they were immediately confronted by staggering American zombies who, upon detecting the presence of the living, lurched forward with eagerness. Clad in American military uniforms, it was evident they had once served as naval personnel. Yet, Huan showed no mercy. One swift strike followed another, quickly dispatching the entire horde of zombies. Concurrently, Fei Hua Lu Xing utilized its military technology to delve into the ship's history. It was soon revealed that this amphibious landing craft had been dispatched to investigate and contain the zombie outbreak in the island nation. However, the horror of the island's zombie crisis was overwhelming. The first wave of assault vehicles had been annihilated, and even the soldiers aboard the ship had succumbed to infection. Given the proximity of Suhai Port to the island nation, the vessel had drifted here. So that was the reason. Upon absorbing this information, Huan's expression shifted to one of understanding. No wonder an American warship had appeared in this vicinity. However, gazing at this colossal behemoth, a grin began to spread across his face. Goodness, this was an amphibious landing craft. If it were to transform into a colossal machine, it would be utterly extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Huan wasted no time. He plunged the thunder sword into the ship's deck, kneeling on one knee to press down gently. At the moment of contact, a surge of energy resonated. In the next instant, the leader module's prompt materialized before him. Beep, detection successful. Activation possible. Requires 3 fire seeds. Huan. Chapter 33. The Girl on the Amphibious Landing Craft. Very well. Huan vowed he truly desired a naval warrior, one who was as formidable as possible. Yet now, upon seeing the prompt, he was taken aback. 3 fire seeds? Why must the system demand such a quantity? Fortunately, the system soon provided an explanation. In response to the host's inquiry, the specified target size exceeds the capacity of a single fire seed, necessitating an increase in the number of seeds required. Now it made sense. Huan realized why even a leader warrior like Zuzi required only 1 fire seed, while this naval vessel demanded 3. It was indeed a matter of scale. However, staring at the enormous vessel stretching a staggering 180 meters in length, Huan gritted his teeth and resolutely opted to utilize 3 fire seeds for activation. With a hum, activation was successful. Just as Huan triggered the activation, accompanied by an audible prompt, the massive vessel began to transform, starting from the deck. Bathed in a resplendent blue glow, the ship swiftly morphed its form as countless mysterious metallic elements reshaped its structure, rippling like water waves. The sound of enigmatic gears whirring filled the air as the transformation unfolded. After nearly a minute, the ship, once tarnished by rust, emerged anew. Although its exterior appeared unchanged, Huan could distinctly sense the presence of mechanical life within. Simultaneously, A voice reminiscent of the depths of the cosmos echoed in Huan's ears. Esteemed Master, the Cybertron giant warrior has arrived. This proclamation emanated from the amphibious landing craft. Meanwhile, within one of the ship's chambers, a young woman was unceremoniously ejected, nearly sustaining injury. She was clad in a black dress, her beautiful yet somewhat disheveled visage causing Huan to furrow his brow. What? He had not anticipated the presence of another individual here. Likewise, Fei Hua Luxing promptly drew its energy hand cannon, directing it towards the striking young woman, irate. Who the hell are you? Irritation was evident, clearly stemming from being caught off guard. Fortunately, Huan raised a hand to intervene, allowing Fei Hua Luxing to lower its weapon. However, its once blue mechanical eyes had turned crimson, indicative of a combat alert state. Please don't kill me. Jiang Mingli cried out, terrified, as she cowered in a corner, clutching her head, her frail form trembling uncontrollably. It turned out she was also a survivor from Suhai. Unlike others, she had been aboard a transport aircraft during the evacuation when American naval zombie, despite its undead state, retained its muscular instinct from life and had fired a shot, downing the aircraft. She was the sole survivor, having hidden in this storage compartment. Yet, she had never anticipated the emergence of such a tremendous explosion outside, which initially filled her with hope, believing it to be a military rescue. However, upon gazing through the observation port and witnessing the colossal meteor, towering at a staggering 8 meters, she was utterly horrified, convinced that extraterrestrial beings had descended upon her. What left her utterly speechless was the fact that this amphibious landing craft had also undergone mutation. The surrounding steel and metal had swiftly transformed, as if undergoing a molecular metamorphosis, propelling her out in the process. Consequently, Jiang Mingli was thoroughly frightened and trembling, her voice quavering as she pleaded, "Please don't kill me." To her surprise, Huan did not make a move to harm her. Instead, he retrieved some compressed biscuits and bottled water from his spatial ring and tossed them before her. Upon seeing this unexpected offering of sustenance, Jiang Mingli, whose delicate form was still quaking, momentarily froze. Gathering her courage, she timidly raised her beautiful eyes and encountered Huan's calm, handsome visage. You're not an alien, are you? Seeing that he possessed the same human structure as herself, she was momentarily taken aback. An alien? Yet, Huan chuckled at her query and retorted, "What do you think?" "What? No." This response only bewildered Jiang Mingli further, prompting her to glance at the imposing 8-meter-tall mechanical monstrosity beside her. "Then how could you have such a creature?" "Silence. You're the monster. You're the little monster." But before she could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted by the irritable meteor. The creature itself seemed a bit bewildered, exclaiming, "I came out with the boss today to find new members, and now I've inexplicably become a monster. Can I tolerate this?" The energy cannon was once again aimed at Jiang Mingli, causing the girl clad in a black skirt and a student uniform to tremble in fear. Enough. However, Huan had already grown weary of the situation. In that brief moment, he had dispatched several hundred zombies. He waved his hand dismissively and ordered, "Take these supplies and leave the ship." After all, now that this enormous entity had been activated, it was a member of his team, and he could not allow other survivors to remain here. "What? You want me to leave?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingli was utterly stunned. She blinked her beautiful eyes, her gaze filled with astonishment as she looked at Huan. She had anticipated that her discovery would either lead to her becoming his plaything or being killed. Yet unexpectedly, this enigmatic young man would allow her to depart. Moreover, he provided her with such an abundance of food. Staring at the compressed biscuits and bottled water that could sustain her for an entire week, she was completely dumbfounded. This was entirely different from what she had imagined. As she observed Huan turning to enter the interior of the vessel, she suddenly called out, "Wait. The unexpected voice caused Huan to frown as he turned to glance at her. "What is it? Do you want to die?" No. The petite beauty, having gathered her courage, followed him. After taking a deep breath, she mustered the audacity to say, "May I accompany you?" "Oh, accompany me?" Huan replied with a chuckle. "What use would you be?" I am a nurse, and possess some medical knowledge," Jiang Mingli hastily responded, having realized that if this man were malevolent, she would have perished moments ago. Yet, he had still provided her with food. "I believe you're a good person," she declared earnestly. "Good person?" Huan shook his head with a smile. In this apocalypse, what good person exists? However, after a brief pause, he acknowledged, "There is one truth. My team indeed requires a nurse, just in case." He then tossed a vial of gene enhancement serum to Jiang Mingli. "Drink this, and you can accompany me. After all, I currently have only 4 members, and this will allow me to accumulate up to 10. To his surprise, Jiang Mingli showed no hesitation. She seized the gene enhancement serum and drank it in one swift motion. Soon after, a wave of pain coursed through her body. But it was fleeting. Once she regained her composure, she sensed a change within her. Her strength seemed to have amplified. This is the gene enhancement serum. Indeed, Huan was somewhat taken aback by her swift compliance, but he quickly continued, "It will enhance your physical abilities, but be warned. If you betray me, all this power will be revoked." What? Jiang Mingli's face registered shock at his words. Does such a thing truly exist in this world? Little did she know, many more astonishing occurrences lay ahead. "All right, you can wait for me below." Having welcomed her into his small team, Huan offered no further explanation, merely stating, "Oh, okay." Coming to her senses, Jiang Mingli nodded repeatedly. Although she found this young man exceedingly mysterious, she obediently stepped aside. Huan then ventured into the interior of the amphibious landing craft, where he stumbled upon unexpected treasures. For within, he discovered 3 additional amphibious landing tanks and 2 Apache attack helicopters. Huan remained unfazed. After all, an amphibious landing craft was inherently a military vessel designed for assault operations, not to mention the potential to accommodate over 40 amphibious tanks when fully loaded, alongside 8 armed helicopters for combat. He had not anticipated the presence of so many assets here. "Well, they're all mine," Huan murmured to himself, glancing at his leader module. Upon activating the amphibious landing craft, he found that he had exactly 9 fire seeds, an accumulation from many days without use, now totaling 12. With 5 sizable entities remaining, Huan decided to activate them all at once. Buzz, whir, clank. An astonishing scene unfolded within the cargo space of the amphibious landing craft. The previously dormant entities began to transform rapidly, morphing into 2 large, dizzying transformers and 3 amphibious landing tanks, fully capable of conducting operations in both land and water. Their metallic bodies, cloaked in deep gray, exuded an aura of peril. "Master." Upon activation, the entities immediately knelt before Huan. Were an outsider to witness this spectacle, they would be utterly speechless. What a farce. 3 amphibious landing tanks were already outrageous enough, let alone 2 helicopters renowned as the kings of the skies. More accurately, the kings of armed helicopters, the Apache. Now transformed into formidable warriors, these entities could easily sweep through a medium-sized nation. Seeing these formidable creations, Huan was quite pleased and nodded slightly, addressing them. "From now on, you shall be known as the Twin Brothers. As for the 3 of you, let us designate you as the Amphibious Squad." After all, naming 5 large fellows can be quite cumbersome. Thus, Huan opted for a more succinct approach, simply categorizing them into a team. "You shall remain aboard the amphibious landing vessel, tasked with safeguarding this location and ensuring no one approaches. After all, the number of transformers under my command has already swelled significantly. Besides Ironhide, Optimus Prime, Moonlight, Crimson, Firefly, Blur, the Battlebit, Laserbeak, and others. I now have 5 more Decepticons and 1 formidable amphibious landing ship, bringing the total to 14. Far more than necessary. Moreover, as the impending storm approaches and the floods surge, it is essential to have someone on watch to prevent theft." "Yes, my esteemed master." The 5 colossal beings responded with the utmost respect to the command. Among them, 1 Apache helicopter emitted a mechanical and raspy tone, addressing Huan with flattery. "Esteemed master, rest assured, with us here, no one shall come near this warship." This voice, for some inexplicable reason, reminded Huan of the treacherous second-in-command, Starscream, from a movie in his past life. How strikingly similar. Nonetheless, he harbored no concerns, for this group could never betray him. Moreover, with 5 formidable transformers among them, it would be utterly ridiculous if any survivor managed to commandeer this warship. However, just as Huan prepared to depart, a voice suddenly rang out from outside, belonging to Firefly. "Master, there are survivors appearing here." Huan paused, somewhat taken aback. Someone had indeed arrived. He quickly made his way to the deck and beheld, as expected, 4 vehicles parked at the harbor, from which more than 20 individuals disembarked. Leading them was a young man with dyed yellow hair, who immediately boarded the ship, spotting Huan. Chun Fan brandished a knife, pointing it at Huan, and with a displeased tone inquired, "Hey brother, what is going on here? Did other survivors come by? It seems like a fierce battle unfolded. Also, do you have a base? Is it Blood Roses? If it's not Blood Roses, how about joining us at Jianfeng Tower?" A barrage of questions left Huan momentarily bewildered. Where did this fellow spring from? Little did he know that Chun Fan was already thoroughly exasperated, having searched for the Battlebit tank all morning with no luck. With only 2 days left to live, he decided to try his luck at the harbor, having heard rumors of an Eagle Nation military ship arriving a few days prior. However, due to the overwhelming number of zombies, thousands of them, including many first-tier ones, no one dared approach. But time was running out. If he didn't find a solution soon, he would meet his demise. Thus, he mustered the courage to come here, hoping perhaps the warship held something that could replace the battleboat. To his shock, upon arrival, he found the place seemingly ravaged by a carpet bombing. Just as he was questioning his life choices, he caught sight of Huan and, in a haughty manner, demanded, "Brother, are you interested?" Chapter 35, Brother, don't kill me. Truly, I am blind. Interest? Huan snapped back to reality and smiled, for he had not anticipated someone would invite him to join Jianfeng Tower. It was fortuitous, as he was in need of individuals to gather supplies. Thus, he suddenly commanded, "Firefly, apprehend them." What? Before Chun Fan and his companions could react, the previously quiet Bugatti Firefly began to whir and grind, gears shifting violently. Veerum boom! The sound echoed, and in the next moment, the sleek sports car transformed into a massive transformer. What on earth? Aliens. They were taken aback, mistaking Firefly for some extraterrestrial creature and hastily opened fire. "Quick, fire! Take it down!" They shouted, led by Chun Fan, who frantically began shooting. Yet, not even bullets or missiles could penetrate Firefly's defenses, let alone their meager firepower. Meanwhile, from within the landing bay, the twin brothers, Apache, and the amphibious squad surged forth, swiftly subduing them all. "Hey kid, don't move, or I can't guarantee your life." Apache, the elder brother, aimed an energy hand cannon at Chun Fan, emitting a sinister mechanical voice. "Please don't kill us." Suddenly, with a weapon pointed at his head, Chun Fan gulped nervously, dropping to his knees, hands raised in surrender. Terrified to move. "Yes, extraterrestrial brothers, we were merely passing through. Indeed, we had no idea you were aliens." The others quickly followed suit, kneeling and raising their hands in capitulation, believing these titans to be alien beings. After all, with the global zombie apocalypse upon them, the emergence of extraterrestrial life seemed plausible. They never imagined they would encounter such misfortune first. "Fear not." However, at that moment, Huan approached, pressing the thunder sword against Chun Fan's neck. A slight smile gracing his lips. "You won't die just yet. I still have use for you." What? The prospect of survival sparked new life in Chun Fan's eyes, and he eagerly looked up. "We'll do whatever you ask. Indeed, just don't kill us," echoed the others in agreement. With an alien being by their side, who would dare oppose this enigmatic figure whose true nature remained a mystery? They had already begun to regard Huan as one of the extraterrestrial beings. Of course, Huan paid no mind to their assumptions. With approximately 20 days remaining until the next wave of calamity struck, he recognized that while he had amassed a sufficient amount of supplies, he still lacked crucial high-end materials for the future, such as tobacco, alcohol, tea, and gold. Even with his spatial ring, gathering these within a short time frame proved nearly impossible. Thus, the arrival of this group was opportune. Every additional hand would aid in collecting supplies, and once they had fulfilled their purpose, he could dispose of them as he saw fit. Consequently, Huan fixed his gaze on Chun Fan and declared, "It's quite simple. I want you to help me gather supplies. Within half a month, procure all the tobacco, alcohol, tea, and gold from Sahe City." What on earth? Tobacco, alcohol, tea, and gold? Upon hearing this, the group of survivors was utterly perplexed, staring in bewilderment at Huan. "All right, I can understand collecting food in the apocalypse, but what in the world is tobacco, alcohol, tea, and gold?" However, upon casting a glance at the imposing figure beside him with its cold, unyielding crimson mechanical eye, Chun Fan hastily bowed, not even bothering to ask questions. "Rest assured, boss. From this moment forth, you are our leader. Whatever you command, we shall obey." Chapter 36. Following Huan is indeed a path toward great prospects. Excellent. Huan was quite pleased with Chun Fan's astuteness. After all, enlisting a few fools to gather resources might inadvertently lead to complications. Yet, mere compliance was insufficient. Huan produced a miniature life form crafted from a mechanical wristwatch. It transformed into 17 distinct entities, each encasing their wrists for communication and surveillance. Upon witnessing this remarkable technology, Chun Fan and his companions could only widen their eyes in astonishment. No way is this for real? Even in this apocalypse, such high-tech exists? It was clear that the individual before them was no ordinary person. Regaining his composure, Chun Fan quickly reassured, "You can count on us. We will collect everything in the shortest time possible." Yes, indeed. With Chun Fan's declaration, the other loyal followers eagerly nodded, expressing their unwavering support. Enough. Huan, uninterested in idle chatter, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You can head out now. Bring all the collected resources back to this landing ship." "Understood." The group of subordinates promptly scrambled to their feet, jumping into their vehicles to gather supplies. Boom! The 4 vehicles sped away, driven by an urgency to not lag behind. Yi, boss Yi. At that moment, Jiang Mingli, who had been covertly observing from the sidelines, breathed a sigh of relief as the group departed and hurried over, albeit with a hint of anxiety. Are you really just going to let them go? Aren't you afraid they won't return? After all, Jiang Mingli perceived that this group did not seem entirely sincere. Not return? To her surprise, Huan merely chuckled at her concern. He turned to her with a calm demeanor, dismissing her worries. Rest assured, they will make the right choice. What do you mean, the right choice? Jiang Mingli paused, somewhat perplexed. Yet, it was evident that Yi Huan did not wish to elaborate further. Come with me. We need to return. With that, he guided her away. Wait for me. Seeing the chaos of fallen zombies around, Jiang Mingli hurried to keep pace with him. Once they reached the vehicle, boom, the Bugatti roared to life, swiftly disappearing into the distance amidst a cacophony of sound. Meanwhile, Chun Fan and his companions had already driven several kilometers away. Yet, despite the distance, a sense of dread lingered among them. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Who could have anticipated encountering such a monstrous mechanical creature at this time? One of the subordinates could not contain his apprehension and asked, Boss, are we really going to help them? Of course. Chun Fan retorted, his tone sharp. Did you not see those behemoths? One cannon blast, and we would all be toast. Do you dare defy them? The gravity of his words rendered the others silent. Indeed, those machines were frightful, and their numbers were overwhelming. Such technology was far beyond what humanity could create. With such entities around, how could mere zombies pose a threat? Not to mention, even Li Jinlong from Jianfeng Tower would likely stand no chance against them. Besides, Chun Fan added with exasperation, we've lost the armored tanks. When we return, Li Jinlong will not spare us. It's better to align ourselves with this individual than to face certain doom at his hands. That's true. The moment those words escaped him, his fellow subordinates quickly made their decision. Indeed, returning means death. Rather than perish at Li Jinlong's hands, we might as well ally ourselves with this person. Without needing further persuasion, they all declared, we are with you, Brother Fan. Yes, indeed. Our lives were saved by you, so we will certainly heed your command. Very well. Seeing that everyone had made a resolute choice to abandon the cursed Jianfeng Tower, Chun Fan pressed the accelerator, exclaiming, then what are we waiting for? Let us gather supplies. Let's go. The 4 vehicles swiftly set off toward the city to collect goods, just as Yi Huan had instructed. Chapter 37. A new member? Is she a new addition to your harem? At this moment, Yi Huan was blissfully unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of these individuals. Even if he had known, he would not have been concerned, for there were far too many survivors in Sahe City. In his quest for resource gatherers, he could choose anyone. It was merely a matter of coincidence. Furthermore, even if this group harbored thoughts of betrayal, the transformative communication wristbands would swiftly eliminate them. Thus, he held no fears of treachery from these individuals. At this juncture, he had returned to his aerial refuge with Jiang Mingli. Inside the sanctuary, Lin Xiao and the other 3 women had also returned, refreshed after bathing and donning comfortable sleepwear. Upon opening the door and spotting Yi Huan's return, Lin Xiao's exquisite face lit up with surprise. Yi Huan, you're back. Yet when she noticed Jiang Mingli following behind him, her expression morphed into one of intrigue. Wait, you went out and came back with another beauty? Oh, allow me to introduce. Yi Huan responded warmly. This is our new member, Jiang Mingli. Hello, I'm Lin Xiao. Coming back to her senses, Lin Xiao shot Yi Huan a playful glare, remarking, a new member? I see you're forming quite the harem. However, she bore no ill will and gently introduced herself. Meanwhile, the other 4 women, seated on the sofa, indulging in snacks while watching a movie, were also introduced by Lin Xiao. These are my twin sisters, the red-haired Chun Minjao and the blonde Chun Mingyuan, along with our little lowly member, Qin Yaifei. Jiang Mingli found herself momentarily at a loss, utterly astonished by the remarkable beauties surrounding her. She had assumed Yi Huan was alone, only to discover 4 stunning women residing within the sanctuary, all of whom were captivating in their own right. What struck her as most absurd was that they were casually dressed in sleepwear, munching on snacks, and watching a movie as if the apocalypse had not transpired at all. Indeed, they were watching a movie. Even amidst the end of days, these enchanting ladies seemed to revel in their cinematic pastime. The trio of Chun Minjao cheerfully waved at the newly arrived Jiang Mingli. Hello there. You all are well. Coming back to her senses, Jiang Mingli instinctively waved back, signaling her friendliness. However, Yi Huan, uninterested in their budding camaraderie, inquired, how are your gains today? Oh, speaking of that, Lin Xiao, as the eldest, naturally took the lead in reporting, We eliminated over 500 zombies today and secured 6 zombie crystals. Moreover, she added with a playful grin. Pulling a second-tier zombie crystal from the nearby table, we even managed to work together to take down a second-tier zombie today. Oh, Huan's interest peaked upon seeing the energy core of the second-tier zombie. He was somewhat surprised that second-tier zombies had emerged in Sahe City so quickly. Indeed, speaking of this, the 4 girls were quite pleased with themselves. Chun Minjeo took a bite of her fries and explained, "We encountered them at a mall in the southern part of the city, where there were an overwhelming number of zombies, at least 200 or 300. They were even surrounding that second-tier zombie, listening to its orders. As a result, the outcome was that Fifei got so frightened that she accidentally exposed our location." Before Chun Minjeo could finish her sentence, Chun Mingyuan hurriedly interjected, "So we had no choice but to fight our way out of there." However, that second-tier zombie was incredibly swift, chasing after us and intent on wiping us all out. It even had over 100 zombies in tow. Ultimately, it was only through our combined efforts that we managed to take down that second-tier zombie. I see. Upon hearing this, Huan displayed a hint of realization, though he was not surprised. After all, second-tier zombies have begun to develop a semblance of self-awareness, capable of commanding ordinary zombies to attack foes, albeit only with the simplest of commands. It was only with subsequent tiers, 3rd, 4th, or even higher, that their cognitive abilities became progressively clearer, enabling them to command larger hordes of zombies. In his previous life, Huan had even encountered a 9th-tier zombie. Its head was enormous, and its cunning was comparable to that of a 15 or 16-year-old boy. The most outrageous part was that with a mere gesture, it could summon a terrifying horde of tens of thousands of zombies. He himself had nearly been overwhelmed by such a zombie tide. Nevertheless, as he observed the smug expressions of the 4 girls, Huan shook his head in resignation. 3 second-tier abilities users, accompanied by a first-tier user, took an entire day to deal with a single second-tier zombie, and yet you all seem quite proud of yourselves. According to standard logic, a second-tier abilities user should easily dispatch a mindless second-tier zombie without much exertion. Yet, you 4 took an entire afternoon. Upon mentioning this, the 4 girls appeared visibly embarrassed. Nevertheless, Chun Mingyuan quickly defended. "Well, we had no choice. We lacked experience. It was our first time in combat, so managing to defeat it was quite commendable." Indeed, Chun Minjeo pouted her adorable lips and retorted, "Once we gain more experience, we will undoubtedly become even stronger." Yes, absolutely. Although it was a post-apocalyptic world, Huan was well aware that arguing with women yielded no fruitful results. Thus, he casually tossed out a dozen first-tier zombie crystals. "What is this?" Upon seeing such a multitude of pure energy crystals, the 4 girls' eyes immediately widened. "Wow, so many first-tier ones. Huan, you didn't do this, did you?" The twin sisters, Qin Yaifei, were utterly astonished, unable to resist gazing at Huan with excitement. Indeed, nodding slightly, Huan did not conceal the truth. Among the thousands of zombies encountered today, there were indeed a dozen first-tier ones. However, they had proven no challenge, being effortlessly dispatched like ordinary zombies. Naturally, all the energy forms were brought back for you to enhance your powers. After all, remaining stagnant at the second tier is not an option. Wonderful. Upon seeing so many first-tier energy forms, the 4 girls wasted no time. Chun Minjeo, clad in pink pajamas, rushed over and immediately distributed 3 crystals each to Lin Xiao, Chun Mingyuan, and Qin Yaifei. This way, each of the 4 could augment their strength by 30 times. Coupled with their previous 20-fold increase, Lin Xiao, Chun Minjeo, and Chun Mingyuan would all ascend to 5th-tier abilities users. As for Qin Yaifei, naturally, having consumed nearly all the zombie crystals from today's kills, she too would elevate to the 2nd tier, and with this additional 30-fold boost, would effortlessly reach the 5th tier. Oh right, Lin Xiao had not forgotten about the newly arrived Jiang Mingli and swiftly produced a zombie crystal, asking Mingli, "Do you need this?" Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Mingli, upon hearing the conversation between the 4 girls and Huan, was utterly bewildered. These seemingly delicate and charming girls, dressed in pajamas with no hint of danger, were all abilities users. Moreover, in the span of a single day, they had slain hundreds of zombies. They certainly did not appear like the type to be merciless killers. My goodness, what kind of group have I stumbled into? Chapter 38. 380 times the strength, approaching 4th tier martial god power in Huan. However, before she could regain her composure, Huan had already waved his hand, calmly stating, "You need not give her yours. I will allocate a portion for her. Starting tomorrow, your group will have an additional member." "All right, no problem." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and the others readily agreed, then swallowed, the zombie crystals. Before long, the four girls successfully broke through to the 5th tier. The full 50-fold increase in strength had them overjoyed as they flexed their arms. "I feel my strength has surged," Shin Minjeo exclaimed in delight. She believed that if she encountered that 2nd-tier zombie again, she could easily handle it. Of course, if Huan were aware of her thoughts, he would surely roll his eyes. If a 5th-tier user cannot effortlessly deal with a 2nd-tier zombie, then they truly have no place in this world. Nevertheless, 4 5th-tier abilities users in the current city of Suhai were undeniably a formidable presence. "All right, let's get something to eat." Huan, feeling hungry, was eager to skip the pleasantries. "No problem." Lin Xiao promptly rushed to the kitchen to prepare a meal for the two. Before long, a sumptuous dinner was served. Upon seeing the abundance of food, Jiang Mingli could no longer contain herself and began to devour it ravenously. There had been limited provisions on the ship these past few days, and she was starving. Had Huan not arrived, she might not have made it. Now, seeing such a feast, she felt a bit embarrassed as she noticed the 4 girls staring at her intently, her cheeks flushing. "I'm sorry, I'm just so hungry." "Oh, it's all right." Once she regained her composure, the 4 girls were very understanding. After all, before they met Huan, they had been just as desperate as Jiang Mingli. Thus, Chen Minjeo quickly waved her hand and smiled. "It's perfectly normal. We were in the same situation before we met Huan, and we completely understand." Really?" Hearing this, Jiang Mingli instinctively cast a glance at Huan, who was eating beside her, her expression suddenly becoming somewhat complex. After all, the first time she had seen this guy, he had been mercilessly slaying zombies without a second thought. Who would have guessed he would turn out to be quite amiable? Of course, Huan was oblivious to her thoughts and simply stated, "Eat up, and after dinner, rest early. Tomorrow, you will need to continue refining your combat experience." After all, the second wave of calamity was looming ever closer, and final preparations were necessary. Understood. The 4 girls nodded obediently. Thus, they quickly finished dinner, and Lin Xiao took Jiang Mingli to shower. Upon discovering the abundant water resources in this place, the young girl was profoundly astonished. It was akin to a parched soul in a desert suddenly beholding a vast ocean. Fortunately, Lin Xiao was present, which allowed her to adapt swiftly to her new environment. Naturally, when night fell, Lin Xiao returned to accompany Huan as she slumbered. The following morning, a refreshed Huan rose from her rest. Her exhaustion from the past few days completely dispelled. Yet, she did not remain idle. First, she ventured into the living room, where she was greeted by the returning laserbird, which had brought back an impressive haul of zombie crystals, no less than 400. Additionally, there were 12 2nd-tier energy bodies. One should not underestimate these 2nd-tier energy bodies. Once ingested, an ordinary person has nearly a 60% chance of success in harnessing their power. This is indeed a remarkable probability, potentially elevating a common individual directly to the 2nd tier. And here, there were a total of 12, equating to a staggering 240 times the strength. Oh, of course, this calculation pertains solely to Huan's guaranteed success rate. Should a 2nd-tier ability user consume one, they too might ascend to the 4th tier. However, most would only experience a modest increase of 5 or 6 times their power. Nonetheless, that remains quite impressive. For Huan, it represents absolute certainty. Hence, she wasted no time and consumed them all without hesitation. However, the moment she swallowed them, Huan felt an overwhelming surge of power flooding her body, nearly causing her to burst from the intensity. Goodness, even with 140 times the strength, such a sudden escalation was nearly unbearable. Thankfully, this agonizing sensation subsided in less than a minute. Once she regained her composure, Huan noticed beads of sweat forming on her forehead, indicating that the experience was quite tormenting. Wasn't it supposed to be painless? Huan couldn't help but mentally grumble about the system. Yet, the system responded with a matter-of-fact tone. "Host. To achieve a 240-fold increase in power with a 100 success rate, while there is a benefit, the enhancement process will indeed be excruciating. Nevertheless, it is far better than the plight of an ordinary survivor." This assertion held some merit. If an ordinary survivor were to undergo such a drastic increase, they would likely meet a grim fate. But now, as she moved her arms, the previous 140 times her strength, combined with this new 240 times, amounted to a staggering total of 380 times her original power. After throwing a punch, Huan felt as though she could easily demolish an entire building. This was the might of a 3-star martial deity, nearing the strength of a 4-star martial deity. Indeed, it was formidable. Feeling such immense power, Huan found herself murmuring to herself. It's worth noting that in her previous life, she had only achieved the rank of a 7-tier ability user and had never experienced such overwhelming strength. Now, having personally encountered it, She comprehended the terrifying prowess of a 4-star martial deity. No wonder so many people in her past life tirelessly sought to collect zombie crystals in an attempt to enhance their abilities. Possessing such power was undeniably gratifying. Chapter 39. Suhai's High-Speed Railway Station. Of course, Huan was acutely aware that this newfound strength was insufficient. In the future, there awaited prehistoric behemoths, towering over 300, even 500 meters, endowed with unparalleled terrifying power. Not even a 3-star martial deity would stand a chance against those colossal creatures, let alone a 10-star martial deity. Huan would never forget the terror of the prehistoric beasts. Thus, she sought more strength. Consequently, she communicated with the Pillar of Heaven. Pillar, devise a way to acquire more zombie crystals for me, preferably of a more potent variety. After all, ordinary zombie crystals could no longer satisfy her needs. She required those from evolved zombies at the very least, 2nd or 3rd tier. Understood, esteemed master, came the respectful voice of the Pillar of Heaven over the radio. Once this was settled, Huan again made her way to the port to check on the progress. To her delight, she discovered that the group had returned, driving large trucks laden with supplies. Among them, Chun Fan spotted Huan and eagerly approached her, wiping the sweat from his brow as he exclaimed, "Boss, you're here." "Yes." Huan nodded slightly, glancing at the impressive convoy of trucks. There were indeed more than a dozen. Each one was brimming with supplies, primarily tobacco and alcohol. This revelation left Huan pleasantly surprised. "Quite impressive. Your speed is commendable." Hee. Chun Fan chuckled sheepishly at her praise. "After we left yesterday, we went straight to the city to gather supplies and enlisted some survivors to assist us, so our progress was significantly expedited." Now made sense. Huan nodded in understanding. It was no wonder they had managed to gather such a substantial amount in such a short time. A dozen people had managed to procure enough supplies to fill over a dozen large trucks in just one day, easily nearing 200 tons. They had indeed utilized the efforts of other survivors in the city. However, it was still not enough. She needed more indeed. Huan turned her gaze back to Chun Fan. "No problem, of course not," Chun Fan exclaimed, eager to oblige. Thus, the following days unfolded quite simply. Chun Fan and his team focused on gathering supplies, while Lin Xiao and the 5 girls dedicated themselves to honing their combat skills and enhancing their strength. Meanwhile, due to Chun Mengyuan possessing a ring, she would also assist in daily supply collection. The Pillar of Heaven, along with characters like Dark Moon and Crimson, took charge of exterminating zombies and gathering zombie crystals. In this manner, within just half a month, the Pillar of Heaven and his companions had effectively eliminated nearly all the zombies surrounding Suhai City, over 500,000 of them. It is worth noting that the total population of Suhai City was merely 8 million, after accounting for those who had retreated and the survivors. Along with others who had wandered off, no more than 5 million remained. Yet, this group had managed to eliminate a staggering 1/10 of the total zombie population in just half a month, and this was despite Huan instructing them to be restrained. After all, these zombies were capable of evolution. If they were to eradicate them all now, they would only acquire ordinary zombie crystals, with no chance of obtaining higher tier ones. However, leaving them alive would be advantageous. Once they evolved to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or even 5th tiers, they could be taken down later, yielding dozens of times the energy bodies. Even so, the elimination of 500,000 zombies had resulted in the collection of 6,000 zombie crystals, among which were not just 1st tier, but also 2nd and 3rd tier crystals. In the final days, they even encountered 4th tier zombie crystals. Huan roughly estimated that they had gathered a total of 300 1st tier energy bodies and 100 2nd tier ones. 40 3rd tier zombie crystals. There are comparatively fewer 4th tier crystals, only 12 in total. However, one must not underestimate these 12 4th tier zombie crystals. For even an ordinary survivor, consuming one could potentially elevate their abilities to at least the 2nd tier. In the current Suhai City, this would render them among the elite. Naturally, this predicament poses a challenge for the survivors of Suhai City and their respective bases. Why, you ask? With the drastic reduction in the number of zombies, survivors in the urban areas have come to realize that slaying a zombie is becoming increasingly arduous. Within the city limits, they are virtually non-existent. Venturing into the suburbs yields only a dwindling number. Just a day prior, one could collect 1 or 2 zombie crystals. Now, securing even 1 every 2 days is considered fortunate. Even Li Jinlong, the leader of the strongest base in Suhai City, the Jianfeng building, has only managed to ascend to the 4th tier in a month. This has left them questioning their existence. What? Have the zombies relocated? Where have they all gone? Little do they know that these zombies have already been eliminated by Huan. Moreover, astonishingly, with Yi Huan's recent utilization of the leader module to enhance his level, he has achieved a staggering increase of 1,000 times. Yi Huan's power has surged to a remarkable 1240 times. Such a magnitude was unseen even in his previous life. Who could possibly possess such terrifying strength? Furthermore, this surpasses the highest combat power standard set by the Global Federation after 2.5 years, the 10-star martial god, which represents a maximum of 1,000 times the strength. Nevertheless, for Yi Huan, this is still far from sufficient. He yearns for even greater power, ideally one capable of confronting prehistoric behemoths. However, now that he has upgraded the leader module to level 4, the number of fire seeds he receives has increased from 3 per day to 4. Thus, Yi Huan has made his way to the high-speed railway station in Suhai. Chapter 40. New member, the Drill Demon? Indeed, the high-speed railway station. Suhai, being a coastal city, serves as a major thoroughfare with 12 high-speed trains operating on the 26 lines. It is undoubtedly the principal artery of the entire coastal city. Naturally, high-speed trains are indispensable. This, too, is a primary objective for Yi Huan. High-speed trains. Given that his army is now sufficiently robust, ordinary intelligent machinery can no longer satisfy Yi Huan's demands. He must seek out more formidable entities before the second wave of disaster strikes. For instance, high-speed trains. Each train comprises 12 carriages, each extending nearly 15 meters. If such a creation were to be activated, it might yield unexpected surprises. Hence, Yi Huan arrives here accompanied by the meteor. However, upon arrival, even Yi Huan is taken aback by the sheer number of zombies present. The reason is simple. Their quantity is overwhelming. Particularly, the majority of them are travelers. Clearly, when the zombie outbreak first erupted, this location was among the first to fall. As a result, these tourists have transformed into zombies. Now, nearly a month later, their numbers have swelled to over 10,000. Moreover, in addition to the ordinary zombies, there are some evolved green giants. Even second and third tier beings are present. Nevertheless, these pose no threat to Yi Huan. Meteor. Yi Huan commands, "Yes, my esteemed master." Upon receiving the order, Meteor promptly morphs into a colossal energy cannon, unleashing a barrage upon the throng ahead. In no time, hundreds of zombies are dispatched. Meanwhile, Yi Huan remains active. The thunder sword emerges once more, and with terrifying power amplified to 1240 times, even a casual swipe from Yi Huan generates a fearsome blade aura, cleaving the zombies mercilessly in two. Within mere minutes, the surrounding zombies have been eradicated, and Yi Huan swiftly enters the high-speed railway station with Meteor, discovering indeed that several high-speed trains are docked on the tracks. However, they are swarmed with zombies. Their guttural roars echo amidst the bloodstains, with numerous severed limbs scattered about. The dilapidated high-speed railway station resembles a city of post-apocalyptic ruins. Yet, Yi Huan is unfazed. A zombie lunges at him, but without even glancing back, Yi Huan retaliates with a swift slice, cleaving it in two. Simultaneously, he gently places his hand upon the high-speed train. Buzz. Detection successful. Activation possible. Requires fire seeds. 3. Indeed, much like the amphibious landing craft. With a high-speed train consisting of 12 carriages, each nearly 15 meters in length, it totals over 100 meters, hardly short. Yet, Yi Huan remains indifferent. After all, he currently possesses an abundance of fire seeds. He activates it directly. Buzz, clank, 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 cool, cool, cool. In the next moment, this massive entity, enveloped in blue energy, begins to undergo a dramatic transformation. A second later, the Harmony train morphs into a terrifying silver metallic form, continuously extending its body. This scene surprises Yi Huan. It appears different from before. This entity seems to be elongating. Cool, cool, cool. Buzz, clank, clank, clank. Indeed, amid the continuous transformations, it finally halts at a size of approximately 200 meters. This is a limbless transformer. Yet, it possesses a silver metallic head resembling a serpent's visage. To be precise, it resembles a gaping maw. Coupled with its astonishingly massive metallic form, only one thought occupies Yi Huan's mind: the Drill Demon, the pet of Shockwave from the Transformers movies. The Drill Demon. It is strikingly similar to this creature. However, the one before him is evidently far more powerful and elongated. Simultaneously, a set of data prompts appears before Yi Huan. Name: Cybertron Giant Warrior. Level 1. Unit type: Special Unit. Strength: 20,000. Agility: 8,000. Combat power: 15,000. Description: a Cybertron Giant Warrior transformed from a high-speed train, possessing formidable and terrifying metallic physical strength, while also demonstrating incredible speed. However, its massive size makes it an obvious target. Loyalty: 100 indeed. Upon seeing this data set, Yi Huan nods in agreement. It aligns closely with his expectations, a special unit endowed with immense power. A strength of 20,000. Even Optimus Prime cannot compare. However, the combat power of only 15,000 is quite evident. Its enormous size has significantly diminished its agility, resulting in a corresponding decline in combat efficacy. It bears a striking resemblance to the drill demon from the film. Therefore, Huan decisively proclaims, "From this moment forth, you shall be named Drill Demon." Roar. This creature cannot speak, yet it is evidently obedient. Receiving a new name, it merely issued a mechanical roar of respect. Very well. Having acquired the desired behemoth, Huan wasted no time and prepared to depart. He waved his hand, saying, "Let's return first." "As you command, esteemed master." Upon receiving the order, the meteor, in a flash, transformed into a supercar, automatically opening the door for Huan to enter. As for the drill demon, its behavior was rather outrageous. Suddenly, it lifted its colossal form and, with a gaping mechanical maw, aimed directly at the ground. Boom! The once solid earth was forcibly drilled open. Subsequently, that terrifying figure seemed to penetrate the ground as if it were an uninhabited realm. Chapter 41. The Zombie Frenzy in the Urban Area. Tier 6 Zombies and the Zombie Tiger. This scene left Huan, seated inside the vehicle, utterly astonished. Good heavens! I should not have named you Drill Demon. You ought to be called Earthwalker. However, at this moment, Huan was too indifferent to dwell on such thoughts. He drove away, eager to return to the Easter Mansion. Yet, unexpectedly, just after leaving the high-speed rail station and not having traveled far, he encountered over 100 survivors rushing out from an underground drainage system. In their frantic escape, they shouted, "Run! The zombie frenzy is upon us! Hurry!" The zombie frenzy. This revelation caused Huan to pause. Indeed, over 100 bedraggled survivors were fleeing towards him, some wielding firearms and occasionally firing back. Among them were ordinary ability users armed with steel blades, attempting to fend off the encroaching zombies. "Quick, use the barbed wire to block them," shouted a bloodied survivor, trying to use the military's abandoned barbed wire to halt the zombies. Miraculously, as a dozen ability users raised the wire, they managed to obstruct the oncoming horde. However, who could have predicted that, in the very next second, a colossal creature measuring 5 or 6 meters would charge forth? Boom! The terrifying force of the impact sent the dozen ability users flying. They let out anguished cries as they hurriedly scrambled to their feet, weapons in hand, gazing at the breached barricade. What emerged was a massive zombie, standing over 5 meters tall. At that moment, one crashed directly into Huan's windshield. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a female, clad in black leather. Her long hair was tied back in a ponytail, evidently for convenience. Yet, this collision had clearly taken a toll. She was in immense pain, feeling as though her insides were shattering. She wore an expression of profound agony. Upon noticing Huan, she mistook him for another fleeing survivor and weakly implored, "Please, leave this place quickly." Yet Huan did not retreat. His gaze was fixed upon the towering zombie, a hint of intrigue playing on his lips. Remarkably, this was a Tier 6 zombie. Who would have thought, in the currently sparse zombie population of Sahe City, a Tier 6 zombie still existed? But that was not all. The Tier 6 zombie, having broken through the barricade, unleashed an exultant roar and began pounding its chest like a gorilla. As a Tier 6 zombie, it had developed a semblance of consciousness, comparable to that of a 10-year-old child. However, it soon sensed something amiss. After a brief moment of excitement, its white eyes revealed a glimmer of seriousness. No longer did it continue its advance, but instead adopted a wary demeanor. This left the fortunate survivors who had narrowly escaped in a state of confusion, exchanging puzzled glances. What is happening? Why has this giant ceased its assault? Could it be frightened? No, that did not seem plausible. Yet, soon a survivor furrowed their brow, whispering to the gathered survivors, "Look at its terrifying strength. It possesses at least Tier 6 capabilities. How could it fear us, who barely have Tier 2 abilities? Is there a presence even more fearsome than this zombie nearby?" A survivor's face turned pale as they spoke. Otherwise, there would be no reason for a Tier 6 zombie to exhibit such a vigilant expression. Boom! Indeed, as soon as the words left their lips, a muffled crashing sound erupted from an unknown origin, followed by a series of booming impacts that grew increasingly closer and more intense, causing the other survivors' hearts to race as if they might stop. Finally, as a Tier 2 zombie could no longer contain its charge, a deeper, more resonant roar echoed forth. This roar was akin to a dragon's chant, a tiger's roar. As the Tier 2 zombie lunged at the vehicles that nearly blocked the roadway, the next moment, a 5-meter-long tiger emerged, moving with astonishing agility and ferocity. It landed atop a cargo truck, precisely seizing the Tier 2 zombie's neck. Crack! The Tier 2 zombie offered no resistance and was instantly decapitated, its body flung aside. Simultaneously, the tiger's fierce, black eyes, embodying the aura of the king of beasts, locked onto the remaining zombies. This white tiger was immense, standing a full 2 meters tall and reaching 5 meters in length, excluding its tail, totaling at least 6 meters. Its piercing black gaze fixated on the zombies, instilling a primal fear even in those who had already turned. The survivors found themselves unable to advance, their faces paling in dread. One of them, staring at the tiger perched on a cargo truck, murmured, "We could barely contend with a Tier 6 zombie. And now another tiger has appeared. It seems just as threatening." Nearby, another survivor recognized the dire situation, their eyes revealing despair. For a Tier 6 zombie had already left them cornered. Now, faced with an equally formidable Tier 6 zombie tiger, what hope remained? Not so. At that moment, the injured woman noticed something unusual. She realized that the target of the zombie tiger did not appear to be them, but rather the zombies. The zombie tiger seems to be focused on them. Indeed, as her words resonated, suddenly, the 6th-tier zombie let out a furious roar. It commanded a swarm of lesser zombies to charge at the zombie tiger, although these zombies were terrified of the zombie tiger. The pressure exerted by the 6th-tier zombie compelled them to overcome their brief fear and rush forward with a cacophony of growls. Yet, it was evident that the zombie tiger was unafraid, even more ferocious in response. With a powerful leap, it plunged directly into the horde of zombies, swatting several aside with a single blow, turning them into a bloody pulp. Like a tiger among sheep, it savagely slaughtered these zombies without restraint. This scene left the survivors in awe and fear. It was too powerful. However, even the mightiest can eventually tire, especially against an endless tide of zombies. Despite the 6th-tier white tiger's formidable strength, it was ultimately outnumbered. After vanquishing 200 to 300 zombies, it was finally caught unawares by a 2nd-tier zombie, which inflicted a wound to its abdomen. With a roar of pain, the white tiger swiftly retaliated, crushing the skull of the 2nd-tier zombie with a powerful swipe. Meanwhile, more zombies surged forward, but the white tiger, undeterred, continued to launch them away with brutal force. At last, seeing its minions diminish, the 6th-tier zombie could no longer remain passive. It let out a fearsome roar and charged forward. Despite its injuries, the white tiger remained fearless, tearing through the oncoming horde. The two titans collided with a thunderous crash, sending a cloud of dust and debris swirling around them. Their clash unleashing a terrifying wave of power that wreaked havoc upon the street and buildings. Ultimately, after nearly 2 minutes of fierce combat, the zombie tiger seized an opportunity and sank its sharp fangs into the neck of the 6th-tier zombie. The latter let out a ghastly scream, struggling to break free. But the white tiger clamped down fiercely on its throat. After a relentless minute of thrashing, the 6th-tier zombie finally ceased its struggles, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Finally, after slaying the 6th-tier zombie, the 6-meter-long zombie white tiger slowly rose to its feet. Its abdomen bore a gaping wound inflicted by the 6th-tier zombie, blood pouring forth. Yet, the pride of the king of beasts compelled it to hold its head high, instilling fear in all the surrounding zombies. Chapter 42. Even as a zombie tiger, still the king of beasts. Observing this scene, the zombie white tiger snorted, shaking its massive head. Despite its injuries, it recognized that the remaining zombies dared not approach. It turned its gaze toward the survivors. Gulp! This sight caused the survivors to involuntarily swallow hard, their hands trembling uncontrollably. After all, it had just defeated a 6th-tier zombie. Even in its wounded state, it could easily dispatch them if it so wished. However, to their astonishment, as they braced for a desperate fight, the zombie white tiger seemed disinterested in attacking. Instead, after absorbing the energy of the 6th-tier zombie, it turned away, seemingly intent on leaving. This unexpected turn left the group of survivors in bewilderment. Did it not intend to kill them? What was happening? Everyone was in shock. Logically, one would expect a zombie to crave human flesh even more, yet this zombie white tiger exhibited no interest in them. Nevertheless, as they watched the zombie white tiger begin to depart, they felt a sense of relief. Why worry? It was better not to be killed, allowing them to live another day. However, just as the zombie white tiger was dragging its injured body away, a massive, round mass suddenly burst forth from a nearby alley, knocking the tiger down with a single strike. It was a 5th-tier zombie, equally endowed with immense strength. Under normal circumstances, it would not stand a chance against the 6th-tier zombie white tiger. Yet now, after having dispatched so many zombies and just having fought a 6th-tier zombie, the white tiger was severely injured and caught off guard. Although it roared in defiance, it found itself unable to move. The fifth-tier zombie's colossal fists rained down, and the zombie white tiger seemed to resign itself to its fate, a look of resignation flashing in its human-like eyes, as if becoming a zombie was not its choice. This scene unexpectedly touched the survivors. What should they do? Should they help? A girl whispered hesitantly, "Help," but another survivor retorted, "We can't even breach the defenses of a fifth-tier zombie. How could we assist?" Should they merely stand idly by and watch this creature get killed? They had already discerned that this beast bore no malice toward humans. Rather, it seemed to hunt zombies. Otherwise, they would have perished earlier. Yet now, witnessing the fifth-tier zombie-esque ambush, they felt a pang of sympathy. Still, they understood the captain was right. Their meager second-tier strength stood no chance. As the fifth-tier zombie's massive fist descended toward the zombie white tiger, everyone instinctively closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending doom. However, to their astonishment, the anticipated fatal blow never came. Instead, a terrifying chasm appeared in the asphalt, and from it emerged a colossal, serpentine mechanical creature, striking the fifth-tier zombie with pinpoint accuracy just as its fist was about to land. The terrifying force unleashed sent the fifth-tier zombie crashing into a nearby building. Boom, boom, boom. It demolished two structures before finally coming to a halt. Hiss! This spectacle left the survivors, who had dared to open their eyes, utterly stunned. They gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with horror. What on earth was that? Indeed, the Diamond Demon had arrived, intervening at a critical moment to block the fatal strike aimed at the zombie white tiger. Its enormous, 200-meter-long body had not fully emerged from the ground, only partially visible. Yet even so, its incredibly durable, metallic form could withstand missiles, and with a terrifying force of 20,000, it nearly crushed the fifth-tier zombie. As the Diamond Demon retracted its massive mechanical head from the two collapsed buildings, the fifth-tier zombie's enraged roar echoed from within, charging forth once more, seeking vengeance. But just as it emerged, the Diamond Demon's gaping maw was already wide open, ready to unleash its wrath. Simultaneously, a terrifying wave of blue light converged instantaneously, followed by a breath of energy. The temperature soared to over 10,000 degrees. Astonishingly, it pierced through the body of the fifth-tier zombie, reducing it to nothingness in the blink of an eye. The surrounding buildings were similarly obliterated. As the dreadful blue light dissipated, all that remained at the scene was a zombie energy entity radiating a rich green luminescence. My goodness, this spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Such formidable offensive power. Yet, just as everyone anticipated an attack from this colossal creature, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a sudden step, accompanied by the appearance of a young man, the once ferocious mechanical giant python transformed into a docile being, lowering its proud head as if it were a well-trained pet. Coiling around him, this scene left everyone utterly bewildered. How could this terrifying entity, capable of effortlessly vanquishing a fifth-tier zombie, feel like a mere pet to the man before them? Indeed, Huan gazed at the zombie crystal brought back by the mechanical beast, nodding in satisfaction as he affectionately stroked its remarkably large chin, which towered 2 meters above the average human. He praised, "Well done." Upon receiving the compliment, the mechanical beast emitted a gentle, mechanical roar and raised its silver-white, skeletal body once more. At this point, all the survivors were left in a state of shock. They could scarcely fathom that such a fearsome, subterranean mechanical monstrosity was, in fact, a man's pet. Was he a man or a monster? However, Huan showed no interest in their bewilderment. He turned instead to the nearly lifeless zombie white tiger lying on the ground and tossed the fifth-tier zombie crystal, a treasure capable of inciting frenzy throughout Suhai City, towards it. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Despite its weakened state, the zombie white tiger managed a low growl. Yet, when the fifth-tier zombie crystal landed before it, a flicker of human-like astonishment shone in its dark pupils. Without further ado, Huan urged, "Consume it. It will help you recover." Although this magnificent creature appeared to be on the brink of death, its zombification meant that as long as it had a breath left, it could swiftly recuperate with the pure zombie energy. This was precisely why many high-tier zombies were inclined to take on subordinates. If injured, they could always replenish their energy. The zombie white tiger was no exception. Clearly surprised, it ultimately chose to swallow the zombie crystal. Immediately, a surge of green light flowed into its mangled abdomen, causing the decayed flesh to visibly regenerate at an astonishing rate. Nevertheless, it would likely take 3 to 5 days for complete restoration. However, standing up was no longer an issue. Indeed, after a brief respite, the zombie white tiger labored to rise, casting a complex glance at Huan before gradually departing. Chapter 43. I told you, this is the Huan we know. Goodness. This moment prompted even the survivors behind to feel a pang of envy. That was a fifth-tier zombie energy entity. The audacity of this man to so casually gift it to the zombie white tiger was nothing short of extravagant. Even a nearby mechanical beast appeared momentarily dazed. Yet, Huan paid little heed to their musings. He discerned that the zombie white tiger was unlike other mutated beings. It seemed to retain the consciousness it possessed in life, and had even evolved its own intelligence. Otherwise, it would not selectively target zombies without harming humans. Although the reasons behind this anomaly remained elusive, the ability to retain rationality post-zombification and its targeted aggression towards other zombies were certainly extraordinary. Hence, Huan chose to offer assistance. However, there was no need to elucidate matters to these individuals. He simply boarded his vehicle and departed. Boom! Accompanied by the rumbling roar of the mechanical beast, the surroundings echoed with the terrifying cacophony of its movements. Towering at several meters, it suddenly plunged into the ground as if diving into water, with a thunderous crash akin to a bulldozer. It swiftly excavated a massive pit in the intersection before hastily retreating until it vanished from sight. Only then did the survivors come to their senses. Wait, is it leaving? Yes, it seems to have departed. Everyone felt as though they were caught in a dream. What on earth was this being? How could it possess such terrifying power? However, now was not the time for such considerations. The girl clad in black leather was the first to react, glancing at the advancing horde of zombies, who were now emboldened but still hesitant. She swallowed hard and suggested, "Let us run, run, run." The mere utterance of those words jolted everyone into awareness of their precarious situation. Without a second thought, they sprinted away with remarkable speed. The zombies, too, reacted, emitting furious howls as they pursued. Yet, without the leadership of the sixth-tier zombie, the group found it relatively easy to escape. Nevertheless, Huan had no interest in the unfolding chaos. After dispatching the fifth-tier zombie, he returned directly to the Easter Mansion. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he encountered Lin Xiao, who was returning with Qin Yifei in a makeshift vehicle. "Ah, Huan, you're back," Lin Xiao exclaimed, surprised to see him alongside the mechanical beast, and she rushed to greet him. "What a coincidence," Huan replied, equally taken aback by their presence. After scanning the area and noticing the absence of the sister duo, he inquired, "Where are Chun Minjiao, Chun Mingyuan, and Jiang Mingli?" "Oh, about that," Lin Xiao replied candidly. "We split up to level up. They haven't returned yet." "I see." Huan nodded in understanding. At this point, both Lin Xiao and Qin Yifei had gained a 100-fold increase in strength, successfully becoming first-star martial gods. Their prowess was indeed formidable. Gaining combat experience in Suhai City was undoubtedly a breeze, and they need not fear encountering any danger. "Oh, by the way," Lin Xiao continued, her brow furrowing in confusion, "you seem to have returned later than usual today. It was known that Huan typically arrived home for rest by this time." "It's nothing," Huan replied nonchalantly. "I encountered some issues along the way that delayed me." "Issues? What kind of issues?" Lin Xiao inquired curiously, tilting her exquisitely beautiful face. "A zombie horde, a group of survivors, and a zombie white tiger, along with a sixth-tier zombie." However, to everyone's surprise, before Huan could utter a word, Fei Hua Lu Xing beside him had already made a heavy sound and remarked, "What on earth? A zombie frenzy, survivors. A white tiger, a sixth-tier zombie?" Astonishingly, upon hearing this, not only Lin Xiao, but also Qin Yifei were momentarily taken aback. So many keywords, did they not sound thrilling? Fortunately, Fei Hua Lu Xing soon elaborated, and the two women finally grasped the entire sequence of events. It turned out that Huan had encountered a group of survivors evading the zombie onslaught on his way back. During this, a zombie white tiger appeared, slaying the zombie leader. He saved those survivors. Yet, in the end, he was ambushed by a fifth-tier zombie. Luckily, at a critical moment, a newly recruited member, Li Ziyu and Mo, took it down. However, when they learned that Huan had given the critically injured zombie white tiger that fifth-tier zombie energy core, the two women were left speechless, particularly Lin Xiao, who gazed at Huan with an incredulous expression, unable to resist blinking her beautiful big eyes, as if he were a completely different person. "Hey, what kind of look is that?" Noticing this detail, Huan felt a bit guilty. Indeed, Lin Xiao soon snapped back to reality, unable to help but exclaim, Huan, I must have misheard. You actually have such a benevolent side? What kind of nonsense is that?" Upon hearing this, Huan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Do I really look that wicked?" "Not at all." Yet unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately shook her head, then revealed a captivating smile, playfully saying, "I just didn't expect you to have a moment of kindness." Huan was momentarily taken aback. Isn't that still bad? Not really. Lin Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard. Fortunately, Qin Yifei, standing nearby, understood the implication and quickly chimed in. What Sister Lin Xiao means is not that you are bad, but that for someone as selfish as you, to actually part with a 5th-tier zombie energy core for a nearly lifeless zombie white tiger is quite astonishing. Damn! Upon hearing this, Yi Huan was momentarily stunned, ultimately unable to hold back and muttered another curse. This bad and selfish, you might as well just say I'm bad. However, he understood Qin Yifei's point. After all, in the apocalypse, it was already quite rare not to seize from others. How could one expect to do good and help others? Thus, Yi Huan pondered briefly before replying truthfully, of course, it's not entirely out of goodwill. Primarily, I see great potential in that zombie white tiger. If it can be of use to me, it would be immensely beneficial for us. Damn! Upon hearing this, it was the turn of the two women to exchange glances, muttering a curse in disbelief. I told you, our Yi Huan is definitely not that kind-hearted. Exactly. This is the Yi Huan I know. Yi Huan sighed in exasperation. Chapter 44. Did we really connect to the satellite successfully? Yi Huan was speechless. He never anticipated that his image in the eyes of these girls was so poor. However, he didn't mind. He merely shrugged, glanced at the darkening sky, and said, a heavy rain is about to fall. Let's head back for now. All right. Although they were skeptical about the zombie white tiger returning, the two women nodded obediently. Soon, they ascended to the upper floor. That evening, Chun Minjao and her 3 sisters returned. As expected, around 8 o'clock, a rumble echoed as dark clouds blanketed the sky, accompanied by continuous flashes of lightning. The thunder resonated throughout the land, followed by a torrential downpour. Wow, it's really raining. After dinner, the girls, clad in pajamas, were watching TV in the living room, enjoying previously stored movies and dramas for entertainment. Suddenly, they heard a commotion outside. Chun Minjao was the first to put down her chips, running over in her slippers, her long, fair legs exposed, and discovered that indeed, it was pouring rain on the expansive 100-square-meter balcony. This caught the attention of the other girls. Lin Xiao stood up, furrowing her delicate brows, puzzled. What on earth? Why is it raining so heavily? What do you mean, what on earth? Yi Huan chuckled at her words. In the apocalypse, there's no such thing as what on earth. Upon hearing this, the girls found it quite reasonable. However, looking at the torrential rain outside, they realized that after nearly a month of apocalyptic disasters, this sudden downpour not only lacked a sense of despair, but rather felt like it washed away the filth of recent calamities, refreshing the air. Actually, this feeling isn't half bad, Lin Xiao remarked as she stepped onto the vast balcony and took a deep breath. Absolutely. Chun Mingyuan, Qin Yifei, Jiang Mingli, and the others shared her sentiment, reveling in the atmosphere. However, soon Chun Minjiao leaned against the balcony window, her alluring figure propped up by her delicate chin, saying, I wonder what the situation outside is like. Oh, upon hearing this, the girl suddenly realized that they had been cooped up in Sahe City for the past month and truly had no idea what the outside world was like. Perhaps it was a bit better than their current predicament. Jiang Mingli pondered, speculating. After all, Sahe City was one of the first cities to face the zombie crisis, and there were rescue teams dispatched before. I believe other places might be safer. However, contrary to this optimistic assumption, Yi Huan mercilessly shattered her hopeful illusion, stating, rest assured, other places won't be much better. For no one understood better than him that during the outbreak of the zombie crisis, no corner of the globe was spared. It was merely a matter of time, especially now. A month had passed, and he believed that cities worldwide had met a similar fate. Yet, he was uncertain about the specific extent of the devastation. Sigh, if only we could know what's happening outside. Naturally, the girls were somewhat surprised by his words. Yet they could understand. After all, if Sahe was in such dire straits, how could other places remain unscathed without military intervention against the zombies? The only uncertainty lay in the specifics of the situation outside. Unexpectedly, Yi Huan, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly spoke up. If you want to know, it's not impossible. What? This statement brightened the eyes of the 5 girls. Was there really a way to obtain information about the outside world? After all, they had been trapped in Sahe City for too long. Knowing the circumstances outside would serve as a form of solace. However, I can't guarantee it will work. Yi Huan recalled passing by Sahe University a few days ago, where there was a large satellite communication device used for detection. If he could somehow connect with it, perhaps they could obtain information about the outside world. With this in mind, Yi Huan promptly made his way to the rooftop. Dizziness. You should head to Sahe University and see if it can be resolved. Indeed, esteemed master. Upon receiving the command, the dizziness immediately revved its engines atop the rooftop helipad. rumbling with power. Soon, the massive propellers began to whirl with great speed, and it took off, soaring towards Sahe University. In just 2 minutes, the dizziness arrived at the research base of Sahe University. As expected, a colossal satellite detection apparatus came into view. This was due to Sahe University's previous development and launch of a space satellite. If a connection could be established with that satellite, it would link to the global satellite network and provide access to all external information. However, the equipment, resembling a giant pot lid, had suffered some damage due to the outbreak of the zombie catastrophe. There were even numerous zombie students wandering about. Nonetheless, this did not deter the dizziness. With a buzz, it swiftly extended its mechanical tentacles as it approached the enormous satellite dish, initiating a connection with the satellite communication device. With the transformative mechanical capabilities of the dizziness, it quickly succeeded in linking the satellite communication apparatus to the global satellite network. Through the dizziness, the information was rapidly transmitted to the laserbird. Caw caw caw. Master. Master. Upon successfully connecting and receiving information, the laserbird flapped its wings excitedly, transforming once again into the sun god mainframe. Simultaneously, it connected to the computer display. In the next moment, it astonishingly succeeded in going online. Goodness, this scene left the 5 women wide-eyed in amazement. Was it truly a successful connection? Chapter 45. The deluge approaches. The second wave of catastrophe begins. The girls were left in shock. To them, these formidable machines had always been synonymous with unparalleled firepower. But now, they could also connect to the outside world. Did that not make them omnipotent? However, this was not the priority at the moment. Quickly, let us assess the situation outside. Lin Xiao hastily seated herself in front of the computer, eager to open it. Chen Minjiao, Chun Mingyuan, and the others quickly rushed over, anxious to grasp the external circumstances. Soon, with the laserbird's connection, they successfully went online and gathered information. However, the information was rather disappointing. Upon seeing that many software applications were inoperative, the only ones available were a few new social media platforms, named the Dragon Kingdom Trading Platform and the Global Social Trading Platform. They were bewildered. Was this all that remained? Nevertheless, they hurriedly downloaded and logged in. Inside, they discovered a rather archaic forum-style social media platform reminiscent of those widely used a decade ago, where any updates required posting notifications. To stay abreast of the latest developments, one had to refresh manually. Despite this, the platform buzzed with activity, encompassing a variety of topics. The foremost among them were disaster notifications and recruitment announcements. It was evident that the current calamity had wreaked havoc, leading many survivors to suffer from inadequate supplies and initiate mass recruitment. The benefits of recruitment included the assurance of basic sustenance, and those who became empowered would receive even better provisions. As for the rest, they included safety zone regulations, trading updates, and the latest official announcements. Presently, there was an official notice titled Latest News. Global torrential rains and accompanying tsunamis are expected to strike our coastal regions. Please take precautions and seek shelter. This announcement sparked considerable discussion among netizens. Oh my, another tsunami? The zombie crisis has yet to subside. And now we face torrential rains and tsunamis. How much more can we endure? I wonder if our city, the magic capital, is safe. Given the high terrain here, we should be alright, right? Clearly, no one anticipated that while the zombie disaster continued, they would also have to contend with torrential rains and tsunamis. Is there truly any hope for survival? The remaining posts were predominantly trade offers. Some exchanged bottled water for cold medicine. Others bartered zombie crystal for bread. And even someone attempted to trade an LV bag for a slice of bread, only to be met with ridicule. After all, in the apocalypse, who still desires such luxuries? Naturally, Lin Xiao and the other girls took note of these exchanges, leaving them to ponder their circumstances. Observing the external situation, it seemed that the outside world was not faring much better than their own. Indeed, Chen Minjiao, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, realizing that they had expected the outside to be significantly safer, only to discover that everyone was similarly struggling for resources. However, there were still advantages to consider. Huan recalled vividly that not far from Sahe, the Sioux City safety zone retained numerous secure areas and had built high walls to fend off the zombie onslaught. In a past life, he had visited there in exchange for plenty of supplies, compressed biscuits, bottled water, bread, and even some exorbitantly priced medications, alongside firearms and more. It could be said that it remained quite prosperous, with certain areas still maintaining a semblance of pre-apocalyptic standards. Yet, that was merely a few kilometers away. Other regions were similarly overrun by zombies. Moreover, surviving within those confines came at an exorbitant cost. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such considerations. Well, We have seen enough. It's time to rest. Huan glanced at the curious girls and reminded them, we need to prepare to leave soon. The torrential rains will only intensify, and vast areas of Sahe may soon be submerged. We must make early preparations. Yes, understood. The girls did not inquire further and obediently nodded, hastily retreating to their rooms to sleep. Huan, too, was exhausted from the past few days of labor and retired early. The following morning, the torrential rains persisted. Peering down from the top floor, Huan noticed significant water accumulation throughout the city, which was steadily rising. He also contacted the twin brothers through the laserbird to inquire about their progress. He quickly learned that Chun Fan and the others were still busy transporting supplies. However, the heavy rain had slowed their progress considerably. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. For over the past month and a half, these survivors had managed to gather approximately 3,000 tons of supplies. The majority comprised luxury items such as cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, which would be valuable in the future. It could be said that they had nearly emptied the entirety of Sahe. With the impending tsunami and flooding about to erupt, the remaining supplies became inconsequential. Yet, Huan still urged them to collect as much as possible. For once this opportunity was lost, it would not come again. And so it continued. In the ensuing 3 days, Chun Fan and his companions continued to gather supplies, all the while besieged by relentless downpours. The torrential rain persisted for 3 consecutive days, resulting in numerous areas of Suhai being submerged. Some survivors, perceiving the abnormality of the deluge, were compelled to leave their shelters, venturing onto the streets. A few vehicles had even ascended to elevated roads in a bid to escape towards the nearby Sulong Mountain, a refuge known for its elevation, ensuring safety from the relentless floodwaters. This was one of the 2 secure locations that Huan was aware of, the other being the Oriental Mansion. After a moment of contemplation, observing the intensifying rainfall, Huan resolved to lead the 5 women to Sulong Mountain for their safety. The Oriental Mansion had already experienced considerable turmoil due to his presence, and should it be compromised, the loss would be significant. However, this decision left Jiang mainly perplexed. Huan, why don't we head directly to the amphibious landing craft? Surely it is safer than Sulong Mountain, and we wouldn't have to endure the rain. She couldn't help but voice her confusion, as it seemed to her that going straight to the ship would be far more comfortable and devoid of rain. Indeed, Chun Minjao echoed, also puzzled by the choice of Sulong Mountain over the landing craft. It appeared that the latter was the more advantageous option. Yet, upon hearing their remarks, Huan merely chuckled, for he possessed an understanding that the true cause of the flooding in Suhai was not merely the rain, but a tsunami triggered by an impending typhoon along the coast, compounded by the rising seawater due to the deluge. This confluence of calamities could lead them to encounter the initial wave of the tsunami rather than a safe haven. Despite the presence of the amphibious landing craft, it would be ill-equipped to withstand the terrifying forces of nature, possibly rendering it even more perilous than their current situation. What? A tsunami is the cause. The 5 women finally comprehended, realizing why Huan had opted not to board the ship. It became evident that the sea was fraught with greater danger than Suhai City. Given this revelation, ascending the mountain seemed a more prudent choice. Then what are we waiting for? I'll go gather our belongings. Lin Xiao was the first to react, hastily rushing off to prepare. I'll assist you. The others quickly snapped back to reality, eager to help. Thus, within approximately 2 hours, the women managed to pack their essentials. Albeit the process was fraught with the typical complications of women preparing for a journey, even in the face of an apocalypse. They took everything they could possibly need, aided by the convenience of spatial rings. Otherwise, their pace would have been woefully slow. Once their preparations were complete, they descended to the underground garage, where they found Tianzhu waiting patiently. Alongside him were Yu, Feihua Lu Xing, Tai Pai, Lu Zhanbing, Qi Hong, and Frog King, all of whom had returned. This constituted the original combat strength of Huan's army. Master, upon seeing Huan accompanied by Lin Xiao and the others, the group immediately expressed their respect. Let us depart. Huan nodded slightly, wasting no time as he instructed Lin Xiao and the others to board the vehicle. He joined them in the built-heavy truck, while behind them, Frog King, Feihua Lu Xing, Tai Pai, and the others transformed into supercars. With a series of deep, rumbling roars from the vehicles, they exited through the underground passage and ascended into the torrential rain on the elevated road. Above them, a dizzying aircraft emitted a thunderous sound, closely trailing behind. Thus, the convoy, led by the built truck, followed by a cadre of supercars such as the Corvette, Bugatti, Ferrari 488, Lamborghini, Porsche 918, and an armored vehicle, surged northward towards the towering Sulong Mountain, which soared over 500 meters high. Along the way, they attracted the attention of countless survivors, who were astounded by the sight. Goodness, even in the apocalypse, such an impressive convoy exists. Chapter 46. An unexpected encounter with the white tiger. However, there was more to come. As the convoy gradually entered the vicinity of Su Long Mountain, a 7-meter-long white zombie tiger emerged, blocking their path. This sight left all survivors in shock. Goodness, it's the white tiger that often hunts zombies in Su Hai. What is it doing here? Have we encroached on its territory? Some recognized the zombie white tiger, which had gained notoriety in Su Hai City for its exclusive predation on zombies while sparing humans, garnering significant attention. It appeared to have grown even more formidable, raising suspicions among many. Were they trespassing on the territory of the zombie white tiger? Many vehicles halted in fear at the roadside, hesitant to advance. Yet, surprisingly, the zombie white tiger showed no interest in them, merely blocking Tianju's path and letting out a low growl. This drew the attention of others. Wait, its target seems to be that convoy. Laughter soon erupted among the onlookers, as they speculated that Huan's ostentatious display had provoked the creature, relishing in their perceived misfortune. Serves them right. With such a fleet of supercars, they've surely disturbed the wrath of this white tiger. I say they're doomed. A 6th-tier zombie white tiger, or perhaps now a 7th tier, undoubtedly regarded as the king of Su Hai. Even the Jinfeng building wouldn't dare to provoke it. To confront such a beast was akin to courting death. However, when Huan stepped out of the built truck, instead of attacking, the zombie white tiger appeared to express a hint of excitement in its dark pupils. Huan, intrigued, posed a question. So, you've recovered? With a growl. The zombie white tiger seemed to respond in understanding. At this moment, the smiles on the faces of those present froze, gradually transforming into expressions of disbelief. Wait, why does it seem like they know each other? Could it be that they were not adversaries? A shocking realization dawned upon them. Indeed, Huan followed up with another query. Do you wish to accompany me? To their astonishment, the revered guardian of Su Hai, the white tiger, nodded in a surprisingly human-like manner. Huan, not one to miss an opportunity, waved his hand, saying, "Then let us go. We need a place to temporarily evade the flood and tsunami." With that, the white tiger turned and headed up the mountain, while Huan returned to his vehicle, continuing to lead the convoy forward. As the convoy was escorted by the legendary guardian of Su Hai, the onlookers were left in utter shock, their minds reeling with disbelief. How is this even possible? Someone in Su Hai can command the obedience of that zombie white tiger? How on earth is this possible? Is Su Hai truly home to such extraordinary individuals? Indeed, it is not just them, even Lin Xiao and the other women, witnessing the white tiger leading the way through the torrential downpour, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Could it be that the white tiger has genuinely come to their aid? They exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. They had assumed Huan was merely jesting. After all, how could a zombie tiger possess such humanity and gratitude? Yet, at this moment, the very same zombie white tiger was guiding them to a safe haven. My goodness! Huan, Lin Xiao gasped in astonishment, unable to contain herself as she turned to Huan with an incredulous gaze and asked, "How did you manage this? This is simply astonishing." Of course, Huan himself had not anticipated the appearance of the zombie white tiger. Initially, he had merely wished to experiment. To his surprise, the white tiger had indeed returned. However, in response to the doubtful looks from the women, Huan maintained an air of calm, declaring with an air of bravado, "I have stated before, my investments have never faltered." What a boast. The expression on Huan's face elicited laughter from the women, who rolled their eyes at him playfully. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that, thanks to the white tiger's guidance, they encountered numerous zombies along the way, all of whom kept their distance, intimidated by the presence of a zombie white tiger. Consequently, they journeyed safely and soon arrived at the heart of Su Long Mountain, where a spacious clearing awaited them, though it appeared somewhat barren, with only a viewing pavilion to shield them from the elements. It was elevated enough to provide a view of the situation in Su Hai City nearby. This was something Huan had not foreseen. As they were led to this location, the massive creature let out a low roar in the rain, clearly asserting its dominion over the area. Huan, accompanied by the 5 women, disembarked from a vehicle. This place is quite splendid. They marveled at the picturesque scenery, the pouring rain adding an unexpected charm to the landscape. "All right," Huan said decisively, waving his hand as he announced. "This will be our temporary residence for the next few days. Once the rain subsides and the flood stabilizes, we shall board a ship and depart." With that, he summoned the lead drill demon, detaching a high-speed train carriage to serve as their makeshift shelter. "Sound good?" The women nodded obediently, quickly retrieving pots and pans from the vehicle and dashing into the train carriage. making quick work of their preparations. Meanwhile, Minjeo and her sister hurried to the pavilion to start a fire for cooking, having gathered a plethora of supplies in Suhai, including outdoor survival gear such as tents, fire starters, and small gas canisters. They were well prepared for this moment. After an exhausting day without sustenance, their hunger was palpable, having been busy for over 6 hours. Before long, they had cooked a pot of rice and prepared several side dishes. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingli and Qin Yaifei focused on setting up the tent, doing their best to shield the pavilion from the relentless downpour. However, the white tiger, observing this scene, displayed a look of utter confusion in its enormous eyes. Although it had developed some intelligence, it had never encountered such behavior before. Yet, it paid little mind to their actions and settled down beside the built heavy truck for a rest, evidently relinquishing its only shelter to the women. This sight did not escape Jiang Mingli's notice, and she felt a twinge of guilt. Turning to Qin Yaifei, she murmured, "It seems we've taken over the big white tiger's territory. It's out there lying in the rain." "Oh, you're right," Qin Yaifei acknowledged, feeling a pang of remorse. "What should we do?" After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Mingli suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Why don't we build it a large tent?" "Oh, that's a great idea." Qin Yaifei's eyes brightened at the suggestion. After all, they had ample materials in their spatial ring, so it wouldn't be a hassle. Without hesitation, they donned raincoats and quickly erected a spacious tent measuring over 20 square meters. Jiang Mingli then approached the resting zombie white tiger, tentatively calling out, "Hey there, little tiger. Would you like to come in here and rest?" The nearly dozing zombie white tiger lifted its eyelids upon hearing her voice, gazing at the large tent with a look of confusion. Nevertheless, it soon got up and ambled inside, resuming its rest within the shelter. This sight couldn't help but amuse Huan, who was watching from inside the vehicle. Upon hearing his laughter, Jiang Mingli approached, rapping on the metal window with annoyance. "What are you laughing at, Huan?" "Oh," Huan replied, slightly taken aback. "You can hear me?" "Of course," Jiang Mingli retorted, exasperated. "I am now a first-tier Valkyrie. My hearing is exceptional. How could I possibly miss it?" "Fair point," Huan conceded, considering the validity of her statement. With a 100-fold enhancement to her physical abilities, her hearing would indeed be extraordinary. Yet, Jiang Mingli was not easily distracted. "Hey, you still haven't explained what you're laughing about." "Oh," Huan snapped back to attention, glancing at the resting zombie white tiger in the tent before teasingly remarking, "I'm laughing at you for treating a 7th-tier zombie white tiger like a pet. You've even built it a cozy den." At this remark, Jiang Mingli's face flushed with embarrassment, but she quickly lifted her elegant neck and insisted, "Isn't it only right that we provide a tent for the big tiger since we've taken over its home?" "That is a valid point." Huan nodded in agreement. However, he was inclined to mention that zombies likely had no concept of rain. "Hey, the food is ready. Come over and eat." At that moment, Minjeo's voice called from the pavilion, revealing that the meal was prepared and steaming. Huan, uninterested in further discussion, declared, "Let's eat first." "All right." Jiang Mingli, feeling quite famished, hurried after him. With their enhanced physiques, their appetites had notably increased. Soon, they gathered for their first meal of the day, a pot of steamed rice, a serving of crayfish, a roasted chicken leg, a dish of beef stew with potatoes, along with a fruit can and a small portion of pickled vegetables. Although simple, in the apocalypse, such a feast was exceedingly extravagant, especially against the backdrop of such beautiful scenery. However, Jiang Mingli quickly noticed the zombie white tiger lounging in the tent and turned to Huan with curiosity. "Huan, does it still eat meat?" "Eat meat?" To her surprise, Huan shook his head. Zombies lack taste. They possess only hearing, vision, and smell, with smell being the most acute, followed by hearing, and vision being the least developed. "So, do you think it can eat meat?" "Wow." Qin Yaifei chimed in with a hint of sympathy. "That sounds so pitiful. Even food has no flavor." Indeed, the other women, upon hearing this, expressed a hint of sympathy for the zombie white tiger. Only the pitiful zombie white tiger, lying in the tent, looked utterly bewildered, tilting its enormous head, larger than a cauldron, toward the women, who wore expressions of regret. It was perplexed, unable to comprehend what they were lamenting. However, there was indeed a solution at hand. For Huan had contemplated a certain matter. It appeared he still possessed 6 vials of gene enhancement serum. If he were to apply this serum to the grand tiger, it might yield unforeseen results. Thus, after finishing his meal, Huan retrieved a vial of the gene serum and ventured into the tiger's tent. Upon seeing Huan approach, the zombie white tiger lifted its massive head and stared at him in a daze. Huan placed the gene serum before it and spoke. "This is a gene enhancement serum. I am uncertain if it will restore you, but perhaps it is worth a try. Would you like to give it a go?" The zombie white tiger, having reached the 7th tier, could comprehend Huan's words. Upon hearing that it might return to its former self, the tiger was momentarily stunned, its excitement evident. Yet, Huan quickly added, "However, I must caution you. Should you consume this serum, regain your strength, and become powerful, you must obey my commands. If you betray me, you shall lose all your power. So, do you still wish to try?" After all, this was a tiger, and Huan felt it unnecessary to deceive it like the other women. That would simply be unethical. However, he clearly overestimated the tiger's intellect. Though it grasped part of the conversation, it mistook the serum for something beneficial and consumed it whole, bottle and all. Huan was taken aback at the sight of the tiger, swallowing the entire vial. Fortunately, the next moment, the zombie white tiger began to transform. Previously, it had exhibited signs of decay due to its zombified state, but now flesh and blood were regenerating. Its once dull black pupils sparkled with vitality, as if it had suddenly become a completely different creature. Oh no, it was as if it had transformed into a new tiger altogether. The only thing that remained unchanged was its terrifying 7th tier power, which seemed even more formidable than before. Huan observed its data: name, zombie white tiger. Level, 7th tier. Characteristics, enhanced by gene serum. It has acquired the traits of a normal organism while retaining the original abilities of a zombie creature. In simpler terms, it was still a zombie white tiger, but now it possessed the characteristics of a normal being. This was akin to a person who, after being infected and turned into a zombie, regained their normal appearance, along with the senses of a living person, while still retaining the abilities of a zombie. It was a fusion of both human and zombie traits. Huan was astonished by this revelation. He had not anticipated that the gene enhancement serum would possess such capabilities. He mused that if he could capture a 4th or 5th tier zombie king for his own use, it would be akin to acquiring an entire zombie army. Quite intriguing indeed. He contemplated testing this theory further. However, just as Huan was lost in thought, a familiar voice broke through the silence, filled with curiosity. Oh wow! The unexpected sound startled Huan, and he turned to find Lin Xiao and the other women gazing at him in bewilderment. "When did you arrive?" he inquired. "We just got here," they replied, revealing that they had rushed over upon hearing the zombie white tiger's growl, unaware that their focus had been solely on the tiger. At that moment, the women were struck dumb by the sight of the restored tiger. They could hardly believe it. Huan had managed to restore the zombie white tiger? Was this for real? Yet, noticing their incredulous expressions, Huan quickly raised his hands to clarify. "Do not misunderstand. It has merely returned to its normal form. But at its core, it remains a zombie." "Well, that's still impressive," exclaimed Jiang Mingli, her excitement bubbling over as she approached to stroke the tiger's plush fur. "I must say, it feels delightful. Just imagine if I were to ride this magnificent white tiger, how regal I would look." Indeed, the white tiger, now rejuvenated, seemed exuberant, nearly bouncing in place. It had realized it could eat and drink again. However, upon hearing Jiang Mingli's words, it tilted its adorably perplexed head in her direction, as if to say, "What do you mean you want to ride me?" "All right," Huan interjected, uninterested in their antics. He waved his hand dismissively. "It's getting late. We should rest soon. We've had quite a day. In a few days, when the torrential rain subsides, we must depart." "Sounds good," Lin Xiao agreed, having already prepared the beds in the high-speed train. After all, with a few fewer compartments, it made little difference. Thus, lying on the beds within the train carriage, Huan found it quite comfortable as he gazed out at the relentless downpour. Soon, he embraced Lin Xiao and drifted into a deep slumber. While Huan had found a cozy resting place, the other survivors were not as fortunate. Along the sprawling Su Long Mountain, dozens of kilometers were lined with off-road vehicles parked by the roadside. Some survivors, braving the torrential rain, searched for suitable spots to set up their tents. Many vehicles were in constant motion, fleeing the inundated Suhai city. Some even broke down midway, causing traffic jams that extended for miles. Much to the frustration of many survivors, who honked incessantly, inadvertently attracting zombies and creating considerable chaos. Finally, as midnight approached, the vehicles began to move again. But the downpour intensified. Some survivors accidentally fell into the raging rivers on the northern side of Su Long Mountain. Such was the apocalypse. Even those with abilities seemed insignificant in the face of such calamity. The following morning, as Huan slept soundly, he was roused by the astonished voice of Chunminjao. "Look below." Still in a state of slumber, Huan squinted his eyes open to see Chunminjao and several other girls, clad in raincoats, standing at the mountain's peak. Gazing down in utter shock. "What is happening?" Huan asked, rising from his bed and casually grabbing an umbrella. The rain continued to pour as he approached them. What he saw left him speechless. The once thriving Suhai city had been ravaged by the zombie apocalypse and now lay in ruins, its former glory obliterated. Many areas were completely submerged by floodwaters. Thunderous roars and cascading torrents echoed all around. The sky roared with thunder and lightning. Torrential rain poured down. Below, a deluge surged eastward, engulfing all in its path. Countless two-story houses were submerged, and the roads were nearly invisible, transformed into a vast expanse of water. Goodness! The young women were utterly astounded by the scene before them. Is this truly the Suhai city we once knew? Just a mere 4 days have passed. It wasn't nearly as severe yesterday, yet today it has already reached such a dire state. If this continues for another few days, I fear the entire Suhai city may be lost. Dressed in a raincoat, Lin Xiao couldn't help but gaze down the mountain, murmuring to herself. Indeed, although Yi Huan was taken aback, he remained relatively composed, even calmly stating, "In 2 days, it will likely be even worse." What? Worse? The girls couldn't suppress their apprehension upon hearing this. Goodness, this is already ridiculous. Is it possible that it will flood even more? Yet Yi Huan smiled, reminding them, "Let's not forget, the typhoon and tsunami have yet to arrive." Oh right. This realization sent Lin Xiao and the others into a flurry of understanding. Indeed, the tsunami had not yet come. But looking at the current scene, if it has become this way without the tsunami, what will happen when it arrives? Of course, despite having attained the strength of first-tier Valkyries, the truth remains that when faced with the terrifying forces of nature, they are no different from ants. Lin Xiao shook her head in exasperation, exclaiming, "Indeed, no matter how strong we become, we remain insignificant in the face of such natural might." Truly, the other girls nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiments. However, Yi Huan, with a calm demeanor, waved his hand, suggesting, "All right, let us eat something first. After the typhoon passes, we can depart." Nodding gently, Lin Xiao, still clad in her raincoat, rushed to the already prepared pavilion to cook. However, this time, there was an additional mouth to feed. Indeed, it was the great white tiger. An hour later, as the girls prepared to eat, they noticed the white tiger, drenched in rain, squatting outside the pavilion. Its eyes fixed hungrily on the steak. It was hard to tell whether the drool or the rain was more abundant. This sight left Yi Huan speechless. "Seriously, you are 7 meters tall, my friend. How much do you eat? What to do?" Naturally, Lin Xiao and the others hadn't anticipated this, and they looked at Yi Huan, their eyes clearly pleading for him to share. However, their expressions were equally obvious. The creature was already out in the rain. He simply had to give it something to eat. Fortunately, Yi Huan had an abundance of provisions. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging for an ordinary person to sustain such a large white tiger. Reluctantly, Yi Huan gestured for it to be fed. Sure enough, upon receiving the signal, the drenched white tiger finally got a massive steak. Content, it returned to its tent and began to chew voraciously. Resembling a dog gnawing on a bone, Yi Huan, unfazed, finished his meal and continued to rest. As evening fell, while cradling Chun Minjeo to sleep, he was suddenly awakened by the sound of howling winds outside. The thunder rumbled. Lightning struck incessantly. The torrential rain fell like a curtain of water, pounding against the roof of the high-speed train. The noise was akin to boulders crashing. The surrounding trees seemed on the verge of being uprooted, producing terrifying sounds. This commotion snapped Yi Huan awake. It has begun. Indeed, he climbed up to peer out the window of the train and witnessed not only the relentless downpour, but also the howling winds that threatened to uproot the entire train. It swayed perilously. Yi Huan. This commotion startled Lin Xiao in the adjacent compartment, waking her as she hurriedly turned on the light and rushed over to Yi Huan. Trembling with fear, her small voice quivering, "I'm a bit scared." Yi Huan looked at the beautiful girl, seeking refuge in his arms. He was at a loss for words. "Seriously? You are already a first-tier Valkyrie, and you're afraid of this?" Chapter 49. The city submerged by floodwaters nevertheless. Despite Lin Xiao's status as a first-tier Valkyrie, girls are inherently prone to fear in the face of such terrifying natural phenomena. The thunder, lightning, and fierce winds only heightened her instinctual desire to find a safe haven. Even more astonishingly, Chen Mengyuan, Jiang Mingli, and Qin Yifei were also frightened, all seeking refuge with Yi Huan. Well then, observing the girls huddled together for safety, Yi Huan had no choice but to offer some comfort. Fortunately, the train compartment was quite stable. Although it swayed under the force of the 8th-grade winds, soon enough, the compartment utilized its morphing metal to firmly anchor itself to the ground, stabilizing its position. Not just it, but even Tianzu and Yu and Fei Hua Liuxing quickly secured their positions to prevent being swept away by the strong winds. After all, 8th-grade winds atop a mountain must bear a more powerful force. Before long, the area stabilized. However, the same could not be said for the white tiger. At that moment, it was still nestled in its tent, soundly asleep. Yet, as the noise outside grew increasingly intense, the tent began to flap violently in the wind. The vigilant white tiger raised its head, alertly surveying its surroundings. It sensed that the tent would not withstand much longer. Sure enough, the next moment, as a branch was torn off and struck the tent, a sudden ripping sound pierced the air. The entire tent was lifted off the ground. Realizing the situation, the white tiger, despite its considerable weight, found itself unable to resist the mighty wind and the large size of the tent. It realized it was about to be swept away. It roared and hurriedly crawled out. As it emerged, it witnessed the entire tent being carried off by the tempest. The torrential rain continued unabated, and the wind howled fiercely. The world seemed to descend into an endless darkness. With no other choice, the white tiger sought refuge within the container of Tianzu. Thus, it struggled through the night. Finally, come the dawn of the next day, when Huan and the girls arose to inspect the situation, they discovered the mountaintop in utter disarray, littered with uprooted trees and debris. The pavilion had even been crushed by a fallen tree. As they gazed into the distance at Suhai City, it was evident that aside from the towering skyscrapers, almost everything else had been swallowed by the floodwaters, as if they were adrift in a vast ocean. The girls gasped in shock at the sight, their eyes wide with disbelief. Just yesterday, many buildings had been visible, yet today, even several 6- or 7-story houses were submerged. Especially when they spotted the iconic structure of Suhai, the Dongfang Mansion, not far away. At this moment, the flood had completely devastated the area, leaving no trace behind. The sight left the women utterly astonished. Is this still the Suhai I remember? Just a month ago, this place thrived with prosperity and tranquility. Yet, in the mere span of 30 days, it had transformed into a vast ocean. It was unrecognizable as a once flourishing second-tier city. Fortunately, Chun Minjeo snapped back to reality, her heart racing as she hurriedly patted her belongings, expressing her relief. Thank goodness, Yuan had the foresight to bring us to Su Longshan, or we might have drowned. Indeed, Lin Xiao and the others, regaining their composure, felt their hearts race. They had not anticipated that the Dongfang Mansion would not only be submerged, but utterly destroyed. If they had not come to Su Longshan, the consequences were too horrific to imagine. What a calamity! However, Huan, observing the scene, merely shook his head, unaffected. He recalled that in his previous life, during the onset of global freezing, a wave of floods had also ensued. At that time, the entire city was drowned and subsequently frozen. Now, that was a true disaster. But that was not the case now. Amidst the ongoing torrential rain, Yuan had already contacted the amphibious landing craft. What is the situation? Soon, a deep mechanical voice responded. Respected master, the typhoon has passed, and the sea level is calm. Very well. Hearing this, Yuan nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Since there were no issues, it was time to depart. He promptly instructed the women, pack your things. We will leave tomorrow. Leave? The women exchanged puzzled glances. Where are we going? Yuan shook his head. Suhai has been completely submerged. We cannot stay. We need to head to another city, like the Magic City. The Magic City? The women exclaimed in unison, turning their gazes toward Yuan, clearly surprised that he would choose to go there. Of course, there was a reason for this choice. Yuan vividly remembered that after this downpour, the zombies would begin to evolve wildly, leading to the fall of many safe zones. However, the Magic City, with its ample military strength and robust economy, had not been struck by the storm. It remained a bastion of economic stability amidst the apocalypse. Many survivors would flock there for refuge, making it a remarkably secure haven. Even the subsequent global fog could not breach its defenses. This demonstrated its resilience, making it a top priority for Yuan. Yet, he was disinclined to elaborate further, simply stating, just follow my lead. All right. The women did not press for more details. Wherever Yuan went, they would follow. They were ready to go wherever he deemed necessary. However, as they gazed at the vast expanse of water surrounding them, Chun Minjeo expressed her concern. How will we leave? The flood is everywhere. Indeed, Jiang Mingli echoed the sentiment. We can't possibly swim across, can we? Unipastidly, Yuan, prepared for this predicament, merely smiled and said, you will see shortly. Before long, the rumbling of 2 armed Apache helicopters filled the air, cutting through the storm as they slowly approached. The sight left the women in stunned silence, their beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the armed helicopters. Wait, helicopters? Not just one, but 2. They had assumed there was only a single helicopter. Due to the torrential rain, it was difficult to distinguish day from night. However, With the appearance of the armed helicopters, survivors hiding in other parts of Su Longshan also noticed them. Some believed it was a government rescue and became excited. Look, armed helicopters. Is this a state rescue? It seems likely. A few people could not contain their excitement, shouting and waving in an attempt to grab the attention of the helicopters. But soon, they realized the truth. The helicopters ignored them completely and flew straight to the mountaintop, leaving them bewildered. What's going on? Could there be some significant figure at Su Longshan being picked up? Some survivors expressed their irritation, thinking it was a rescue operation for someone special. Damn it, even during the apocalypse, it seems wealth and power still matter. Of course, those who were late to realize their wealth and power were doomed, as the military would never come to their aid. They were struggling to save themselves. But the private sector was a different story. Soon, as the two armed helicopters landed, Huan directed the 5 women to board first and leave. As for the larger equipment, the twin brothers efficiently secured it with ropes and hoisted them away. All right, I can understand you coming to pick someone up, one survivor thought. But when the second wave came, and they began to lift a Bugatti Chiron with a rope and carry it away, all the survivors on Su Longshan were left dumbfounded. What the hell? You can save people, and I can understand that. But you're taking a sports car and leaving us behind? What kind of spoiled rich kid is this? How outrageous! Yet the absurdity did not end there. After several trips back and forth, when the last armed helicopter returned and landed atop Su Longshan, it took off again with a massive 8-meter-long white tiger caught in a net. At that moment, all the survivors on Su Longshan were utterly stunned. Chapter 50. Wait, you're taking a 6th-tier zombie tiger too? Indeed, they were completely flabbergasted. All right, you have the money, and you can take an armed helicopter to rescue people. That's fine. Even taking those supercars is acceptable. After all, it's the apocalypse, and they hold collector's value. But you're even snatching a big tiger? What is going on? Why do the wealthy prefer to save a beast rather than us? The survivors were filled with indignation. Are we not even as valuable as a beast now? However, soon some observant survivors noticed something unusual. Isn't that the 6th-tier white tiger from our Suhai city? What? The zombie white tiger? This revelation astonished numerous survivors. Is that true? But upon closer inspection, they were shocked to find it was indeed the case. At this moment, the magnificent tiger was ensnared by an armed helicopter, suspended in the air, swaying its colossal tail. Indeed, it was the 6th-tier zombie white tiger. How could this be possible? Soon, the stunned survivors regained their composure. It is essential to note that this was a 6th-tier zombie white tiger. Currently, the strongest individual in the entire Suhai city, Li Jinlong from the Jianfeng building, was merely at the 4th tier, approaching the 5th. Yet now, someone had managed to transport this zombie white tiger. How could such strength be attainable? Clearly, Suhai was home to hidden talents. Within a camp at Sulong Mountain, over 100 survivors had established their base. A woman clad in black leather observed the situation unfolding in the sky, unable to suppress her exquisite lips as she muttered to herself. Of course, had they known that these so-called armed helicopters were actually formidable extraterrestrial Cybertronian beings, their thoughts would have drastically shifted. However, Huan was not particularly concerned with such matters, for he had already boarded the armed helicopter and departed from Sulong Mountain, leaving the territory of Suhai behind. He found himself on a stretch of road that had not been submerged. This was the inevitable route to the magical city. Initially, Huan had intended to travel by sea to reach the magical city, but with the torrential rains having ceased and the main road to the magical city remaining unwaterlogged, he could set out directly from here. Furthermore, he recalled that taking this route would not only lead him to the magical city, but would also pass through the cities of Gaochang, Jinling, and Sicheng. These 3 cities were excellent new first-tier cities, particularly Jinling, which boasted the prestigious Jinling Military District, one of the 7 major military districts in the country. Indeed, this was one of Huan's objectives. Although Jinling had already fallen, it was possible that he could scavenge some valuable equipment and weapons within the military district. Therefore, this path seemed to be the most prudent choice. However, Lin Xiao and the others were oblivious to this. Especially when they saw the convoy land and organize on the road, the enchanting beauty could not help but ask in surprise, Huan, aren't we supposed to be heading to the amphibious landing ship? How do we end up here? Even Chun Minjao and the other women turned their curious gazes towards him. In response to their inquiry, Huan offered a succinct explanation. This road spans over 600 kilometers, leading directly to the magical city, and along the way, we will pass through Gaochang, Sicheng, and Jinling, allowing us to gather additional supplies. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, the ladies' faces lit up with understanding. No wonder Huan chose not to set off by water. However, this route seemed quite favorable. Chun Minjao excitedly chimed in. It's perfect. We can enjoy a journey from Suhai all the way to the magical city. A journey? Yet Huan could not help but smirk at her words. Here they were in the midst of an apocalypse, and she still thought of it as a leisurely trip. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it. After swiftly organizing the convoy, he reboarded the vehicle, ready to depart. The Apache twins had completed their transportation tasks and returned, while the remaining units, Iron Skin, Dark Moon, Crimson, Frog King, Flying Meteor, Marine Soldier, and Optimus, prepared to clear the path ahead. This time, given the presence of the colossal tiger, Huan decided to let it reside in the spacious compartment of Optimus, as its size presented a logistical challenge. With everything in place, the convoy surged forward, led by Iron Skin, while Huan navigated southwest along the highway, guided by the route provided by the aerial units. Although the highway remained above water, the relentless downpours had left substantial puddles on the road, causing the convoy's speed to be relatively slow, averaging about 50 kilometers per hour. Yet, there was no urgency. They had ample time. Along the way, Lin Xiao and the others took the opportunity to level up alongside Crimson and Flying Meteor, dispatching any zombies they encountered, snacking when hungry and resting when weary. As night fell, they arrived at their first destination, Diaocheng. However, Huan did not enter the city, but instead parked the convoy by the roadside, sending the laser bird to scout the area. With a series of sharp calls, the laser bird flapped its wings and swiftly darted towards the city center. Shortly after, it returned with a wealth of data. The situation in Diaocheng was not much better. Being just over 300 kilometers from Suhai, it had also suffered the effects of the typhoon. Fortunately, the damage was not catastrophic, with only some surrounding structures destroyed. Yet Huan was surprised to discover that there were a considerable number of survivors here. The thermal imaging revealed that there were over 30,000 individuals still alive, with the majority congregating in 7 or 8 locations. The smallest groups numbered 1 or 2,000, while the largest boasted nearly 8,000. Clearly, Diaocheng had succumbed entirely, with these survivors forming bases akin to those of the Jianfeng building and Blood Rose in Suhai. Wow, that's quite a lot of people, Lin Xiao noted, her face reflecting astonishment. This was significantly more than in Suhai. After all, Diaocheng had a permanent population of only 4 million, much lower than Suhai. Yet the number of survivors here was 3 to 4 times greater, a noteworthy ratio. That's to be expected, Huan replied calmly. Suhai was one of the first regions to fall, caught completely off guard, hence the scarcity of survivors. The cities that followed were better prepared, so naturally, the number of survivors here far exceeds that of Suhai. This logic resonated with the women, who acknowledged the validity of his statement. Indeed, the downfall of Suhai had been abrupt, with the entire city succumbing overnight. However, the cities located just 230 kilometers away had received warnings and thus had a distinct advantage. Even so, maintaining a ratio of 30,000 survivors was still impressive. Moreover, Huan was aware that a significant portion of these individuals had likely not turned into zombies. Many had probably fled to cities further inland in the northwest. In recent days, he had tasked the aerial units with gathering intelligence via global satellites, learning that numerous cities worldwide had established safe zones. Approximately 100 cities had achieved this, with Dragon Nation accounting for 18 and Eagle Nation similarly possessing 18. In contrast, other nations fared poorly, with some having only 2 or 3 safe zones, while others faced complete annihilation, such as he is who, where the nations lacked any substantial strength. Moreover, the military force was woefully inadequate, leading to an explosive outbreak of a zombie crisis. There was no time to issue warnings, and the entire army was swiftly annihilated. In contrast, nations such as the Dragon Kingdom, Eagle Nation, and the Old Bear were markedly different. These countries not only boasted formidable military strength, but also vast territories, thus allowing for an extended front line. Naturally, they possessed the most secure cities as well. However, even so, one should not be deceived into thinking that 18 safe zones are plentiful. Let's not forget that, prior to the apocalypse, the Dragon Kingdom had nearly 300 prefecture-level cities, not counting county-level cities. Yet now, in the span of a mere month, it has been reduced to a mere 18 safe zones. It is astonishing that in such a short time, the world has descended into such chaos. Indeed, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy at the thought. Beside him, Chen Minjiao nodded in agreement. Initially, she thought 18 was a substantial number. However, upon reflection, with the Dragon Kingdom spanning 9.6 million square kilometers, the reality of only having 18 safe zones becomes starkly apparent. Furthermore, it is likely that some of these safe zones are less than several dozen kilometers in size. This underscores the sheer terror of this calamity. Nevertheless, Chen Mingyuan, clad in a form-fitting black athletic outfit with cascading golden locks, inquired, "Should we still proceed to the Hanging City?" "No need." Yet unexpectedly, Huan waved his hand dismissively. He had already surveyed the area with the laser bird. The hanging city now harbored numerous large survivor bases, and it was probable that resources had already been thoroughly scavenged. Moreover, his primary objective was the military district in Jinling. Following the deluge and typhoon, the next calamity would be a global fog disaster. This was no ordinary natural disaster. Hence, Huan pondered, let's head straight to Jinling. Agreed. The women expressed no objections. After all, resources were currently abundant, eliminating the need for constant resupply. However, just as they were about to rest for a few hours before setting off again, they noticed a commotion not far away. A fierce gunfight had erupted on the road, leading to the expressway from the hanging city. Boom, boom, rat-a-tat-tat. Accompanied by bright flashes of gunfire and the sounds of explosions, Lin Xiao's heart raced, prompting him to ask, what is happening? Soon, the raspy voice of the laser bird emanated from the speakers. Up ahead, survivors are engaged in a firefight. It appears they're fighting over territory. As it spoke, the laser bird transmitted images, revealing the outskirts of the city where approximately 200 individuals were locked in combat, including several superpowered beings. Let them be, Huan replied calmly. Such occurrences were all too common in the apocalypse. Survivors not only faced the threat of zombies, but also had to contend with other survivors. However, Huan was disinterested in intervening. After all, could he manage such a large crowd? Thus, he swiftly led the convoy onward, rumbling as the Titan roared to life. The vehicles behind, Iron Skin, Dark Moon, Crimson, Meteor Fire, Battle Soldier, Frog King, followed suit, their engines roaring in unison. The headlights illuminated the path ahead as the convoy set forth once more. Soon, they merged onto the elevated ring road, preparing to continue onto the expressway. From this vantage point, they could indeed see the two factions engaged in their fierce struggle. Approximately 30 vehicles, ranging from cars and SUVs to large trucks, were involved, alongside several armored vehicles and tanks. Quick, eliminate that bunch. One survivor, wielding a steel blade, stood atop a tank, barking orders, fire. Boom! With a deafening roar, a shell accurately struck the opposing tank. The explosion sent flames soaring, shattering the tank's tracks. Yet the adversaries were not to be underestimated. A survivor seized an anti-tank grenade launcher, targeting the blade-wielding survivor with a single shot. Whoosh! The grenade hurtled through the air. The survivor, a first-tier, superpowered individual, narrowed his eyes and instinctively rolled off the tank just in time. Consequently, their tank was flipped over in an instant. My tank! He cursed, and both sides became utterly enraged, charging recklessly at one another. The superpowered beings engaged in close combat, while ordinary survivors utilized firearms for ranged attacks. However, even when bullets struck some of the more powerful superpowered individuals, they merely staggered back a few steps, sustaining minimal damage as they continued their relentless fighting. This spectacle left the women in awe. They had never witnessed such a large-scale battle before. It was far more intense than the so-called large gang confrontations led by Su Hai. Yet Huan remained unfazed, as in his previous life. He had led survivors in similar skirmishes. But now, Huan had little interest in such trivial matters. Why would he concern himself with such petty skirmishes when his current power level rendered them insignificant? Thus, he continued directing the convoy away. However, their passage did not go unnoticed. As the two factions became increasingly embroiled in their violent clash, one sharp-eyed underling spotted the convoy on the elevated road. It was impossible to miss, given the imposing sight of a 9-meter 4-bolt heavy truck, accompanied by a lineup of sleek supercars. Consequently, a subordinate rushed to a scar-faced man, exclaiming, "Brother Dao, it seems reinforcements are approaching from the opposite side." What? Reinforcements? Upon hearing this, the man known as Brother Dao's expression changed dramatically. He was aware that their Wolf Warriors base and the opposing Wild Fox base had been locked in combat for half a month. What began with a mere handful of fighters on each side had escalated to hundreds. They had assumed they knew everything about their adversaries, preparing for a climactic showdown that night. Little did they know, the enemy had laid an ambush. "Quick, fire the cannons, blow them up," he commanded urgently. Yes. Following the order, the last two tanks swiftly turned to face Huan's direction. Boom! A shell was launched towards him. Chapter 52. You really dare to fire. Meanwhile, the Titan detected the incoming shell. It posed no significant threat, but considering the safety of its occupants, it swiftly maneuvered out of harm's way. Wow! This display left the scar-faced man in shock. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "That guy's driving skills are impressive. He can drift with a truck over 9 meters long. Quick, fire again, give them another round." Got it. The subordinate quickly instructed the remaining two tanks to continue firing. Boom, boom. 2 shells were swiftly launched, targeting the imposing Titan. However, due to their abysmal accuracy, both missed their mark, instead raining destruction upon the elevated roadway, encircling the city. Having already endured a catastrophic zombie apocalypse compounded by torrential floods, the precarious structure was now on the brink of collapse. With a resounding crash, the bridge began to tilt ominously. Caution! Noticing the anomaly, the Titan had to slam on the brakes. Simultaneously, the massive figures of the Frog King, Flying Fire Meteor, Crimson, and Dark Moon also came to a sudden halt. Well done! They had successfully halted those supercars and heavy trucks. Scarface finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly inquired of his subordinate. Did we manage to kill anyone? It seems we didn't. What? They're still alive. Indeed, as Scarface lifted his gaze again, he observed that the vehicles had pulled over to the side of the elevated road. At that moment, a young man clad in athletic wear appeared atop a built-in heavy truck, wielding a long knife that glimmered with a blue hue. He leaped from the overpass, his dark expression advancing towards them. Damn, just these few individuals dare to lay an ambush. Scarface, evidently oblivious to the gravity of the situation, mistook the presence of Huan and his companions for a lack of reinforcements from the Wild Fox base, his face contorting into a sneer. However, in the next heartbeat, as he prepared to issue orders to eliminate Huan, he noticed that the original supercars had vanished. In their stead loomed 7 or 8 enormous mechanized figures, also descending from the overpass, approaching with colossal energy cannons in hand. This left Scarface momentarily stunned, questioning his own vision. Was this truly human? He hastily summoned a subordinate. Look, what is that? As the young subordinate beheld the Titan, towering over 10 meters, slowly advancing towards them. He too was left bewildered. Not just them, even the others ceased their conflict, turning their gazes towards these behemoths. Shock morphed into terror on every face. When the Titan finally arrived on the battlefield, it unleashed a devastating energy blast that obliterated 2 armored vehicles and sent a dozen survivors flying. Only then did everyone snap to reality. Mother of God, it's an extraterrestrial being. Run. Hey, don't move. Yet, as the colossal figures descended from the overpass, they swiftly took their positions. The Frog King, after firing several energy blasts, forced the remaining individuals into retreat. He emitted a nonchalant mechanical voice. Hey, you have nowhere to escape. Now, hands on your heads and crouch down. Damn. At that moment, all survivors felt paralyzed. They reluctantly dropped their weapons and raised their hands, crouching on the ground. What a joke. The shortest among these towering figures was at least 6 meters tall. How could mere humans compete? Especially with the towering cannon that was several times larger than a head. Even those with abilities would undoubtedly crumble. As all were subdued, Huan approached, wielding the thunder sword with a grim expression, scanning the nearly 200 captives and demanding, who fired the shells just now? Heaven help. Huan truly had no intention of meddling, as his sole objective had always been survival. Yet who could have anticipated that a shell nearly struck him? Not to mention the fact that they had unleashed 2 more. Now the road was in ruins. Boss. Upon hearing this, Shao Sun immediately glanced at the similarly cowed Scarface. Damn it, this was not a good time to look, as Scarface nearly fainted from rage. Are you betraying me? Indeed. Upon noticing Huan's piercing gaze, Scarface hurriedly chuckled. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. We thought you were reinforcement from the other side, and that it was collateral damage. Collateral damage? Yet Huan merely chuckled upon hearing this, slowly pointing the thunder sword at Scarface while sneering. Your collateral damage almost cost me my life. Damn. At that moment, Scarface regretted his choices intensely. It was apparent to everyone that this was not the Wild Fox base's doing. If the Wild Fox possessed such formidable backing, why would they need to engage in conflict with him? They would have undoubtedly unified the city long ago. This was clearly a manifestation of an external, overwhelming power. Consequently, Scarface gulped nervously and stammered. We truly did not mean it. Yes, exactly. Shao Sun chimed in hastily. If you spare us, we are willing to compensate. Whatever you desire, we will provide. Boss. Just then, the Frog King observed something amiss. He approached with his enormous mechanical strides and quietly remarked, I see here, it seems there are quite a number of military tanks, due to their shared intelligence. The Frog King and his companions were well versed in various global confidential information, particularly regarding military assets. He discovered that many of the tanks here were standard military issue. If it had been 1 or 2, it might have been a coincidence, but there were a total of 6, including the 2 that had been destroyed. That made 8. This was not merely a stroke of luck. Indeed, even Huan noticed this development, piquing his interest, and he turned to Scarface, inquiring, where did you acquire these tanks and armored vehicles? What? Tanks? Armurad vehículos. The moment these words left his mouth, Scarface and his cohorts were momentarily taken aback, clearly perplexed as to why he was inquiring about this. What, don't these colossal beings surpass tanks and armored vehicles in absurdity? However, upon seeing Huan's frigid gaze, Scarface hurriedly explained, "Not far from here, there's a temporary military base. A month ago, during the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, a regular army was dispatched to hold the line, but due to a water supply mishap, the entire force got infected, and that area became a zombie-infested zone. We acquired them from there." Chapter 53. Zombie Frenzy? The hunting ground of the 7th-tier White Tiger. Oh, there is actually a temporary military base here? Hearing this, Huan's interest was piqued. It was no secret why he had ventured to Jinling. He aimed to find suitable military weapons to expand his Transformers army. To his surprise, there was indeed one here. With this thought in mind, Huan immediately declared, "Take me to have a look." What? Take a look? However, upon hearing this, Scarface immediately appeared troubled. "No, there are quite a few zombies over there. It has become a gathering place for them. We've only ventured there twice." So he did not continue, but his meaning was clear. But zombies? Huan was unperturbed by zombies. Without further ado, he coldly commanded, "Take me there." As soon as he uttered these words, the nearby Dark Moon promptly aimed a black energy cannon at his head. Wait. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Scar hurriedly exclaimed, "Let's go. We'll head there at once." With that, he rose quickly to lead the way. As for the remaining individuals, Huan glanced at the two factions left, nearly 200 people in total, and decisively declared, "You all should come as well." "Yes, understood. They responded, realizing the gravity of the situation. Who would dare oppose such formidable beings? Thus, they all complied and hastily gathered their weapons as they made their way toward the temporary base. Even the members of the Wild Fox base were no exception. Soon, Scar led Huan to the makeshift military base. It was situated in a suburban area, surrounded by ordinary shipping containers, metal sheets, and some repurposed oil drums, covering an area of approximately 20,000 square meters, a considerable expanse. Although the sky was dim, gasoline was still ignited, serving as torches to illuminate the area brightly. Through the flickering light, it became evident that the camp was teeming with zombies. They staggered about, emitting guttural roars, patrolling aimlessly. Among them were some zombies dressed in military uniforms, but the majority were ordinary civilian zombies. A rough estimate indicated there were around 10,000. Notably, there were even some first and second-tier zombies among them. No wonder this group dared not approach. Upon witnessing these first and second-tier zombies, Huan finally comprehended why Scar had only come here twice before. The area was overrun by the undead. With a roar, the zombies, having sensed the influx of people, began to converge on Huan's group, and a second-tier zombie charged forward with a furious roar. "Be careful," Scar called out, swiftly using his steel knife to fend off the attacking second-tier zombie. With a loud thud, he managed to push the creature back a couple of steps. As a third-tier ability user, he was not afraid of this second-tier zombie, yet his expression remained grave, for many stronger foes lurked within. Swallowing hard, he explained, "This camp is vast, over 20,000 square meters, and clearly tiered. The perimeter is filled with ordinary zombies, along with some first and second-tier ones. The last time we entered, we encountered third and fourth-tier zombies, losing several brothers in the process. We suspect there are even stronger zombies inside, having turned this place into their stronghold. This is the true reason for our hesitation. After all, ordinary zombies pose little threat, but those evolved ones are an entirely different story, especially the 4th and 5th tiers. Even I wouldn't dare approach. Yet now, we're being forced in by you." Seeing the situation, Scar quickly turned to Huan with a nervous smile. "Brother, I think we should reconsider. If we disturb any 5th or 6th-tier entities inside, we might not escape with our lives." Though Huan appeared to command a terrifying presence, those 5th and 6th-tier zombies were no trifles. He certainly did not wish to lose his life here. However, Huan merely glanced into the depths and calmly replied, "Let us go in." "What?" At those words, Scar's face paled. Even the leader of the Wild Fox base, a woman clad in a blue tracksuit, approached. She was quite beautiful, standing at 168 centimeters tall, though her appearance had become somewhat disheveled after a month of apocalyptic living. Nevertheless, her bright eyes retained their charm. "Perhaps we should first devise a way to lure those zombies out. If we charge in recklessly, we will not only face the danger of 5th-tier zombies, but also be besieged by these outer zombies, making escape impossible." Did you not hear what I said? As Huan's cold, calm gaze swept over them, Scar and the woman exchanged looks, each gritting their teeth before conceding. They had no choice. Their current predicament left them at a disadvantage. "Let us go in." Yet, before they could take 2 steps, a colossal zombie lunged toward them, its body a sickly green, resembling a giant Hulk, a third-tier creature. With a crash, a survivor was nearly torn apart, but Scar intervened just in time, blocking the survivor while slashing at the giant zombie. However, the creature's strength was overwhelming, coupled with a 30-fold physique, and it withstood the blow, swatting Scar aside. "Watch out!" The woman from the Wild Fox base drew her steel knife and rushed forward. But unexpectedly, another shadow surged toward them. Roar! The woman, Chening, was caught off guard. The impact nearly knocked her unconscious. Damn! Upon seeing the hulking zombie, Chening winced in pain and exclaimed, "That's a 5th-tier zombie." What? 5th tier? At those words, terror washed over everyone's faces. Wasn't it said that the strongest here was a 5th tier? Where did this one come from? However, there was no time for speculation as the 5th-tier zombie charged once more. Sister Chun, a female member of the Wild Fox base, cried out in alarm, witnessing her leader on the brink of being torn apart. Just when everyone thought their leader was doomed, a swift, white figure dashed in. Boom! The figure collided with the 5th-tier zombie, sending it flying, and then pounced on it, pinning it to the ground and swiftly biting off its head. It was only then that the onlookers realized this was a 7-meter-long white zombie tiger. With ease, the white tiger dispatched the 5th-tier zombie, and it gracefully descended, striding with an air of dominance as its black eyes scanned the remaining zombies, as if entering its hunting grounds. Chapter 54. Is this really J-16? The sudden scene left the 200 survivors in stunned silence. They could hardly believe their eyes. No way, a white tiger. How did a zombie white tiger suddenly appear? And it seems to be at least 7th tier. It was known that 7th-tier beings were exceedingly rare, and the entire suspended city scarcely boasted one. Where did this creature come from? As the crowd stood bewildered, some began to connect the dots, instinctively glancing back at Huan. Sure enough, after the white tiger dispatched the 5th-tier zombie, Huan calmly instructed, "Feast on it." With permission granted, the zombie white tiger eagerly devoured the 5th-tier zombie's crystal, causing all onlookers to gasp in astonishment. Indeed, the 7th-tier zombie white tiger was indeed brought forth by this individual. Unbelievable. It is already absurd to encounter a multitude of mechanical monstrosities, yet this fellow possesses a 7th-tier zombie white tiger as well. This is simply outrageous. Nevertheless, having narrowly escaped death, Chunning exhaled in relief, promptly rising to her feet and returning to Yuan's side, her beautiful eyes revealing a glimmer of gratitude as she said, "Thank you. There's no need for that," Yuan replied, waving his hand dismissively, for his interest lay elsewhere, primarily in the military weaponry within the camp. However, the sheer number of zombies, exceeding 10,000, posed a significant challenge. Even if he were to eliminate them all, it would consume considerable time, and there was a risk of inadvertently destroying the base. Thus, he resolved to let the zombie white tiger take action. Utilizing the hierarchical dominance of the zombie, it was anticipated that the lesser zombies would heed the white tiger's commands. Indeed, after consuming the 5th-tier zombie crystal core, the white tiger emitted a low growl, and the surrounding zombies, recognizing their place, promptly retreated and vacated the camp. In the blink of an eye, the entire temporary military encampment was devoid of zombies. The survivors, witnessing this phenomenon, were left in a state of bewilderment. Is this really possible? After dispelling the zombies, Yuan wasted no time and quickly entered the interior with a laser bird for a thorough inspection. To his delight, he discovered an abundance of military facilities, including tanks, armored vehicles, howitzers, and military transport vehicles. However, the majority had suffered considerable damage at the hands of the zombies, with only a scant few remaining intact. "Master, look!" At that moment, just as Yuan was feeling somewhat disheartened, the laser bird suddenly detected something and flapped its wings excitedly, revealing a makeshift metal military warehouse. The sight of this expansive military storage piqued Yuan's interest. "Let us investigate," he commanded, leading the laser bird towards the structure. Upon arrival, he observed that it was constructed from temporary metal containers, sprawling over an impressive area of 2,000 square meters, and even secured with an electronic keypad lock. However, this posed no challenge for Yuan. "Laser bird," he instructed, stepping back a couple of paces. "Understood, master." The laser bird responded, its voice raspy yet eager. It swiftly transformed into a small, 1-meter-tall mechanical life form, extending its arms to manipulate the keypad lock. With a resonant hum, as the lock disengaged, a series of beeping sounds echoed, and the massive metal door gradually opened, revealing the true nature of the warehouse. What is this? Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the sight within. It was indeed a vast armory. The floor was densely packed with containers, each brimming with an array of firearms, from standard automatic rifles to Barrett sniper rifles, Gatling guns, and various other large military weapons. All in pristine condition. Clearly, this had been the designated storage area for the military's arsenal. Yet this was not the focal point. For beyond these weapons, Huan spotted 4 large objects shrouded in black carbon fabric, lying quietly in the corner. They appear to be fighter jets? With this realization, Huan immediately commanded the laser bird, uncover them. Yes, esteemed master. The laser bird complied, flapping its wings and soaring to the mysterious objects, using its sharp claws to tear away the carbon coverings. As the fabric was removed, a magnificent fighter jet revealed itself, its sleek gray-black exterior adorned with a self-suspending tail wing, stretching an impressive 15 meters in length. Huan could hardly believe his eyes. By heavens, it truly is a fighter jet. Moreover, it was none other than the renowned J-16, a fighter jet celebrated as one of the world's 4th-generation aircraft. While it may not rival the likes of the F-22 or J-20, its design was not solely for aerial combat. It was the king of ground attack, the backbone of the Air Force, revered alongside the F-16 Falcon. Huan never imagined he would stumble upon a J-16 amidst the chaos of the zombie apocalypse. In dire need of an Air Force, he had only encountered armed helicopters like the Z-20 and Apache thus far. However, a true aerial powerhouse was what he sought. Contemplating the potential of activating this aircraft, Huan could barely contain his excitement. The thought of having a fighter jet transform into a formidable ally was exhilarating. Of course, he did not overlook the remaining objects. Thus he instructed the laser bird, reveal them all. Absolutely, boss. The laser bird responded eagerly, darting towards the next target. As the remaining 3 objects were unveiled, they too emerged in their full glory. 1 additional J-16 and 2 medium-sized escort drones. Huan was utterly astonished. Chapter 55. For new members. Initially, he believed himself fortunate to have discovered a single J-16, yet here lay another, accompanied by 2 escort drones. If all were activated, his Air Force would be fully realized. With this thought in mind, Huan wasted no time and placed his hand upon the J-16. With a resonant hum, a violent surge of energy coursed through the jet. In the next moment, a cacophony of mechanical sounds erupted as the previously dormant J-16 began to transform. Gears whirred. The fuselage and tail wing rapidly separated, and with a resounding boom, it morphed into a towering, 15-meter-tall behemoth, nearly breaching the roof of the metal containers. Fortunately, the space was adequately high, originally designed as a military storage facility with a 15-meter clearance. As it was activated, the J-16 soon recognized Huan, bowing respectfully on one knee and emitting a deep, mechanized voice. Esteemed Master, Cybertron Air Force Warrior, reporting for duty. Excellent, Huan exclaimed, admiring the striking black-gray mechanical form complemented by the dual-jet engines affixed to its tail, exuding an aura of coolness and power. Your new name shall be Lightning. Yes, Master. Upon receiving their new designations, J-16 immediately emitted a respectful mechanical tone, signifying its activation. Huan, not neglecting the remaining 3, proceeded to activate each one utilizing the leader module. It had already been a month since the catastrophe began, coupled with the activation of the remaining units during this time. Huan now possessed a staggering total of 90 ignition seeds. It could be said that he was far from lacking in ignition seeds. What he truly required were suitable new member vessels. Thus, he swiftly activated the remaining 3 colossal machines as well, with 4 imposing behemoths standing before him, each exuding a more formidable presence than the last. Huan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. After all, he had merely been passing through and had unexpectedly acquired 4 new members, all of whom belonged to the Air Force. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Naturally, he did not forget to bestow names upon these formidable machines, glancing at the remaining 3 and declaring, from this moment forth, you shall be known as Hurricane. As for the 2 of you, you shall be called Dark Arrow and Assassin. Given that the 2 escort units were stealthy, the names Dark Arrow and Assassin were quite fitting. Yes, my esteemed master. Upon receiving their new names, the machines responded with reverent tones. Excellent. Huan nodded slightly, feeling quite pleased with these 4 new members. Thus far, his Transformers Legion boasted a roster that included Optimus Prime, Ironhide, Dark Moon, Crimson, Marine Corps, Stun, Fire Meteor, the Apache Twin Brothers, the Amphibious Assault Team Trio, an amphibious landing craft, along with these 4 new additions, and the formidable Drill Demon. The total membership had reached 18. A comprehensive combination of land, sea, and air had been formed. However, this was still insufficient. Huan required even more powerful Transformers to confront the impending disasters. For the moment, he remained unhurried, allowing Lightning and the others to depart first to rendezvous with Lin Xiao and her team at the elevated city ring. Boss! Boss! Just then, Laser Bird flitted over, flapping its wings and emitting a sycophantic tone. What about those fellows outside? Huan suddenly recalled the presence of Scar and Chunning outside. However, he held little interest in them. On the contrary, he felt a sense of gratitude towards those individuals. After all, had it not been for Scar as cannon fire, how could he have fortuitously acquired 4 powerful Air Force members? In a buoyant mood, Huan waved dismissively. Let them have this place. I've already obtained what I desired. The rest is merely a heap of scrap that holds no value for me. As you command. With that directive, Laser Bird flapped its wings and swiftly took flight. Meanwhile, Scar and Chun-Ying remained together, exchanging accusations. It's all your fault. Why did you provoke such individuals for no reason? Chun-Ying scolded angrily. Scar, looking quite aggrieved, retorted, how was I to know who they were? I thought they were with you. With us? Chun-Ying laughed upon hearing this and replied through gritted teeth, if they were truly with us, you would still be alive today. Scar, however, had already moved past this point of contention, sighing, it's too late to say anything now. I can only hope that fellow is in a good mood and will let us off the hook. Indeed, upon utterance of this sentiment, Chun-Ying fell silent. Such an existence was indeed not something they could afford to provoke. Fortunately, just then, as Laser Bird flapped its wings and emerged, a group of survivors hurriedly looked over. Laser Bird alighted atop a shipping container, its raspy voice taking on a sinister tone. The boss said the supplies within the camp are for you. Go in and take what you need. What's this? Left for us? Upon hearing this, the group was immediately taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Was there truly such good fortune? However, when they entered and discovered the armory filled with an array of weapons, including Barrett rifles and even Gatlings, they were utterly astonished. Holy cow, so many weapons! Exclaimed one. Damn, this is a fortune. They could hardly believe their eyes, realizing the camp contained such valuable items. After all, that was a Barrett. One shot from it could fell even a second-tier ability user. Yet here lay a dozen of them. Although they had previously visited this place, they had never entered the warehouse. Now, they comprehended the wealth of treasures hidden within. However, upon picking up a Barrett, Chun-Ying could not resist raising her beautiful gaze to Laser Bird, asking, with this many supplies, do you require anything from us? Indeed, the moment this was said, the group snapped out of their excitement. It was well known that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. With such an abundance of weapons, surely there were additional demands? Additional demands? Cawed Laser Bird, its mechanical voice dripping with disdain. What could you possibly offer that would be worthy of my esteemed master's attention? Indeed, upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly realized the truth in its words. They were merely a group of survivors. Even the zombie tiger was now at the 8th tier, not to mention those mechanical monstrosities. They were truly insignificant in comparison. Nevertheless, Scar remained resolute, stating, rest assured, while we may not be of use to you, you have graciously provided us with such an abundance of weapons. We are not ungrateful. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. Precisely. You have our word. Should you need anything in the future, we at Wild Fox Base will heed your commands without hesitation. Chun-Ying added, recognizing the immense benefit these arms would provide them, potentially elevating them to a premier doomsday base in the Hanging City. Obey your commands? At this declaration, Laser Bird scoffed even more dismissively. What could this group of survivors possibly contribute? Yet, it was disinclined to engage further and swiftly took flight, disappearing from sight. Chapter 56. Arrival at the Jinling Safe Zone. Meanwhile, Huan had already reunited with Lin Xiao and the others and continued on the road to Magic City. Of course, this time, the air was filled with lightning, hurricane, and other formidable machines. The excitement among the women in the vehicle, including Lin Xiao, was palpable, for they had never imagined that their team would acquire fighter jets during a mere pass through the Hanging City. This was utterly absurd. However, in the face of their exhilaration, Huan remained composed, stating nonchalantly, this is merely the beginning. In the future, we shall welcome even more new members. Indeed, next to him, Chinmenjao, having witnessed so much alongside Huan, nodded earnestly. This is just the beginning. After all, we gained 4 new members during a mere stopover in the Hanging City, and they are J-16S. It is worth noting that J-16S are not even the pinnacle of Air Force fighter jets. Among the current 5th-generation fighter jets, the F-22, J-20F-35, and H-20 stand as the true paragons of aerial combat and bombardment. Should we acquire these formidable machines in the future, along with an aircraft carrier and a fleet of destroyers, one might ponder, what calamity could we possibly fear? We would stride across the earth with unyielding confidence. Contemplating this, Chun Minjao gazed at Yi Huan with increasing admiration, exclaiming, "Yi Huan, you are truly remarkable. We are already a force to be reckoned with. If we were to amass hundreds or even thousands of Cybertron warriors, I dare say global unification would be but a trivial matter." Global unification? Yet upon hearing this, Yi Huan merely chuckled. Indeed, under normal circumstances devoid of apocalyptic disasters, it is conceivable. However, I am acutely aware of the terrors that lie ahead. Events such as global cooling, dense fog, the emergence of monstrous entities, the awakening of prehistoric behemoths, and even the arrival of extraterrestrial life. These are the genuine harbingers of doom. What utility is there in unifying the world if we do not first survive? Nevertheless, armed with his overwhelming power, now magnified 1,000-fold, coupled with these colossal machines, Yi Huan felt assured that, at the very least, self-preservation was within reach. Yet, he understood that this was still insufficient. He would never forget his past life, where he met his demise beneath the foot of a prehistoric titan towering over 500 meters. Such a creature is beyond the realm of human resistance. Even nuclear weapons might falter against them. Thus, Yi Huan required more potent transformers. Ideally, he sought an aircraft carrier. Activating such a vessel could change the tides. Imagine a carrier of over 500 meters confronting a prehistoric monstrosity of the same stature. Victory may not be entirely out of reach. Revenge still awaited him. But for now, he declared, "Let's first visit the Jinling military district." All right, the girls nodded in agreement. Hours passed, and at last, they arrived at the outskirts of Jinling. Unlike the desolate state of Diaocheng, Yi Huan noted the presence of military forces and numerous survivors. They had reclaimed the urban core of Jinling, establishing a new bastion for apocalypse survivors. This unexpected development took Yi Huan by surprise. However, through his laser drone, he quickly learned the backstory. Jinling had fallen previously, but as a premier urban center, the military was unwilling to let it remain lost. A substantial deployment of troops, in conjunction with the survivor factions within the city, successfully regained control. This left the surrounding areas teeming with zombies, while the city's heart became a sanctuary for survivors. Yi Huan had not anticipated this turn of events. Jinling had been reclaimed. What should we do? Should we venture inside? Lin Xiao inquired, having accessed the information relayed by the laser drone. Of course, Yi Huan replied without hesitation. After all, his primary goal was to investigate the abandoned military base. Given the presence of a secure zone, and with the next wave of global freezing approaching swiftly, it was an opportune moment to scavenge for necessary supplies. Optimus, you and the others should remain in the outskirts. Find a suitable place to establish a base. Yi Huan instructed. These behemoths attract too much attention. Not to mention the supercars. Wherever they go, they are bound to be noticed. While we are not afraid, I wish to avoid any unnecessary complications. Yes, esteemed master. Optimus promptly acknowledged the command and soon located a spacious area in the outskirts to set up base. Yi Huan did not forget the airborne transformers, so he addressed the circling J-16s. Hurricane, Lightning, take Dark Arrow and Assassin to scout nearby zombie congregations and collect as many zombie crystals as possible. The stockpile we had is dwindling to just over 1,000. It is time to replenish. These crystals are essential for enhancing our power and for trade. Yes, esteemed master. The circling Lightning and Hurricane responded with respect through their radio, and in a thunderous sonic boom, they swiftly turned and sped away into the distance. Observing the departing transformers, Lin Xiao and the others were filled with awe. Isn't the Air Force incredible? This is simply too cool. And this is merely the J-16. I can't even imagine how astonishing it would be if we managed to acquire 8 J-20 or an F-22 from Eagle Nation. Jiang Mingli couldn't help but express her thoughts. J-20, F-22. Yi Huan chuckled at the remark, casting a glance at the young beauty. Rest assured, opportunities will present themselves. Indeed, Jiang Mingli nodded in agreement, exhibiting unwavering trust in Yi Huan. However, now that they had arrived, it was time to explore the secure zone. Yi Huan turned to the girls and asked, "Who wishes to accompany me into the secure zone?" "What? Into the secure zone?" The girls' eyes lit up at the prospect, but before they could respond, Yi Huan added, "Oh, I can only take one person." "Oh, why only one?" Upon hearing this, the girls were taken aback. "Why can't we all go?" "Exactly. What is the issue with all of us going?" "No," Yi Huan shook his head resolutely. "Too many people complicates matters. Only one can accompany me." He didn't want all his attention diverted to the girls once inside. After a moment's pause, Lin Xiao spoke up. "How about I go? I've been to Jinling before and am familiar with the area." "All right then." Yi Huan nodded, showing little interest in the selection process. "Lin Xiao it is. As for the rest of you, stay here and level up. I will return for you later. Well, okay. Those somewhat disappointed. Chun Minjao, Chun Mingyuan, Jiang Mingli, and Qin Yifei obediently nodded. They understood there would be ample opportunities in the future. Chapter 57. Just give me a 188 set meal. With arrangements finalized, Yi Huan and Lin Xiao swiftly entered the secure zone. Upon entering, they discovered a world transformed beyond recognition. Dubbed a secure zone, it resembled more of a temporary refuge. Surrounding the area were soldiers and factions from survivor bases collaborating to scout and defend against zombie incursions. Inside lay a large, functioning secure zone. Noticing Yi Huan and Lin Xiao's arrival, the guard approached them, sternly inquiring, "Halt. Who are you?" "Oh." Regaining his composure, Yi Huan responded, "We are survivors who escaped from Suhai." "What? Suhai managed to escape?" The soldier's utterance was tinged with surprise. Clearly, he had not anticipated that anyone could traverse from Suhai to this location. It is important to note that Suhai had been submerged by floods. However, upon confirming that the two individuals were not infected by zombies, the soldier did not impede their progress and swiftly cleared a path for them. "All right, you may enter." "Thank you." With a slight nod, Yi Huan promptly led Lin Xiao into the safe zone. Upon entering, they discovered that the surroundings bore little distinction from their usual environment. The city center remained a bustling hub with towering skyscrapers. There was even a lively atmosphere, teeming with numerous survivors. A rough estimation suggested at least 20 to 30,000 inhabitants. "There's quite a crowd here," Lin Xiao remarked softly to Yi Huan, visibly surprised by the throng of people. Of course, Yi Huan, however, had anticipated this, as he had visited many safe zones in his previous life and was well acquainted with their conditions. After all, safe zones are essentially designed to mirror normal cities. Aside from a zombie-infested exterior and the apocalyptic calamity, the interior was relatively unscathed. Nevertheless, as this particular zone had only recently been reclaimed, it had yet to develop into a fully fledged apocalyptic safe zone. Even so, it was still quite acceptable. "Hey, handsome, beautiful. Looking for a place to stay?" Just as Yi Huan was about to proceed, a young lady in a black dress suddenly appeared from nowhere, enthusiastically addressing the pair. "What do you mean by a place to stay?" Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly possible to find accommodation in the apocalypse? Absolutely. The young lady was not surprised by Lin Xiao's reaction, for she had encountered many survivors who shared similar bewilderment. Nevertheless, she cheerfully explained, even in the apocalypse, one must have a place to reside. We cannot simply sleep on the streets at night, can we? Her words momentarily struck Lin Xiao, and she began to see the logic in them. After all, although the apocalypse allowed for free acquisition of goods outside, the safe zone required payment for services rendered. Yi Huan, at this realization, she instinctively cast an inquiring glance toward Yi Huan. Yet, he was unconcerned with such matters and simply inquired of the young lady, "How much for a night's stay?" That depends on your personal capacity." Sensing an opportunity, the young lady quickly elaborated, "We offer various packages. There's one for 8 gold, another for 18 gold, and a premium one for 188 gold. Which would you prefer?" "What? 8 gold for a night's stay?" Lin Xiao was astonished. "I didn't expect it to be so affordable." "Affordable?" The young lady chuckled softly, placing a hand over her mouth. "Sister, don't misunderstand. The 8 gold I mentioned refers to 8 grams of gold, not what we previously considered as 8 coins." "Well, what? 8 grams of gold?" Lin Xiao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. This was equivalent to over 3,000 coins before the apocalypse. My goodness, this is daylight robbery. Yet, the young lady merely shrugged her shoulders, expressing a sense of resignation. "Sister, don't think it's too expensive. The Jinling safe zone has just been established, and while the area is small, the number of survivors has swelled to 40,000. Just think about it, 40,000 people on one street, and having a comfortable place to stay for the night isn't too steep." Well, I suppose that makes sense," Lin Xiao conceded, suddenly finding the reasoning reasonable. However, she remained curious. What distinguishes the 8 gold option from the 18 gold and 188 gold options? Of course. The young lady's smile grew even more enchanting as she gently explained. The 8 gold option offers a standard room, while the 18 gold option provides a luxurious double room. As for the 188 gold option, she gestured toward the towering Zifeng building, standing at an impressive height of 430 meters. That is our Jinling's iconic structure. From the top, one can gaze down upon the entire city, and most importantly, it includes 3 meals a day and a shower. What? A shower? Lin Xiao couldn't help but smirk at the prospect. It wasn't that she couldn't bathe. Her home had a water conversion device. Yet this was different. Outside, water resources were exorbitantly priced and exceedingly precious. The fact that the safe zone could still offer showers was astonishing. Returning to her senses, she couldn't help but shake her head, feeling somewhat speechless. Indeed, no matter the circumstances, the affluent could always indulge their whims. So what will it be? The young lady, Jiang Yu, understood Lin Xiao's expression, having once shared a similar reaction upon her arrival. However, she had since acclimatized. Thus, she eagerly asked, which option would you like? I can assist with the arrangements. Actually, let's go straight for the 188 gold option. But before she could finish speaking, Huan interjected decisively. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, thinking she had misheard. Really? Are you serious? Just to clarify, the 188 gold is for 1 day, not for 10 days. Fearing Huan might misunderstand, Jiang Yu hurried to clarify. However, Huan shook his head slightly. You heard correctly. We want the 188 gold option. Chapter 58. Procuring Supplies. At this moment, Huan possessed ample resources, having acquired a substantial portion of the city's supplies from Suhai. Naturally, he desired the finest accommodations. Moreover, he had observed that the Zifeng building's elevated position would allow for a comprehensive view of the entire safe zone. Any disturbances could be detected promptly. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that within a week, thick fog would descend upon the area. While the fog was indeed terrifying, it bore a vulnerability. It only reached within a 20-meter radius. Thus, as long as one remained above that height, they would be out of the fog's range and avoid any attacks from the fog-dwelling creatures. Consequently, Huan conveyed to Jiang Yu, we want the top floor? Of course. No problem. Jiang Yu exclaimed with delight, promptly leading Lin Xiao and Huan to the penultimate floor of the Zifeng building, the designated check-in area. After exchanging a block of 500 grams of gold, Huan swiftly settled into what was referred to as the presidential suite. The space encompassed 2 bedrooms and 2 living areas, spanning approximately 200 square meters. The furnishings and appliances were all fully equipped, nearly indistinguishable from those of the pre-apocalypse world. The sole distinction was the absence of internet connectivity. Nevertheless, even with that, it was quite satisfactory. Lin Xiao found herself momentarily captivated, sinking into the sofa to relish the ambience. This place is indeed splendid. Of course, Jiang Yu and a lovely female attendant chimed in, smiling. This is the finest accommodation in our entire safe zone, and it is certainly remarkable. By the way, do you require any additional services? The courteous waitress inquired politely. Of course. Coming back to his senses, Huan addressed the 2 ladies. I require some supplies and would appreciate your assistance in procuring them. No problem. Upon hearing this, the 2 women responded nonchalantly. After all, every survivor arriving from the outside, upon settling into the hotel, would request the staff to help gather supplies. The waitress then retrieved paper and a pen, asking, what do you need? I would like some fresh fruits, a variety of them, if possible. Oh, and I also need some seeds for fruits and vegetables. The more, the better. However, upon hearing this, the 2 women were taken aback. Fresh fruits were understandable. Given the apocalypse, many fruits outside were tainted by the virus, but the safe zone ensured the quality of its produce. Yet seeds? What on earth were they for? Were they even useful? Little did they know that in the near future, a terrifying ice storm and global fog would erupt, enveloping the world in a shroud of white slaughter, particularly the ice storm, which would plummet the global temperature, leading to the demise of countless flora and fauna, not to mention vegetables and fruits, which would become an extravagant luxury. Huan, of course, aimed to stockpile more, especially vegetable seeds, as they would be essential for fresh produce in the future. However, he did not elaborate, merely asking, is there a problem? Oh, no. Coming back to her senses, Jiang Yu hastily waved her hand, smiling warmly. Fruits and vegetables are no issue. As for the seeds, they should be obtainable as well. However, Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment before cautiously stating, you are aware, in these apocalyptic times, fresh fruits and vegetables are exceedingly precious. So acquiring them might come at a steep price. Rest assured. Unexpectedly, in response to this concern, Huan waved his hand dismissively. Just buy them, no matter the cost. As he spoke, he produced a Tier 3 zombie energy crystal from his pocket. It was a Tier 3 energy crystal. The moment the 2 women laid eyes on the luminous, pure green crystal, their eyes widened in astonishment. No way is this for real? This handsome guy actually possesses a zombie energy crystal, and a Tier 3 at that? It was well known that in Jinling City, zombie energy crystals were incredibly valuable, as everyone was aware of their benefits. For an ability user, consuming one could elevate their power level. Even a mere Tier 1 zombie crystal could fetch a price of 100 gold. Yet here was this man, presenting a Tier 3 crystal. It must be worth a fortune. Indeed, Huan inquired, is this sufficient? Sufficient. Coming back to reality, Jiang Yu exclaimed excitedly, eagerly reaching for the Tier 3 zombie crystal, her arm trembling. Goodness, this is a Tier 3 energy crystal. Not to mention in the Jinling safe zone, even in Modu, it would incite a frenzied scramble among those major factions in the apocalypse. Just this one alone could sell for at least 100,000 gold. She could hardly believe that this young man possessed such a valuable item. What formidable strength must he have? Consequently, she eagerly remarked to Huan, this single tier 3 energy crystal could fetch at least 100,000 gold. You could buy out the entire trading market in the Jinling safe zone with it. Excellent. Naturally, Huan had not anticipated such a value. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Why? It was no jest. To him, a tier 3 zombie was merely a trivial matter. Yet for other survivors, it represented a formidable boss. After all, within the entire Jinling safe zone, one would be hard-pressed to find even a handful of tier 5 or 6 beings. Not to mention facing a tier 3 zombie, it was bound to be valuable. Nevertheless, Huan cautioned, I have no interest in other items. Just assist me in locating fruits, vegetables, and seeds. No problem, no problem. Coming back to her senses, Jiang nodded enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grain. Rest assured, I will have everything ready for you by tomorrow morning. Very well. Slightly nodding, Huan grew weary of further chatter and simply stated, you may leave now. Oh right. Soon after, another thought struck him, can military weapons like transport planes be purchased in the Jinling safe zone? What? You want to buy a transport plane? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't it absurd enough that you're using a tier 3 zombie crystal to buy fruits? Now, you wish to purchase a transport plane? What are you planning? Oh, I see. You must have your own faction outside. Otherwise, you wouldn't even consider such a thing. However, she dared not pry further, simply offering an apologetic smile. I'm afraid Jinling might not have that. You would need to go to Modu. No matter. Huan had anticipated this outcome, knowing full well that the Jinling safe zone had only recently been established, and acquiring such large-scale military transport equipment would be improbable. Yet he remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. Just go arrange what we discussed earlier. No problem. Jiang Yu responded eagerly and promptly departed with the waitress. Once they left, Huan turned to the enchanting beauty lounging on the sofa, saying, let us rest for a while. Tomorrow, we shall visit the Jinling military district to see if they have anything worthwhile. Good. Unsurprisingly, Lin Xiao, already weary, smiled alluringly at his words and, with her delicate arm draped around Huan's neck, led him towards the bedroom, saying, just right, I haven't experienced the hotel ambience in a long time. Huan, Chapter 59. A visit to the Jinling military district? Of course, Huan had not anticipated the woman's eagerness. However, with such a stunning figure, combined with her exquisite beauty and charming voice, she truly embodied the essence of a celestial being. Any man would find it hard to resist. Therefore, Huan naturally did not hold back. The next morning, upon awakening from slumber, Huan stretched luxuriously. Ah, what a delightful sensation. It was no wonder Lin Xiao managed everything so impeccably. You're awake. At that moment, Lin Xiao, clad in a white nightgown, entered the room. Upon seeing Huan awake, she offered a gentle smile while carrying breakfast. At this moment, she donned a white bathrobe that accentuated her long, shapely legs, which were subtly visible, complemented by her slippers, presenting the perfect image of a devoted housewife. She served Huan his meal. Wow, you're quite the attentive one today. Huan couldn't help but express his surprise at Lin Xiao's warm demeanor, teasing her lightly. Indeed, as she spoke, this celestial beauty flashed a soft smile, saying, while Meng Yao and the others are outside, now that it's just you and me, I must take good care of you. Moreover, it's a rare opportunity to experience a glimpse of life before the apocalypse, so I wouldn't want to miss it. Indeed, it felt reminiscent of the peaceful times before the apocalypse. Renting a room and sharing it with someone you cherish, enjoying a shower, sleeping together, and dining. Then, they got up to prepare for an outing. Alas, the outside world resembled a city on the brink of apocalypse. How wonderful it would be if the end of days had not arrived. Lin Xiao couldn't help but express her sentiments. Indeed, Huan chuckled at her words. Life before the apocalypse was truly nostalgic. However, it is prudent not to let one's guard down now. That goes without saying. She shot a mildly exasperated glance at him. After all, he should have had breakfast first. It was quite simple, just milk and bread. Once they finished their meal, the two changed their clothes and prepared to set off. Lin Xiao donned a sleek black tracksuit, armed with a steel knife. A stark contrast to her earlier goddess-like appearance in a white robe. Huan, on the other hand, opted for a more casual look, wearing his usual loose-fitting sports attire, which allowed for greater mobility. In no time, they descended the stairs. However, as soon as they reached the ground floor, they were taken aback by the sight of numerous hurriedly moving superhumans and a large assembly of soldiers, armored vehicles, and tanks on the streets. This caught Huan by surprise. He stopped a departing survivor and inquired, "Hey there, what's going on?" The survivor, upon being halted, did not shy away from revealing the truth, explaining, "I heard that the zombies in the southern mountains have gone berserk again, seemingly gathering in large numbers, preparing to assault our safe zone. Commander Kong Jia of the Jinling Defense Force is rallying the troops for defense." So it was a zombie uprising. No wonder there was such a flurry of activity. Upon hearing this, Huan displayed a look of realization. "Well, there's no need to worry. Yet." The survivor quickly added with a grin, "This sort of thing happens every few days. One gets used to it. Hey, wait for me." With that, he hurried off to catch up with his companions. Huan was well aware of such occurrences from his previous life. Otherwise, the various safe zones wouldn't have erected towering concrete walls to fend off the zombies. Nonetheless, he found little interest in these matters. "Huan, what should we do?" Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, seemingly unaware, lifted her gaze to him. "Let's head to the Jinling military district first." After a brief moment of contemplation, Huan spoke. "All right." Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Soon, the two departed the safe zone. Upon stepping outside, they found Ironhide already waiting for them. As Huan approached, accompanied by a resounding rush of air, Ironhide slowly rolled forward. Wasting no time, the duo promptly boarded the vehicle, steering towards the Jinling safe zone. Now, as for the Jinling safe zone, it is situated in the northwestern area of Jinling City, surrounded by an unending range of low mountains stretching over 30 kilometers. There exists but a single road for ingress and egress. Deep within the mountains lies the position of the Jinling Military District, a location typically chosen by military districts worldwide. Nestled in the heart of the mountains, it effectively evades satellite surveillance. Additionally, should an attack occur, being hidden within the mountains mitigates casualties. Upon arriving, Huan discovered that the area was indeed desolate, teeming with staggering and howling zombies. Occasionally, one could spot formidable first and second-tier zombies. For instance, at the entrance to the military district, there was one such zombie, seated at the gate, greedily gnawing on a smaller zombie, evidently using its companion for evolution. Naturally, it took notice of Huan and Lin Xiao as they disembarked, immediately abandoning the carcass. The smaller zombie, still alive albeit missing a leg, began crawling away. However, the third-tier zombie showed no interest in the little creature, fixating instead on Huan and Lin Xiao, charging towards them. Yet, it was clear that it had misjudged its targets. "Oh look, a third-tier zombie is guarding the gate," Huan remarked, somewhat surprised to encounter a third-tier creature so soon upon arrival. Nevertheless, he felt no need to be courteous. "Ironhide!" With a commanding shout, Huan watched as Ironhide, without transforming, extended its arm through the vehicle door, rapidly morphing into a colossal energy cannon. With a thunderous roar, the energy cannon discharged, striking the third-tier zombie squarely in the abdomen before it could reach them. The creature, now incapacitated, stared in shock at its own disintegrating body. In the next moment, Lin Xiao swiftly unsheathed her blade. With a swift flash of steel, the massive head of the third-tier zombie fell cleanly to the ground, executed with precision and without hesitation, showcasing the demeanor of a true Valkyrie. Huan nodded in approval, increasingly satisfied with her performance. "Well done." Lin Xiao, upon receiving the praise, proudly lifted her snow-white neck, teasingly responding, "I haven't been idle this past month, you know." Despite her playful words, her hands were not idle. She promptly extracted the energy core from the zombie's head. As the level of the zombie increases, so too does the likelihood of obtaining an energy core. Above the third tier, they nearly always yield one. Thus, acquiring a third-tier zombie energy core brought Lin Xiao considerable joy. "What great luck." "All right." Huan, having grown accustomed to retrieving a third-tier zombie crystal, merely smiled and suggested, "Let's head inside first." Okay." Lin Xiao nodded obediently, stowing away the zombie crystal before following Huan and Ironhide into the depths of the military district. Upon entering the military district, the two were momentarily taken aback, for the Jinling military district lay in ruins, a chaotic scene of devastation. The ground was littered with countless zombie corpses, a clear testament to the fierce battles that had once raged here. Besides the remnants of the zombies, there were numerous destroyed firearms, including tanks and armored vehicles, as well as artillery pieces. Some tanks had even been overturned, while transport vehicles lay in heaps of scrap metal. It was evident that high-level zombies were responsible for this destruction. As they ventured further inside, the scene only intensified. The ground was not only strewn with zombies, but also with spent bullet casings and the wreckage of downed, armed helicopters. Unlike before, these helicopters were reduced to mere shells, their engines completely obliterated. Moreover, there was more than one. A glance around revealed at least 5 or 6 had been destroyed. Such devastation made activation impossible. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Oh my, what a splendid Cybertronian vessel. It's all ruined. She instinctively glanced at Yi Huan. It's all right. Let us check the airport. Yet Yi Huan remained composed, for he was already equipped with armed helicopters. Dizziness enveloped him, accompanied by 2 Apache helicopters. His objective was to ascertain whether he could locate a truly exceptional 5th-generation fighter jet. Indeed, Lin Xiao nodded in response. He subsequently followed Yi Huan deeper into the interior. Before long, they arrived at the airport. To their astonishment, they discovered a considerable number of zombies staggering about, howling wildly, aimlessly wandering. They seemed to be drawn to Yi Huan and Lin Xiao as if they were treasures. However, Yi Huan was no longer the same as before. With his terrifying power amplified over 1,000-fold, these zombies were no match for him. Drawing the thunder sword from his spatial ring, he dispatched them all in less than a minute. With a final thrust, Yi Huan eliminated the last zombie and sheathed the thunder sword. Upon entering the airport's interior, he was greeted by the sight of numerous advanced fighter jets, including 6 J-20s, the so-called kings of 5th-generation aircraft in the Dragon Nation. Regrettably, all were damaged. Some had broken wings, while others were charred husks. Not a single one was intact. Yi Huan furrowed his brow, for he knew that to activate a life vessel, the mechanical body could sustain damage. A broken tail, or even severed wings would suffice. The crux lay in the engine. It was the heart that enabled activation. However, after a meticulous inspection of the 5 J-20s, he found none met the necessary criteria. Really, how unfortunate, Yi Huan murmured, unable to suppress his frown at the disheartening situation. Fortunately, at that moment, Iron Skin made a new discovery. Master, look over there. The now enormous Iron Skin, transformed into a gigantic transformer, pointed towards a fighter jet ensnared in the airport's perimeter fence. That one appears salvageable. Yi Huan's eyes brightened as he hurriedly approached with Iron Skin and Lin Xiao. Indeed, despite its broken wings, the engine remained undamaged, eliciting joy from Yi Huan. Without wasting time, he pressed his hand against the massive fuselage. With a reverberating hum, a terrifying blue energy surged forth, visible in its oscillating waves. The colossal fighter jet began its mechanization in an instant, transforming into a towering behemoth standing 15 meters tall. Its sleek black mechanical form bore an uncanny resemblance to the iconic figures from cinematic lore, yet it was evidently more imposing, with its flawless mechanical skeleton exuding a formidable aura. However, it found itself ensnared in the perimeter fence. Damn it, what is this cursed place? The giant, visibly frustrated, attempted to extricate itself, ultimately dismantling the entire fence in the process. With a resounding crash, it tossed the debris aside and knelt before Yi Huan, emitting a deep, respectful mechanical voice. Master, the Cybertron warrior reports for duty. Excellent. Yi Huan surveyed the imposing 15-meter figure with satisfaction. However, he inquired what transpired here. Although this was a vessel, once the spark fused with it, the fighter jet would possess its own consciousness and retain knowledge of past events, prompting Yi Huan's question. The colossal being, appearing somewhat pained, raised a massive mechanical arm to its head and lamented. This place was besieged by a horde of zombies, led by an 8th-tier zombie. There were over 100,000, including many 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-tier zombies. They assaulted the military district and the airbase. Most of the forces from the Jinling military district had already departed to eliminate the zombies, leaving only a single regiment to defend here, which ultimately succumbed to the onslaught. Understanding dawned upon Yi Huan. No wonder this place was so distinct from others. It had evidently experienced a significant conflict. The military district had been attacked by zombies. But upon further reflection, it was comprehensible. The garrison was not large to begin with, and with an 8th-tier zombie leading the charge, breaching the military's defenses was feasible. Coupled with over 100,000 zombies, as well as the support of 3rd and 4th-tier ones, it was entirely reasonable that a single regiment could not respond in time. And you? Yi Huan glanced at the colossal figure. What is your story? The giant, seething with frustration, replied. I was an Air Force pilot attempting to take off to retaliate when I was toppled by a 6th-tier zombie, landing atop the fence. Thus, Yi Huan comprehended the entire sequence of events. The zombies had ambushed the military district and wreaked havoc on the airbase, preventing the pilots from reacting swiftly enough to escape in their aircraft, fortuitously allowing Yi Huan to seize this opportunity. However, the situation on the ground suggested a deliberate targeting of the airport. Lin Xiao could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to inquire. Indeed, Yi Huan had recognized the pattern as well. The losses sustained by the military district paled in comparison to the catastrophic damage inflicted upon the airport. Nearly every fighter jet and armed helicopter had suffered devastating blows. Yet, this was understandable. Armed helicopters and fighter jets posed a significant threat to the zombies, who had likely suffered considerable losses in previous encounters, prompting their desire to obliterate the airport. The cannons of armed helicopters and fighter jets were formidable, capable of obliterating first and second-tier zombies with a single shot, not to mention the even more powerful armor-piercing rounds. They were bound to prioritize eliminating the most threatening adversaries. Now I see. Lin Xiao's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder the destruction here is so severe. It appears the zombies had a strategy. What shall we do next? Huan pondered briefly before responding. Let's leave this place. After all, we have acquired what we sought. Although this entity is somewhat damaged, it still constitutes a genuine fifth-generation fighter jet. Our journey has not been in vain. Agreed. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, promptly following Huan's lead as they departed. As for the colossal being, after their exit, it swiftly transformed into a fifth-generation fighter jet J-20, unleashing a terrifying sonic boom as it soared into the sky. Upon returning to the outskirts of Jinling City, Yuan reunited with Chun Minjao and the other women. However, upon witnessing the imposing 15-meter-tall fifth-generation fighter jet, they were utterly astonished, especially when the J-20 reverted to its aircraft form. Chun Minjao, Chen Mingyuan, Jiang Mingli, and Qin Yifei rushed forward, unable to resist the urge to touch the fighter jet, which was hailed as a significant national asset. Wow, this is the J-20. So cool, Chun Minjao exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she marveled at the matte texture. This was their first encounter with such a fighter jet. Even the girls were taken aback. However, it was only a fleeting moment. Chun Minjao soon noticed something amiss. It appeared that the tail wing was still in a fractured state, not fully repaired. How could it seem injured? The little beauty raised her lovely eyes, gazing in astonishment at Yuan. Oh, sitting on a nearby makeshift chair, Yuan explained. The tail wing was damaged when we encountered it, and it is still in the process of being mended. After all, this fellow is different from the one we faced before. Though that one had a broken tail wing, its tail wing was a weapon and inherently sound. In contrast, this J-20 is akin to an arm, thus requiring more time for repair. Now it made sense. Upon hearing this, Chun Minjao nodded in understanding. Yet she could not help but ask, glancing at the cracked area, isn't there any way to expedite the repair? The moment the word repair escaped her lips, Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not contemplated that issue, as transformers typically possess a self-repairing process, albeit a slower one. However, at that moment, Optimus Prime suddenly interjected, approaching Yuan with deference. Master, there are indeed alternative methods. Oh, what methods? Yuan inquired with newfound interest. Optimus Prime continued. You may choose to activate a support ambulance, which would assist the injured Cybertronian warriors in recovering swiftly. Indeed, how had he not thought of that? This reminder made Yuan realize that his team was lacking a medic. After all, there was a medic in the film. Though that individual may not have been a powerhouse, he was undoubtedly an exceptional doctor. How could he have forgotten about him? Yet it was not too late. He promptly turned to the languid Frog King beside him, saying, Frog King, please procure an ambulance. What? The Frog King, already idly toying with his hand cannon, was taken aback by this command. His blue mechanical eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Yuan. No. It was Optimus' idea. I'm just executing it. Is there a problem? Oh, of course not. I'll have it sorted in no time. Recovering from his surprise, the Frog King let out a chuckle, performed a backflip, and transformed into a Porsche 918. With a stylish drift, he sped off. This character was as flamboyant as his supercar persona. After all, every Transformer possesses unique personality traits. For instance, Optimus Prime, a formidable freightliner, exudes unwavering composure. While Starscream may not be ostentatious, he embodies a restrained ferocity, as long as he is not provoked. His multi-million-dollar price tag, 1T, erupt easily. As for Laserbeak, there is no need to elaborate. He epitomizes cunning intelligence, akin to a computer with exceptional wisdom. Thus, Yuan had long since grown accustomed to these personalities. Naturally, he also observed the nearby mountainside, hollowed out by the Diamond Demon, and inquired, What are you all doing? Oh, in response, Chun Minjao giggled. We're excavating a mountain for shelter. Given their massive size, remaining exposed makes them easy to spot. I figured, since we have some downtime, why not let the Diamond Demon undertake a mountain excavation? This way, we can have a temporary resting spot. Boom. Indeed. Another resounding noise echoed from within. Simultaneously, sparks flew as the Diamond Demon emerged, sending a shower of debris flying. Upon seeing Yuan, he let out a roar in greeting before burrowing back inside. To be honest, Huan found this scene quite amusing. This girl had a knack for ideas. However, it made sense. They were in a desolate area with no shelter from the elements. Establishing a mountain fortification was quite suitable. After all, in a few days, the global temperature would drop significantly, ushering in blizzards and frigid conditions of -90 degrees. These colossal beings indeed required a place to seek refuge. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Huan refrained from objecting and waved his hand, saying, "All right, then. Make sure to complete this in the next few days. It's about to get cold, and they need a haven from the snow." "No problem." Chen Minjao replied with a grin. "Don't worry. Leave it to me." "All right." Nodding slightly, Huan noted that time was of the essence and remarked, "Lin Xiao and I need to head back for a while. We haven't finished gathering supplies. Please be cautious. Rest assured. Hurry back." Chen Minjao pouted at his words, thinking he was worried about their safety, and said, "Don't worry. We will take good care of ourselves." "Take care of yourselves?" Huan smirked at this, thinking, "Please, I'm more worried about you taking down others." However, he chose not to elaborate further. He quickly departed with Lin Xiao, driving back to the Jinling safe zone. Upon returning to the hotel, they found Jiang Yu had already returned, bringing with her a bounty of fruits and vegetables. There were common varieties such as apples, peaches, pears, as well as strawberries and cantaloupes, filling several crates. They had all been moved to the presidential suite. Additionally, there was an abundance of fresh vegetables, including cabbage, carrots, and potatoes, also filling several crates. Altogether, there must have been around 2 tons. Rest assured, Jiang Yu smiled. All these supplies have been tested and contain no viruses. They are safe for consumption. After all, it had been verified that even those with abilities were not immune to the zombie virus. Consuming food, fruits, or water contaminated with the virus would lead to severe gastrointestinal distress, leaving one hungrier than before. Therefore, it was essential to test these fruits and vegetables. Quite impressive. Observing the 20-plus crates of produce, Huan nodded in satisfaction. It was commendable to procure such a quantity of fruits and vegetables during these times. Oh, and Jiang Yu had not forgotten Huan's other request. Chapter 62. The Transformers Legion descends from the sky. Consequently, she soon brought over 2 large crates filled with vegetable seeds. Hurriedly informing Huan, "These are the vegetable seeds you requested. I managed to gather them, but unfortunately, there aren't many, as it seems no one has been storing them. After all, in the apocalypse, who had the time to wait 2 to 3 months to cultivate vegetables? Most people were opting for immediate consumption or direct trade. Thus, these seeds had indeed become quite scarce. However, Huan was very pleased, as he found that most of the seeds were for leafy greens and rapeseed. It is worth noting that the growth rate of leafy greens is astonishing. Once planted, they can mature in just 2 weeks. This made them highly sought after in the apocalypse. Yet, evidently, not many had recognized this potential yet, which worked to his advantage. Moreover, Huan discovered that there were at least 50 pounds of seeds. With this amount, he could easily cultivate several hundred acres. Excellent work. Huan felt quite satisfied. With these seeds, he would no longer lack fresh greens in the future. After all, although there are indeed items within the spatial ring, the quantity is not particularly abundant. With just 6 or 7 people dining, it has only sufficed for 2 years. However, with this new acquisition, the situation has transformed entirely. Delighted by the praise, Jiang Yu beamed with joy. But that was not all. She proudly proclaimed, "Indeed, not only do we have these vegetables and fruits, but tomorrow morning, another batch will arrive, at least 3 tons. Oh, 3 tons. Upon hearing this, Huan's interest was piqued. How is it that a 3rd-tier energy crystal can be exchanged for so much? Not quite. Jiang Yu shook her head as she elaborated. I did not go to the official trading post in the safe zone. Instead, I visited a private trading center. There, numerous apocalypse survivors frequently engage in trade. The allure of zombie crystals is not particularly strong at the official trading post, but those survivors are different. Once consumed, they significantly enhance one's power, allowing me to sell them at over 3 times the price. Understanding dawned on Huan. No wonder this little girl brought back such an abundance of vegetables and fruits. She had sold them to the apocalypse survivors. Moreover, the 3rd-tier zombie crystal holds immense appeal for these survivor groups, capable of effortlessly transforming someone into a 2nd-tier ability user. It could even elevate others by at least 1 major tier. The pricing is, of course, incomparable. Reflecting on this, Huan's gaze toward Jiang Yu shifted slightly, for he had not anticipated her cleverness. However, in response to Huan's surprise, Jiang Yu displayed a wry smile and replied helplessly, "What can I do? In an apocalypse, to survive, one must find ways to earn more." Indeed, Huan could comprehend her sentiment. In the face of the terrifying zombie disaster, The hearts of survivors are equally unpredictable. It is no small feat for this young girl to have survived. Consequently, Huan retrieved a first-tier zombie crystal from his pocket and tossed it to Jiang Yu, saying, "This is your reward." Jiang Yu instinctively caught it and was astonished to find it was a first-tier zombie crystal. Wow, this is far too generous. You know, this alone could fetch 5 to 6,000 grams of gold. This is what you deserve. Huan, unfazed by her astonishment, acknowledged that he had plenty of such items. Of course. However, he added, although this is a reward for you, I might still seek your assistance with future needs. Absolutely no problem. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu eagerly patted her little rabbit and declared proudly, "Rest assured, as long as you are within the Jinling's safe zone, I can procure anything you desire. Provided you have the funds, I can even help you with matters in Modu. That would be splendid." Huan needed someone like her to aid in procuring supplies, as doing so himself was quite cumbersome. Although this little girl may lack strength, she is astute and possesses a flair for business. He would find her services invaluable in the future. Not wishing to waste further time, he dismissed her and proceeded to store all the vegetables and fruit seeds into the spatial ring. This scene left Lin Xiao, who had been observing, in a state of confusion. Tilting her adorable head, she asked, "Huan, we can understand collecting fresh vegetables and fruits, but why do you need so many vegetable seeds?" "Vegetable seeds?" Huan chuckled, not concealing his intentions. He explained, "In a few days, a global freeze will descend upon us, and the temperature on the surface will plummet to -90 degrees, even reaching 100 degrees below zero. A vast number of plants and animals will perish. So we will need these seeds for future use." Realization washed over Lin Xiao's enchanting face. No wonder Huan had been acquiring these seemingly trivial items. He was preparing for the impending catastrophe. However, her curiosity compelled her to inquire, will the future low temperatures truly be that terrifying? Terrifying? Huan chuckled, recalling the prospect of -100 degrees. At that point, even the so-called zombies would be frozen solid, let alone ordinary survivors. It would be a genuine apocalyptic disaster, one not inferior to the zombie virus. Yet, he refrained from elaborating further, simply stating, "You will know soon enough." Thus, in the following days, Huan remained within the presidential suite, not venturing outside. Of course, he was not entirely idle. During this time, he also urged Jiang Yu to assist him in procuring supplies, particularly inquiring about where he might obtain a transport aircraft. Indeed, a military transport aircraft. Although he had effectively assembled his land, sea, and air forces, Huan identified a significant issue. His ground troops could not reach the battlefield at any moment. He had not forgotten how, during the floods in Suhai, they had been evacuated under duress. Though not afraid of water, their mobility in such an environment was excruciatingly slow. However, with a transport aircraft, the scenario would be entirely different. He could deploy Tianzhu and the others as paratroopers. Whenever necessary, they could be swiftly relocated to any battlefield, greatly enhancing their combat capabilities and support speed. Therefore, Huan required a military transport aircraft, the larger, the better, ideally, the latest Y-20 model. Just imagine the spectacle of airdrops, transformers descending from the sky to dominate the battlefield. Chapter 63. New members, drone swarm battle cars? Initially, Jiang Yu was taken aback upon hearing this, as she had not anticipated anyone keeping an eye on such assets. However, being a resourceful survivor, she quickly deduced that Huan likely had his own band of apocalypse survivors, hence the need for a transport aircraft to transport supplies, or perhaps his subordinates. After all, who could casually produce a third-tier zombie crystal without possessing their own influence? Unbeknownst to her, while Huan was indeed coordinating a faction, those under his command were transformers. Nevertheless, she was not entirely without means. In Modu, she had connections that might allow her to procure an aircraft. Yet, Huan was unconcerned, for if she could manage it, that would be excellent. If not, he would take matters into his own hands later. Moreover, aside from this, Lightning, Hurricane, and the others were also busy, working tirelessly in the final days before the onset of the Ice Age to collect as many zombie crystals as possible. Thus, they eliminated a significant number of zombies daily to gather zombie cores. On the first day alone, they amassed over 800. What does 800 signify? It is equivalent to having dispatched nearly 100,000 zombies. Among them were numerous first, second, and third-tier zombies, about 50 in total. After 2 more days, a total of 2,500 crystals had been gathered. However, an accompanying issue soon arose. Huan discovered that they were not merely capable of exterminating 100,000 zombies each day. Rather, the collection of zombie crystals consumed an excessive amount of their time. Consequently, These formidable beings were compelled to dedicate a significant portion of their daily efforts to the extraction of zombie crystals, yielding only 800 or 900 crystals per day. Master, we require some auxiliary creatures. Indeed, even Lightning could no longer endure the situation and suggested otherwise. We will have to expend vast amounts of time digging for zombie cores. Upon hearing this, Huan pondered for a moment, realizing there was a potential solution. He recalled the laser birds, which were adept at excavating zombie crystals. Furthermore, these little creatures possessed a unique sensitivity that enabled them to effortlessly detect which zombies harbored valuable items in their brains and which did not. If he could mass-produce a batch of laser birds, would that not resolve their predicament? However, there was a minor complication. The prototype of the laser birds was his solar god host. It would be impractical to seek a large number of hosts. With this in mind, Huan promptly contacted Jiang Yu. Yu, I need you to procure another batch of drones for me, preferably military grade. What? Drones? Jiang Yu, who was at her computer desk in her home, was momentarily bewildered. Why do we need drones again? And military ones at that? Is there trouble? However, as she heard Huan's inquiry on the other end of the line, she quickly regained her composure and responded cheerfully. No problem, brother Huan. I will arrange it immediately. After hanging up, she typed a message to her good friend. Hey, to cut to the chase, the data costs are exorbitant. 1 gigabyte of gold can only buy 100 megabytes. You continue to think about the transport aircraft. But right now I need you to help me acquire another batch of drones. Let's start with 100. On the other side of the computer, a netizen with the ID incredibly beautiful woman exclaimed with enthusiasm. No problem, good sister, 10 gigabytes of gold per drone. They will arrive tomorrow. Thus, the following day, when Huan accompanied Jiang Yu to her small warehouse, he was taken aback upon seeing a military green vehicle equipped with 32 launch tubes. What is this? Huan gazed at Jiang Yu with a perplexed expression. Ah, this is the military's newly developed drone hive vehicle. In response to his inquiry, Jiang Yu giggled and quickly explained, don't underestimate this vehicle. It has 32 units, each housing 10 drones that can be controlled through electronic hardware. She hurriedly stepped forward to unveil the interface, revealing an electronic screen displaying the number of units and the launching mechanism. These drones could conduct reconnaissance and even had a self-destruct mode, akin to a miniature C4. Additionally, they could precisely lock onto targets, proving to be immensely powerful against zombies. There was also a joystick enabling the drones to survey the surrounding area. From Jiang Yu's perspective, it was evident that Huan desired this for reconnaissance purposes. This vehicle was far superior to ordinary drones, and moreover, it was the latest military development, exceptionally effective and designed specifically for targeting zombies. Oh right, there is also this. Here is the manual. Jiang Yu began to prepare further explanations. No need. Yet, she was swiftly interrupted by Huan, who realized he did not need to understand it. He simply needed to activate it, and it would become his ally. I'll take this one. You can leave now. As he spoke, he tossed aside a first-tier energy core. This should suffice. Indeed, upon receiving the first-tier energy core, Jiang Yu exclaimed happily, Brother, you gave too much. I only spent 3,000 gold on this. The zombie crystal can sell for 5,000 gold. No need. Huan waved his hand dismissively. The rest is for you. Then thank you, brother. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's charming smile brightened, but she quickly added, however, I truly don't need that much. How about this? I'll keep the excess, and if you need anything in the future, I'll buy it for you. After all, the single first-tier energy core had already significantly improved her living conditions. She did not require much more. This notion surprised Huan. He found himself increasingly fond of this little girl. Thus, he smiled and gestured. All right, you can go now. I will contact you if anything comes up. Okay. Nodding, Jiang Yu smiled and departed. Once she left, Huan promptly placed his hand on the vehicle. With a hum, a wave of blue energy surged forth, and the vehicle swiftly emitted mechanical sounds as it transformed into a 7-meter-tall mech. Simultaneously, a set of data appeared before him. Name, Cybertron Mechanical Warrior. Level 1. Type Scout. Strength 3,000. Agility 2,000. Combat Power 3,500. Description: a military-developed drone hive vehicle. Its primary function is not combat, but rather sweeping through enemy lines. Possesses a formidable drone army capable of reconnaissance and sweeping operations, a lethal predator in battlefield environments, and an excellent overall strategist. Upon reviewing this data, Huan realized his guess had been correct. This entity was indeed centered around enhancing drone swarms. The keywords drone, sweeping, reconnaissance clearly indicated it was the type he required. Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, this functionality reminded him of Soundwave from the Transformers movies. Thus, Huan decisively proclaimed, "Your new name shall be Soundwave. Now, go assist Lightning and Hurricane in gathering zombie crystals." "Yes, my esteemed master." Upon receiving its new name, the mech immediately responded respectfully. It then transformed back into a vehicle and departed the warehouse, heading toward the outskirts of the Jinling safe zone. Soon, with Soundwave's addition, Lightning and the others experienced a significant boost in their efficiency. Through the drone's perspective, they could see. They simply needed to bombard those zombie-infested areas. Once it was over, a sonic wave emerged, extending its hand to unleash drone after drone. These diminutive, unmanned aerial vehicles shot forth with the speed of a catapult, swiftly filling the skies and transforming into numerous smaller, laser-like avian entities. They emitted eerie cries as they plunged into the battlefield, voraciously targeting the corpses of the undead, occasionally finishing off those that were barely alive with a well-placed shot to the head. Within just a single day, they gathered an astonishing 800 zombie crystals, more than doubling their previous collection. This remarkable combination left even Huan in a state of bewilderment. This contraption seemed destined to become a transformer. Chapter 64. The zombie frenzy approaches. However, this was good news, was it not? Thus, Huan chose to remain unconcerned, allowing them to evolve on their own. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days later, on a brisk morning, Huan awoke from his slumber to the dulcet sound of Lin Xiao's voice. "Huan, it's snowing outside." "Huh? Snowing?" Indeed, upon hearing this, Huan opened his eyes and, upon rising, discovered that snowflakes were already drifting beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. The temperature had plummeted rapidly, descending from over 20 degrees to a frigid 1 or 2 degrees below zero, and it continued to drop. As expected, the ice age was indeed approaching. Noticing the snowflakes outside, Huan understood that within 3 days, the ice age would likely return. What? Lin Xiao, clad in her pink pajamas, seemed to mishear and stepped closer to ask in astonishment. "Oh, nothing." Coming back to his senses, Huan smiled, offering no further explanation. Instead, he communicated with Chunminjiao and the others via the laser drones to inquire about their progress. Upon connection, he was greeted by Chunminjiao's voice on the radio, expressing her exasperation. "Hey, Huan, it's really snowing. Wow, the temperature has dropped significantly. Thankfully, our enhanced physiques are keeping us warm. Otherwise, we'd probably freeze to death in these clothes." "Freeze to death?" Huan shook his head in resignation at this remark. "Come on, with your current physique. You are practically a Valkyrie. Even in temperatures of minus 100 degrees, you would hardly be in danger." Still, he inquired about their progress. "How is the construction of the underground shelter coming along?" "Oh, speaking of that," Chunminjiao replied, "the Li Zuan MO has been quite busy these past few days, and with the assistance of Fei Huoluxing, we've nearly completed it. We've established a 3,000 square meter space within a mountain, so it should accommodate everyone without issue." "That's good to hear." Huan nodded slightly. After all, he was uncertain whether these large individuals could withstand temperatures of minus 100 degrees. However, hiding within the mountain structure would undoubtedly provide safety. Thus, the last concern was resolved, and Huan felt at ease, merely awaiting the impending global freeze. Of course, while Huan was untroubled, it did not mean other survivors shared his confidence. At this moment, various countries around the globe had detected the temperature fluctuations, even learning that this impending ice storm could plunge temperatures to minus 100 degrees. The global elite were left astounded. What does minus 100 degrees even mean? It is worth noting that the coldest place on Earth currently hovers around minus 70 degrees. To think it might drop to minus 100 degrees. If this ice age were to arrive, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the remaining survivors. Consequently, they immediately relayed this information to safety zones worldwide. Similarly, as this news spread, it incited panic among all survivors within these safe havens. What? Minus 100 degrees? Surely, I must be hearing things. Is it even possible for humans to survive that? Some of us from the South have never even experienced temperatures at 0 degrees. Minus 100 is beyond our comprehension. Are we doomed? I wonder if my first-level abilities can withstand such cold. I doubt it. Even 10 times the strength might not be enough. What should we do? We can't just wait for death. Fortunately, at this juncture, all major safety zones had disseminated notifications, informing that emergency measures had been activated and underground shelters were now open for refuge. The so-called underground shelters were essentially various civil defense projects and subway stations. Upon hearing this news, many survivors breathed a sigh of relief. "Ha ha, thank goodness. I told you the authorities wouldn't abandon us." "Exactly. Everyone, let us head to the underground shelters." Thus, under the official guidance, countless survivors began to migrate to the underground sanctuaries via the highest building, the Zifeng Tower. Huan observed many survivors emerging from their respective shelters, along with those in official evacuation zones, gathering their families and belongings according to the military's instructions, heading towards the underground refuge. As the snowfall intensified, it blanketed several streets, causing some survivors to nearly slip. Such scenes were ubiquitous, evoking a peculiar sentiment within Lin Xiao. In the face of natural disasters, humanity felt as insignificant as ants, utterly inconsequential. Yet Huan remained tranquil, for he understood that this was merely a prelude. If the advent of the Ice Age posed a significant calamity for humanity, the subsequent onslaught of fog, chasms, and prehistoric beasts would herald a true apocalypse that would instill despair in the hearts of many. This was precisely why he relentlessly expanded his military might. How else could one combat the impending disasters? Huan, should we also head to the shelter? Lin Xiao suddenly inquired. No need. Yet, contrary to expectations, Huan waved his hand, stating, a temperature of -100 degrees is a natural disaster for ordinary people. But not for us. Not to mention my physique, which is over 1,000 times enhanced. Even Lin Xiao and the other Valkyries can thrive in such frigid conditions. However, just to be safe, I've given Lin Xiao 10 first-level zombie crystals to consume, boosting her power to 2 stars. That will provide true assurance. As for Chun Minjiao and Chun Mingyuan, since lightning and hurricane always prioritize bringing crystals back for them, Huan held no concern for their well-being. Thus, in the following 2 days, nearly all survivors in Jinling were gradually relocated underground. Remaining above were soldiers operating tanks, armored vehicles, and military transport trucks, alongside some ability users from survivor factions. In order to fend off the surprise attacks from the undead, they continued to patrol the area. However, despite their vigilance, an unexpected incident occurred just 5 hours before the advent of the Ice Age. Roar! The ground trembled. While a squad of soldiers was inspecting the entrance to the northern safe zone of the city, they suddenly heard a series of ominous, guttural growls echoing through the snowy expanse. Huh? What is that sound? A soldier on guard immediately displayed a look of alarm, hastily turning his gaze towards the distant peaks, now blanketed in snow. To his horror, he beheld a horde of zombies, resembling a torrent of white snow, surging wildly toward their position. Their numbers were overwhelming, densely packed, and sprawling across the landscape. The commotion was so great that it triggered an avalanche. The survivors atop the northern city walls, upon witnessing this scene, their expressions morphed into sheer terror, mouths agape. After a moment, one finally uttered, "It's the zombies. The horde is upon us." Chapter 65. The survivors retreat underground. The zombies seized the high walls. They could scarcely fathom that, as temperatures plummeted, these zombies would launch another surprise assault. Quick, open fire and take them down. Fortunately, the defending second lieutenant remained relatively composed, promptly issuing commands. Rat-a-tat-tat. The soldiers sprang into action, opening fire with urgency. Even the close-range artillery atop the walls swiftly adjusted its trajectory, targeting the zombies cascading down from the peaks. Rat-a-tat-tat. The destructive power of the artillery was formidable. As the first wave of zombies charged forward, they were mercilessly shredded into a mist of flesh and blood. Even from 500 meters away, the tanks within the walls, guided by radar, swiftly unleashed their shells. Boom! With each explosive round, the immense force sent snowflakes swirling in the air, toppling countless zombies. Such firepower could easily dispatch thousands of zombies surging forward. Yet, tragically, they were confronted with an onslaught numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Too many. Satellite reconnaissance revealed a staggering density of markers, indicating at least 200,000. Among them were formidable second and third-tier zombies. Were they out of their minds? Witnessing the relentless charge of the fearless zombies, even in temperatures hovering around -10 degrees, cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of some survivors. They had never witnessed such unhinged ferocity from the undead. What was happening? Yet, instinct compelled them to continue shooting. Meanwhile, the lieutenant had informed the commander of the Jinling garrison, Kong Jia. Likewise, numerous high-ranking officers of the Jinling garrison, who had relocated to the underground military base, received the alarming news. In the conference room, as they monitored the relentless onslaught of the zombies via satellite, Kong Jia, the commander of the garrison, bore an expression of profound seriousness. Had this horde truly lost their minds? No. At that moment, a female colonel stood up. Having been engaged with these zombies for some time, she comprehended the situation. These zombies were not insane. They sensed the impending ice age and sought refuge in the safe zone. What? Zombies seeking shelter? Kong Jia was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that zombies feared low temperatures? The colonel, however, remained composed as she explained, zombies rely on the virus in their brains to attack humans. Although low temperatures do not significantly affect them, their bodies remain those of ordinary humans. At minus 100 degrees, they would become frozen. Now it made sense. Kong Jie realized with clarity. No wonder the zombies had become increasingly aggressive recently, culminating in this terrifying surge of over 200,000. They were indeed afraid of the cold. Furthermore, the colonel continued her analysis. There must be a high-tier zombie commanding them from the peaks. Ordinary low-tier zombies lack the intelligence to care if they are frozen, but a high-tier zombie requires a powerful horde at its disposal. I understand now. With this revelation, Kong Jie grasped the situation completely. In essence, while the low-tier zombies may not possess this awareness, the high-tier zombies needed them alive, compelling them to assault the Jinling safe zone. Only by capturing the survivors here could the high-tier zombies ensure their own safety. Considering this, a cold smile crept upon Kong Jie's lips. That high-tier zombie was indeed afraid of death. That is correct. The colonel nodded, somewhat resigned. Having identified this issue for some time, to resolve the situation once and for all, she intended to capture the puppet master behind the scenes. However, just as she was preparing to gather a formidable team to ambush the peaks, the Ice Age erupted, thwarting their plans and allowing the zombies to launch their assault first. At that moment, the lieutenant's phone rang once more. "Commander, we can barely hold on. Should we dispatch reinforcements?" Kong Jie pondered briefly before asking, "Have the survivors evacuated completely?" The lieutenant checked the situation in the city and realized that there were virtually no survivors left. He quickly responded, "It seems they're almost done." "Very well." Upon hearing this, Kong Jie immediately issued his command. "You must retreat to the shelters at once and cede the ground to them." "What? Cede the ground to the zombies?" The lieutenant was taken aback. "Were we, as humans, to cower underground? How could you be so foolish?" Kong Jie chided, sensing the lieutenant's confusion. "The ice storm is about to descend. The temperature on the surface will plummet to minus 100 degrees. Humans cannot survive, and neither can those zombies. Even if we let them in, they will be frozen solid within hours. What is there to fear?" Indeed, the lieutenant's eyes lit up at this revelation. "That's right. The ice storm will soon erupt. Once the temperature hits minus 100 degrees, those zombies will merely turn into ice sculptures, posing no threat to the safe zone." With this realization, the lieutenant exclaimed, "I understand. I will retreat immediately." He hung up the phone and urgently called out to the 300 to 400 survivors and soldiers still fighting valiantly. "Quickly, I've just received orders. We must retreat to the underground safe zone." "What do you mean, retreat to the underground safe zone?" The survivors and soldiers were left bewildered by his words. "No, Commander. What shall we do with these weapons if we retreat?" Indeed, this is the latest developed close-in weapon system. The second lieutenant naturally noticed the recently installed close-in cannon atop the high wall. A terrifying killing machine capable of firing 3,600 rounds per minute. It was intended to eliminate the zombies. Yet, as the undead drew ever closer, their approach was fierce. Some of them were notably larger, appearing to be at least of the 4th tier. Gritting his teeth, the second lieutenant hastily declared, "Forget it. We can't afford to hold on to these. Those zombies won't know how to use them anyway. Quickly, let the tanks and armored vehicles retreat first, and we shall follow closely behind." "Move." "Yes, Commander." Upon receiving the order, the tanks within the city, which had been firing incessantly using radar, immediately ceased their bombardment and began to rumble backward on their massive tracks. The armored vehicles followed suit, retreating in haste. Subsequently, the soldiers atop the high wall descended in succession, leaving only the automated close-in cannons for the final defense. Within less than 5 minutes, all soldiers had retreated to the underground shelter, swiftly sealing the entrance. Meanwhile, a 3rd-tier zombie was the first to ascend the city wall, signaling that the safety zone had been breached once more. Chapter 66, The Arrival of the Ice Storm, the Frozen Safety Zone. However, when the excited zombies climbed the high walls and beheld the snow-covered safety zone, devoid of life, the 3rd-tier zombie appeared bewildered. A hint of confusion crossed the pale visage of the undead. "What is happening? Where are the people? Haven't they've been fighting for days? How is it that today, during the counteroffensive, there is no one left inside?" Roar. Yet, the lower-tier zombies paid no heed to such thoughts. They howled and scrambled up the high walls, crashing through the iron gates. Eagerly, they surged inside. In less than an hour, the entire safety zone was thoroughly overrun, filled with howling, staggering zombies, some ordinary, others of a higher tier, searching for any trace of survivors. There were even a few 5th-tier zombies leading the charge. Yet, these leaders, upon surveying the empty streets, were equally perplexed. What is going on? Where are the people? They endeavored to track the survivors, but discovered that the entire safety zone seemed completely devoid of life. Unbeknownst to them, the survivors had already retreated into the underground shelter. Presently, nearly 100,000 survivors occupied the underground refuge in the Jinling's safety zone. They held their breath, tense with anxiety, scarcely daring to exhale for fear of alerting the zombies above. All entrances to the various shelters were sealed off, with heavy firepower deployed. Should any zombie discover an entrance or attempt to force their way in, they would be swiftly eliminated. However, evidently, given the intelligence of these zombies, such a feat was beyond their capabilities. They aimlessly wandered the surface, searching without purpose. Everyone remained silent. Within one underground shelter, Jiang Yuyu and several of her friends huddled together. There were approximately 3,000 people here, including over 300 soldiers, all stationed at the sealed entrances. A man resembling a company commander urged the survivors to stay quiet, fearful of being detected by the zombies. Yes. It goes without saying that these survivors dared not make a sound. After all, should they attract the attention of the undead? These 3,000 souls could be torn to shreds in mere moments. Jiang Yuyu could even hear the roars of the zombies above and the heavy footsteps of larger creatures. Her heart raced with trepidation as she sat in a corner with her closest friends. Oh, had I known I should have followed Huan. This is utterly terrifying. When the cacophony finally faded, everyone exhaled in relief. It seemed to have passed. No, wait, rumbling. At that very moment, an unusual sound echoed. What is that noise? Someone whispered, sensing something was amiss. It sounded like an ice storm is approaching. However, the company commander, having observed the external conditions on a large screen, was stunned. The moment he looked, he was met with the sight of a terrifying white storm suddenly sweeping toward Jinling City, as if it intended to devour everything in its path. The snowflakes vanished, replaced by a white tornado that howled menacingly. The rumbling sound was indeed emitted by this white storm. The company commander, taken aback, thought it strange. Wasn't it supposed to be hours before it erupted? Yet, glancing at the zombies still wandering aimlessly on the ground, a cold smile crept across his face. This is fortuitous. We can use this ice storm to eliminate those zombies in one fell swoop. Indeed, the zombies, still searching for survivors, were soon drawn to the terrifying howl of the ice and snow. They ceased their search, raising their heads in curiosity, especially the 4th and 5th tier zombies, towering at 5 or 6 meters tall, possessing a modicum of intelligence. But the next moment, upon witnessing the overwhelming ice storm rapidly approaching, the lead 5th tier zombie let out a furious roar, darting into nearby buildings without hesitation. Similarly, the slightly more intelligent 1st and 2nd tier zombies, though confused, followed suit and crashed inside. Only the ordinary zombies remained dazed, wandering aimlessly. The next second, boom, as the sweeping white storm closed in. All ordinary zombies were visibly frozen in an instant. The sound of cracking filled the air as countless frost-covered bodies fell. Those zombies, who had just lifted their feet moments prior, found themselves suspended mid-step, becoming rigid as frost enveloped them, transforming into ice sculptures. One after another, none escaped the storm's grasp. In the blink of an eye, on the northern edge of the safety zone, thousands of zombies fell silent. This scene caused the survivors in the underground shelter to gasp in astonishment as they watched the footage on the large screen. My goodness, how terrifying. Is it minus 100 degrees? Even at minus 100 degrees, it shouldn't freeze so quickly. No, this must be below minus 150 degrees. A young female biology master's student, wearing glasses, suddenly spoke with difficulty, recalling experiments they had conducted. An ordinary person would be transformed into an ice sculpture in an instant at a frigid temperature of minus 150 degrees. At minus 100 degrees, this transformation takes nearly 15 seconds. Yet this is still a mere heartbeat. What an absurdity. Minus 150 degrees. However, the others, upon hearing this, became even more alarmed. Goodness, ISNT that 50 degrees lower than the official notification. But that was not the end of it. For some individuals had already glimpsed the scene outside through the large screen. They beheld a sweeping blizzard, where everything in its path was cloaked in a thick layer of frost. Moreover, the speed of the storm was astounding, rapidly spreading at a rate of hundreds of meters per second. In mere moments, the safety zone, which had already been blanketed in snow, faced an even graver fate, becoming utterly frozen. The zombies, too, were visibly succumbing to the freezing temperatures, being encased in ice at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, thousands of zombies had been frozen, and the count continued to rise. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000, 150,000. Boom. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation of the impending icy tempest, the next moment, the reconnaissance aircraft in the sky also encountered the blizzard. Bang! It exploded, causing the screen to go suddenly dark. This unexpected turn of events startled everyone. What was happening? What just occurred? Is it that the reconnaissance aircraft could not withstand the extreme cold and thus exploded? A knowledgeable voice trembled in fear. What? Even the reconnaissance aircraft exploded? How cold must it be? Not only that, shortly after the explosion, a peculiar cracking sound echoed. Soldiers heard the strange noise and, upon glancing toward the entrance, widened their eyes in shock, hurriedly pointing and exclaiming, "Commander, look!" No sooner had the words left their lips than a massive iron gate began to emit a mysterious cracking sound, accompanied by a violent crash. The iron gate gradually changed color, with strands of frost spreading like spider silk, creeping inward. "This is bad. Everyone be cautious. Quickly retreat." Those near the machine guns had no time to relocate. Crack, crack, crack. The frost had already enveloped the artillery, continuing to creep inward. This sight filled all the soldiers with terror, prompting them to hastily step back, especially the survivors at the back, who were horrified, desperately trying to retreat inside. Fortunately, the frost only crawled a few meters before halting its advance. Yet even so, when the commander looked up again, he saw that the vast entrance, with its heavy iron door, had turned into a gate of frost. The surrounding frost, which was solidifying due to exposure to the air, visibly transformed into ice sculptures. In the blink of an eye, it sealed off the entire entrance. Everyone present could not help but gasp in shock. Is this truly the legendary ice storm? How terrifying. Chapter 67. Huan obtains a new reward. However, this was not the end. Outside, the scene was even more horrifying. The entire Jinling safety zone was engulfed by a blizzard, a colossal white torrent that obliterated all life in its path, freezing everything at a visible rate. Flowers, trees, skyscrapers, zombies, and even the river surface were not spared. In mere moments, the entire safety zone resembled a long-buried city of ice. Strangely, many survivors discovered that their signals had been interrupted, seemingly overwhelmed by intense interference, rendering them unable to connect with the outside world. What is happening? Why has my phone signal vanished? I can't connect either. Some individuals recognized the issue and attempted to re-establish a signal, only to find it futile. Yet, some understood the underlying principle. In this extreme cold storm, it was likely not just a drop in temperature, but also a destruction of the external signal towers. However, some questioned, even if the signal towers are gone, surely satellites remain operational, right? Why can't we use satellite phones either? Exactly. They wish to contact their living relatives. But a seemingly demure girl adjusted her glasses and shook her head, saying, "Think about it for yourselves. This terrifying ice storm must have already cloaked the outside in impenetrable ice clouds. How could any signal penetrate such thick storm clouds?" At this, the crowd fell silent, exchanging glances, half in disbelief. Is that really true? Indeed, what the girl said was accurate. Meanwhile, within a tall building, the temperature remained pleasant. Huan, clad in pajamas, calmly gazed at the sky outside. As the ice storm passed, the sun was no longer visible, though the brightness persisted, replaced by thick cloud layers formed by the cold air of the ice storm. These clouds almost obstructed all external observation. At this moment, a J-16 fighter jet silently ascended into outer space. From this vantage point, the sound of thunder crackled, and it emitted a peculiar mechanical voice. "Master, this blue planet has transformed into a white planet." Indeed, through the images transmitted by the lightning, Huan witnessed the terrifying scene outside. From outer space, countless swirling vortex clouds nearly enveloped the entire Earth, rendering it entirely white. Even the rotational speed had slowed. Yes, the lightning had ventured into outer space. Prior to the arrival of the ice storm, Huan had already sent the lightning away from the ground to assess the situation. Logically, the J-16 should not have been able to leave the atmosphere. But alas, lightning is not a J-16. It merely utilized the J-16 as a carrier. After transforming into a transformer, it gained immense enhancements, easily allowing it to depart. Thus, following the eruption of the ice storm, lightning recorded the entire spectacle of outer space, even witnessing the shocking transformation of the Earth from blue to white. Is this the ice storm? Even Lin Xiao, dressed in white pajamas, her long, snow-white legs strikingly eye-catching, now bore an expression of shock on her otherwise exquisite face. Well, although she was aware that the so-called Ice Age was approaching, witnessing it firsthand was a different level of astonishment. Countless flowers and trees instantly crystallized, as though they would shatter upon contact. Hundreds of thousands of zombies had also been frozen into ice sculptures. Especially now, looking outside, the entire safety zone resembled a city that had just resurfaced from beneath a thick blanket of snow, long buried in time. It is hard to imagine that this was merely the result of a few hours. Truly terrifying. Lin Xiao could not help but pat his giant white rabbit, expressing a sense of lingering fear as he spoke. Fortunately, Huan, you possess such a miraculous mechanical sanctuary. Otherwise, I fear we would have been unable to escape. It turned out that the reason this place had not been encased in ice was due to Huan's timely signing of a system reward. Indeed, the system had come to life once again. Just hours before the impending ice storm, Huan had signed for a new reward, a metal sanctuary capable of withstanding temperatures as low as minus 150 degrees Celsius in a protective suit. Also resistant to such frigid conditions. One or the other. There was no choice to be made. Naturally, he opted for the sanctuary, as the protective suit would only safeguard one person. However, the sanctuary was an entirely different matter, especially since it was an upgraded version. Thus, while the world outside lay in a frozen wasteland, beset by the terrifying chill of a minus 150-degree storm, all subterranean shelters had been sealed in ice, with temperatures plummeting to below minus 10 degrees in some cases. Meanwhile, within his sanctuary, the temperature remained a comfortable 25 degrees, making it warm enough for him to don pajamas. If other survivors were to see him, they would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Isn't it absurd how vast the disparity is between us? Yet there was nothing to be done. After all, having a system was indeed a privilege. Chapter 68. Over 200,000 frozen zombies? Huan's resourcefulness. In truth, given Huan's current state, even without the sanctuary, he would likely have been unfazed by the minus 150-degree temperatures. After all, his physique was over 1,000 times enhanced, bordering on the divine. He could even withstand absolute zero for a time. Thus, he harbored no real concerns. However, who would not wish to enjoy the comfort of a sanctuary rather than venture outside? Nonetheless, Huan had not forgotten to check on Qinminjiao and the others. Although global satellites had become non-functional and signal stations had also ceased to operate, the Transformers possessed their own radio systems, rendering them unaffected. Soon, he was in contact with Qinminjiao. Minjiao, how are things on your end? Hello, it's Huan, big brother. Qinminjiao's voice soon came through the radio, tinged with helplessness. Big brother Huan, where are you? We're about to freeze to death. Indeed, Qinmingyuan chimed in, quickly adding her own complaints. It's so cold. Optimus said it's minus 150 degrees, not minus 100. Despite having taken refuge in the mountain civil defense project before the ice storm struck, they had not anticipated such extreme cold, especially at the moment the ice storm descended, even as first-tier martial gods. Oh no, having consumed 100 first-tier zombie cores, they had elevated to second tier. This starkly contrasted with ordinary individuals who, even if they consumed 100 cores, would be fortunate to reach the 5th tier. The two of them had directly ascended 10 tiers, boasting a total of 200 times their original strength, becoming second-star Valkyries. Yet even so, perhaps due to an innate sensitivity to cold, they still felt frigid. It was a crucial moment when we had to remove 2 carriages of the drill demon to block the entrance. Otherwise, I fear it would have been even colder. Qinminjiao lamented. Huan was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. It seemed the drill demon was merely being utilized for menial tasks. Nevertheless, he inquired, what about Optimus and the others? Fortunately, Qinminjiao shook her head. They don't seem to be affected at all. Indeed, Optimus's deep voice soon followed. Master, minus 150 degrees poses no threat to us. That's good. Huan felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, they constituted his primary elite force. If they would be compromised by the extreme cold, it would spell trouble. Yet, it was evident that he had underestimated their defensive capabilities. Even so, Huan found it extraordinary. These beings were still only first tier. They had yet to level up. Just how formidable would they become upon upgrading? Suddenly, Huan contemplated using zombie crystals to enhance them. By the way, big brother Huan, where are you? At that moment, Qinminjiao's melodious voice resonated through the radio once more. We are truly freezing. All right, I'm on my way. Regaining his focus, Huan noted that the coldest part of the ice storm, minus 150 degrees, had now passed. He pondered briefly before addressing the girls. Wait for me. After hanging up, he turned to Lin Xiao and said, let us venture outside the safety zone to find Minjiao and the others. Sure. Lin Xiao was unlike the other girls, fragile and delicate. While she too was a second-star Valkyrie, her resistance to the cold was significantly stronger. Thus, she quickly assisted Huan in changing his attire, switching from white pajamas to a black down jacket with ample layers beneath. Nevertheless, just to be cautious, Huan opened the window. As he did, a gust of icy air rushed in. Upon colliding with the warm air inside, frost instantly formed, crystallizing into visible ice spikes at an astonishing speed. Yi Huan's outstretched hand quickly became covered in frost. Yet, with a slight shake, the frost shattered instantaneously. It's not a problem. Confirming there were no issues, Yi Huan stored the sanctuary and led Lin Xiao downstairs. However, upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Xiao was momentarily awestruck by the sight before her. Countless zombies had been frozen into ice sculptures, preserving their poses from before the freeze. They were densely packed, blocking nearly the entire street. Goodness, this is utterly breathtaking. Gazing at the safety zone, which resembled a masterpiece of ice sculpture, even Lin Xiao could not help but express her astonishment. Moreover, some first-tier zombies had also succumbed to the cold. It is worth noting that first-tier zombies possessed 10 times the strength of an average human. Yet, even they could not withstand such low temperatures. One can only imagine the impact of this frigid climate on ordinary first-tier survivors. They likely would be unable to endure it. It was estimated that only third-tier individuals could live on the surface with any semblance of normalcy. Yet, more than a month had passed since the disaster erupted. The truth is, third-tier abilities were already considered exceptional. As for fourth, fifth, and sixth tiers, they were exceedingly rare, particularly the fifth and sixth tiers, which are not achieved solely through personal capability, but often through the assistance of their doomsday factions. For instance, Li Jinlong from the Jianfeng building in Sahe City reached the fourth tier, while others were still struggling at first tier, thanks to the thousands who aided him in gathering zombie crystals. In the entire Jinling safety zone, those who achieved above the fifth tier were predominantly the leaders of various doomsday factions. Hence, the number of capable individuals venturing outside was remarkably limited. Indeed, even Lin Xiao discerned this truth. She couldn't help but gaze curiously at Yi Huan and inquired, "Yi Huan, with so many zombies frozen into ice sculptures here, wouldn't it be a bit wasteful if we don't find a way to extract the zombie crystals?" Indeed, Yi Huan replied with a faint smile. There were at least 200,000 to 300,000 zombies here. He certainly would not let such an opportunity slip away. Therefore, while no one else was around, he promptly notified the sound wave to summon the drone legion for collection. Before long, a buzzing sound filled the air as one drone after another, resembling diminutive mechanical marvels, swiftly flew in from outside the safety zone. A swarm of at least 300 drones descended like a horde of locusts, each quickly locking onto individual zombies. They unleashed red beams of energy, piercing through the skulls with relentless precision. In no time, one after another, glimmering green zombie crystals were drawn forth and stored within their compact compartments. Lin Xiao watched in astonishment. Wow, these mini-transformers are incredibly cool for collecting zombie crystals. Chapter 69. Chun Minjao climbs in a bed at midnight. Of course, Yi Huan paid little mind to such thoughts, having witnessed the prowess of these little gadgets. He estimated that they would finish collecting within a day. He then took Lin Xiao to the outskirts to join Chun Minjao and the others. At that moment, Chun Minjao and the other girls were still hiding within the Mountain S civil defense structure. Upon seeing Yi Huan return, the petite beauty in her white down jacket eagerly rushed towards him. "Brother Yi Huan, you're back." Despite her puffy attire, she was surprisingly light. A mere 108 pounds, an embodiment of the ideal figure in the eyes of many men. Chun Minjao pouted. "Why did you take so long? We were about to freeze to death." "Freeze to death?" Yi Huan chuckled. "You're all second-tier Valkyries now, possessing strength 200 times that of an ordinary person. How could you possibly freeze to death?" Caught off guard by his revelation, Chun Minjao felt a bit embarrassed. Nonetheless, despite not being in danger of freezing, she still felt quite cold. "That's true." Yi Huan nodded, not overly concerned. He led the girls outside and activated the shelter. Boom! As the shelter embedded itself into the ground, it expanded instantaneously, revealing a massive underground metallic door measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height, leaving the girls momentarily speechless. "What is this?" "You'll find out once you go in," Yi Huan replied, uninterested in elaborating further, and opened the metallic door, which required facial recognition. Only he could operate it. Upon entering, the girls were astonished. Before them lay a vast underground shelter of 1,000 square meters, complete with all the furnishings and appliances one could desire. The floor was adorned with high-quality wooden planks. A spacious living room of 200 square meters awaited them, along with 6 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and a large kitchen, topped off by a 50 square meter dining area. The girls were utterly flabbergasted. "Brother Yi Huan, where did all this come from?" Chun Minjao exclaimed, her mouth agape in sheer astonishment, as though it could accommodate a banana. She never imagined that amidst the apocalypse, especially during a glacial storm with temperatures plummeting to minus 100 degrees, such opulent accommodations could exist. Furthermore, it appeared to be climate-controlled, utterly unlike the biting cold outside. Chun Mingyuan, Qin Yifei and Jiang Mingli also gazed in disbelief. Wow, is this really what the apocalypse has to offer? Yet Yi Huan was uninterested in providing lengthy explanations. Simply asking, so, does this work for you? Absolutely, it's beyond amazing. Regaining their composure, the four girls erupted with excitement. This was not merely acceptable. It was nothing short of a paradise in the apocalypse. This sofa is incredibly comfortable. Jiang Mingli, shedding her down jacket to reveal a cream silk gown that accentuated her long, fair legs, couldn't resist diving onto it. The comfort was worlds apart from the mountain structure above. She felt she could simply drift off to sleep. Of course, due to the sudden movement, Yi Huan caught a brief glimpse of something inappropriate. But such details were inconsequential, so he simply averted his gaze and calmly stated, "The glacial storm will last for about a month. We just need to stay hidden here during that time." Okay, the girls readily agreed. After all, residing here was far superior to dwelling in a cave. However, Jiang Mingli quickly sprang up and asked, "Brother Yi Huan, can we take showers here? My clothes are nearly frozen from being outside." At that moment, Yi Huan noticed that her dress seemed to be coated in frost, although it had just begun to thaw. He nodded, "Of course, I brought the water source converter." "That's wonderful." Upon hearing that the water source converter was available, Jiang Mingli wasted no time, quickly requesting clothes from Chun Minjao before rushing to take a shower. With Chun Minjao possessing a spatial ring, she had become somewhat of a warehouse keeper. "I'm going too." Qin Yifei, not wanting to miss out, hurriedly grabbed some clothes and followed suit. Meanwhile, Chun Minjao and her sister went to prepare a meal. With such a splendid environment, it would be a crime not to whip up something delicious. However, Chun Minjao first asked Yi Huan, "Brother Yi, what do you want to eat? How about we make some hot pot?" Anything is fine. Yi Huan was not particular about food. Yet, Chun Minjao felt that hot pot was a perfect match for winter. Thus, she dashed off to the kitchen to get busy, especially since she had so many supplies in her spatial ring. Otherwise, who could dream of enjoying good food during an apocalypse? After 2 hours of effort, by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally sat down to a steaming hot pot. The 6 of them gathered around, indulging in an array of vegetables and meats. The girls savored every moment. Unfortunately, they still lacked many vegetables, such as the chrysanthemum greens and cilantro they had previously enjoyed. Otherwise, the meal would have been even more delightful. Nevertheless, it was still quite satisfactory. By the time dinner concluded, it was already past 7. Boom! Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from outside. What is that noise? The unexpected sound made the girls instinctively glance toward the metallic door of the shelter. "Don't worry," Yi Huan reassured them. "It's just the aftershocks of the glacial storm. While the main storm has passed, there will still be smaller storms forming in some areas. Occasional occurrences like this are not surprising." Oh, the girls, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of understanding, realizing it was merely the aftermath. It appears that the onset of this ice age is far more complex than it seems on the surface. Fortunately, they have a robust sanctuary at their disposal, which alleviates their concerns. After finishing their meal and tidying up, the hour grew late, prompting the young women to retire for the night. After all, they had not experienced such a comfortable room in days. As for Yi Huan, well, just as he settled into bed, he noticed Chun Minjao stealthily climbing up in her pale, golden pajamas in the middle of the night. "What are you doing?" he inquired, his voice cutting through the darkness before she could get too close. "Ah, you startled me," Chun Minjao exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden sound. Yet, she soon smiled and snuggled under the covers, her delicate arms wrapping around Yi Huan's neck as she sweetly said, "It's been so long since we last met. I missed you." At her words, Yi Huan chuckled. "Did you miss me?" I'm almost embarrassed to point it out. The narrative then shifts to a rather unappealing content in Chapter 70, Another Blade, the Crimson Lotus Dance. As dawn broke the next day, Yi Huan awoke from his slumber, greeted by the sight of the enchanting beauty beside him, invigorating his spirit. Spending time with Lin Xiao has been delightful. I must admit, a change of company can be quite refreshing. However, before he could rise, the familiar voice of the system chimed in his ear again. Ding! The second wave of catastrophe, the ice storm, has erupted on its second day. Would you like to sign in for today? Choose one of 2 options. Another chance to sign in? The familiar voice brightened Yi Huan's eyes. The previous flood could only be deemed a partial disaster. Thus, there was no sign-in opportunity. But with the true catastrophe unfolding, he could now sign in for 7 consecutive days. Without hesitation, he proceeded to do so. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in. Indeed, upon a successful sign-in, the system emitted a languid voice reminiscent of a river deity. Esteemed host. On the second day, following the ice storm at -100°C, would you prefer a blade capable of slicing through all wind and snow? The Crimson Lotus Dance? Or would you rather have a flamethrower pistol? Yet, as he heard the rewards, Huan's expression grew peculiar. Another blade? Indeed, the system had already gifted him the Thunderblade of Sorrow before, which was quite impressive. But to receive another one now, and the Crimson Lotus Dance at that? It feels reminiscent of some equipment from a game in my past life. As Huan opened the interface to take a glance, he discovered a Tang Dao radiating a faint red glow. It appeared significantly shorter than the Thunderblade of Sorrow. However, upon examining its attributes, he was momentarily stunned. Item name, Crimson Lotus Dance. Level 1. Quality, S-Class Legend. Strength 140. Agility 100. Talent Attribute. Fire Attribute Attack. Talent Attribute Bleeding Effect. Huh, a Fire Attribute Attack. This revelation caught Huan off guard. Previously, the Thunderblade of Sorrow had been of a lightning attribute, whereas the Crimson Lotus Dance showcased a fire attribute, complete with a bleeding effect. Clearly, these were two distinct blades. Please make your selection, host. At that moment, the system's languid voice echoed once more. Did he even need to deliberate? Regaining his focus, Huan unhesitatingly chose the Crimson Lotus Dance. I want the Crimson Lotus Dance. He had examined the flamethrower pistol, only to find it akin to an oversized flamethrower, far less appealing than a single blast from a power cannon. The sword, however, was different. It shared similar attribute values with the Thunderblade of Sorrow, but boasted distinct talent skills. This was indeed a valuable acquisition. Thus, Huan exhibited no hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weapon, Crimson Lotus Dance. As expected, upon confirming his choice, the system emitted a notification sound, and a sword emanating a faint glow materialized before Huan. Huan grasped the sword and examined it closely. Approximately 90 centimeters in length. It was shorter than the Thunderblade of Sorrow, yet it felt warm to the touch. Its hue resembled that of a blood-red lotus, exuding an air of dominance and elegance. It was comfortable in his grip. Quite satisfactory. Huan nodded slightly, pleased with his new acquisition. Having already acquired the Thunderblade of Sorrow, he now possessed the Crimson Lotus Dance as well. Huan had discerned a pattern. The rewards provided through the system's sign-in choices were predominantly tailored to adapt to the prevailing disasters. For instance, during the initial zombie catastrophe, he received either a space ring for storing supplies or a leader module to enhance his team's strength. Now, with the arrival of the ice storm disaster, the system first gifted him a temperature-controlled sanctuary capable of withstanding minus 150 degrees Celsius, followed by a fire attribute weapon. What could possibly come next? Huan suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. Brother Huan. Just as he was lost in thought, Chun Minjao stirred awake beside him. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she couldn't help but wonder, what are you talking about? Oh, it's nothing. Coming back to his senses and storing the Crimson Lotus Dance. Huan felt no need to elaborate excessively. Instead, he simply smiled and said, I mentioned that you performed admirably yesterday. At the mention of this, Chun Minjao's cheeks flushed crimson, a bit embarrassed. It appeared she had indeed been somewhat proactive the previous day. Yet, she couldn't entirely blame herself. After all, she had experienced that feeling before. Furthermore, becoming a Valkyrie had heightened her sensitivity. Nevertheless, let's rise and have something to eat first, Huan declared. All right. Chun Minjao nodded obediently at his words, quickly dressing and following Huan out of bed. Upon stepping outside, they discovered that Lin Xiao had already prepared breakfast. A simple fare of porridge, milk, bread, fried eggs, steak, and lettuce, fashioned into uncomplicated burgers. Surprisingly, the taste was delightful. How is it? Lin Xiao inquired eagerly, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she watched Huan take a bite. Quite good, I must say you've improved. Huan nodded slightly, genuinely impressed, noting that it rivaled even what one might find at KFC. Women, when flattered, are always thrilled, Lin Xiao replied, her heart swelling with joy as she urged. Eat up, and you too, Minjao, make sure you have enough. Without a doubt, Chun Minjao had not had a proper meal in days, so she wasted no time indulging. However, just as they were about to finish, a sudden, thunderous roar echoed from outside. Even within the sanctuary, they felt a slight tremor. What's happening? An earthquake? A sudden commotion drew the attention of several young women, prompting them to instinctively raise their gazes towards the ceiling. Even Chun Minjao, who was in the midst of enjoying a hamburger, curiously looked up. Huan, on the other hand, swiftly contacted Tianzu, inquiring, Tianzu, what has occurred? Soon, a deep voice crackled through the radio. Master, a group of survivors is being pursued by zombies. They have arrived in this vicinity. Oh, survivors being chased by zombies? Huan's interest was piqued. Outside, the temperature had plummeted to minus 100 degrees. The zombies that could ascend to this level must be at least of the third tier. Thus Huan, intrigued, asked how many. There are over 100, master. What? Over 100? This revelation momentarily stunned Huan. Where could such a multitude of third-tier zombies have come from? Under normal circumstances, third-tier zombies would have their own territories. It was implausible for them to congregate in such numbers, especially with the apocalypse having only commenced a little over a month ago. Huan found it rather absurd. However, upon returning to the ground with Chun Minjiao, Lin Xiao, and the others, they discovered that indeed, not far away, more than 100 zombies were in pursuit of a group of survivors. These zombies were notably large, the smallest towering at 4 meters. Clearly, the weakest among them was of the third tier, while the tallest reached a staggering 6 meters. Huan even spotted a 6th-tier zombie leading the pack. My goodness, there are so many high-tier zombies. Even Chun Minjiao, standing beside him, was exhilarated. Those are third-tier zombies. If we can eliminate them and acquire their zombie crystals, we could amplify our strength 30-fold. And here, there are over 100. Indeed, we are about to strike it rich. Chun Minjiao's beautiful eyes sparkled, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. This spectacle left Lin Xiao somewhat speechless. Come on, if it were anyone else witnessing such a formidable sight, they would likely be terrified to death. With so many third-tier zombies, along with several 4th, 5th, and 6th-tier ones, a legion of 1,000 could easily break through. Yet, they remained so exhilarated. However, there was little to worry about. The weakest among them was Qin Yaifei, who had now attained the strength of a 2-star Valkyrie, equivalent to a 20th-tier zombie. Thus, they need not fear these maximum 6th-tier beings. Run faster. Be careful not to let them catch up. Leading the group was a young woman clad in black, her forehead beaded with cold sweat that quickly crystallized into frost upon her face in the biting cold. Lin Yuan was filled with regret. She had received notification that the chaos in Fangshan was instigated by a high-tier zombie orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Consequently, after the arrival of the icy storm, the military promptly alerted all survivor factions in the safe zone, determined to eliminate the mastermind zombie during this freezing period. Initially, Lin Yuan had no intention of participating, but the military offered a handsome reward. Every participant, regardless of victory or defeat, would receive a 2nd-tier zombie crystal. One for each person. A 2nd-tier zombie crystal. If consumed, one might even ascend a level. Who wouldn't be eager to partake? Yet, who would have thought that upon arriving at Fangshan, they would encounter a horde of high-tier zombies, resulting in the loss of over 20 comrades. Now, they were being pursued by more than 100 high-tier zombies. Was she truly destined to perish here? Lin Yuan felt a surge of despair. Just then, her gaze locked onto a built-heavy truck not far up the mountain, igniting a glimmer of hope within her. Quickly, let us run up the mountain. There's a vehicle. We could drive away. What? Drive away? A nearby subordinate was momentarily bewildered. Wait, in this -100-degree weather, can that truck even start? However, it was evident that there was no time for such considerations. With the zombies closing in, almost on the verge of leaving afterimages in their wake, the group dashed towards the mountain without a second thought. Yet, just when they were about 100 meters away, watch out. Suddenly, a subordinate shouted a warning, and Lin Yuan felt an immediate sense of danger. In the next instant, she spun around, raising her steel blade to shield her chest. Clang! A 5th-tier zombie lunged at her, its formidable arm clashing against her blade, sending sparks flying. Despite this, Lin Yuan was hurled backward by the force of the strike. Damn it! Having already sustained injuries from 2 6th-tier zombies earlier, this blow left her feeling as if her chest were constricted, on the verge of vomiting blood. Yet, when she lifted her head, her expression shifted to one of joy. It's right in front of the heavy truck. Forgetting her pain, Lin Yuan hastily attempted to rise and drive. However, as she looked up, she found a young man wearing a down jacket staring at her with an odd expression. That familiar, handsome face caused Lin Yuan to freeze in disbelief. No way is that Huan? She thought. Had she been knocked into a delusion? Huan? My goodness. Lin Yuan was utterly astonished. Upon regaining her senses, her beautiful eyes sparkled with immense joy. Cousin, it really is you. What? The term cousin rendered Lin Xiao, Chun Minjiao, and the others speechless. What in the world? Cousin? Wait, Huan has relatives? Even Huan himself was taken aback, never expecting to encounter Lin Yuan here. Indeed, they were relatives. In this world, although Huan had lost both parents at a young age, he still had an aunt and a cousin. However, after the apocalypse erupted in his previous life, they had gone missing, and he had not seen them since. He had thought he would never encounter them in this lifetime. Yet here he was, unexpectedly reunited, and it seemed Lin Yuan was faring quite well. However, it was evident that Lin Yuan was even more thrilled than Huan. Confirming she was not dreaming, she excitedly embraced him, exclaiming, "That's wonderful, Huan. You're still alive. I never imagined I would find you here. If my mother sees this, She will be overjoyed. Wait a moment. But soon, Lin Yuan's expression changed as she recalled the dire situation, and she urgently warned Huan. You must leave here quickly. There are many zombies behind. I will hold them off for you. Originally, Lin Yuan intended to flee, but upon encountering Huan, she could no longer consider escape. Because of his reckless escape, this despicable creature was doomed. Thus, he resolutely drew his steel knife once more, turning to confront the fifth-tier zombie that had climbed up. Of course, upon hearing this, Huan felt quite moved. He never expected this woman would still stand up for him in this apocalyptic world. At that moment, several of his underlings rushed over, panting heavily. Originally a group of 23, 3 had already fallen, leaving only 20. Boss, one of the younger subordinates said, his face pale, it seems we are surrounded. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately noticed the thunderous sounds echoing around them. Before long, hundreds of zombies had converged from all directions, completely encircling them. Leading the pack were 2 6th-tier zombies, their milky white eyes gleaming with excitement as they emitted low growls, clearly relishing the situation. Hey, look what we've caught. Their enthusiasm only intensified upon spotting Huan, as if they had stumbled upon a delightful bonus. Chapter 72. A bounty of zombie crystals delivered to our doorstep. They evidently had yet to grasp the severity of their predicament. However, Lin Yuan clearly recognized the gravity of the situation. Gritting her teeth, she turned to the 6th subordinate beside her and commanded, You take my cousin and the others away. I will hold them off. What are you talking about? The young 6th subordinate exclaimed urgently, No way, boss. There are 2 6th-tier zombies here. You will die. Indeed, another middle-aged man, wielding a steel knife. Also at the 4th tier, chimed in gravely, Boss, with your 5th-tier strength, you might stand a chance against one, but not against so many. You have no hope of escape. Yet Lin Yuan merely scoffed, Better to lose one than for all to perish here. At her words, the group fell silent. Indeed, if sacrificing one could ensure the safety of the others, it was far preferable to their collective demise. Furthermore, Lin Yuan gazed tenderly at Huan, a soft smile gracing her lips. Sister has finally found you. I cannot allow you to die here, can I? With that, she took a deep breath, gripping her steel knife tightly once more, determined to confront the zombies. One could not help but feel moved by the silhouette standing before him. Huan was taken aback by how consistently kind this 6th subordinate was to him. However, regaining his composure, he shook his head slightly, dismissing the 6th-tier zombies entirely. Little White, he called out. Roar! What Little White? The 6th-tier zombie mistook the address as a personal insult and became furious. Though he wore white garments, he certainly did not appreciate being called Little White. Moreover, he had long grown irritable. We're going to die anyway, and you're still chatting? Showing off your familial affection in front of us? Do you think we zombies lack feelings? We'll all die. However, just as he charged forward, still a good 20 meters away from Huan, suddenly, boom, in the next moment, he was flattened to the ground, snowflakes scattering around him. By the time everyone regained their senses, a massive white tiger had appeared on the scene. Indeed, it was the white tiger, the one that had been brought back by Su Hai. However, it was now an imposing 8 meters long, seemingly at its maximum size, having not grown further. Yet, following Huan, its strength had risen rapidly, boasting an impressive 8-star power. Consequently, pinning down a 6th-tier zombie was child's play. Roar! The 6th-tier zombie, struggling beneath the snow, attempted to fight back, thrashing its limbs in a futile effort. It was evident that it had no chance of escape. Soon after, with a crunch, the massive head of the 6th-tier zombie was bitten off. What the hell? The sight left the surviving humans gasping in disbelief. The 6th-tier zombie had just been killed like that. Was this real? Where on earth did such an extraordinary white tiger come from? It had effortlessly dispatched a 6th-tier zombie. It must be at least 8th tier. 8th tier? Lin Shao couldn't help but laugh at this remark. You're being far too conservative. Little White is at least 18th tier. In the current zombie realm, that's an explosive presence. Naturally, the other zombies were equally stunned by this spectacle, particularly the remaining 6th-tier zombie, whose eyes were filled with a human-like shock as it regarded the zombie king. Where did that come from? However, being a clever creature, it understood the need to act quickly. Thus, it let out a howl, and the remaining 100-odd zombies immediately turned to flee. After all, it was the zombie king. At the mere thought, their legs turned to jelly. Why would they stay behind? Yet, Huan merely chuckled at this scene, signaling to Lin Shao and the other women. Lin Shao, understanding without further words, Lin Shao's charming smile brightened as she vanished from sight. Indeed, her speed was astounding, an awe-inspiring 200-fold power, practically divine. In the 2.5 years of her past life, only 1,000 individuals had ever achieved such a feat. One could only imagine her strength. Upon reappearing, she effortlessly intercepted a fourth-tier zombie, swiftly cleaving it in two. Meanwhile, Chen Mingjao, Chen Mingyuan, Jiang Mingli, and Qin Yifei were also busy. After all, these were valuable resources. Each could yield at least one third-tier zombie crystal. Thus, they wasted no time, plunging into the horde of zombies to commence a massacre. With each swing, the ground quickly became littered with the dismembered remains of zombies. Even the sixth-tier zombie could not escape its fate, having already been targeted by Chen Mingjao, who shattered its skull and extracted a crystal radiating a rich green glow. One of the sixth tier. Wow. This scene left Lin Yuan and the others utterly astonished. They thought they must have seen wrong. Wait, over 100 third-tier zombies, all just wiped out like that? As they watched the 5 women beginning to collect the zombie crystals, the group of survivors felt their heads spinning. What kind of divine beings had they encountered? This was utterly absurd. Chapter 73. We don't promote orthopedic practices. Finally, after an hour, in a cave rendered unusable by the drilling of magic jewels, a group of people had kindled a fire, finally warming themselves somewhat in the frigid temperatures of -100 degrees. Exhausted from continuous battles, they were on the verge of freezing stiff, only incessantly rubbing her hands to warm them by the fire. Huan sat nearby, while Lin Yuan was roasting herself at another campfire. So what happened? She asked, glancing at Lin Yuan, who was equally surprised to encounter her here. Who would have thought that Lin Yuan had become a 5th-tier ability user? What else could it be? Lin Yuan replied, her lips curling in a smirk as she recounted the entire saga. It turned out that after the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, she and her mother had been in Jinling. By a fortunate twist of fate, she stumbled upon an 8th-tier zombie crystal, which unexpectedly transformed her into an ability user. In her struggle for survival, she subsequently formed her own survivor team, which, to her astonishment, grew to over 1,000 members. The reason for her presence here was that the military had summoned her to Fangshan to confront the mastermind behind the zombie frenzy. However, upon arriving at Fangshan, she had yet to rendezvous with the main forces when they were suddenly besieged by a horde of formidable high-tier zombies, nearly costing them their lives. As she recounted this, Lin Yuan could not help but express her exasperation. I see, Huan responded, a look of realization dawning upon her. No wonder she encountered Lin Yuan here. She was on a mission against the mastermind of Fangshan, only to be unfortunate enough to face a zombie onslaught. But I must say, cousin, your luck seems to be rather good. You managed to inadvertently amass a group of over 1,000, including numerous high-tier ability users. Indeed, Lin Yuan replied, her proud neck arching slightly. I do possess a modicum of strength, you know. However, she quickly shifted the focus back to Huan. But enough about me. What is your situation? It was evident that Lin Yuan had not forgotten Huan's team. Although small, consisting of only 5 members, all female, they had faced a staggering 100 zombies, the weakest being 3rd tier and the strongest reaching 6th tier. And yet, in less than 3 minutes, the 5 women had dispatched them all. While Lin Yuan had witnessed many absurdities in this apocalypse, nothing had prepared her for such an extraordinary feat. How did you manage that? With this thought, Lin Yuan's enchanting eyes bore into Huan's, filled with intrigue. Hey, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have believed it. Yet, Huan was not one to reveal her secrets so easily. She casually remarked, I suppose I was just luckier than you. I happened upon an 8th-tier zombie crystal. After consuming it, I became an 8th-tier ability user and subsequently eliminated numerous 5th and 6th-tier zombies, forming a small team along the way. Come off it, Lin Yuan scoffed, rolling her beautiful eyes. You think I'm gullible? An 8th-tier zombie crystal? Where did you find that? Share the wealth. To her surprise, Huan chuckled. I don't have an 8th-tier one at the moment, but I do have a 6th-tier crystal. As she spoke, she tossed Lin Yuan the 6th-tier zombie crystal recently acquired from Chen Minjiao's conquest. Instinctively receiving the 6th-tier crystal, Lin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. You're really giving this to me? Of course. Huan shrugged nonchalantly. After all, she possessed an abundance of zombie crystals, over 10,000 in total. With nearly 1,000 of the 1st tier alone, one 6th-tier crystal was hardly of concern, especially for her only cousin. Hey cousin, Lin Yuan exclaimed, her eyes glistening with gratitude. You shouldn't be so kind to me. I might just fall for you. Hey, Huan nearly choked on her words. We don't engage in that sort of nonsense. Chuckling at Huan's reaction, Lin Yuan playfully covered her mouth, rolling her eyes in mock annoyance. I was just joking. Look at you. However, Huan smiled. Are such jokes made so lightly? By the way, Huan quickly redirected the conversation. You mentioned there's a mastermind of Fangshan? Given that he had already learned about Lin Yuan being pursued, He was keen to understand if there was indeed a hidden puppet master orchestrating events at Fengshan. If such a figure existed, it would likely be a zombie king or something of that caliber, an entity of at least 10th tier strength. Who knows? Lin Yuan shook her head, her pretty face tinged with exasperation. I haven't even been up there yet. How would I know? Yuan was left speechless. After all this time, she still had no clue. But upon reflection, it made sense. Having been chased as soon as she arrived at the foot of the mountain, she would be unaware of the circumstances. Yet, that didn't mean Huan was without recourse. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, Hurricane, go check Fengshan and see if there are any unusual occurrences. With lightning monitoring from outer space, Hurricane was well positioned to investigate. Meanwhile, aboard a massive abandoned transport ship frozen in the Yangtze River, several large oil barrels were stashed away. This was Hurricane's sustenance. He was currently indulging alongside the newly joined J-20, now aptly renamed Raider by Huan. The two colossal transformers were guzzling gasoline beneath the deck of the transport ship. The recent outbreak of an ice storm had left Hurricane with little to do, so he had taken a break, siphoning fuel from nearby gas stations and storing it here. Not forgetting to let out a satisfied belch, Hurricane asked Raider, "So, what do you think of this place?" "Quite excellent," Raider replied, thoroughly intoxicated from the gasoline, which for Transformers was akin to fine wine for humans, an addiction that grew stronger with each sip. "Hey, this isn't even the best part," Hurricane boasted, shaking an oil barrel with his massive mechanical arm. "You know, in the East Asia region, there's premium crude oil. The taste, though, I had a taste the other day, and it was absolutely top-notch." "Really?" Raider's blue mechanical eyes lit up with curiosity. What could that possibly taste like? Hurricane pondered for a moment before replying. "You know that popular spirit humans enjoy?" "I know, humans love that stuff." "Exactly," Hurricane exclaimed, thumping his thigh. "It's like the difference between ordinary alcohol and pure, aromatic liquor." "Oh," Raider seemed to grasp the concept. "Brother, when will you take me along for a trip?" The sudden outburst from the drunken tsunami caught everyone off guard as he mistakenly addressed J-16 as Big Brother. While it may have seemed nonsensical, there was a hint of truth in it. Despite the J-16 not matching the J-20 in terms of capabilities, it certainly preceded it in its inception. "At this pace, we shall arrive in mere minutes." However, before Hurricane could finish his thought, the voice of Huan crackled through the radio. "Hurricane, scout Feng Mountain and see if there are any unusual circumstances." With a jolt of clarity, Hurricane sprang to attention, only to collide with the deck's ceiling, nearly causing a disaster. "Oh, damn it," he muttered, rubbing his head. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and respectfully declared, "Rest assured, boss, I will be on it immediately." But Huan sensed something amiss from the other end of the radio. "What have you been drinking?" "Hey," Hurricane, unable to conceal the truth, chuckled sheepishly. "Boss, just a little gasoline. Though it's not the purest." Huan was taken aback, incredulous that his comrade had sneaked away to indulge in gasoline. However, he brushed off the thought, simply instructing, "All right, go check Feng Mountain and report back." "Yes, my esteemed leader, no problem." With the order received, Hurricane wasted no time, reminding the still inebriated tsunami, "Hey, don't drink it all. Save some for me." With that, he turned and exited the cabin. In the next instant, with a whirring sound, he transformed into a sleek J-16 and, with a thunderous sonic boom, vanished into the sky. As for Tsunami, watching Hurricane depart, he nodded drunkenly. "Understood?" "Understood. I want to leave a drop." Chapter 74. Lin Yuan's desire for a bath. If Hurricane had been aware of Tsunami's thoughts, he would have surely plummeted from the sky in fury. Nevertheless, the antics of these two colossal beings were of little concern to Huan. After all, although he had created the Transformers, they possessed their own consciousness and preferences, transcending mere robotic existence. At this moment, after dispatching Hurricane, Huan led Lin Yuan to his sanctuary. Lin Yuan had sustained injuries. Her palm was split open, and her arm bore a gash. While a normal 5th-tier ability user would have a healing rate 50 times faster, even that could not suffice in the chilling -100-degree temperature. Thus, Huan brought her into his refuge. As for his subordinates, he had no intention of divulging his secrets to them. Upon entering the lavish underground sanctuary, Lin Yuan was utterly astonished. The sheer opulence was overwhelming, with a living room spanning nearly 200 square meters, adorned with furniture and appliances, including a dining table fit for 10. The exquisite wooden panels were a sight to behold, and most astonishingly, there was heating. Outside, it was a frigid -100 degrees, yet upon entering, Lin Yuan, clad in heavy black attire, was enveloped by an incredibly comforting warmth, causing the frostbite on her wounds to gradually thaw. My heavens! Lin Yuan was completely taken aback, turning to Huan with her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief. "Huan, How did you manage to create such a vast sanctuary? And it even has heating. In this bitter cold, to be sheltered in a constant 25 degrees feels like paradise. Huan, of course, would not reveal that this was a reward from the system. Instead, he simply smiled. So what do you think? Isn't it splendid? Splendid? Lin Yuan regained her composure and retorted without hesitation. This is nothing short of a paradise in the apocalypse. Who could imagine that in such extreme cold, where even the thickest winter coat cannot suffice, here I only need a nightgown to be comfortable. If I could stay here, I'd gladly accept a month's worth of food. Though initially astonished, her thoughts shifted to Huan's formidable female companions, and she suddenly understood. After all, if one could slay 6-tier zombies with a single blow, residing in such an extravagant underground sanctuary was only fitting. Yet, she remained curious about how this sanctuary had been constructed. Huan, notiging herfestering ons, statet, Lin Yuan. We need to attend to your injuries. Huh? Lin Yuan responded, waving her hand dismissively. No need. In this apocalypse, medical supplies are scarce, so I'll manage without them. Despite her 50-fold healing ability, the combination of her wound's decay and frostbite slowed her recovery significantly. However, she was aware that medication was too precious to waste, especially as her base had very little left. But Huan chuckled. What I have in abundance are food and medical supplies. Without further ado, he retrieved a medical kit, found some antiseptic, and administered 2 anti-inflammatory pills before wrapping her wounds with bandages. Watching Huan diligently tend to her injuries, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. All right, finally. Once he had finished, Huan clapped his hands together. Lin Yuan examined her bandaged wounds and tentatively moved her arm. Not bad. Huan then offered her some food, a large hamburger left over for breakfast, prepared by Lin Xiao. Seeing the hefty burger, Lin Yuan couldn't contain her astonishment. What kind of life are you living, cousin? How on earth do you have a hamburger? After the apocalypse, everyone had been surviving on packaged bread, instant noodles, or compressed biscuits, and, on rare occasions, a can of meat. But a freshly made hamburger? Was this a joke? Just say whether you want it or not. Huan waved it in front of her. Of course. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan snatched it from him. Having not had such delicacies since the outbreak, she took a bite and was overwhelmed with satisfaction, her small mouth stuffed full, her delicate features radiating delight. However, this was not the most surprising aspect. As Lin Xiao, Chen Minjiao, Chun Mingyuan, Jiang Mingli, and Qin Yifei returned after slaying numerous zombies, the girls expressed their desire for a bath. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was even more astounded. Wait, you have the resources to bathe? In this apocalypse, water is a precious commodity, and you're using it to wash? Lin Xiao, having seen this expression countless times before, chuckled. Jiang Mingli and Qin Yifei had the same reaction. Yet, she gently offered, cousin, we have plenty of water here. Would you like to take a bath as well? Is that really possible? Lin Yuan felt a flicker of temptation. Since the outbreak, she had not had a single bath. Covered in grime, this state is utterly intolerable for a young lady. It is not the apocalypse. Who can endure over a month without bathing? Yet in a way, it is the apocalypse. Water resources are so precious that who would dare waste it on bathing? Now that she has heard of the possibility to wash, she finds herself somewhat unable to contain her excitement. No problem. Lin Xiao, ever considerate, exclaimed upon sensing Lin Yuan's desire. I'll help you fill the tub and prepare some clean clothes. We have plenty of unworn undergarments here. What size do you wear, cousin? This inquiry caught Lin Yuan off guard, prompting her to glance instinctively at Huan, who appeared somewhat bewildered. Don't look at me. Just because you are my cousin doesn't mean I know your size. Get lost. Lin Yuan's cheeks flushed at this remark, and she shot him a glare. Nonetheless, she replied, size L will suffice. Understood. And what about your bust measurement? I'll find you something suitable. 36E, okay. Hurry. Upon learning the size, Lin Xiao promptly set off to prepare. Soon, she had gathered the necessary clothing and towels for Lin Yuan, who finally relished the opportunity to take a long, soothing bath. Chapter 75, Good Brother. Please help your sister just this once. Reclining in the spacious bathtub, surrounded by comforting warm water, Lin Yuan felt her pores open in bliss. This place was simply exquisite. An hour later, she emerged, having completed her wash, clad in a lovely cream-colored nightgown. Her slightly damp, long hair, paired with her stunning figure and the casual flip-flops that revealed her fair, long legs, presented a striking contrast to her previously grimy appearance. Seated on the sofa, Huan, upon witnessing Lin Yuan's transformation, nodded in satisfaction. Now this is the cousin I know. Oh, shut up. She shot him an exasperated look. Lin Yuan then casually tossed her hair and fashioned a simple hairstyle, finally feeling a sense of relief. She felt entirely rejuvenated. This was the life a person ought to lead. Oh, right. She suddenly remembered to ask Yi Huan. Didn't you mention you were investigating? What is the situation with Fong Mountain? I've already looked into it. Yi Huan replied without hesitation, as he had just received a report from the hurricane. There's indeed a powerful mastermind behind Fong Mountain, whose strength is at least on par with our Xiaobai, which means they are at least a 2-star zombie king. What? A 2-star zombie king? Lin Yuan gasped, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. That's incredibly high. You must understand that only 10th tier zombies can be considered 1-star zombie kings. A 2-star zombie king? That must mean they are at least 20th tier. How formidable must they be? What about the others? The others fared a bit better, Yi Huan chuckled. Although they all faced zombie attacks, around 200 managed to ascend the mountain. It turned out that Lin Yuan had encountered the first wave of attacks, which was the most severe. The others were relatively fortunate, with some managing to take down zombies and regroup. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a pang of regret. I really have terrible luck. How did he realize I was the unluckiest among them? However, when she thought of her 40-plus brothers, all elite members of the Survivor Corps, she felt a wave of discontent wash over her. No way. So many brothers have already perished, and if I fail to secure the official rewards, I will truly have lost everything. With that thought, she immediately rose, determined to lead her team back out. After all, she needed to secure those rewards. 40-plus second-tier zombie crystals. This could equate to 2 months of development for her. But just then, Yi Huan remarked, "Are you sure you can handle the zombie king?" At that moment, Lin Yuan abruptly halted in her tracks. Indeed, that was a 2-star zombie king. Not to mention herself, even the leader of the military's ability user corps. Li Qingxiu would likely not be a match. What would be the use of her involvement? She would merely be waiting for death. However, she couldn't let so many brothers perish in vain. This mission nearly cost the lives of all the high-tier ability users of the Survivor Corps. But sitting calmly on the sofa, Yi Huan understood that those who ventured forth were indeed walking to their demise. Just then, Lin Yuan's beautiful, cunning eyes sparkled with a sudden realization as she turned to Yi Huan. Huh? Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Huan asked, slightly perplexed. I can't believe I forgot about you. Lin Yuan suddenly smiled, her thoughts racing. What a joke. While I may not stand a chance against the zombie king, I have several powerful allies by my side, especially Lin Xiao, Chen Minjiao, Chen Mingyuan, Jiang Mingli, and Qin Yaifei. 6-tier zombies. A single strike can shatter their skulls. Their prowess is undoubtedly comparable to that of Li Qingxiu, the leader of the Jinling Ability User Corps. With that, Lin Yuan snapped back to reality and flashed Yi Huan a captivating smile, her voice softening. Good brother, I have you, right? Me? Yi Huan pointed at himself. But upon hearing this, he immediately waved his hands. I have no interest in the zombies of Fong Mountain. I have plenty of other matters to attend to. I can't be bothered with this. Yet Lin Yuan was not pleased with this response. She instantly switched to her most charming demeanor, wrapping her arms around Yi Huan's. Oh, good brother, I know your team is undoubtedly formidable. Please help your sister, just this once. It's been over a month since I formed a Survivor Corps, and it hasn't been easy. If I can't join forces with those people now, I'll lose the rewards. And I might not even have a chance to stand my ground in Jinling without those 40-plus second-tier zombie crystals. Hearing this, Yi Huan scoffed. He truly didn't regard such rewards highly. A casual sweep by hurricane or lightning would likely resolve the situation. However, Lin Yuan persisted, shaking Yi Huan's arm and playfully pleading. Yi Huan, dear Yi Huan, I am your only family left. Are you really not going to help me? All right. Yi Huan, unable to withstand her charm, finally relented. I can go once, but what benefits will they offer me in return? Oh, you're willing? Lin Yuan's beautiful eyes lit up at his first statement. But when she heard the latter, she inquired, what do you want in return? That depends on what you're willing to offer. I believe, as long as the request isn't too unreasonable, the military should be able to accommodate it. Oh, if that's the case, Yi Huan's interest piqued. How about a transport plane? A transport plane? Lin Yuan blinked in disbelief at the mention of the aircraft, initially thinking she misheard. What do you need a transport plane for? What use is it? Certainly, Yi Huan has yet to abandon his aspirations of becoming a transformer paratrooper. But he refrains from elaborating and simply inquires, is there any issue? Just let me know. It should be fine. After a brief pause, Lin Yuan conjectured, for she was not affiliated with the military. However, a transport aircraft should pose little problem, right? All right. Seeing her response, Yi Huan ceased his lengthy explanations and addressed the enchanting figure before him. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow I shall take you along. Agreed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's delicate features immediately blossomed into a radiant smile. With formidable allies like Lin Xiao and Chen Minjiao, even if they could not vanquish the zombie king, surely they could escape, right? This is a sure bet. Chapter 76, Upon Fong Mountain. However, when the next day arrived, Lin Yuan was taken aback upon seeing Yi Huan emerge only with Lin Xiao. She blinked her strikingly beautiful eyes. Yi Huan, why did you only bring Lin Xiao? Aren't Chun Minjiao and the others coming? Beside her, Lin Xiao gripped Yi Huan's arm and chuckled. Cousin, just the two of us will suffice. No need for a larger entourage. It was a jest. Yi Huan was a tier 10 martial deity. What sort of zombie could possibly rival him? What? Just you two? Is that for real? Lin Yuan's skepticism about her life surfaced upon hearing this. Yet Yi Huan, disinterested in further discussion, simply stated, let's set off. All right then. Seeing Yi Huan's confidence, Lin Yuan paused momentarily and then decisively summoned her followers, intending to return to Fong Mountain once more. Of course, Chun Minjiao and her group had their own mission, to gather supplies. After all, the Ice Age storm had erupted. Although the world was engulfed in an icy grip, it did not hinder the collection of potentially salvageable resources, especially with the current scarcity of people on the ground. Hence, they could not afford to waste any opportunity. As for Yi Huan, he led Lin Xiao, Lin Yuan, and a group of over 20 subordinates back to Fong Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they found it unchanged, resembling an icy fortress, with vegetation encased in frost and thick layers of snow blanketing the ground. Having experienced an ambush by zombies previously, this time the group proceeded with utmost caution, ascending with care. Fortunately, they encountered no significant threats, only a handful of scattered zombies, most of which were tier 3 and 4, easily dispatched by Lin Xiao without posing any danger. By midday, they arrived at their destination, a makeshift camp bustling with approximately 200 survivors, led by a female officer named Li Qingxiu, the commander of the ability corps from the Jinling safe zone, tasked with executing orders. The other survivors formed various factions with varying strengths, predominantly at tier 2 and 3, totaling around 100 individuals. There were over 20 at tier 4, while the remaining consisted of a mere handful at tier 5 and 6. Li Qingxiu stood out as the most formidable, possessing an impressive tier 8 prowess. As Lin Yuan approached, Li Qingxiu was the first to greet her. Her long hair, styled elegantly, exuding a spirited charm. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, she warmly embraced her. Yuan, why did you take so long? I feared something might have happened on your way. Well, actually, something did happen, Lin Yuan replied with exasperation. We encountered over 100 high-tier zombies yesterday, resulting in a loss of more than 20 people. Otherwise, we would have arrived sooner. What? Over 100 high-tier zombies? Li Qingxiu was taken aback upon hearing this. No wonder your numbers have dwindled so significantly. However, she soon noticed the unfamiliar faces of Yi Huan and Lin Xiao and inquired with interest. And who might these two be? Oh, perfect timing. Lin Yuan then introduced, this is my cousin, Yi Huan, along with his teammate, Lin Xiao. They are here to assist me. Assist you? Li Qingxiu initially assumed they were merely ordinary ability users, responding with a smile. No problem. Once the task is complete, I will request 2 additional tier 2 zombie crystals for you. Yet upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but tug at the corners of her lips. Yi Huan was hardly in need of such trinkets. Reluctantly, she pulled Li Qingxiu aside and shyly asked, Sister Shui, could you possibly help me acquire a transport aircraft? A transport aircraft? Li Qingxiu was momentarily stunned. What do you need a transport aircraft for? Oh, that's not your concern. Lin Yuan wished to say little more, as this was a favor for Yi Huan, her only cousin. All right, Li Qingxiu, sensing Lin Yuan's reluctance to elaborate, did not press further, merely smiling. I can assist you with that request, but it must be contingent upon resolving this matter first. No problem. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's spirits lifted, and she couldn't help but express, Sister Shui, you truly are wonderful to me. Enough with the flattery. Li Qingxiu replied with a mixture of exasperation and affection. Who told us to be good friends? Others don't receive such treatment. Haha, no argument there. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, a subordinate called for Li Qingxiu, prompting Lin Yuan to joyfully announce to Yi Huan, it's all set. I've arranged for a transport aircraft for you. Wow, cousin, you're amazing, Yi Huan remarked, matching her enthusiasm. You're exaggerating. Yet Lin Yuan instantly perceived his lack of sincerity. I don't ask for much. I just wish to survive this ordeal and secure the military's rewards. After all, a 2-star zombie king. She had never imagined such a terrifying prospect. Defeating it? Survival was the priority. Yet Yi Huan teased in response, that won't do. Since my cousin has secured me a transport aircraft, I must ensure I procure a zombie king crystal core for you. You? Good luck with that. Lin Yuan, mistaking his words for jest, pouted playfully. Tomorrow we're heading into the depths of Fong Mountain, so you just need to stick with me. After all, that S.A. 2-star zombie king We cannot underestimate it. Of course. Huan nodded slightly, not wishing to elaborate further. After she left for a meeting, Lin Xiao chimed in with a teasing tone. Huan, your cousin is really good to you. Oh, Huan, amused by her comment, replied. What? Are you jealous of my cousin's affection? Not at all. Lin Xiao shot him a playful glare, but added, I just think your cousin is overly concerned about you. Are you sure she is not your biological aunt? Shut it. Huan couldn't help but smirk at her remark. If she is not biological, then does that mean she is adopted? Hee, just kidding. Lin Xiao laughed at Huan's incredulous expression. Chapter 77, The Zombie Assault. Huan, weary of further banter, waved his hand dismissively and said, Let's take a moment to rest. After all, tomorrow marks the time for collecting the zombie crystals. Indeed, this was one of Huan's significant objectives. How could he resist? A 2-star zombie king. Surely, he could gather a few underlings. When the time came, he would sweep them all away in one fell swoop. At the very least, he anticipated acquiring several hundred high-tier zombie crystals, equivalent to nearly 10,000 ordinary ones. This opportunity could potentially elevate the leader module, amplifying his strength 1,000-fold. It all hinged on this moment. However, just as Huan prepared to return to the camp, an almost imperceptible sound halted him in his tracks. Lin Xiao, still merely a second-tier Valkyrie, did not hear it, and, noticing his sudden pause, inquired with curiosity. What is it, Huan? Something has arrived. Huan's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of interest igniting within him. What has come? Lin Xiao pondered. Yet before she could grasp the situation, the next moment unfolded with a roar. A formidable zombie lunged forth from the depths of the forest, its speed astonishing, breaking the 100 meters per second barrier. By the time Lin Xiao reacted, the creature was already upon them, poised to strike. Alas, its velocity paled in comparison to Huan's perception. In an instant, a sharp blue light flashed, and before the zombie could even swing its fist, its body was cleaved in two, collapsing slowly onto the snow-covered ground. It was swift, exceedingly swift. The 6-tier zombie wore an expression of disbelief, never expecting such power from an underling. What the hell? Aren't the high-level ones at a meeting? How can such a strong subordinate exist? Meanwhile, within the meeting center, discussions concerning strategies for the following day continued, oblivious to the unfolding chaos outside. At the forefront, Captain Li Qingxiu donned her military attire, flanked by an aide, while the remainder of the group comprised 8 powerful individuals led by Lin Yuan, each at least 5th tier, with the strongest reaching 7th tier, only slightly weaker than Li Qingxiu. They represented some of the most formidable forces within the Jinling safe zone. Yet, despite their strength, Li Qingxiu cautioned, our adversaries this time are exceptionally potent, and due to the freeze, we cannot mobilize heavy firepower. However, the zombies lack reinforcements. Those formidable zombie legions have all been transformed into icy statues. Nevertheless, she insisted they must find a way to conclude the battle before the ice storm, for once the freeze melts and the zombies thaw, it would spell disaster for the Jinling safe zone. The group understood this well. Yet their true concern lay not with the safety of the zone, but with the acquisition of zombie crystals. Thus, a scruffy bearded man waved dismissively, stating, Captain Li, you need not concern us with the state of the safe zone. We only wish to know if the promised rewards will be fulfilled. Indeed, echoed another one-eyed individual, nodding with a smirk. He was one of the 8 powers in the Jinling safe zone, notorious for his ruthlessness, rumored to have lost his eye in a brawl, which he gouged out himself. Commanding over 1,000 survivors, he recognized only money, not loyalty. His words caused Li Qingxiu to frown slightly, but she soon relaxed her brow. After all, these individuals were survivors of the apocalypse. One could not expect them to obey commands like military personnel, but rather to be motivated by self-interest. Thus, she smiled gently and assured, rest assured, what I promise will be delivered. At this, the others nodded in agreement. With such assurance, they felt ready to tackle the challenges of the following day. However, before they could retreat for rest, a peculiar buzzing sound filled the air. A strange little flying insect appeared, prompting one of the ability users to swiftly swat it dead, wiping his hands clean and exclaiming in astonishment, how peculiar. It's minus 100 degrees and there are still flying insects. Even Li Qingxiu was taken aback. Where could such an insect have come from in this frigid temperature? No, wait. In the next instant, realization struck Li Qingxiu, her pupils narrowing in alarm. Zombie flying insects. What? Zombie flying insects. The others were still processing this when they were suddenly met with panic cries from outside. Bad news. Zombies are attacking. Be careful, ah. Quick, go check it out. The unexpected commotion sent shockwaves through the group, transforming their expressions. Led by Li Qingxiu, they hurriedly exited the meeting tent. only to be greeted by a terrifying sight. A horde of zombies surged from all directions, their roars echoing across the mountains. Their numbers were overwhelming, at least 1,000, and each possessed a minimum of third-tier strength. As darkness enveloped the sky, they poured into the camp like a relentless tide. Are these zombies actually attacking the camp? The one-eyed man was left dumbfounded, unable to contain his expletives. Eliminate them. Yet, Li Qingxiu had no time to ponder such matters. With a calm demeanor, she spoke, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. When she reappeared, it was before a third-tier zombie. With a swift stroke, its head fell to the ground. The others, realizing the urgency, followed suit, brandishing their weapons and plunging into the horde. Many of the camp's ability users were second or third tier, capable of handling these lower-tier zombies, but the sheer volume overwhelmed them, forcing them into a retreat. Fortunately, with the arrival of Li Qingxiu and her group, the tide began to turn. However, as more zombies closed in, particularly with the emergence of higher-tier ones, the pressure on Li Qingxiu intensified. With another decisive blow, she severed a third-tier zombie's head, but she was soon met with a surprise attack from a sixth-tier zombie. Fortunately, her reflexes were sharp. She countered swiftly, striking the sixth-tier zombie back, not granting a moment's respite before delivering another blow. Yet, the sixth-tier zombie possessed immense strength, 60 times that of an ordinary human. Even after sustaining a severe injury and losing an arm, it still sought to flee. Run? Do you think you can escape? Li Qingxiu sneered, poised to pursue, only to be obstructed by two fifth-tier zombies. Frustration welled within her as she was compelled to halt and eliminate one of the fifth-tier zombies. Yet, as more and more zombies joined the fray, a glance over her shoulder revealed that her side was nearing encirclement. Indeed, the one-eyed man, after dispatching a third-tier zombie, urged, "Captain Li, if we continue this way, we will surely be completely surrounded." Indeed, the bearded man quickly exclaimed, "Captain Li, we must devise a plan." "Devise a plan? What can I do at this moment?" Li Qingxiu retorted, a touch of irritation coloring her tone. Yet, almost immediately, a sudden thought struck her. No, there's so many zombies here, and they're being commanded. This indicates that a high-ranking zombie must be nearby, orchestrating their movements. To capture the thief, we must first seize the leader. If we eliminate him, this horde of zombies will collapse on its own. Indeed, as soon as she articulated this idea, the other's eyes lit up. It was an excellent strategy. Third-tier zombies possess a semblance of consciousness. Unlike those mindless lower-tier counterparts, they're sometimes quite protective of their lives. However, their current unity must stem from the influence of a higher-tier zombie. Once we dispatch that superior zombie, the encirclement here will naturally disband. Yet, a question arose. Where was that creature? Chapter 78. The True Face of a Zombie King. One must realize that commanding such a multitude of zombies requires not only a high rank, but also considerable intellect. Perhaps it has even attained the intelligence of an average human. Under such circumstances, locating it would prove exceedingly challenging. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was searching for Huan. "Sister Shui, my cousin is missing." "What? Missing?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingxiu furrowed her brow. Could something have happened? Something happened. However, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Surely, with the strength of Huan's few female teammates, they were on par with Li Qingxiu. How could anything happen to him? Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Huan, wielding the thunder sword, had arrived at a concealed hillside 2 kilometers away. The view here was excellent, allowing him to observe the distant camp. At this time, there were also over a dozen high-ranking zombies, all at the 6th tier. Moreover, 2 of them had already reached the 10th tier, equivalent to a 1-star zombie king. Among them stood a zombie clad in a black robe, standing at only 7 meters tall, muttering to itself. "Hee hee hee, you want to find me? What a joke. Am I that easy to locate? Umph. While you feast and revel, I gnaw on raw flesh daily. That simply won't do. You must all perish." Indeed, this was the mastermind behind it all. Though it appeared to be only 7 meters tall, the aura it emanated commanded respect from the surrounding zombies. As a 1-star, 8th tier zombie king. Note, 10th tier zombies are 1-star zombie kings. 1-star, 8th tier zombie kings are 18th tier zombies, and so forth. Who am I afraid of? Of course, I fear death. Especially upon learning that an ice storm is imminent. I dread that my army of hundreds of thousands of zombies will be frozen solid, and the survivors will come to settle accounts with me. Thus, I immediately rally my zombie army to attack the safe zone. Yet, who could have anticipated that those humans would be so tenacious, repelling my zombie legion multiple times? Until finally, with the ice storm approaching, I decided to take a gamble. However, I rushed in, only to encounter the ice storm, and everything was lost. Fortunately, I had the foresight to retain nearly 2,000 high-ranking zombies. Otherwise, Would you not have ambushed me? Although I'm powerful, oh. Brother, what do you mean by that? Just as the zombie was lost in its musings, suddenly, a chilling blade was pressed against its neck. The black-robed zombie was taken aback. Turning around, it found a young man had appeared behind it without its notice. It was bewildered. Hey, brother, let's talk this over. I'm human too. We're on the same side. Hee hee. Huan chuckled. In his past life, he had encountered zombie kings before. Once one becomes a zombie king, their physique gradually diverges from that of ordinary zombies. Moreover, it is said that some powerful zombie kings bear only slight zombie traits and otherwise resemble ordinary humans. Unexpectedly, in less than 2 months since the outbreak, such a gifted zombie had emerged. However, when the zombie turned around, Huan was momentarily stunned, for what met his gaze was not a grotesque, decaying face, but a strikingly beautiful female zombie king, clad in a black robe. Beneath it she wore a black dress, with only her eyes remaining blue, tinged with white. She possessed a standard oval face, leaving Huan momentarily speechless. A woman? She was a female zombie king? Roar. Meanwhile, the 2 one-star zombie kings nearby quickly regained their composure. Upon seeing their leader captured, they let out furious roars and lunged forward. Yet at that critical moment, the female zombie bellowed, "Do not advance. Are you jesting? I'm currently being held captive. Do you wish for my demise to come swifter?" Indeed, the intimidation of a 1-star 8th-tier zombie king was palpable. With her commanding shout, the remaining zombies immediately halted in their tracks. Once they stopped, the female zombie king coldly regarded Huan. "Kid, you probably don't know my prowess, do you? I am a 1-star 8th-tier zombie king, without mentioning anything else. My defense is 180 times greater than that of an ordinary zombie. Your knife may not even be able to breach my defenses." Yet, before she could finish her words, a soft sound resonated, and the female zombie king felt a slight chill at her neck. Blood. It was bleeding. "Big brother, please. Don't kill me." She panicked. She was on the verge of kneeling down to plead for mercy. This sudden turn of events left Huan somewhat astonished. Though he had encountered zombie kings before, they were typically ferocious and formidable beings. Yet, this one was terrified of death, a first for him. Fear of death? However, the female zombie king thought, "Isn't it normal to fear death? I possess my own thoughts. I am not a mindless zombie. Otherwise, why would I meticulously arrange so many zombies and traps around Fong Mountain, not to mention conducting ambushes? But now, woe is me. That damned 1-star zombie king told me that with my strength, I could easily dominate the entire Jinling safe zone. What nonsense! Here stands someone capable of easily dispatching me. Woe is me. Now I've been captured and may be finished off at any moment. Had I known, I would have ventured out. Yet now, she still sought to preserve her life. Big brother, could you perhaps let me go? If it's for wealth, I can provide riches. Please, spare my life." "Hey, you sure talk a lot." Huan found the situation quite amusing, yet he did not withdraw his blade, speaking in a voice devoid of emotion. "Order those zombies to withdraw from the camp, or I will slay you right now." "No problem." Upon hearing this, the female zombie king immediately issued the command. Roar. Indeed, with a furious roar, the vast horde of zombies that had been relentlessly attacking the camp, after a brief moment of hesitation, began to retreat swiftly. This left Li Qingxiu and her companions, who had been surrounded and were preparing for a desperate fight, utterly bewildered. What is happening? Why are the zombies retreating? What an astonishing situation. A group of survivors exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting a profound confusion. Clearly, they could not comprehend how, under normal circumstances, the zombies had retreated. Could it be that someone had assaulted the zombies' lair? Chapter 79, A Thousand-Fold Enhancement. The terrifying Huan. As Lin Yuan surveyed the disheveled survivors surrounding her, it dawned on her, could it be Huan? She couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. No way. Could my cousin be responsible for this? Fortunately, at that moment, Li Qingxiu spotted the fleeing zombies and breathed a sigh of relief, gesturing for everyone to quickly regroup. Regardless of the reason, let's all take a moment to recover. Extract the crystals from the fallen zombies. We cannot linger here. We must depart. After all, those ambushing zombies have been terrifying, catching many survivors off guard and injuring several. Understood. Thankfully, everyone here was no ordinary person. Apart from a few fatal strikes, most had merely sustained injuries. Thus, they began to bandage their wounds. While some ventured to collect the zombie crystals, others were dispatched to meticulously scout the vicinity to prevent another ambush. Meanwhile, Huan observed the zombies returning in droves. The zombie king, with a knife pressed against its neck, couldn't help but chuckle nervously. "Brother, they've all returned, so could you let me go?" After all, she had presumed this individual was allied with those survivors, orchestrating the return of the zombies to avert their total annihilation. Yet, It was evident she had overestimated the situation, for the area was now densely populated with third and fourth tier high-level zombies, over 1,000 in total. Huan smiled and suddenly spoke, Soundwave. Yes, master. As soon as the words left his lips, Soundwave, having arrived with his heavy mechanical footsteps, appeared in the distance. The colossal 10-meter-high machine elicited wide-eyed astonishment from the zombie king. My goodness, what on earth is that? Even the high-tier zombies sensed a perilous aura and began to emit deep, menacing growls. Indeed, Soundwave had arrived. After dealing with the zombie crystals in the Jinling's safe zone, Soundwave returned to the temporary base, only to learn of the emergence of so many high-tier zombies. Thus, he hastened to arrive under the guidance of dizziness. This was precisely Huan's intention. It was no joke. She held little interest in the survival of those survivors. Well, except for her cousin. Primarily, these were all zombie crystals. Moreover, the weakest among them was at least tier 3. There was no way she would allow others to reap the benefits. Naturally, she summoned them back. As Soundwave approached, Huan unhesitatingly commanded, eliminate them. Yes, my esteemed master. Upon receiving the order, Soundwave raised his hand, and with a series of mechanical sounds, buzz, click, boom, numerous drones were launched into the air, swiftly transforming into a swarm of miniature mechanical life forms. With astonishing speed, they charged towards the zombies. Even the third and fourth tier zombies had no time to react before being pierced through the skull by these little creatures. Roar! Some fifth and sixth tier zombies attempted to resist. But before they could react, a resounding hum echoed as Soundwave lifted his massive energy cannon. Boom! Boom! With each shot fired, the bodies of high-tier zombies were directly penetrated. The sheer power left even Huan momentarily stunned. It was remarkable to note that these creatures had yet to upgrade. How could a single shot annihilate both first-tier and sixth-tier zombies? Were you truly a one-shot wonder? Within a brief span, the entire zombie gathering had transformed into a battlefield engulfed in smoke and flames, all orchestrated by Soundwave. My goodness, the female zombie king was utterly flabbergasted. She held no emotional ties to these zombies, having previously consumed their cores to elevate her own status. After all, how could she have transformed into an 8-star zombie king in less than 2 months? Yet now, this entity was single-handedly taking on over 1,000 of her zombie minions. Roar! Of course, the 6th and 7th tier zombies lacked the capability to confront Soundwave. However, that did not mean the 2 1-star zombie kings were incapable. As their turn approached, the 2 formidable beings could no longer contain themselves. The looming threat of death had even surpassed the level suppression of the female zombie king. They roared in fury, ready to retaliate. However, before they could charge forward, a massive white tiger lunged in from the side, launching a surprise attack. It swiftly clamped down on one of the zombie king's necks. Snap! There was a reason why tigers were renowned for their incredible bite force, especially when one was also an 8-star zombie white tiger king. The creature effortlessly severed the zombie king's neck, casting its head aside before pouncing on another one. The ensuing struggle left the female zombie king completely dumbfounded. Wait, big brother, what on earth is going on here? You have this mechanical behemoth, and now you bring along a massive tiger, and judging by its aura, it's no weaker than me. What other trump cards do you possess? Trump cards? Little did she know, Huan had a plethora of them. Tianzu, Dark Moon, Dizziness, the twin brothers, and the newly joined Lightning, Ambush, and Hurricane. Each one a formidable weapon. This was merely Soundwave and Little White Tiger. Yet, even these 2 were more than sufficient. Consequently, just 3 minutes later, all battles were resolved. The Little White Tiger swiftly dispatched the zombie king, while Soundwave collected all the zombie crystals. Then, with heavy mechanical strides, he approached Huan respectfully and reported, Master, we have a total of 100 crystals, 900 tier 3, 100 tier 4, 73 tier 5, 10 tier 6, and 7 tier 7. Roar! Nearby, the Little White Tiger also emerged, carrying the crystals from the 2 zombie kings and dropping them at Huan's feet. Oh, Soundwave, noticing this, immediately added 2 tier 10 crystals. Excellent. Upon witnessing such a bounty of zombie cores, Huan finally smiled. The 900 tier 3 crystals amounted to a staggering 27,000 ordinary zombie crystals. Adding the 100 tier 4, 73 tier 5, 10 tier 6, and 7 tier 7, the total equated to 35,940 ordinary zombie crystals. And now, to elevate the leader module to level 4, she needed only 10,000 crystals. With this in mind, Huan retrieved 300 tier 3 zombie crystals and combined them with the 1,000 ordinary zombie crystals she had collected earlier. As she placed them in, ding, Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the leader module to level 4. Item name, leader module. Current level, 4. Daily fire seed acquisition, 4. Current accumulated fire seed count, 142. As the system notification echoed, Huan felt an inexhaustible surge of energy wildly flooding into his body. Fortunately, this was facilitated by the leader module. Had it been an ordinary ability user consuming 1,000 zombie crystals in rapid succession, they would likely have exploded from the overwhelming power. Yet even so, Huan felt as if every single cell in his body was undergoing a forced transformation. This sensation was so intense that it nearly caused him to drop his weapon. Hey, big brother, are you alright? The female zombie king, observing Huan's sudden cessation of movement and his discomfort, asked with a look of confusion. Naturally, she would not dare to make a sudden attack, especially with a menacing zombie white tiger watching closely nearby. For some inexplicable reason, she felt as though she could not breach the defenses of the person before her. Chapter 80, our new member. Her intuition was indeed correct. Huan was initially a tier 10 martial god, possessing a terrifying strength equivalent to 1,000 times that of an ordinary individual. Now, with the enhancement from the 1,000 zombie crystals, he had surged to an astonishing 140 times. Almost every cell in his body had been reinforced 1,000-fold. Not even he could believe it. Huan mused that even if the sound wave were to unleash an energy cannon upon him, he would emerge unscathed. Finally, after a brief period of discomfort, Huan gradually absorbed this newfound power, exhaling deeply as he opened his eyes. He flexed his arms and felt an enhancement of strength that exceeded tenfold. It was as if a single punch could obliterate an entire building. Was this the power of 10,000 times? Truly terrifying. Overwhelmed by the immense strength coursing through him, Huan couldn't help but utter to himself, "This is extraordinary." At this moment, the female zombie king's timid voice resounded once more. "Big brother, are you okay?" Snapping back to reality, Huan found himself face to face with the beautiful female zombie king. "What? You haven't left yet?" His interest piqued. After all, it had been the perfect moment to flee. "Leave? How could I possibly escape?" She lamented, tears brimming in her eyes as she glanced at the menacing sound wave and the ominous zombie white tiger. Alongside the ever-watchful Lin Xiao. With such a formidable lineup, who could possibly hope to escape? Huan nodded, acknowledged ging her predicament. The white tiger was undeniably formidable. A tier 8 beast of the same rank. Lin Xiao, being a tier 2 female martial god, was even more powerful. Not to mention the uncertain threat posed by the sound wave. It was clear she had no chance of fleeing. However, with his recent surge in power, Huan felt rather generous and proclaimed, "Let us make this simple. I shall present you with 2 choices. You may either leave now or accompany me. Choose wisely." Unexpectedly, before he could finish, the female zombie king eagerly exclaimed, "I will follow you, big brother. I wish to stay by your side." Huan was momentarily taken aback by her decisive response. Typically, one would expect a powerful zombie king to refuse subservience to a human and choose to depart instead. Yet, this female zombie king desired to remain with him. Why? Her explanation was tinged with sorrow. "All my subordinates have perished, leaving me all alone. I am scared." Meanwhile, at the military camp, a group of individuals was preparing to retreat after a period of rest. Li Qingshu had managed to collect a significant number of zombie crystals, 12 tier 3 crystals, 2 tier 4, and 1 tier 5. This was no small haul, as it could potentially produce over 10 tier 1 ability users. However, considering the likelihood of a zombie resurgence, she ultimately decided it was prudent to withdraw for now and seek another opportunity to uncover the mastermind behind the chaos. Lin Yuan, meanwhile, anxiously awaited Huan's return at the camp entrance. She could not believe her cousin could have met a dire fate. Finally, when Huan approached with Lin Xiao and a girl clad in a black robe, Lin Yuan could no longer contain her emotions and rushed forward to embrace him, exclaiming, "Where have you been? Did I not tell you to stay with me? Why did you wander off? I was so worried." Unexpectedly, Huan reached into his pocket and tossed her a tier 1 zombie king crystal. "What is this?" Lin Yuan gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide as she gazed at the richly colored crystal. "The zombie king crystal. I promised I would get you one, and here it is." Huan replied calmly. "What? A zombie king crystal?" The moment those words left his lips, everyone turned in shock to look at him. Is this for real? Did he actually kill the zombie king? Even Li Qingshu was taken aback, her face reflecting disbelief as she regarded Huan. As a member of the military, she understood the significance of a tier 1 zombie king. It represented a being of tier 10 strength, equivalent to a tier 1 martial god among humans. Yet, this young man had defeated it. Could it be that he had already reached the martial god realm? How could that be possible? Even after a month of the zombie apocalypse, the military had been secretly training powerful beings, yet few had reached Tier 1 martial god status. But this young man had somehow elevated his power to that level. Little did they know, Huan was not merely a Tier 1 martial god. He had achieved Tier 100, equivalent to 1,000-fold human strength, and was regarded as a legendary martial god in his past life. However, he had no intention of divulging this to the onlookers. Instead, he addressed Lin Yuan. With this Tier 1 Zombie King crystal, you should easily reach Tier 8 or above. With a stroke of luck, you might even ascend to Tier 1 martial god. Oh my heavens! Lin Yuan could hardly believe her luck. She had hoped to gradually enhance her abilities to become an ordinary Tier 5 user. Yet here was her cousin presenting her with a Tier 1 Zombie King crystal. Such a treasure would undoubtedly be fought over by factions worldwide. Yet this young man had so casually gifted it to her. Realizing this, Lin Yuan's eyes began to glisten with tears, on the verge of overflowing with emotion. Wait! At that critical moment, Huan interrupted her with a teasing smile. You're crossing the line. Back off. With a slightly annoyed glance, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Though her attention was soon drawn to the girl clad in a black robe beside her, which struck her as somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, she inquired, Huan, who is this? When it came to the girl in the black robe, Huan certainly would not disclose that she was the female zombie king. Otherwise, he would be besieged by this group in no time. Originally, he had no intention of bringing this female zombie king along. However, upon closer inspection, he had to admit she was quite attractive, possessing an exquisite figure and striking looks. Oh, I digress. The primary consideration was that although this female zombie king lacked formidable strength, she possessed a unique ability, the power to command zombies. It is worth noting that in a post-apocalyptic world, having a female zombie king who can command the undead is a tremendous asset against any potential zombie hordes. Of course, while the little white creature shared a similar capability, it was unable to communicate. Huan also realized that although Xiao Bai was invincible at the same level, its intelligence was evidently inferior to that of infected human zombies. As the saying goes, when God opens a window, he closes a door. It was a matter of weighing pros and cons. In terms of combat prowess, Xiao Bai was undoubtedly superior, but when it came to commanding zombies, the intellect of a human zombie king was far more advantageous. Thus, Huan decided to take her along, even administering a genetic enhancement potion to the female zombie king. As a result, not only did she regain the state of a normal human, but she also retained the abilities of a zombie king. However, he could not share this with Lin Yuan and merely fabricated, "This is my member, Yi King Han, who came up the mountain to find me." What a name, Yi King Han. It sounds rather pedestrian. Upon hearing this, the female zombie king paused, casting a strange glance at Huan. Yet, she was adept at playing her part and quickly greeted Lin Yuan. "Hello, elder sister." Greeting. Upon learning that this was Huan's companion, Lin Yuan had no reason to doubt him and simply remarked, "I was wondering how he suddenly had an extra person. I thought you had brought a zombie with you." Her words nearly caused the female zombie king to weaken at the knees in fright. Goodness, she had been discovered. Fortunately, it was just a jest. And the female zombie king, Yi King Han, could only chuckle awkwardly, not daring to respond. Huan observed this scene and shook his head. "I've never encountered such a timid zombie king. How did you even ascend to this position? This is quite peculiar." However, this was clearly not the time for such considerations, as the main group had already decided to depart from this location. Now that it was confirmed that the zombie king had been eliminated, they had successfully completed their mission. Thus, Li Qingxiu wasted no time and directed everyone to pack up and leave. Naturally, she did not forget to extend an olive branch to Huan, for after all, he had just defeated a first-tier zombie king. Such a formidable being was undoubtedly among the top echelons of the military. If he could join the forces, it would be a monumental advantage. However, as anticipated, Huan chose to decline. Given his current abilities, joining the military offered no benefits and would only invite a plethora of complications. He always remembered the adage, in the apocalypse, the most terrifying aspect is not the disasters, but the human heart. Of course, Li Qingxiu had expected this response. After all, in such dire circumstances, who would willingly assist others? Still, she smiled and said, "That's all right. I still hope that we can collaborate in the future." To this, Huan did not refuse. After all, the military would continue to develop advanced technological weaponry. Perhaps he could benefit from having Li Qingxiu as an intermediary. Thus, before long, the group returned to the safe zone, each heading back to their respective homes. Li Qingxiu was set to return to the underground military base to report. Lin Yuan naturally had to return as well. However, before departing, Huan presented her with a watch, a miniature mechanical life form activated by Patek Philippe, which could be used for communication. This way, if anything were to happen, she could contact him immediately. Lin Yuan accepted it without hesitation, saying, "No worries. With my current strength, what could possibly happen? Besides, we're so close. I can come find you anytime." This was indeed a reasonable point. After contemplating, Huan smiled and said, "All right then, you can head back. Okay, see you soon." With a slight wave, Lin Yuan understood that the longer they lingered, the more reluctant they would become, so she smiled, albeit with a hint of reluctance, before quickly leading her companions back to the city. As Lin Yuan departed, Lin Xiao began to tease, "Oh, Yuan, look at you. This is the first time I've seen you so concerned about a woman." Of course. However, upon regaining his composure, Yuan had a solid justification. "She's my only cousin. Blood-related." Lin Xiao remarked, "That sounds a bit off, yet it feels entirely reasonable." "All right, let's head back." Yuan, weary of idle chatter, promptly led Lin Xiao and the female zombie Yi Qinghan back to the shelter. Upon their return to the shelter, they found Chun Minjiao and the other girls had also returned, having gathered a considerable amount of supplies. Upon seeing Yuan, they eagerly approached. "Ah, brother Yuan. Sister Lin Xiao, you're back. Oh, who is this?" Naturally, they noticed Yi Qinghan, their curiosity piqued. "Oh, speaking of which," Yuan did not shy away from revealing, "this is our new member, the female zombie king, Yi Qinghan." Initially, upon hearing the first part of the introduction, the girls were quite enthusiastic, assuming he had rescued another survivor from some unknown peril. However, upon hearing the latter half, female zombie king, they were utterly taken aback. "What? A female zombie king? Are you serious? You went out to slay a zombie king and brought one back home instead?" They clearly remembered the morning's conversation about setting out with their cousin to eliminate a zombie king and collect zombie crystals. The potential rewards were substantial, yet here he was, bringing back a living zombie king. However, when they saw Yi Qinghan remove the black robe and hood, revealing her stunningly beautiful face, even the girls were momentarily speechless. How is it that even female zombie kings are so stunning nowadays? Standing at a standard height of 170 centimeters, with a slender waist and a charming yet slightly timid demeanor, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Jinyi, the actress who portrayed the little fox in Chain Jiayu Jinming. "Brother Yuan." Chun Minjiao was so astonished that she stammered, "Are you sure you brought back a female zombie king? Not the actress Sun Jinyi?" Yuan, taken aback by this remark, carefully scrutinized Yi Qinghan once more and had to admit she did indeed bear a striking resemblance. However, under the scrutiny of so many gazes, Yi Qinghan felt an increasing sense of trepidation, for she realized that every individual here appeared far more formidable than herself. Thus, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment, she cautiously remarked, I am quite unaware of the female artist you are referring to." "Huh." The sight of the adorably anxious Yi Qinghan instantly elicited laughter from the group of women. It became evident that this female zombie queen possessed an unexpected charm. Moreover, it seemed that Yi Huan had indeed administered the genetic serum to her, for otherwise there would be no indication of any zombie traits whatsoever. "Precisely." Nodding slightly, Yi Huan did not conceal the truth. She is now a fully fledged human, albeit endowed with the abilities of a female zombie queen.